Chapter 1. In a dim and damp cellar, moss clung to the stone walls. Two chains extended from the crevices of the stones, suspending young Anton's frail body in midair. He gasped as if he were a broken bellows, his vacant eyes fixed on a small, grid ventilation window in the corner. Sunlight cascaded through it, and tiny sprites danced in the beams, piercing to the core. The glow of the curse flickered in the murky cellar. Ugh! Anton gritted his teeth, stifling a cry of anguish as his vision gradually blurred into darkness. How many times had he endured this excruciating curse? He had lost count, but he knew that this time he might truly be on the brink of death. I don't know if this is the world of Harry Potter, but I might not live to see the Hogwarts owl deliver my acceptance letter. The figure of the hooded wizard slowly faded into the shadows. Anton exhaled, his heavy eyelids drooping shut as his head hung low. When he awoke again, he could not tell how much time had elapsed, only that the place where he was chained throbbed with a bone-deep pain. It felt as though he might split apart. Ha! Anton let out a laugh. I'm not dead. He had survived yet again in the clutches of this old wizard's myriad curses. 2 months prior, he had traversed into this peculiar England, becoming an apprentice to a dark wizard. To be precise, he was labeled an apprentice, but in truth he was a test subject, a bait for werewolves, a punching bag, and a free servant. He was the sole survivor among the many apprentices of the old wizard. Taking advantage of the old wizard's inebriation, Anton had managed to escape, running several miles, only to fall prey to his first ever curse, the piercing agony. The sensation was akin to being stabbed repeatedly by multiple knives within his body. At that moment, he had brought shame upon all traversers, wailing and groveling for the old wizard's forgiveness. The old wizard, in a moment of grace, had pardoned him, sending him alone into the dark forest, attempting to lure the werewolves that preyed upon young wizards. The results were outstanding. The old wizard acquired a robust werewolf with a thick coat of fur. And Anton, he became the old wizard's apprentitia pupil, whose slightest misstep would result in a tormenting curse. Creak! The dilapidated wooden door of the cellar emitted a sharp sound, as a flood of light surged in, causing Anton's eyes to water profusely. The filthy black robes of the wizard drew nearer, the hood obscuring his face, revealing only a faintly prominent nose. The old wizard extended a pale, wrinkled hand. In his grasp was a 10-inch reddish-brown wand. With a gentle wave, the clasp at the end of the chains unfastened itself with a snap, and Anton tumbled to the ground. The old wizard looked down at him, letting out a raspy, aged chuckle. Young wizard, if you experience a surge of magic and do not utilize your wand to learn spells and channel it, death may come at any moment. You have not yet reached 11, yet the magic within you boils at the brink. It was merely the transformation into a muggle, Anton understood. Though he had not perused the Harry Potter novels or films, he had consumed countless web novels. Yet he had long surpassed the moment when he thought all traversers were omnipotent now. He simply rubbed his wrists in silence. You are the most talented among all my apprentices. Obey, and I shall teach you spells. Anton felt a stirring within, hastily scrambling to his feet, feigning excitement too. Master, I was wrong. The old wizard seemed pleased with his display. Go prepare a meal, and be careful not to mistakenly add the vibrant mushrooms again. Anton's tone shifted to one of utmost deference. There will be no next time. The old wizard floated away. Anton squinted at the ground, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was uncertain of the old wizard's strength in the world of Harry Potter, but he was undoubtedly a miser, often trading hard-earned materials for experimental supplies. Did this imply that the old wizard possessed only a single wand? If he were to seize the opportunity to snap the wand during a lesson, would he be faced merely with an ordinary, cantankerous old man? This was a chance, but it required utmost caution. Anton feared that his previous incident of poisoning the noodles had already raised the old wizard's suspicions. Patience was key. Anton exhaled, possessing ample resolve. Struggling up the stone steps of the cellar, he opened the heavy door, and sunlight pierced through the forest mist, illuminating everything around him. Step by step, he made his way to the kitchen nestled in the corner of the walled yard. A sack of flour sat in the corner of the stove, looking rather withered, indicating it was nearly empty. The earthen pot of mutton fat held but a thin layer at the bottom, and even the salt was reduced to a mere handful. This miser! Anton scoffed again. The last time the old wizard grew tired of greasy noodles and steamed buns, he had thrown a tremendous fit, prompting Anton to scurry into the forest to gather mushrooms to enhance the meal. Yes, enhance. A cluster of mushrooms that appeared enchantingly dreamlike. Anton recognized this kind, having seen educational videos while scrolling through short clips the Amanita muscaria, which would merely cause slight diarrhea before one would recover the next day. But on the third day death, the kind that was beyond remedy, there was a song that went, "Red cap, white stock, eat it and lie down. Lie down, buried in the hills." Anton eagerly anticipated the moment he would personally lay the old wizard to rest in the forest. Alas, no matter how natural he tried to appear, the old wizard remarkably sensed the impending danger. "I don't know, I don't understand, I'm just a child." Even as Anton endeavored to explain, the old wizard bestowed upon him several piercing curses. He was unaware of why the old wizard suddenly wished to teach him spells. Yet he had always chosen to regard this dark wizard with the utmost suspicion. Skillfully kneading dough, igniting the fire, pouring oil. Anton first devoured a large bowl himself before carrying a small bowl of noodles toward the cottage. If he did not eat beforehand, the old wizard would undoubtedly deny him any time to dine. "Master, it's time for dinner." The old wizard nodded, lifting his gaze from the multitude of parchment, and without the hood, his full head of white hair and beard appeared strikingly bright. His wrinkled face bore deeply sunken eyes, the pale blue irises appearing profoundly deep. He slowly turned his gaze toward the greasy noodles, pausing in silence for a moment before moving to pick up the ladle. "Go tidy up, we'll be heading to Nocturne Alley shortly." Nocturne Alley. Anton's eyes widened in realization this was indeed the world of Harry Potter. Yet, he was unsure of the current year. Since his arrival, he had wandered alongside this old wizard, traversing desolate outskirts. At times, he encountered gatherings of peculiar individuals, but dared not utter a single word to anyone. It must be the era of Harry Potter. He silently prayed. It was not that he held any fondness for the boy, but rather that at this time, the first Dark Lord was imprisoned, and the second was in flight. As long as he could find a way to enter Hogwarts, he would attain a relatively stable life. He had grown weary of a life where death loomed at every turn. The old wizard never lingered in one place for too long. This small cabin had once belonged to a reclusive lumberjack. With a flick of the old wizard's wand, it had swiftly collapsed. "Ha!" The old wizard chuckled without conscience. "Let's go." Anton pursed his lips. There was no intention of returning, so there was no need to demolish the house. Site was simply a natural villain. He struggled to drag the enormous chest behind him. The worn brown leather case appeared quite tattered, larger than his youthful frame. The chest housed an undetectable extension charm, containing all the old wizard's research materials and belongings, as well as an iron cage holding a werewolf. The chest was not heavy, but after being suspended in midair, the tearing pain in his wrists forced him to stop every few steps. The old wizard turned back, frowning at him for a moment before finally waving his wand. Enhancement! Anton felt his heart racing fiercely, even sensing a blood vessel behind his ear throbbing vigorously. A chilling sensation coursed through his body as the chest suddenly felt as light as a box of biscuits. As for the pain in his wrists, it was alleviated only slightly. "Since you can lift it, move faster." The old wizard expressed his impatience, and Anton hurriedly quickened his pace. He walked behind, observing the old wizard's silhouette, frowning in contemplation. According to what he had read in Harry Potter, the old wizard had many options when casting spells just now. For instance, healing as before, restoring his wrist to its former state, or levitating the box with a floating spell. So, why not employ such methods? Anton harbored a bold suspicion. Could it be that this unorthodox wizard had never received formal training from an academy and thus lacked knowledge of how to cast these two spells? How utterly fascinating. He resolved to continue his observation. He intended to ascertain whether this wizard was indeed an amateur, and if so, whether it suggested a lack of understanding regarding the most profound aspects of wandless magic. He dared not be hasty. constantly reminding himself to exercise the utmost caution. He had but one chance should the old wizard discover his intentions of resistance. He would undoubtedly be met with immediate demise. After traversing a mile of mountainous terrain, he finally arrived beside a broad concrete road. Before long, a vintage-looking emerald green sedan came to a halt before him, and shortly thereafter resumed its journey. Speeding along the highway, it ultimately ceased at the entrance of a large bookstore located on Charing Cross in Westminster, London. The bewildered driver glanced around, as if awakening from a dream, and frantically picked up his phone. "Hello, dear. I didn't mean to be late. I encountered something extraordinary. I somehow found myself back in the city. No, I haven't even set off yet. Dear, let me explain. Hello." "Hello." Beside him, the old wizard opened the car door and stepped out, while Anton lifted the suitcase from the trunk, trailing behind. The pair walked quietly toward a dilapidated pub adjacent to the bookstore. Their eccentric attire went unnoticed, even as a middle-aged man engrossed in a phone call nearly collided with Anton. It was as if no one could see him at all. The sign above the pub read, "The Broken Cauldron." The old wizard had no intention of patronizing the establishment. He disregarded the tavern owner Tom's greetings and proceeded straight to the back courtyard, tapping the wall's bricks with his wand. The brick wall, as if enchanted with high-level effects, rolled aside to reveal an opening through which a bustling crowd could be seen milling about the street. Casually nudging a trash bin to shift its position slightly, the old wizard walked in as if nothing were amiss. Following the usual protocol, one would count 3 bricks up from the trash bin and 2 across, then gently tap 3 times with a wand on the wall, causing that brick to tremble and reveal a small opening, ultimately transforming into an archway leading to Diagon Alley. However, what if the trash bin's position had been altered? This wizard, whether or not he practiced dark magic, was certainly a loathsome character. Anton rolled his eyes behind him and followed suit with his suitcase in hand. Clearly, the old wizard dared not linger in Diagon Alley for long, hastily entering a dimly lit alleyway at the corner. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, even the sky darkened, with crooked figures leaning against the walls, clearly abnormal wizards. They had evidently entered Noctur Alley. "Wait here." The old wizard seized the suitcase from Anton's grasp, his aged frame straining as he dragged it toward the first shop at the alley's mouth. Anton raised an eyebrow. He couldn't perform the levitation spell. This was his initial thought. How could this be possible? This was his second thought. His eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a gaggle of chattering children congregated outside the entrance to Nocturne Alley. All of them bore the rare hue of red hair. A pair of twins ardently pleaded with their mother, "Mom, perhaps you could leisurely enjoy some afternoon tea while we go to purchase robes from Madame Malkin's and we can buy our own wands." Their mother appeared somewhat swayed, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately unwilling to let them go. "No, I must keep an eye on you." Behind them stood a boy who resembled Anton, his freckled face wide-eyed in fascination as he gazed at Anton in the dark alley. Sunlight cascaded over the boy's red hair and danced upon the colorful lollipop in his hand. "Damn it," the mother suddenly exclaimed, casting a wary glance at the malevolent gazes surrounding the entrance to Nocturne Alley. "How can we linger here?" She urged her children to hurry along, seizing the freckled boy's hand. "Ron, come on, stop daydreaming." Ron blinked, curiously observing the little wizard in the shadowy alley before hurriedly following suit. "Ron Weasley," Anton smirked, taking a step back as he melded into the darkness of Nocturne Alley. He now understood the precise timing. This boy was indeed one of the 3 main characters from the Harry Potter series, with his twin brothers being 2 years his senior. He had just overheard the twins clamoring to buy their own wands. This indicated that it was precisely 2 years prior to Harry Potter's enrollment. He now had the perfect opportunity to escape the clutches of the old wizard. He could rush out and seize Ron's mother, revealing that he was a child captured by dark wizards. This woman, brimming with righteousness and formidable strength, would undoubtedly rescue him. Yet he was beset by a perplexity. The old wizard seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding his escape, nonchalantly allowing him to linger at the entrance, which rendered him hesitant to take any risks. Anton gently rubbed his wrist, gazing silently at a complex tattoo adorning it. The design, a fusion of several curves and a square, was accompanied by an array of incomprehensible runes. He was uncertain if this was the cause of his confusion. His memories of his former self were hazy, almost entirely eclipsed save for a nearly instinctive recollection of language. Everything else was a blank slate. He could not recall his age, name, origin, or how he had fallen into the clutches of the old wizard. He was oblivious to the old wizard's precautions concerning him. Yet, he understood that only a deceased wizard would no longer pose a threat to him. Before long, the old wizard emerged, and Anton, with a bright smile, hastened to take the suitcase from him. "Let us proceed. I shall take you to procure a wand." "What? Blast! Where would this miser procure any funds?" The plan had faltered, and Anton silently trailed behind, patiently awaiting the next flaw in the old wizard's demeanor. He had anticipated that the old wizard would escort him to Ollivander's in Diagon Alley. However, that expectation was soon dashed as they delved deeper along Nocturne Alley, passing the Grand Borgin and Burke's. They eventually halted at a shop that bore a striking resemblance to a junkyard. Countless battered cauldrons, remnants of potion-making, were piled at the entrance like a small mountain, while behind the shop's door, a stout snake with missing scales resided in a rusty cage. This time, the old wizard did not instruct Anton to wait outside. They traversed a narrow aisle cluttered with merchandise, advancing towards a counter where a plump woman in an oversized wizard's robe awaited them. Her smile radiating warmth. "Da-da, my dear Fines, long time no see." The old wizard nodded in acknowledgement. "Do you still have any wolfsbane potion in stock?" The shopkeeper's smile widened at the inquiry. "Wolfsbane potion does not come cheaply. You know, and what I possess is the authentic brew crafted by Professor Snape himself." The old wizard's name was Fines. Upon hearing Snape's name, Anton felt a flicker of familiarity in this strange and terrifying world, as though hearing a beloved name brought a sense of comfort. However, that comfort was short-lived. He clearly observed the shelves behind the shopkeeper. An ivory penholder was prominently displayed, casually filled with 7 or 8 wands that bore signs of prior use. Such an arrangement inevitably reminded him of the chopstick holder he had seen during a visit to a local eatery. An uneasy premonition washed over him. He might not experience the bespoke wand selection scene that novels often depicted. Indeed, what a miser. Old Wizard Fines haggled with the shopkeeper over copper coins, ultimately exasperatedly pointing to the holder behind her. "I'll take 2 of those wands, and you shall not charge me a single penny." 2 wands. Anton found himself at a loss for words, wishing to suggest to the old wizard that perhaps he should also acquire 2 wands, thus eliminating the need for a spoon when consuming noodles in the future. The shopkeeper did not acquiesce in the end. The protracted negotiation concluded with the addition of an old wand as a complimentary item. "Do you not think I am unaware of your profits?" The old wizard nonchalantly snatched a handful of herbs from a nearby shelf and stuffed them into his robe pocket. Grumbling as he departed, the shopkeeper, still smiling from behind the counter, called out, "We look forward to your next visit." Continuing deeper into Nocturne Alley, the buildings gradually became more sparse. After rounding a corner, a vast lake unfolded before them. Scattered haphazardly along its banks were houses of various sizes. The old wizard led Anton to a secluded clearing in the farthest corner, nestled behind a cluster of towering trees. Here stood a safe house. As the old wizard's words fell, a crooked 3-story structure materialized before Anton. The rough wooden planks were alarmingly close to his nose, prompting him to hastily step back. The old wizard beamed with pride. "This is the safe house I inherited from my master. It requires exceedingly complex and potent magic to manifest. Only those who are aware of its existence can see and touch it." Anton paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped the implication. If no one knew of its existence, it would vanish from sight entirely, as if it had never been. One might say that, the old wizard mused, casting a wistful glance around. "Alas, I am but a poor apprentice, and I have not mastered my master's magic. It will cease to function in 8 or 9 years after arriving at the safe house." Their meals significantly improved. A bowl of oil-splashed noodles accompanied by a small cup of wine. Yes, there was also a sweet fruit wine, plentiful in the cellar. Consuming wheat products daily, Anton found the absence of any substantial meat disconcerting. Deeming it decidedly unhealthy, the old wizard extracted the iron cage from the suitcase, and Anton was utterly convinced that this dark sorcerer truly did not understand the levitation charm. What an absurdity! He was capable of casting all 3 unforgivable curses. No, he surely could wield all 3. The soul retrieval spell I am about to teach you is a branch of the soul curse, a dark magic that is now known to few. the old wizard proclaimed, assuming an air of authority. Anton clutched the old wand, bewildered. What? You wish to teach me such a complex spell right from the start? Should we not begin with the simplest incantations? The old wizard brusquely administered the wolfsbane potion to the middle-aged man in the cage that it needed to be administered a week before the full moon to ensure that the werewolf remained lucid during the transformation. In this week, you must master this spell. Should you thwart my efforts? The old wizard's expression turned icy as he waved his wand. I shall allow you to experience the taste of the killing curse. Believe me, no one survives the killing curse. Ha! Harry Potter survived. Voldemort, too, had returned from a rebound that Anton's internal lament eventually transformed into a sigh. However, he was not one of them that a week to learn a spell on par with the unforgivable curses. With death as the penalty for failure was utterly ludicrous. The old wizard evidently had no intention of teaching him any other spells. He picked up the wand and began to demonstrate the gestures. Correcting Anton's posture with meticulous precision, Tio successfully cast a spell. 3 elements must be executed. The old wizard's teaching method was succinct and efficient, focusing on the essentials. Gestures, particularly for beginners, must be executed with utmost precision. The incantation, with its varied tones and pauses, determined the success of the spell. Lastly, one must summon the corresponding emotion from within. The old wizard explained the incantation for the soul retrieval spell, soul departure. Syllable by syllable, emotion, or rather the wizard's will, directly influenced the success and potency of the spell's release. When casting the soul retrieval spell, one must be imbued with an unwavering momentum and resolute determination. What? Anton queried, perplexed. Isn't that a positive emotion? Aren't dark magics dependent on negative emotions? The old wizard rarely chuckled. Who told you this is dark magic? After a brief laugh, his expression turned serious. Practice diligently. You have but a week's time. Anton had long since witnessed the old wizard's capricious temperament. At times, while sweeping the floor with his back turned, a curse could suddenly come hurtling his way in unwavering momentum and resolute determination. Such a state of mind seemed not too difficult to attain. Anton was perplexed. If that were the case, why had this spell gradually fallen into obscurity, leaving so few who understood it today? He closed his eyes, and a scene began to crystallize in his vacant mind that it was a week later, on the night of the full moon, when the old wizard bellowed for him to unleash his magic. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon it. In that moment, the old wizard's wand glowed with a dark green light, and his expression was one of terrifying predation. That instant, with no other recourse but to fight desperately, Anton had quietly positioned himself beside a bowl of herbal powder, seizing it and flinging it into the old wizard's eyes. Following that, he drew forth a kitchen knife, sharpened to a lethal edge, and charged forward with the grim determination of either life or death. This was Anton's final, desperate plan, to engage in close combat with the blade. Suddenly, Anton opened his eyes wide and waved his wand. Declaring soul extraction, a beam of spellbinding light flickered, the ethereal blue glow extending from the tip of his wand, surging forward until it penetrated the old wizard's chest. How is this possible? The old wizard exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. At last, Anton comprehended the true function of the soul extraction spell. As the incantation activated, he felt as though an immense hook had latched onto his forehead, propelling him forward along the path of the spell's light. Then, akin to a fish leaping back into water, that sensation of being tugged became exhilaratingly liberating once more. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, he was astonished to perceive his own body that a profound sense of age and frailty emanated from deep within him. He strained to look ahead and beheld a young wizard standing before him. It was himself. Astonished, he realized he had exchanged bodies with the old wizard. It was at this moment that he finally discerned the appearance of the body he had traversed into. He had a mane of red hair, slightly paler than that of the Weasley family he had seen in Diagon Alley, shimmering with a platinum sheen. His eyes were a light blue, and his skin was fair. Remarkably, aside from lacking freckles, he bore a striking resemblance to Ron. Were they relatives? Anton could not say, yet he finally understood why Ron had been staring at him with such intensity, without the luxury of further examination. A wave of emptiness surged within him, as if he had been stretched like an elastic band, and was now being snapped back into his own body. Upon reopening his eyes, he saw the old wizard hastily approaching, pouring a goblet of fruit wine into his mouth. With an expression akin to that of someone beholding a rare treasure, he cackled, "You shall be my finest apprentice. With such talent, You are exceedingly valuable. What did he mean by valuable? Yet, at the very least, the old wizard's demeanor toward him had softened significantly, even kindly suggesting he rest in a small bedroom on the first floor, aside from reclaiming the old wand. Anton slept for 2 full days to recuperate. Despite his recovery, a lingering pain throbbed in his mind. He speculated it might be due to his having unleashed a spell beyond his capabilities. He felt his weakness acutely and yearned to return to bed for more sleep. However, he could not. He had gone 2 days without food, and if he did not cook, he would surely starve. The old wizard had evidently just returned from an outing, the faint scent of lamb chops and beer clinging to him. Thus, Anton felt his hunger intensify. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that he could not rely on the old wizard for a proper meal. He hastily prepared a bowl of knife-cut noodles, squatting beside the stove, perspiration pouring down his face. Indeed, sleep and sustenance were the best means for humans to restore themselves. Feeling considerably revitalized, he stepped out of the kitchen, only to be intercepted by the old wizard, who began sorting through a pile of herbs stacked in the corner. Only the leaves of the bad blood herb should be used. You must be meticulous. No trace of root must be included. The old wizard chided, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Trust me, you would not wish to perish from a severe lack of blood after consuming the potion. Anton was taken aback. Was this for him to drink? Once he had sorted through the herbs, they were to be crushed together with spotted tiger grass and mixed with the blood of a fire lizard. Once it boiled, a leech would be added. The old wizard belched, stretched lazily, and swayed as he grasped the handrail of the stairs. Hurry up. Damn it, you've already wasted 2 days of my time. If you delay further, you will be doomed. With that, the old wizard muttered as he ascended the stairs. Anton grimaced thought if time was of the essence, couldn't he just do it himself? Was this potion truly intended for him? He surveyed the assorted ingredients with trepidation. A cage of mice and several caterpillars were among them. This was not the first time he had ingested a potion. Once, he had consumed a viscous concoction that left him covered in blisters, nearly dehydrating him to death. Patience is essential, Anton whispered to himself. Inhaling deeply, he could not afford to panic, for fear would lead to mistakes. This old wizard was no benevolent soul. In the mere span of 2 months, he had killed 7 or 8 individuals in Anton's presence. Would he not hesitate to slay Anton as well? This was a question without doubt. This dark wizard had already taken more than one apprentice's life. And on one occasion, it was merely due to a sour mood. Donning gloves, Anton silently began to crush the herbs. Little by little, he transformed his fear and murderous intent into a paste, burying them deep within his heart. The complexity of this potion surpassed Anton's wildest imaginings. That it involved the concoction of over 30 different herbs, some requiring exposure to the sun, while others needed to be reduced to ashes. Intervals of 1 to 3 days of resting were also necessary. The old wizard produced a large metal cross, binding a middle-aged man with chains. Tomorrow is the full moon. Your time is running short. This remark was directed not at the werewolf, but at Anton. Bowing his head in silence, Anton stirred the potion with the old wand that he could feel the magical energy being absorbed little by the cauldron's contents. The dark green potion bubbled, emitting thick, viscous bubbles, and under the influence of the magic, a faint red hue began to spread. As he maintained the flow of magic, Anton contemplated the only spell he knew, the soul extraction incantation. Having read novels, he was familiar with several spell incantations, yet he lacked knowledge of the accompanying hand gestures and the emotions required to invoke them. Did every spell necessitate an emotional component? That remained a question. Thus, could the soul extraction spell be employed as an offensive maneuver? If he were to cast it on the old wizard, could he seize the small knife on the table and cut his own throat in the instant of the soul transfer? He was uncertain of the consequences. Would he die while the old wizard gained a new lease on life by inhabiting his body? Anton's understanding of spells was woefully insufficient at long last. The potion was fully prepared. Only a transparent, pale red liquid remained at the bottom of the cauldron, glimmering with dark green specks. It looked utterly enchanting. Ha ha. The old wizard cackled, gazing at the potion with delight. Such high quality. The mind of the one who brews it must be filled with malice. His expression was a blend of mockery and jest. Only with profound malevolence could such perfection be achieved. The old wizard marveled and drew forth his wand. Now, what shall I reward you with? Heart-piercing. The spell's light surged through the air, swiftly reaching Anton's chest. There was barely time to react. Countless tiny blades began to slice through him from within. Anton let out a piercing scream. Ha ha ha. He gripped the floor's crevices tightly, gritting his teeth to suppress any further cries of agony, his gaze turning icy cold. "Disarm your weapon." The old wand flew from Anton's grasp, landing in the old wizard's hand. "You should learn to accept the designs of fate, to submit obediently." The old wizard whistled. He settled at his desk, organizing manuscripts into a suitcase. He turned to the middle-aged man, declaring, "Only one step remains. Ha. My experiment is nearly complete." The middle-aged man gazed at Anton, slumped on the ground, and sighed. "You should not treat a child this way. Ha. The old wizard laughed. "How curious. You were captured simply for attempting to assault a young wizard. No. I lost control after transforming into a werewolf. I meant no harm." The middle-aged man's eyes shimmered with pain. "That I had confined myself. But someone tampered with the door, deliberately letting me out to cause harm." The old wizard whistled. "Very well. You have touched me. I have resolved to inscribe your name in the experimental records, as a token of appreciation for your contributions to this grand undertaking." "What is your name?" The middle-aged man chuckled at himself. "Moonface. A splendid name indeed." The old wizard grinned as he picked up a quill made from a goose feather. Anton, convulsing on the ground, suddenly brightened at the mention of Moonface. Wasn't he that Remus Lupin, a figure of considerable prowess, chosen by Dumbledore to join the Order of the Phoenix? None of them were simple individuals. Thus, he might require a wand. With a gentle flick of his wand, the drapes before the floor-to-ceiling window parted automatically, allowing the moonlight to flood into the room. Lupin's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the full moon outside. "Please, not like this, no." The old wizard cackled. "Calm down." Before long, a thick coat of wolf fur enveloped Lupin's form, and his mind seemed filled with a restless rabbit, darting about in confusion. Ultimately, he transformed into a massive wolf head. Suspended in mid-air, Lupin grew in size, his feet bracing against the ground as he struggled, the chains clanking loudly. What a perfect transformation into an animagus! The old wizard marveled as if beholding a masterpiece. "Do you realize?" he exclaimed, turning feverishly to Anton, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with excitement. "They do not comprehend. This is the epitome of an animagus, a unique magical creature that humans can become, a terrifying war machine that can be easily replicated." Shatter. The spell's brilliance flickered. The light burst upon Lupin, tufts of wolf fur scattering, revealing only a few minor abrasions on his exposed skin. "Look at that. Look," the old wizard exclaimed. "How utterly perfect." He praised the ancient sorcerers, laughing heartily in admiration of their remarkable achievements in creating the world's only magical creature. The animagus, he lauded Demicles Belby, who invented the wolfsbane potion, rectifying the irrationality inherent to werewolves. He commended Alex Finnegan, proclaiming his intent to enhance this magic, allowing individuals to transform into werewolves at will. Amidst the howls of the werewolf, the old wizard shouted in frenzied delight, with a flourish of his wand. He pointed at Anton, urging him to drink the wizard's eye potion. Anton paused momentarily, then lifted the cauldron to his lips, downing its contents in one swift motion. A wave of cold washed over his mind. And suddenly, he blinked in confusion. He discovered he had gained an additional eye. Within his field of vision, the old wizard appeared as a humanoid luminescence, a blend of earthy brown and streaks of dark green. The green strands resembled cracks, and upon closer inspection, he discerned 3 peculiar patterns. They were identical to the runes etched on his wrist. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that beneath the seemingly worn and uneven wooden floor, the brown and green strands formed an intricate pattern that shimmered with the glow of a magical array. Raising his eyes, countless pale blue lines surged within Lupin, twisting and billowing like the tumultuous tides of the sea. This sensation was exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, with each additional observation, it felt as if his head might split under the weight of the information. The discomfort made him nauseous, resulting in a wave of dry heaves. "Ha. The old wizard erupted in a maniacal laugh. "Isn't the potion I've developed remarkable? Quickly, cast the soul transfer spell on this werewolf." The old wizard eagerly handed his old wand to Anton, his eyes glowing with fervor. Anton merely regarded him calmly. "Teacher, if this potion is so extraordinary, why not drink it yourself?" He had learned from experience that posing such questions when the old wizard was anxious would either result in being blasted by a curse or the old wizard hastily answering his inquiry. He gambled that the old wizard, in his current state of need, would not dare to harm him. "The wizard's eye potion requires a robust constitution. My body can barely sustain itself any longer." The old wizard looked at Anton with urgency. I can no longer endure even a drop of potion. Hurry, my dear apprentice. Unleash the soul transfer spell on this werewolf, so we may proceed to the final step of this great experiment. Is that so? Anton replied with a calm smile. With a flourish of his wand, he directed it at Lupin. Soul transfer. The spell's light flickered. An invisible force connected him to the werewolf. Yes, precisely that. The old wizard anxiously grabbed a sheet of parchment, upon which an eerie pattern was illustrated in dark green ink. Quickly, close your eyes and use your wizard's eye to peer within. Then tell me what these missing lines signify. Under the dual influence of the soul transfer spell and the potion, Anton felt the entire world tremble violently. A sense of frantic urgency clawed at him, as lines danced chaotically around him, overwhelming him with nausea. Perhaps due to his previous experiences with the heart-penetrating curse, he gradually steadied himself. He focused intently on the swirling images within, finally perceiving dark green fissures that seemed to pulse and contract like lines in sync with the overall movement. A wondrous and marvelous pattern. Ultimately, as if a taut rubber band had reached its limit, he was yanked back with tremendous force. Gasping, he inhaled deeply, as if he had been suffocating for an eternity. Or perhaps he truly had. He stared vacantly at the sunlight streaming through the window, and the now human-shaped Lupin. It was already noon, yet he felt as though only a few minutes had passed. Hurry! The old wizard urgently placed a piece of parchment before him. While you still remember, quickly help me complete the pattern. This parchment had evidently been recorded multiple times, with several areas bearing different ink colors. Anton pressed his lips together, accepting the quill and meticulously filling in the gaps. Perfect, perfect, the old wizard exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the connected strokes, then frowned at one particular line. No, this should connect here. What does this mean? Because that line was deliberately drawn incorrectly. Anton chuckled, watching the old wizard's expression. Such seemingly ambiguous lines must be puzzling him, causing him to ponder deeply. After 2 months of observation, he had come to understand this dark wizard quite well. He was a madman who would stop at nothing in his magical research, capable of standing dumbfounded for an entire day when faced with an insurmountable problem. And in such a moment, Anton discreetly reached for the cauldron behind him, the very one he had just emptied, strategically placed to avoid the old wizard's notice, for there remained but a small sip of potion. No, the old wizard muttered, suddenly feeling a chill invade his mouth. Gulped, he stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the cauldron in Anton's hand. What did you make me drink? Anton smiled faintly, as his other hand swiftly shot up. Seizing the old wizard's wand and pulling it down, with a roll on the ground, he reached the iron frame beside the werewolf. No, the old wizard's body began to display dark green fissures. No, the cracks widened, and a radiant line extended from his collar, cleaving his head in two. Yet, he was still not dead. You dared to give me a potion, you wretched fool, he howled in a piercing rage. Louder than Anton's cries of torment. Quick, return my wand. The old wizard furiously gestured. A beam of spell light shot forth. Damn it, casting without a wand. The speed was astonishing, nearly impossible to evade. Anton stumbled and fell. Yet his eyes gleamed with recognition. The heart-penetrating curse. Moreover, it was a significantly weakened version of the curse. He was far too familiar with this spell, having endured it countless times over the past 2 months. This body had grown all too accustomed to the sensation of the heart-penetrating curse. Gritting his teeth, he climbed to his feet and thrust the old wizard's wand into Lupin's hands. Lupin stared in shock at the scene before him. Gently waving the wand, causing the chains binding him to fall away, he waved the wand again, deflecting the heart-penetrating curse shot at him by the old wizard. Turning with a smile, he addressed Anton, who was seated on the ground. My name is Remus Lupin. At that moment, Lupin appeared particularly dashing. Anton offered no response. The effects of the wizard's eye potion were gradually fading. Yet, he still perceived with clarity the magical markings on his arm. The magical image. Although uncertain whether it was indeed a magical image, such details were inconsequential. Under the vision granted by the wizard's eye, the intricate black pattern took on a three-dimensional quality, with a spider composed of dark green threads. Its body adorned with numerous eyeballs, protruding from the center of a square. Several curved lines represented its legs, which seemed to penetrate into his arm, extending along the flesh and blood from his elbow to his shoulder, ultimately reaching a place he could not see, yet he knew that above lay his head. He was oblivious to the nature of this spell. He had perused many fanfictions of the Harry Potter series. Yet those 10 or so volumes were merely the tip of the iceberg among the countless novels he had encountered. and he could hardly recall most of their contents. The only faint memory lingered from a short video where a character bared his sleeve to reveal a dark mark. Armor protection. The iron armor charm shielded him from the old wizard's renewed assault with the piercing curse. Lupin swiftly dashed to his side, seizing him with urgency. I shall use apparition to take you away. No matter what happens, you must hold on to me tightly. Anton shook his head, his eyes glazed as he gazed along the faint thread of the spider in his hand towards the distance. Locking eyes with the old wizard clutched his head with his left hand, emitting a heart-wrenching wail as if his very brain were on the verge of splitting apart. He turned his gaze to Anton and cried, "You see it, don't you? You cannot escape. I promise you, if you return my wand, I shall lift this curse. Quickly, give me back my wand." His roar mingled with his lamentations. Anton raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he smiled as he brushed aside Lupin's hand. "You should leave quickly." With that, he slowly approached the old wizard, swaying his old wand. As promised, he passed the table used for potion brewing. The old wizard's attention was drawn to the old wand in Anton's hand, failing to notice Anton's left hand grasping a sharp dagger meant for cutting herbs. "Child, you must not be deceived." Lupin called out anxiously from behind. Anton paused, pursed his lips. Many matters could not simply be evaded if the outcome was death. He turned to Lupin, offering a radiant smile. "I choose to confront it. What good would fleeing do?" As long as the magical spider remained on his wrist, he would be perpetually haunted, living in fear of the old wizard's pursuit. He was no longer the mediocre drudge of his previous life. Although he had traversed into the body of a 10-year-old child, his spirit had matured through countless trials. At the very least, he could face any consequences arising from his choices with composure. Even death. "Now, hurry and leave," he urged, stepping toward the old wizard once more, his face full of sincerity. "Teacher, I was wrong, utterly bewitched. I should not have treated you this way. Are you all right?" The old wizard was anything but well. Seeing Anton approach with the wand, he sighed in relief, collapsing as he pressed his hands against his head, as if releasing it would cause it to split apart. "Quickly, give me the wand." Lupin stood frozen at a distance, the words of Anton echoing in his mind. Many matters cannot be resolved through evasion. Ever since his closest friends, the Potters, perished alongside the Dark Lord, and Sirius had been imprisoned in Azkaban for betrayal. He had rejected Dumbledore's arrangements. Wandering aimlessly, he had no idea how to confront everything. All he could do was run. But evasion proved futile. The wails of the Potters and Wormtail seemed to pierce through time and space, while Sirius's maniacal laughter echoed in his mind, tormenting him ceaselessly. Finally, Anton reached the old wizard's side. He anxiously attempted to support him, hastily transferring the old wand to his left hand, his ill-fitting, oversized wizard's robe tangling around his fingers. The wand appearing as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. In the old wizard's desperate gaze, Anton's right arm slipped beneath the old wizard's armpit, his frail body supporting the elder. "Give me the wand. Why are you trying to help me, you fool?" "Help you? Heh. Did you ask for my assistance?" Anton's face radiated concern, yet his right hand forcefully seized the old wizard's hair. The immense force caused the old wizard's head to tilt back, exposing his wrinkled neck. The old wand fell from his left hand as the sharp dagger plunged through the sleeve of the wizard's robe, piercing deeply into the old wizard's neck. Boom! A tremendous wave of force surged forth, and Anton was instantly flung away. This power was overwhelming. He watched helplessly as he hurtled towards the wall, hastily raising his hands to shield his head, closing his eyes in prayer that he would not be gravely injured. Suddenly, he felt himself becoming weightless. As a somewhat slender arm caught him, he opened his eyes to see Lupin's weathered face, marred by scars yet adorned with a smile. Such matters should be left to adults. But at that moment, a familiar, piercing cry erupted. Piercing curse. The spell's brilliance flickered, striking Lupin in an instant. The old man's gentle smile faded within mere seconds, giving way to a wretched scream as he collapsed to the ground, his body contorting and trembling in agony. Anton stared in shock as the old wizard trembled, rising to his feet, gripping the old wand. "You are truly special, my dear apprentice, the DOUC. This is the true reaction of one afflicted by the piercing curse. Unfortunately, you shall die too." The old wizard's gaze was frigid as he pointed at Anton. "Avada!" Anton did not flinch, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the old wizard, under the waning effects of the wizard's eye potion. He could see the dagger embedded in the old wizard's neck, where countless dark green fissures rapidly extended and twisted. As the old wizard summoned his magic, the fissures suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of magical energy. Boom! A visual explosion of magic erupted, akin to a silent thunderclap, the fissures distorting into a fantastical pattern. This design exuded immense magical energy, captivating him entirely. Anton wished to gaze longer, but the effects of the spell had completely dissipated. Returning to normal vision, he beheld the old wizard's neck gushing forth torrents of blood. The death curse had not been completed, and blood poured from his mouth in abundance, with a roll of his eyes. He succumbed to death. Anton's expression hardened as he swiftly stepped forward. In the enigmatic world of magic, there existed numerous possibilities of feigned death, and he had to ensure the old wizard was truly finished. However, with the old wizard's demise, the entire room suddenly began to tremble. The ground erupted with countless beams of light, mirroring the patterns he had seen through the wizard's eye. Anton was bewildered by the unfolding situation. Black magic was scarcely described in the original text, leaving him unable to ascertain what would occur next. He hurriedly supported Lupin, only to find the man pale and convulsing, his entire body limp against him. Damn, he's heavy. He contemplated, ultimately deciding to place Lupin back into the reinforced, seamless expansion box. He briefly considered doing the same for the old wizard. Closing the box, he retrieved the old wand, pushed open the door, and dashed outside with all his might. In one fluid motion, Anton burst through the door, glancing back to see the rickety building, constructed haphazardly from wood and metal, shaking violently as magical light emanated from it. Not daring to linger, he hastened away. This was the deepest part of the upside-down alley, where countless tents, shanties, and twig houses lay scattered across the shores of the Great Lake, resembling a slum. Yet, it was far more terrifying than an ordinary slum. There were witches muttering madly while brewing a cauldron of bubbling green concoction, and children playing with dolls that, upon closer inspection, appeared to be shrunken, desiccated humans. Anton had not ventured far when he noticed several malicious gazes upon him. One individual even staggered closely behind. The phrase "a child bearing gold in a bustling market" flashed through his mind. His body, having traversed here, appeared to be no more than 10 years old. Lugging a suitcase larger than himself, rendering him particularly enticing in the perilous upside-down alley, after a moment's contemplation, Anton halted and coldly turned to confront his follower. The man had large eyes and an equally large head. Yet his body was gaunt, with disheveled hair and a mouth full of mismatched black and yellow teeth. A furtive glance at the distant, malevolent stares confirmed his apprehension. With a cold smirk, he declared loudly, "I am an apprentice of Alex Fiennes, and should anyone dare to assault me, my master would not hesitate to take a life." As he spoke, his wand twirled in his hand, unleashing a burst of magical light that erupted at the feet of the large-headed man. "Avada Kedavra," the man shrieked, quickly retreating a few paces, casting a lingering glance at Anton before slowly disappearing into the shadows. Soon, the prying eyes around him dissipated as well. The killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, was potent enough that even those unfamiliar with Fiennes could sense the dark magic emanating from his apprentice's incantation. Anton chuckled softly, pride swelling within him as he surveyed his surroundings and continued on his path. Little did anyone know that beneath his wizarding robe, his back was soaked with cold sweat. How exhilarating! He knew nothing of the killing curse. The only spell he had mastered was the soul swap, which bore a resemblance to the killing curse's magical aura, easily leading to confusion. As he made his way out of the upside-down alley, he found himself at the entrance to Diagon Alley. Eventually arriving at the leaky cauldron, Anton finally exhaled in relief, only to be struck by a wave of uncertainty. Where was he to go next? Hogwarts? That was impossible. Not only had he not received an acceptance letter by Owl, but he also had no idea where the school was located. Perhaps he should secure a room at the leaky cauldron? Lacking funds, he hoped there might be enough money for ingredients hidden in his suitcase. Yet, he dared not rummage through it in such a place, as it contained not only the corpse of the old wizard but also a werewolf whose circumstances were unknown. Lupin was not faring well. Constantly ostracized due to his lycanthropy, suddenly, an idea struck him. The Weasley family. First, Lupin was their good friend and could provide assistance. Second, despite the differences in their red hair, his own was not dissimilar. Among the European races, redheads were predominantly Celtic, and among wizards, the Weasley family was unique in this regard. Moreover, he bore a slight resemblance to Ron, which could suggest a distant familial connection. However, he was unaware of their whereabouts. Damn it! Anton murmured, bewildered by the unfamiliar world around him, uncertain of where he belonged. Yet he refused to surrender. If he could not find someone to rely upon, he would depend on himself. He needed to devise a way to earn some money, as it was the most essential condition for survival. Inside the pub, a sparse number of patrons occupied the dimly lit space, and the hushed sounds of conversation filled the air, creating a somewhat cacophonous atmosphere. Anton scanned the room, seeking an opportunity to tea last. A figure with striking features caught his attention. Standing at an impressive height of over 3 meters, he was impossible to miss, with a wild mane of hair and a scruffy beard almost obscuring his face. He donned a coat made of moleskin. This individual could not possibly be Hagrid. Could he? Hagrid, due to your foolish actions, we now find ourselves in this predicament. You will have to explain to Dumbledore yourself. A male wizard standing beside Hagrid wore a dark expression, his tone somewhat acerbic. Hagrid appeared uneasy, responding, "Professor Snape." He met Snape's piercing gaze, his lips quivering before he ultimately lowered his head in defeat. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he shifted in his seat, leaning slightly closer. "Professor Snape, it can still be salvaged. I implore you. Assist me. I cannot allow Professor Dumbledore to be disappointed in me." Indeed, it was truly Hagrid. And beside him stood Snape. Anton's heart raced as he rapidly recalled any pertinent information about the two, seeking something useful. Firstly, even if these two were willing to help him, it was unlikely they could take him to Hogwarts. Moreover, he could not disclose Lupin's situation to them, for Snape and Lupin were mortal enemies. Speaking to Hagrid alone was also unwise, as he was notorious for being tight-lipped. Snape would soon find out. His options appeared to dwindle. Anton cautiously surveyed the surroundings, moving to a corner where he cautiously opened a small gap in his suitcase to peer inside. The old wizard seemed to be utterly lifeless. Perhaps it was the angle at which Anton had stuffed him in that had caused the dagger to slice his throat, leaving it grotesquely severed. Lupin appeared to be in particularly poor condition. Merely a result of a piercing curse. Now pale and weak, he leaned against the wall, offering a faint smile upon seeing Anton's gaze. Anton raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He swiftly opened the suitcase and jumped inside, grabbing a glass vial from the shelf before darting back out. The old wizard may have been impoverished, but he possessed a wealth of treasures. For instance, the brain of a moonlight turtle, a rare and high-quality ingredient essential for crafting Felix Felicis. It was a commodity of great worth yet scarce in the market. Snape was engaged in a quiet conversation with Hagrid when suddenly, a small hand presented the glass jar before him. "Sir, would you be interested in a brain?" "Not interested," Snape replied coldly, casting a brief glance at the vial, only to be captivated by the brain suspended within the liquid. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he regarded the frail Anton. 10 silver sickles. Anton was taken aback. 10 silver sickles. Did he truly believe he was so destitute that he could not afford ice cream or sweets? Snape's cold gaze bore into Anton. "You wear ill-fitting robes, indicating a troubled background. Your clothing is stained and torn. I can safely conclude that you are a vagrant. This brain is clearly not yours. It must have been stolen. Regrettably, you have no comprehension of its value. And neither Diagon Alley nor the Upside Down Alley would likely entertain such an item. 10 silver sickles. I shall purchase it for my collection." Indeed, to those unfamiliar with its worth, the brain would fetch a paltry sum. Yet, this was none other than the renowned potion master. 10 silver sickles. Such a blatant insult. Anton grimaced, turning to Hagrid, who, despite being a hidden millionaire, evidently showed no interest in the turtle's brain. How amusing that the illustrious potion master fails to recognize the brain of a moonlight turtle. "If you don't want it, so be it," he shrugged, clutching the jar as he prepared to depart. "Wait," Snape called after him. That a smirk tugged at Anton's lips. In truth, the old wizard was not entirely impoverished. The suitcase, enchanted with a seamless extension charm, brimmed with various tomes and potion ingredients, none of which could be acquired with mere currency. Like Hagrid, they appeared to have little need for money. The materials held intrinsic value for them. However, Anton was not in the same position. Lacking funds, he had nowhere to stay. Should he sleep on the streets with such a suitcase, he risked waking up without his kidneys. Moreover, after 2 months of subsisting on noodles and buns, he was on the verge of nausea. He required nutritious food. Otherwise, he might not grow properly. Potion ingredients were inedible and could not be exchanged for currency. Diagon Alley would not accept them, and while the Upside Down Alley might, he feared they would not pay. Snape was potentially his only buyer. "I need to know where you acquired this," Snape stated, his expression inscrutable. Hope surged within Anton that he quickly returned, setting down his suitcase and placing the glass vial upon the table. I killed it myself. Snape regarded him with skepticism that a moonlight turtle is a magical creature of significant caliber. How could you possibly? He scrutinized Anton from head to toe, shaking his head, though it was said that one should not judge a book by its cover. The growth of a wizard's magical prowess was a matter of science. Given Anton's youth, it was inconceivable that he could possess the means to hunt a moonlight turtle. I have my methods, Anton replied, seeing that Snape was skeptical, hesitated for a moment before drawing closer and whispering an explanation. Although the moonlight turtle dwells in freshwater lakes, this creature must return to the ocean to lay its eggs. With the hatchlings swimming back to the lake along the river, as long as the salinity is adjusted to simulate the marine environment, it will experience a sensation akin to returning to its mother's embrace and will sleep particularly peacefully. Anton was not lying. Indeed, he had personally severed the turtle's brain. The cost of this was that even though the old wizard had cast a spell to subdue the moonlight turtle, he was still pierced through the chest by the sharp spines on its shell. The thickest part was as wide as a mineral water bottle, penetrating from his chest and emerging from his back. Despite the old wizard's miraculous healing potions, he remained bedridden for 8 days, each day nearly biting off his tongue in a desperate struggle against the lingering toxins. Snape raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It was quite a clever method. 500 galleons, Anton exclaimed, his small hand raised high. Fingers spread wide, thrusting them before Snape. For just 500 galleons, you could take it home. Snape's lips twitched slightly. He was indeed tempted, for the price was rather reasonable, even though he had a stable supply channel for potions. Such a turtle brain was rare and hard to come by. However, he did not possess that much money that a normal person would not carry such a sum of galleons, not to mention the weight and bulk of 500 coins. In terms of daily expenses, such a quantity was entirely unnecessary. That a can of dragon liver costs merely 3 galleons, and an ordinary wand just 7. Even the most expensive spellbooks and advanced potion-making texts only amount to 9 galleons. The expenditure of 500 galleons typically serves to procure exceedingly high-end magical artifacts and ingredients, such as a suit of armor crafted by fairies or 5 pints of 8-eyed giant spider venom. Speaking of the 8-eyed giant spider venom, Snape couldn't help but glance at Hagrid. Not long ago, this keeper of the Forbidden Forest had brought him a large barrel of venom, excitedly reporting that the offspring of the 8-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest were thriving. I have it. I have it. Hagrid's eyes sparkled, eagerly looking at Snape. Professor, you must help me. Snape nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to the matter they had just debated. Aha. Hagrid expressed his delight. Reaching into his pocket to pull out a bag that jingled with coins, he thrust it into Anton's arms, containing 600 or 700 galleons, perhaps. He shook his head, waving his hand, as if it were more than enough. Saying this, he gleefully grabbed Snape, urging him to hurry along. Anton, with a grin, reached into his pocket and pocketed a few galleons, readying the bag and stowing it away in his suitcase. With such a fortune, the world was his oyster. Ha ha, as he raised his head. However, he noticed that many patrons in the tavern were staring intently at him. Oh no, this is bad. He had caught someone's attention. Some even stood up. Just then, a heavy knocking sound echoed from the bar. As the wrinkled face of the owner, old Tom, appeared rather fierce. In my tavern, no one is allowed to cause trouble. The man pondered for a moment before resuming his seat, still fixated on Anton. Anton chuckled, unperturbed, lightly placing a galleon on the bar. Please prepare a room for me, along with some food. I wish to eat meat. Patting his stomach, he added, please make it double. Old Tom, smiling, lifted a lamp. Room 11. Follow me. They traversed a narrow, dark corridor, and the tavern staircase to the second floor was adorned with a lovely wooden banister, leading to a door marked with a brass plaque indicating room 11. Old Tom opened the door, and unlike the dim corridor, the room's window was ajar, sunlight flooding in, with a gentle breeze. Anton approached the window, and could even see the bustling streets of Charing Cross in London. With cars passing by, young women with shopping bags, and children playing in a hotel so close to the street, one could always hear the sounds of traffic and smell exhaust fumes, which might be considered quite low-grade by Muggle standards. Yet Anton inhaled deeply, captivated by the familiar scent. In the 2 months since his arrival, he had followed the old wizard along the city's fringes, through various chaotic gatherings, desolate forests, and caves, almost believing he had traveled back to ancient Europe. He squinted slightly, suddenly struck by an impulse to return to the Muggle world. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. In his previous life as an ordinary programmer, perhaps in this era, he could become a renowned figure. This place is nice. I'll go prepare your meal. Old Tom interrupted his reverie, carrying the lamp and stepping back out. Anton nodded, surveying the room that a seemingly comfortable bed, several gleaming oak furniture pieces, and a crackling fire in the fireplace greeted him. There was a decent-sized washroom, and upon entering, the mirror on the wall warmly greeted him. You look rather unkempt. Perhaps you should freshen up. Anton gazed at his reflection, his bright red hair shimmering with a platinum hue. Appearing strangely odd, his small frame resembled that of a 10-year-old child, clad in an oversized, ill-fitting wizard's robe. He chuckled at the mirror. You see, even mirrors can talk. In such an extraordinary world. If I just retreat to my computer to code, wouldn't that be a waste of life? The mirror twisted itself slightly on the wall. I also wish to travel around and see new things. After enjoying a comforting hot shower and changing into clean clothes, he washed the wizard's robe and hung it out the window to dry in the sun. Shortly thereafter, the tavern owner, Old Tom, delivered a steaming meal, a generous portion of aromatic roasted pig, a small dish of pickled eel, a small bowl of fruit salad, and a mug of butterbeer. Anton raised his index and middle fingers, indicating two portions, sir. Old Tom scrutinized his belly curiously. You might not be able to eat that much. Anton laughed heartily, patting the suitcase beside him. I have a sick uncle who needs to eat too. Old Tom left with a bemused expression. Having run a tavern for most of his life, he had seen many things, but this was truly peculiar. Carrying a sick uncle around in a suitcase. What a bizarre behavior. When he returned with the food, he was astonished to find it was indeed true. And moreover, Lupin, pale and drenched in cold sweat, looked up and smiled. Old Tom, long time no see. Old Tom showed no signs of joy at this reunion, glaring coldly at Lupin before casting a wary glance at Anton. Others may be unaware, but I am not. Lupin, we do not welcome werewolves here. Lupin paused for a moment, sighed. I will leave now. Let him stay. I am not familiar with him. Old Tom hesitated briefly, scrutinizing Anton with suspicion. Anton waved cheerfully. No need for that. I will leave with him. No, in my current state, I cannot take care of you. Lupin insisted, his gaze serious as he looked at Anton. Child, listen, I am a werewolf, and I cannot always keep you by my side. It is too dangerous for you. Anton shrugged. Then how about you stand up and take a few steps? Lupin struggled for a moment, then fell back onto the bed. The outcome was evident. Anton had not anticipated that the Cruciatus curse would inflict such profound harm on Lupin. Or perhaps, as one of the 3 unforgivable curses, it had this effect on the vast majority of individuals. Anton vaguely recalled Neville, who was marketed as the Sword Saint of Gryffindor. His parents held dual identities as Aurors in the Ministry of Magic and members of the Order of the Phoenix. Despite such formidable lineage, he had been driven to madness by Bellatrix, a servant of Voldemort, who tortured him with the Cruciatus curse, leaving him confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for over a decade without respite. Lupin, clearly gravely injured, insisted, You cannot stay here. I will take my leave. Lupin replied with a forlorn expression. Anton, with a cheerful smile directed at Old Tom, proposed, Before I depart, might I indulge in this delightful meal? It has been ages since I last savored meat. Without waiting for Old Tom's consent, he rubbed his hands together and sat down to relish the feast. Old Tom observed the two, pursed his lips, and eventually smiled at Anton, saying, Go ahead. With that, he turned and walked away. The aroma of roast pig was absolutely divine. The skin was roasted to a perfect crisp, beneath which lay a layer of rich, almost melting fat. With each bite, the succulent meat burst forth with a rich sauce. Anton, who had little hope for British cuisine, felt his eyes light up. Delicious. Goodness gracious, he hadn't smelled meat in 2 months. He eagerly placed Lupin's portion on the bed, saying, You can sit up and eat a bit. It will at least help you regain some strength. Lupin remained silent, his disheveled hair obscuring his eyes. Lost in thought. Discrimination pervades this world, Anton gently reassured him. Lupin looked up in astonishment. Within the wizarding community, purebloods discriminate against half-bloods. Half-bloods look down on Muggleborns, and Muggleborns are disparaged by non-magical folk. The prejudice that arises from attending magic schools often leads to wandering misfits. Broadening the scope, even among sentient beings, humans discriminate against all other intelligent species. Fairies, house elves, werewolves, vampires, centaurs, and merfolk. Anton raised a mug of butterbeer to his lips, taking a hearty swig. Even within pure-blood families, there exist hierarchies of superiority and contempt. He chuckled, stating that discrimination is omnipresent. Everyone occupies a link in the chain of prejudice. Unless one possesses strength akin to Dumbledore, evasion of such bias is impossible. Lupin raised his head, gazing at Anton, who spoke so freely, and a flicker of emotion crossed his face. He had never encountered such a perspective before. Usually, even the kindest friends encouraged him to showcase his best self for validation. Do not expect others to accept you. Anton waved his arms, his youthful frame seemingly housing a formidable orator. You must come to recognize this discrimination, accept the reality, and seek a way to exist that suits you. A way to survive? Lupin murmured. Precisely. Anton seized a pig's trotter, biting into it decisively. Your spells appear quite powerful. Perhaps you could become a professor. Lupin smiled, though it was a bitter smile. Who would want a werewolf as a teacher? Suddenly, a dirty bag toppled over, spilling a cascade of galleons that piled up into a small mound on the bed. Anton pointed at himself with a grin. Me. My teacher is gone. Anton exclaimed with a pained expression. He was killed by you, and it was a gruesome death. Now I have no teacher, no one to instruct me in magic, not even for survival. You must compensate me by teaching me spells. Of course, I will pay you tuition. Anton looked at him earnestly. I cannot find anyone more suitable than you. Lupin's lips twitched. He longed to retort. Your teacher was killed by you. Anton, with his clean left hand, forcefully placed a handful of galleons in Lupin's palm, the gold glaringly bright. Then it settled. Lupin wished to refuse but found the allure of gold too blinding. In his destitution, he truly needed the money. Torn and conflicted, he finally sighed in resignation, looking sternly at Anton. Each full moon, you must keep your distance from me. Anton swiftly finished the lavish meal and approached the bustling street outside, lightly tapping on the window. Perhaps we should consider living in the Muggle world. Both magical ingredients and galleons will become vital resources in the future. What do you think, Professor Lupin? I must take your opinion into account. He turned back with a serious expression, only to see Lupin trembling as he struggled to stab a piece of meat with his fork, failing repeatedly. Anton hurried over, fixing a serious gaze on Lupin. The Cruciatus curse has inflicted such severe harm on you. Lupin lifted his head, attempting to muster a smile. It's nothing, he managed, before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. What? Anton was taken aback. He dashed downstairs, leaping onto a chair at the bar, fixing a serious stare at Old Tom. How do I get to St. Mungo's Hospital? Old Tom shook his head, leaning in to whisper, St. Mungo's will only treat wizards harmed by werewolves. Not the werewolves themselves. Damn it, Anton replied, bewildered. Werewolves are also wizards who have suffered harm. Why are they not regarded as human? Old Tom scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. If it were merely the transformation into a werewolf, it wouldn't evoke such disdain. The real fear lies in their ability to turn others into werewolves as well. Beasts devoid of reason when the full moon rises. People fear not just the bite of a werewolf, but also their saliva. Even a werewolf's hair could transform one into a werewolf. Old Tom leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. If word gets out that my pub accommodates werewolves, no one will ever come here again. Do you understand? Anton fell silent, recalling those unfortunate souls afflicted by various ailments. I will place him in a suitcase and leave shortly, Anton stated earnestly, looking at Old Tom. Old Tom nodded, clearly relieved. I like young wizards because you represent the future of the magical world. But that's where my goodwill ends. Having been struck by the Cruciatus curse, I did not anticipate such extensive damage to Lupin. Anton pursed his lips, gazing intently at Old Tom. Where can he be treated? The Cruciatus curse. Old Tom appeared astonished. Then you cannot go to any reputable hospital unless you explain to the Aurors who attacked him. Anton hesitated. He dared not involve the Aurors, for his suitcase contained the body of a dark wizard, along with a wealth of research on dark magic and potion ingredients. If the Ministry of Magic intervened, he might escape unscathed, but these items would surely be confiscated. Those were the fruits of his labor. Hard won, and he would not surrender them to the Ministry. Anton's expression shifted. Did this mean there were some less than reputable hospitals? Old Tom nodded, retrieving a small piece of paper from behind the counter, scribbling down an address. Once you leave the pub, raise your wand. The night bus will take you directly to this address. The doctor is a fairy named Pedro, and he has a fondness for gold. Thank you immensely. Anton took the paper, only to find old Tom holding on tightly. Beware, my young friend. Wizards and sentient beings wandering in chaotic realms can be extremely perilous, old Tom cautioned. Anton nodded, carefully placing the paper in his pocket. Looking sincerely at old Tom, I owe you a favor. Old Tom chuckled heartily. I like that sentiment. Anton hurried back to his room, but he opened his suitcase, placing Lupin inside. After a moment's thought, he retrieved several clean cauldrons from within, packing Lupin's portion of food into them. Having often faced hunger, he resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would certainly acquire a small, discreet extension charm bag to carry enough provisions for a year. Of course, that was not the main point. Instead of departing immediately, he delved into the suitcase, entering the internal space. The interior was not particularly expansive, merely a hall of around 20 square meters, nowhere near the grandeur of Newt's magical case. To the left, shelves overflowed with books and various potion ingredients, while the right housed a bed and several bags of flour, along with various jars and a water tank in the corner. Anton rapidly sifted through the materials he needed to learn an offensive spell immediately. Otherwise, he would find himself defenseless in the face of danger. However, Lupin now lies in a state of unconsciousness, rendering him utterly incapable of imparting his knowledge to me. Aside from the various books and materials left behind by the old wizard, my only hope for self-taught mastery lies in one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the soul-snatching curse. The old wizard once mentioned that this incantation bears a striking resemblance to the soul transference curse he taught to Anton. Learning the soul-snatching curse is an inherently perilous endeavor, yet it is a course of action I must resort to. Firstly, it is said that such dark magic erodes the wizard's very soul, twisting them into something distorted, malevolent, and remorseless. Secondly, should anyone discover that I have unleashed an unforgivable curse, the most likely outcome would be a lengthy confinement in Azkaban. Anton clenched his fist in frustration as he glared at the unconscious Lupin, muttering, I'm risking everything for you. I'll be relying on you to be my teacher and protector, setting aside his fondness for Lupin, who is his favorite character in the Harry Potter series. He recognizes the man's kindness, tolerance, and formidable strength. Lupin is someone Anton can wholly trust, even to the extent of entrusting him with his suitcase without fear of it being tampered with. In the entirety of the Harry Potter narrative, he cannot find another soul quite like Lupin. In this seemingly familiar yet profoundly alien world, he desperately needs Lupin. This risk is indeed worth taking. The old wizard's bookshelf is roughly divided into 2 sections, occupying 2 distinct shelves. The left shelf is filled with various tomes on potion making and experimental records, with the research on the wizard's eye potion claiming an entire half of it. The right shelf, on the other hand, is dedicated to spells. To his surprise, the bulk of the content consists of observations on various spells from the perspective of the wizard's eye potion. Numerous peculiar records and illustrated volumes occupy half of that shelf. Finally, in the deepest corner of the bottom shelf, he uncovered a notebook with the title inscribed, The Apprenticeship Journey of the Great Alex Fiennes, TSK. Anton chuckled, finding the old man rather self-absorbed. Flipping it open, he read, July 22, late at night, heavy rain. The teacher's stinginess regarding knowledge is utterly outrageous. Even as an apprentice, I must contribute significantly to earn the knowledge of a single spell. The learning process is so arduous that I have resolved to master only the most fundamental offensive and defensive capabilities, leaving all other opportunities for my beloved potion making. For offense, I choose the heart-piercing curse. For defense, I opt for the ironclad charm. Everything else can be substituted with magical artifacts. For instance, for swift movement, I can simply use a flying broomstick. December 3, late at night, Blizzard. I have fallen in love. Oraro is an astute girl, and she has chosen the same path as I. Her specialization is in spells, and she evidently possesses a remarkable talent for it. Our union serves as a process of mutual compensation for each other's shortcomings. My profound understanding of the heart-piercing curse often leaves her in awe, which I take great pride in. She has an abundance of fascinating ideas regarding spells that deeply alter the soul, such as the soul-snatching curse and the soul transference curse. I've found it. Anton's eyes sparkled with realization. According to the book, the soul-snatching curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is not a mere fixed incantation. Unlike the heart-piercing curse and the killing curse, which inflict harm upon the soul-snatching curse leans towards a more intricate and subtle manipulation of the soul. There are dozens of related curses within the same category. The spell most akin to the soul transference curse that Anton has learned is not the soul-snatching curse, but rather the displaced soul curse. This Aurora which vividly likens the spell to flipping a turtle onto its back. The effect of the displaced soul curse is quite intriguing. It twists a person's soul into another dimension, preventing it from aligning with the body, resulting in a state akin to that of Sleeping Beauty. Anton hastily jotted down the various key points noted above, intending to study them on the way. Although this approach is far from prudent, the pallor of the unconscious Lupin beside him has grown alarmingly pale. He may not have the luxury of time for a gradual learning process. This is exceedingly risky, Anton sighed, feeling a flicker of relief that the two curses are similar. He should manage just fine. He casually flipped through the subsequent pages, only to be struck dumb by what he saw on one page. May 29, noon. Aurora has gone mad. She killed the teacher, slaughtered everyone, and now she intends to kill me. Fortunately, she is more intent on ending her own life. She unleashed dozens of dark curses upon herself, obliterating herself into a mass of fragments that I swear, I must keep a safe distance from these horrifying soul-related curses for the rest of my life. Anton swallowed hard, suddenly wishing he could erase the information he had just memorized. The hunched figure of old Tom, with his wrinkled face and toothless mouth, looked as sinister as the black wizards lurking in the alleyways. Yet beneath this ugly exterior lies a heart brimming with warmth. Old Tom personally escorted Anton to the entrance of the leaky cauldron, teaching him how to summon the night bus, and together they awaited the arrival of this magical vehicle with a thunderous bang. He gently patted Anton on the head and said, "Little wizard, I wish you good fortune." Anton pursed his lips, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Tom." In the 2 months since his arrival, wandering the chaotic realms alongside the old wizard, Anton had encountered a plethora of unsavory characters, with very few displaying kindness towards him. Old Tom's wrinkled smile resembled that of a kindly grandmother as he waved goodbye and turned back toward the pub. The night bus appears remarkably similar to a Muggle bus, complete with wheels and large headlights, standing 3 stories high. From the windows, one could see that the interior lacks seats, featuring only beds with brass poles, beside which are candlelit holders that a glance back reveals a dried head hanging in the bus's driver's cabin. This head, originating from South American headhunting culture, is a trophy taken from enemies. Uniquely shrunken to the size of an infant's head, this technique is quite popular among wizards in England, embraced by both dark wizards and those of the conventional sort. Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Simply extend your wand and step aboard, and we will take you wherever you wish to go. A young, handsome man stood at the handrail, his hat askew on his head, beaming brightly as he introduced himself. "My name is Stan Shunpike, and today I am your conductor." His infectious smile prompted Anton to smile and return. "I want to go to wait. Let me check." The conductor, Stan, proudly declared, "Anywhere on land is perfectly fine." Anton pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. "Oh, France?" Stan blinked in surprise. "France?" Anton hadn't anticipated that the creature capable of curing Lupin would reside in France. He scrutinized Stan. "Could I inquire about the fare? The price for the night bus is notoriously steep. In the original tale, Harry spent 11 silver sickles traveling from Privet Drive to the Leaky Cauldron. According to the peculiar multi-tiered currency system of the British wizarding world, 1 gold galleon equals 17 silver sickles. This is within the country. Abroad, it may require several gold galleons." Stan, the conductor, appeared somewhat embarrassed. "It's not a matter of price. We might not be able to go to France." Noticing Anton's puzzled expression, he elaborated. "The night bus was an idea proposed by the former Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and currently, there are still a faction of traditionalist wizards in Britain who resist it, even referring to it as Muggle-style insult." Anton frowned, tightening his grip on his suitcase. "What does that mean?" Stan chuckled. "The French are not so open-minded. They are quite rigid. They haven't even proposed anything regarding buses." He shrugged. "France is off limits." Anton glanced back at the Leaky Cauldron, puzzled. It made no sense for old Tom to deceive him in this place. He handed the paper in his hand to the conductor. "Someone told me you could take me to this location." Stan examined it closely. We can go to the small island situated between the 2 countries." He chuckled as he returned the slip of paper to Anton, assisting him with the suitcase onto the vehicle. "You are quite fortunate, little one. We typically operate solely on land." The driver, seated at the helm, turned his head. He was an elderly wizard sporting thick glasses and a meticulously groomed beard. Recently, the wizards on these isles had protested, claiming that their homeland was also an island, and questioned the discrimination against those of smaller land masses. With a comical shrug, he declared that we were constrained to travel upon the water. Stan interjected, reminding everyone that we had committed to avoiding submerged routes. The two exchanged a peculiar glance and shared a laugh. Anton felt his lips twitch. At times, he found himself out of sync with the foreigners, unable to appreciate the humor in their jokes. He also could not fathom why the wizards of the surrounding British Isles would protest. Did that allow them to transport themselves to French Isles? As long as they could go, that was sufficient. The fare was not as exorbitant as one might expect. 15 silver sickles. You shall sleep here, Stan whispered as he guided Anton to an empty bed, helping him stow his suitcase beneath it before returning to the driver's side armchair. Unlike the fanfiction and film clips Anton had previously viewed, this vehicle's driver lacked adept driving skills. To say the least, one might even describe it as quite clumsy. With a loud thud, the automobile surged forward with a powerful jolt, careening recklessly through the streets. At times, it seemed to leap and bounce along the way, with everything in its path scrambling to get out of the way. Once the vehicle passed, lampposts, mailboxes, trash bins, trees, and even muggle cars and pedestrians would spring back to their original positions. It was almost as if space itself had been distorted. Anton gazed curiously out the window, observing the various contorted scenes. Thanks to his 2-month experience with the eccentric old wizard, he had come to realize that many wizarding abilities were not simply subjects of awe. He endeavored to grasp their principles, a valuable lesson imparted by the old wizard. He even recognized a familiar place along the route, the campsite of wandering wizards. The automobile continued its chaotic journey. With everything warping around it, 2 hooded dark wizards whispered in a corner, oblivious to the vehicle that brushed past them. Anton's face was but a hand's breadth from theirs as he distinctly overheard snippets about leeches being usable for potion extraction. At times, the vehicle would take detours, avoiding certain buildings that clearly belonged to official magical departments, tracing a winding path around them. Isn't it marvelous? The ticket seller, Stan, cackled with delight, clearly pleased. Most adult wizards employed apparition and flying broomsticks, and a significant portion of their clientele consisted of naive young wizards. He relished witnessing their astonished expressions, which filled him with pride. Anton's eyes sparkled with wonder. Was this automobile enchanted with some spell? Stan faltered momentarily, evidently at a loss for how to respond to the inquisitive young wizard. He could only wear a mysterious expression, proclaiming that it was an alchemical product of the Ministry of Magic. A secret. Anton nodded knowingly. He contemplated that if this were a spell that could be mastered, combined with a flying broomstick, it would make traveling anywhere exceedingly convenient, perhaps even enabling one to arrive and depart undetected. He resolved to uncover the truth and see if he could learn it, secretly noting it down in his mind. The automobile traversed cities, wilderness, and oceans, ultimately arriving at a rather diminutive island, to be precise. It was exceedingly small, just a single tree, a quaint wooden cabin, nearly occupying the entirety of the isle. The vehicle could only perch half its body above the water. Stan assisted in unloading the suitcase, bidding, "Well then, little one, farewell. Should you require anything, simply raise your wand. The night bus is always at your service." With a resounding thud, the automobile vanished into the thin air, leaving no trace behind. The journey had come to an end. What lay ahead was the realm of the unknown. Anton licked his parched lips. Since his arrival in this world, he had never experienced a moment of ease, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death, which had imparted a new understanding upon him. To survive, one must regard life and death with indifference. Opening his suitcase, he extracted the unconscious Lupin, gripping his wand tightly within the ample sleeve of his wizarding robe. He gently rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. But as he knocked on the door of a perilous sentient being, Anton felt his heart resonate with each thud. It wasn't long before steady, precise footsteps approached, the sound of a latch being unfastened accompanied by the clink of chains. The door slowly creaked open. There was no old crone, no pockmarked dark wizard, nor any fearsome creature with an unsettling visage. Instead, a remarkably upright young girl stood there, or perhaps a small lady. Her jet black hair was meticulously styled, and her deep emerald eyes held an air of aloofness. Her slender hands rested gracefully on her abdomen, and her shoulders were accentuated by a dark green silk dress, giving her an air of dignity akin to a proud peacock. Anton raised an eyebrow. She exuded an unmistakable aura of refinement, reminiscent of a medieval noble. Could she possibly hail from the fabled pure-blood families? The old wizard often remarked that these pure-blood families carried an ancient and decaying essence. Yet Anton believed that this wandering wizard felt envy toward those born of nobility. Swallowing hard, Anton glanced at the slip of paper once more. Was this truly a fairy? If memory served him correctly. In the wizarding world, fairy referred to a species, not the muggle term little fairy. Mr. Pedro is not here. You may wait a moment, the young girl said politely, yet with a hint of detachment, as if the identity or appearance of the person before her mattered little. Anton nodded. Thank you. May I enter and wait? The girl gently opened the door, stepping aside, her posture as straight as if her head were held high. I am Anna Rosier. Rosier. Indeed, a pure-blood family. Anton instantly recognized that this family had a notorious reputation in the Harry Potter series. Often associated with the dark wizards Grindelwald and Voldemort, Anton felt a surge of caution as he nodded. I am Anton. Anna Rosier fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze before elegantly turning away. Clearly, in the eyes of these decaying aristocrats, etiquette was of utmost importance. She had introduced herself fully, while Anton had refrained from doing the same. In Europe, many polysyllabic names have customary abbreviations. Anton could also be short for Anthony when not in formal contexts, making it suitable for casual address, but less so for introductions. Anton offered a faint smile, not minding her demeanor. His name was simply Anton, surname and given name Dong. Struggling, he half-carried, half-dragged Lupin into the room, placing him onto an intricately carved oak chair. Anton's brow furrowed. He could hardly imagine that the formidable Lupin from the Harry Potter world would appear in such a state after being struck by the Cruciatus Curse. Anton himself had endured the Cruciatus Curse from the old wizard frequently and felt little effect. Was he truly that weak? Lupin's condition appeared dire, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, his eyes darting beneath his eyelids. His complexion as pale as one who had lost considerable blood. If he were to perish here, would that not alter the course of history? If there is truly no other option, it seems I must seek out the post office to find an owl to write to Dumbledore. However, given Dumbledore's staunch opposition to dark magic, one can only imagine that he would not only be hesitant to disclose the contents of his trunk, but might even risk losing his eligibility to enter Hogwarts entirely. Thus, should he wish to contact Dumbledore, he would have to dispose of the majority of the items within his trunk. Anton's expression shifted rapidly as he calculated the costs and benefits in his mind. Ultimately, he could only sigh silently. Lupin had not left early, yet it was in an effort to save him that he fell victim to the Cruciatus Curse. One must not abandon their conscience. The fairy, Pedro, was evidently not returning anytime soon. Anton cast a glance towards the open door and quietly sat down. Closing his eyes, the contents of the old wizard's diary he had perused earlier resurfaced in his mind. Regardless of whether he might descend into madness, the dislocated soul curse was undoubtedly the most suitable means of self-preservation at present. The wand movements required for the spell included an additional circular flourish. While the incantation for soul reversal bore a striking resemblance to it, the only distinction lay in the emotional state required to cast such a spell. The old wizard had referred to the teachings of the witch Olaro, penning a single word: rebellion. Rebellion against rules, against hierarchy, against life and death, against oneself. Such intense feelings of defiance were ill-suited for an ordinary person. It was no wonder that this witch had succumbed to madness after immersing herself in the extreme emotions associated with soul-related magic. Yet, Anton still found this not particularly difficult. Was it not merely about harnessing emotions? He certainly harbored rebellious feelings, rebelling against the circumstances imposed upon him by fate. My life is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. He particularly cherished a line from Journey to the West. I demand that the heavens no longer obscure my sight, that the earth cannot bury my heart, that all beings comprehend my will, and that the Buddhas vanish into thin air. This was not mere youthful folly. It was a tangible struggle against destiny, and what fate had dealt him had always been unjust. He could comprehend and even willingly accept the poverty of his orphanage in a past life, the discrimination faced by orphans, the hardships of being utterly alone, the reality of his lack of exceptional talent, and everything encountered upon his arrival in this world. But that did not mean he relished it. Ha! Master Pedro, what a delightfully frank yet elegant voice. A middle-aged man clad in a finely tailored three-piece suit entered. His gaze met Anton's, who had suddenly opened his eyes. The intensity of emotion in that glance left Anton momentarily speechless. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure entered. Mr. Rogier, what seems to be the matter? This figure was evidently the fairy Pedro. Standing at a mere 1 meter 30, with a physique more robust than that of an average human, a large head bore a prominent, downward curving, pointed nose, flanked by sharply pointed ears. He was dressed in a brown suit, complemented by a flamboyant pink vest interwoven with golden threads, from which dangled an intricately crafted pocket watch. His enormous eyes lit up as they settled on Anton. "Uh-huh, I remember you." The fairy strode forward, casting a sidelong glance at Lupin before fixing his gaze on Anton. "You are the apprentice of Alex Fiennes." Anton narrowed his eyes, recalling this individual at a gathering in a dilapidated factory on the outskirts. Surrounded by a host of seemingly nefarious characters, they exchanged information and magical items. The body of the moonlight tortoise Anton had slain had been purchased at a high price by this very fairy. This was not a benign character. Furthermore, Anton had witnessed the old wizard use a lethal curse to eliminate the witch who had been accompanying this fairy, leaving him uncertain of their connection. Exhaling deeply, he gripped his wand tightly within his robe. The magic within him surged like a tranquil sea suddenly beset by a tempest. Anton quickly steeled himself, ready to unleash a spell, and descended from the oak chair. Calmly regarding the fairy, the two locked eyes for a moment. Anton raised an eyebrow slightly. "I extend greetings from my teacher, Alex Fiennes, regardless of whether the old wizard and this fairy were adversaries." It was evident that the fairy had already linked Anton to the old wizard. To assert, "I am not his apprentice," would only betray his weakness. That I in such a place, the weak would only attract a malevolent curse. The fairy Pedro's wide mouth erupted in a hearty laugh as he pointed at Lupin. "If I am not mistaken, this individual has fallen victim to your teacher's cruciatus curse." Anton watched his movements cautiously, a polite smile on his face, yet his eyes were icy. Perhaps it was due to the attacks from other wizards. No. The fairy shook his finger. "Every being carries its own scent, as a master of the cruciatus curse. Fiennes's casting differs slightly from that of other wizards," teased Anton. "And yet you, with your teacher's attack, have come to seek me out? Little one, you are quite naughty." Anton pressed his lips together, but a surge of emotion welled up within him. And as he glanced at Lupin, he sighed. "I have no choice. He is my uncle. He is truly my uncle." Overwhelmed, tears welled in his eyes. That it was a poignant conflict between familial affection and the bond with his mentor. This poor child was caught in the middle, a difficult plight indeed. "Tsk. The fairy uttered a curious sound of admiration. "I appreciate your purity, at least this young wizard has yet to be completely tainted by the vile dark wizards." Unbeknownst to him, the gentleman Rogier behind him observed the two with keen interest, his astute eyes seemingly discerning their hearts, as he discreetly made a face at Anton. That stark contrast instantly reminded Anton of Mr. Bean, nearly causing him to break into laughter. Struggling to maintain his composure, Anton raised his chin to prevent tears from falling, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Mr. Pedro," suddenly lowering his head, his expression resolute, he fixed a fierce gaze on the fairy. "For my uncle, I am willing to do anything." The fairy approached Lupin, rolled his eyes, and his fingers emitted a faint, eerie blue glow as he rested them on Lupin's head. "This is not good." The fairy retrieved a beautiful box from a nearby shelf, drawing out a cigar to share with Mr. Rogier, igniting one for himself. The cigar, in his large fingers, resembled a chopstick, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke. The fairy casually tucked one hand into his suit pocket. "This is quite a challenging treatment. You may have to pay a significant price for it. He can heal." "He will heal." Anton instantly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling increasingly at ease. "How much?" "Money." The fairy Pedro erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing thing. Even Rogier chuckled. Anton blinked in confusion. "Is there a problem?" In his recollections, the school nurse at Hogwarts could effortlessly heal any number of injuries. This fellow must be trying to extort him. Anton quickly assessed the situation. Surely, he had overplayed his hand earlier, leading the fairy to believe he had the upper hand. His inexperience with such cunning exchanges meant he could only reflect and gradually learn. The fairy shook his head. "You often see your teacher casually release a cruciatus curse and assume it is trivial." Anton nodded in agreement that it was not merely because the old wizard could cast spells at will, but rather due to his own experience. He had endured numerous cruciatus curses, and the worst he had suffered was fainting, awakening as if nothing had happened. The cruciatus curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. "Do you understand?" The fairy gazed at Anton, who nodded, But the fairy let out a cold laugh, revealing his thick yellowish teeth. No, you do not understand. There are far more brutal curses than the cruciatus curse. More sinister, inflicting deeper harm, and wielding greater power in my several centuries of life. I have encountered far too many. Yet none of those curses have been classified as unforgivable. Anton quickly recalled the novels and videos from his previous life. Was it due to the absence of counter curses? Bam! Correct. The fairy Pedro snapped his fingers. The absence of a counter curse means that once struck by an unforgivable curse, one cannot recover through spells or even receive treatment. He exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking with an air of eloquence, declaring that the 3 unforgivable curses were undoubtedly the most malevolent spells devised by your kind of wizards. They assault the very soul, leaving no remedy in their wake. His eyes glinted with cold derision. Do you comprehend why human wizards reign supreme in this world? It is because they invented the unforgivable curses, exterminating all sentient beings who refused to submit. The ancient fairies excelled in crafting intricate alchemical artifacts. They conquered time, creating time-turners. They vanquished space, producing vanishing cabinets. They triumphed over countless realms. Pedro shrugged, cigar clenched between his teeth, a picture of resigned inevitability. Then, armed with the unforgivable curses, humanity subjugated the fairies. Thus, the fairies now concern themselves solely with the alchemy of gold coins. The irony is palpable. Pedro scoffed, noting how human wizards had decimated all intelligent beings, only to turn on each other when they found themselves without adversaries. Their magic became fractured, and subsequent wizards were left to grasp at wands. Once scorned, learning to wield weakened spells, the wisdom of ancient wizards dwindled to mere fragments within tomes, with countless spells lost to the annals of history. Only the unforgivable curses, designed for mutual annihilation, remained well preserved. Pedro recited in a lyrical tone, "This is the unforgivable curse. Because it cannot be healed, it is unforgivable. Surely, you have never visited St. Mungo's Hospital, where the wards are filled with patients afflicted by the unforgivable curse, none of whom have ever left healed." Anton grasped the gravity of the situation. The unforgivable curse resembled a high-caliber firearm. One shot, and a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared, beyond any hope of healing. Yet, he merely regarded Pedro's performance with a cold stare. Once the fairy concluded his oration, Anton quietly replied, "But you can heal him. Just tell me what you need me to do." He was resolute in refusing to fall into the clutches of this fairy, as he had with the old wizard. Should the fairy's demands become excessive, he would undoubtedly cast a spell and flee. Simple. The fairy snapped his fingers, and a metallic clattering erupted from the walls. Countless gears and mechanisms whirred into action, ultimately releasing a diminutive glass vial the size of a human pinky. "Drip this into your teacher's food." He pinched the glass vial, its contents resembling plain water, utterly unremarkable. Anton vehemently refused. "No. How could I betray my teacher?" The fairy cackled maliciously. "You must choose between your teacher and your uncle. Trust me, there is no one else in this world who can heal him but me." Anton fell silent, as the information in his mind coalesced. His parents, tormented by the cruciatus curse, were members of the Order of the Phoenix. If Hogwarts healer could truly mend them, why had they not intervened? He hesitated, his eyes reddening as he glared at the fairy, gritting his teeth. "But he is my beloved teacher," the fairy cackled with glee. "You have no choice, little wizard." The diminutive figure of Pedro loomed closer, coldly scrutinizing Anton. "I know what Fines is like. The apprentices he has slaughtered are countless. You do not love your teacher as much as you imagine." Pedro's words pierced Anton's heart like a great arrow, causing him to waver. "This is not a potion. It is the tears of a two-headed sea serpent. Those who ingest it merely fall into a dream. You are just granting your teacher a pleasant slumber." Anton's eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped back. "You lie." The fairy sneered. "I see fear in your eyes. You do not love your teacher. You fear him. You are afraid. Yet, you brought your uncle here against your teacher's wishes. Do you not fear he will retaliate with a cruciatus curse of his own?" The fairy's words carried a persuasive tone. "You have no way out, do you? Okay." The emotional tension reached a peak, and the actors played their parts excellently. Anton's eyes brimmed with terror. He tore open his sleeve, revealing the runes inscribed on his wrist. Speaking with fury, "What do you know? I cannot possibly defy my teacher." The fairy glanced down, his eyes filled with disdain. finds has a modicum of talent regarding the Cruciatus curse. This peculiar enchantment, though seemingly intricate, is trivial to me. Go. You can manage this too? Anton's eyes lit up. If he were to administer the potion to his teacher, he would be forced to flee, alone and adrift. He needed coin. The fairy smirked. Tapping Anton's robe pocket, the sound of clinking galleons resonated. Little wizard, do not overreach. Very well. I shall know when to stop. Anton exhaled deeply, as if steeling himself. You will heal my uncle and lift the curse from my wrist. The fairy nodded. And you must pour this vial into your teacher's meal. Tell me, can you do it? I can only grant you 1 year. Anton nodded solemnly. Then, Mr. Rogier, the fairy turned to the middle-aged wizard observing the scene. Would you mind acting as a witness and casting an unbreakable vow spell for us? With utmost pleasure, Rogier drew his wand, watching with amusement as the small child and the fairy stood side by side. Their height disparity quite entertaining that he regarded Anton seriously. Little wizard, I must warn you, the unbreakable vow is not something anyone can escape. The only person I know who has eluded the penalties of such a vow is the greatest white wizard of this century. Dumbledore and no one else. If the vow-maker breaks their word, their fate is death. Anton avoided his gaze. The penetrating nature of the middle-aged man's eyes was unnerving. Stealing a glance at Lupin seated nearby, he pursed his lips. Realizing he had no choice, did he? I will personally pour the potion into my teacher's mouth. Excellent. Rogier observed Anton with curiosity. Please grasp hands. With a flick of his wand, a lavender light encircled Pedro and Anton's arms like a binding cord. It flickered once and then vanished. Anton felt a strange clarity. If he did not adhere to the vow, death awaited him. Yet, was it truly difficult? He would pour it soon. Anton carefully stowed the vial, only to witness Pedro produce an arm that a grayish-white appendage that appeared to be a desiccated human limb, the hand of white. The fairy dangled the arm as though it were a mere plastic object. It was a common potion ingredient imbued with a modicum of magic that Anton's expression was one of revulsion. Though he had been the old wizard's experimental subject, consuming various potions over the past 2 months, each containing bizarre ingredients, this was flesh. He could not accept it. The fairy seized Anton's hand, gently pressing the arm against his elbow. Anton marveled as he flexed his fingers, the arm seemingly integrated with his own, responding to his thoughts. Incredible! Even the little girl, Anna Rogier, drawn by the commotion, approached with wide eyes, curious about his hand. Pedro rolled his eyes. This is merely a parlor trick. Aside from mimicking movements, you cannot grasp heavy objects or wield a wand to cast spells. As he spoke, he muttered an arcane incantation, and a faint glow enveloped Anton's arm. Moments. Anton felt dizzy, unable to distinguish where his original arm ended and the newly attached limb began. The spell concluded. The fairy yanked away the dried arm, pointing to the rune on Anton's wrist. See, the elaborate curse was ineffective. A simple confounding spell sufficed. Anton, astonished, touched his wrist. The formerly intricate tattoo-like curse now vanished, leaving his skin smooth and unblemished. The fairy tossed the arm into Anton's embrace, stating, "Attach it to any part of your body. Your teacher will not realize the curse has been transferred. When necessary, you may remove it." A cunning plan indeed. Mr. Rogier stood by, clapping in admiration, while I too pondered how to break this curse. Master Pedro's technique was truly remarkable, simply exquisite. The fairy waved his hand as if it were an inconsequential task. Yet the slight upward curl of his lips revealed a sense of inner pride. Your matters are resolved. Hasten back to your mentor, he urged, clearly eager to dismiss us. He held a cigar between his fingers, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lupin, the werewolf, who bore wounds inflicted by the master of the heart-piercing curse. Troublesome indeed. However, it posed no challenge for me. The fairy, cigar in hand, looked at Anton with a sense of pride, assuring him that it could all be settled in half a year. Anton's eyes widened in disbelief. Half a year? The fairy cackled. Indeed, merely 6 months. The revelation that it would take such a lengthy duration nearly overwhelmed Anton. Begone now. I harbor no fondness for human wizards, the fairy said, casting a glance at the middle-aged wizard. Of course, my friend is not included in that assessment. He then smiled warmly at the little girl, Anna, adding, I would also be delighted to have our little princess come here to study alchemy. With that, he seemed eager to see us off. Anton hesitated for a moment. May I visit my uncle during the treatment? The fairy pondered for a moment, You may come once every 2 weeks. Anton nodded in agreement. Dragging his large suitcase, he stepped outside, staring blankly at the sea, gripping his old wand with a sense of turmoil. Where was he to go next? He felt like a leaf detached from its tree, drifting aimlessly with the current. Without a place to settle, if Lupin were by his side, they might consider living in the Muggle world, where life was of better quality. But alone? Perhaps it was best to avoid that. He was merely a malnourished 10-year-old child. Without an adult to support him, even renting a place would prove challenging. Ultimately, he patted the galleons in his pocket. Very well. The Wizarding World. I returned to you. He summoned the night bus and arrived once more at the Leaky Cauldron, where the owner, old Tom, welcomed him warmly. It was still the same room 11. Anton meticulously counted the galleons in his pocket, realizing that money slipped away like water. This was evidently not a sustainable lifestyle. The fare for the night bus was exorbitant, and while the Leaky Cauldron appeared dilapidated, its prices were equivalent to those of a 5-star hotel in the Muggle world. This was the money earned from the brain of a mooncalf. Extremely precious magical materials, rare indeed. The old wizard would rather subsist on plain noodles and stale bread than sell such items for coin. Anton felt a pang of guilt as he used it, akin to Harry Potter exchanging the Gryffindor sword for galleons, only to lead a life of luxury. No, it was different. The Gryffindor sword belonged to Hogwarts, while these magical materials belonged solely to Anton. These are my magical materials, he lamented, clutching his chest. Hard-earned. Though his potion-making skills had not yet reached the level required to utilize such high-end ingredients, the thought of selling them felt like a loss. Yet, if he didn't sell, he could at least take them out and admire them. Wouldn't that be a delightful endeavor? Of course, he had no choice now. Simply surviving was a stroke of luck. Having finally escaped the clutches of the old wizard and found a place for Lupin's treatment, he could now begin to plan for the future. Without hesitation, he made a decision. Once Lupin was healed, they would discuss whether to remain in the Wizarding Society or venture into the Muggle realm. Having an adult to rely on would ease his burdens significantly. But for the moment, he needed to find a place to live and delve into the mysteries of magic. Presently, he had 2 spells at his disposal, the soul-switching charm and the displacement charm, neither of which were particularly suited to him. Anton vividly recalled the first time he used the soul-switching charm, spending 2 days in bed thereafter, the second time he employed it on Lupin. It seemed that the potion known as the Wizard's Eye had replenished a great deal of energy. Night deepened. The dim oil lamp within the room paled in comparison to the bright glow of the street lamps outside. Anton fiddled with his suitcase, lost in thought that he was not entirely destitute. At least he had inherited a substantial legacy from his mentor. However, the issue lay in the sheer size of it all. Dragging a suitcase larger than himself was akin to announcing to the world, "Come and take what I have." Tomorrow, he would visit Diagon Alley to see if any small, non-intrusive extension charm products were available. That money was worth spending. Ideally, he sought a ring-like storage space akin to those found in fantasy novels, a splendidly convenient experience. He hoisted the suitcase onto the bed and tied the handle to his arm with a length of rope. Extinguishing the oil lamp. My sincere apologies, but we do not sell that. Young wizard, the proprietor of the Wisegak magical supply store, adjusted his glasses and spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Anton found this incomprehensible. Your store is the largest magical goods shop in Diagon Alley. The owner smiled, expressing gratitude for the compliment. Nonetheless, we genuinely do not stock it. You cannot hope to find it here. Anton furrowed his brow in confusion, recalling a vague memory of Hermione crafting a small extension charm wallet during her student days. Was it truly difficult to create such an item? Had he misremembered? Or was that merely a fabrication from fan fiction? What did the original text state? Noticing Anton lingering, the shopkeeper pointed at Anton's suitcase and gestured toward a box on the upper shelf of the wall. You are holding a classic model from 5 years ago. The newly released suitcases appear much more refined, though their size remains largely unchanged, he shrugged. Aside from suitcases and tents, you will not find any other products employing the extension charm. The ministry has imposed strict regulations. Aside from those 2 items, the charm is prohibited for personal use. Even wizards are not allowed to expand their own homes, as a small house with hundreds of people emerging would terrify muggles and violate the international statute of wizarding secrecy. He squinted, as if recalling something amusing. Even Nocturne Alley is no exception. You know, though it is filled with dark wizards, they would not dare cross the ministry's boundaries. This was troublesome. Anton, unwilling to concede, wandered about the shop before ultimately purchasing a waist pouch. Made of dragon hide, this Hebridean black dragon was known for its combative nature, and its hide possessed remarkable resistance to spells. The shopkeeper tugged at the waist pouch, indicating its sturdiness. The pouch was designed for adults. But Anton utilized it as a crossbody bag, concealing it beneath his wizard's robe. It could hold a few important items, but its capacity was laughably inadequate. Not even a fraction of the bookshelves of materials in his suitcase could fit inside. This presented a dilemma. Standing on the bustling street of Diagon Alley, Anton felt the unsettling sensation of being watched by ill-intentioned individuals. Eventually, he raised his gaze to behold an exceedingly opulent building at the intersection of the alley. Gringotts, the Bank of the Wizarding World. Gringotts did not function as a savings institution. Depositing money here was akin to renting a safe deposit box in a Muggle bank. The goblins could not care less whether one stored coins or items. As long as the custodial fee was paid. In fan fiction and film adaptations, this place often seemed unsafe, with greedy goblins pilfering from their clients. Yet Anton sensed an underlying security in the written words of the novels. Dumbledore trusted this place, having stored the precious Sorcerer's Stone within its vaults. Voldemort, too, placed his faith here, hiding a Horcrux within. Let us hope the fees are not exorbitant, Anton muttered, dragging his cumbersome suitcase toward the entrance. The large suitcase was proving to be quite a nuisance. Gringotts' entrance faced Diagon Alley, with a white stone staircase leading to two gleaming bronze doors. Beside the grand entrance stood a fairy clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, bowing to him with a gesture of invitation. This particular fairy differed somewhat from Pedro, whom Anton had encountered earlier. Its skin was darker, its form more slender, and while its attire was exquisite, it lacked the air of opulence that characterized Pedro. Upon entering, Anton was greeted by a silver door, inscribed with a phrase, "Welcome, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed." It was clearly a warning, but Anton disregarded it and pressed further inside, where a cacophony of sounds assailed him. The inner hall was vast, dominated by dark hues, and under the illumination of chandeliers, it exuded an inexplicable sense of solemnity. The fairy approached him, inquiring, "How may I assist you?" "I wish to deposit some items," Anton replied succinctly, tapping the chest in his hands. When dealing with such cunning beings, the best course of action was to maintain a neutral expression and speak as little as possible, leaving others guessing about his true intentions. Even the formidable old wizard navigated the chaotic realm in a similar manner. The fairy's eyes brightened. It appeared to contain a considerable amount. "You may require a vault," it suggested. Anton nodded, stating that it need not be overly large, as he merely desired a private sanctuary for his secrets. Feigning an accidental hint of ambiguity was a tactic acquired from the old wizard's experience. The fairy scrutinized him, particularly fixating on Anton's hair for a moment, before nodding in understanding. Young wizards often wished for their own vaults. After all, No1 relished the thought of their parents discovering what they had secretly amassed. Occasionally venturing out alone necessitated a contingency plan. "What are you imagining?" Anton mused internally, maintaining a stoic expression as he nodded. "Lead the way. Why are your procedures so convoluted?" A witch complained, clutching a parchment in a frenzy. The fairy behind the counter, perched on a high stool, smiled and nodded. "We shall earnestly deliberate on your concerns." The witch's ire slightly abated. "Curious," Anton observed from a distance as the fairy attending to him handed over a key while carrying an oil lamp. "Sir, the formalities are complete. Let us proceed to the vault." "Do I not need to fill out forms like her?" Anton queried, glancing at the witch. The fairy once again eyed Anton's hair and sincerely replied, "Some individuals possess certain privileges." Anton finally grasped the implication. His platinum-tinted crimson hair and a visage reminiscent of Ron Weasley suggested he might indeed be a relative of the Weasley family, purebloods. Perhaps these fairies did not monopolize the financial sphere of the wizarding world, but merely operated this bank to serve wizards, a distinction that belied their seemingly similar roles, particularly in the eyes of those perched atop the wizarding hierarchy. These fairies likely bore little difference from house elves. Regardless of their reluctance, subservience was subservience. Raising an eyebrow, Anton urged, "Lead on." The status of pure-blood families held little significance. The wizarding world lacked true aristocracy, and only a handful of pure-blood families thrived. The Weasley clan merely survived through the diligent toil of a modest civil servant supporting a large family. Anton held no interest in the bloodline of his current form. Yet, Such a title was advantageous. The more disdainful he appeared, the more the fairy's demeanor visibly shrank in humility. Traversing a narrow stone corridor, they boarded a small cart that swiftly sped along a miniature railway track, twisting, spinning, and drifting. The roller coaster-like experience left one feeling nauseated. Eventually, they halted before a massive fire dragon. Esteemed young wizard, Rahan has selected a splendid vault for you, neither too large nor too small, perfectly suited for a young wizard with aspirations of independence. The fairy chattered amiably in his ear. However, Anton's gaze remained fixed on the colossal beast. This formidable creature lay coiled in the center of the passage, its breathing causing its mountainous form to rise and fall. Instilling a sense of spine-chilling dread, the fire dragon guarded the most important vault, and Rahan anticipated that once the young wizard came of age, he would fill it with opulent treasures. The fairy continued to chatter incessantly in Anton's ear, to which he merely nodded, drawing his attention back. So, where's my vault? Just adjacent to the most important vault. This location is the best I could arrange. The fairy cheerfully indicated a large door beside the fire dragon. Here, you shall experience an unparalleled sense of security. Impressive, Anton remarked, nodding in appreciation. The fairy beamed even more brightly. After an intricate series of operations, the door swung open. You may now enter to store your belongings. Without your permission, no fairies are permitted inside the vault. I shall remain at the entrance. In stark contrast to the fairy's meticulous demeanor and the imposing metal door, the interior of the vault was pitifully small. Measuring less than 5 square meters, it was even smaller than the bathroom of Anton's previous single apartment. The height barely reached 3 meters. Apart from the entrance, the 3 walls were crudely carved with shelves, a testament that the fairies provided little beyond practical services. Contemplating, Anton stepped outside to inform the fairy, I may require some time to organize my items. The fairy appeared unconcerned. Please take your time. The undetectable extension charm on his suitcase was not permanent. Anton had previously assisted the old wizard in emptying it so that he could reinforce its magic. However, Anton was not proficient in such spells. And should the charm fail, the suitcase might burst open, potentially damaging the fragile potion ingredients contained within. Some items would degrade or even combust if exposed to air for too long, like ants relocating their nest. Anton meticulously placed the potion materials onto the shelves. The old wizard's life savings contained an abundance of rare materials unattainable on the market, and Anton felt both exhausted and exhilarated, grateful for the old wizard's hoarding tendencies. He discovered numerous curiosities buried deep within the suitcase. The old wizard's belongings fell into 2 categories: potion ingredients and books or research materials. Yet, it was evident that the old wizard would not store the most fundamental spell books within the suitcase. Akin to a university professor refraining from displaying first-grade textbooks in their study, Anton found most of the contents incomprehensible. The research on the wizard's eye potion and the observations of various spells through magical imagery comprised nearly 90% of the items. After rummaging through, he ultimately retained only the tome he had initially sought out, The Illustrious Apprenticeship Journey of the Great Alex Fiennes. Anton caressed the cover before finally lifting his wizard's robe to tuck the book into his satchel. Once he emptied the suitcase, only a rickety bed and the old wizard's corpse remained. Anton gazed at the old wizard, pursing his lips. The old wizard had not only mistreated him, had it not been for his remarkable constitution. He might have ended up in a state akin to Lupin's Dano. He likely would have perished long ago. Although his numerous experiences had dulled his fear of corpses, Anton still felt a sense of unease. He planned to deal with the body before selling the suitcase. The gold galleons were neatly arranged in the small compartments of the wall. He counted out 100 galleons from within. Placing them into a grimy bag given by Hagrid, he lifted it. Surprised by its weight, he could not afford to visit Gringotts daily for money. This sum would suffice for his upcoming expenses. It seemed he would need to purchase another satchel specifically for his gold coins. Emerging from the vault, Anton silently plotted his next steps. The fairy Rahan evidently sensed his need and, upon returning to the main hall, procured a copper pendant for him. This is a fairy wallet, crafted with unique fairy magic. You can store coins within it without feeling their weight. Of course, it has limitations, accommodating a maximum of 100 metallic coins. Regardless of whether they are galleons or nuts, Anton accepted it, curiously placing a gold galleon atop it. To his astonishment, the coin shimmered and vanished, revealing the number 1 in golden Arabic numerals on the pendant. Was this not a specialized undetectable extension charm for galleons? Curious, Anton tilted the copper medal in his hand, gazing in astonishment at the fairy. Lahuan. No, 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 the fairy exclaimed, waving his hands in a flurry. The no trace expansion charm is prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. It is a unique magic of our kind that I understand, Anton replied, elongating his tone as he shook the copper medal in his grasp. Is there perhaps a small backpack or pouch crafted with such magic? Lahuan shook his head once more. Sir, due to the similarities in effect with the no trace expansion charm, alchemical items of that nature are not permitted to circulate. We at Gringotts have no means to provide such items. Very well, Anton shrugged. He placed Hagrid's greasy, tattered bag on the table and patiently extracted gold galleons from within, placing them one by one. It was then that Lahuan let out a startled C-R-Y in a flurry. He rushed out, returning with an elderly goblin. The old goblin, magnifying glass in hand, scrutinized the ragged bag with great interest. Unicorn hair, handcrafted. Lahuan looked at Anton in astonishment, exclaiming, my judgment was indeed correct. Anton, bewildered, realized that Hagrid was a secretive millionaire. Yet, to be so extravagantly wealthy was simply astonishing. The old goblin pulled a threadbare strand from the bag. Marveling, with this alone, one could craft a wand. Anton observed the two increasingly reverent goblins, his lips twitching slightly. Exiting Gringotts, Anton felt a sense of lightness. Around his neck hung a pendant in the shape of a goblin wallet, strung with a key to the vault. He carried a messenger bag containing the diary of the old wizard from his apprenticeship. Although he still held a suitcase, he felt a sense of relief overall. Carrying all his possessions in a perilous wizarding world had always weighed heavily on his psyche. Anton grasped his suitcase and returned to the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to purchase a dragonhide backpack. Such expenses were essential. This backpack, approximately the size of a primary school bag, would serve him well as he planned to acquire some legitimate magical textbooks. If self-study proved challenging, he would have something to refer to when Lupin regained his strength at a tea flourish and blots. He inquired about the first-year textbooks at Hogwarts, carefully selecting titles until he settled on standard spells. Beginner's Magic Theory and Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense. That he was also intrigued by the myriad of magical herbs and potions listed, yet regrettably, those 2 volumes were far too thick and cumbersome. The price for these 3 books reached a staggering 4 galleons. Such were the costs of knowledge in the wizarding world. Learning always came at a steep price. Only institutions like Hogwarts, with their extensive libraries, offered access to such resources for free. Anton imagined that if he had the chance to attend in the future, he would bring a blanket to the library and stay there indefinitely. He visited Ollivander's to procure a wand that suited him, discovering that the efficacy of a new wand far surpassed that of a second-hand one. But what else was there? The robes at Madame Malkin's were exorbitantly priced. Although he already possessed a wizarding robe, it did not fit well that he had to be frugal. Having been an orphan in his past life, Anton understood the importance of restraining his spending habits better than anyone. If he wished to avoid exchanging the precious potion ingredients left by the old wizard for money, his only assets as a penniless young wizard were the few hundred galleons Hagrid had given him. Aside from tuition for Lupin, entering a magical academy would also entail significant expenses. Nevertheless, he eventually found himself at the Quidditch supplies store. The prices for wizarding transportation were prohibitively high. It would be wiser to acquire a motorcycle as a means of conveyance, particularly one that was fuel-efficient. The Quidditch brooms were evidently the most coveted items among young wizards. As Anton approached the entrance, he saw countless children gathered around, gasping in awe at a beautifully crafted broomstick displayed in the window. A small wooden sign beside the broom read Nimbus 2000. Observing the children drooling with excitement, the parents exchanged weary smiles, clearly aware that such an extravagant luxury was beyond the means of an average household. Anton had no intention of purchasing such an expensive item. He merely needed something that could fly. However, upon entering the shop, he still inquired. Newly released. Only 400 galleons, the shopkeeper replied, beaming with delight. Anton was taken aback. He had thought himself reasonably affluent, but never could he have anticipated that a broomstick would cost so much. Truly outrageous. He shrugged it off, deciding a motorcycle would suffice. The broomsticks were displayed by series: Nimbus, Comet, and Clean Sweep. The shopkeeper, clearly recognizing Anton's intent to purchase, enthusiastically elaborated on the features of the Nimbus 1000. Anton glanced at the price tag of this older model, his mouth twitching slightly. Sir, these series don't seem particularly appealing. What do you have over there? Aside from the three main series, the store featured numerous individual items. The Oak Handle 79, excellent durability and resistance to strong winds. Its flying speed is moderate, making it particularly suitable for young wizards like yourself. Anton interrupted. So, this broom flies slowly? The shopkeeper shrugged. It's quite safe. Anton scoffed. If I'm on a broom, it's either for international travel or for escaping danger. You think flying slowly is safe? He firmly declined. I want the fastest one. The shopkeeper, his beard quivering, smirked lewdly, raising an eyebrow. You're still young. You don't understand. A man shouldn't go too fast. Anton was taken aback. Is it appropriate for you to make such innuendos to a child? Noticing Anton's darkening expression, the shopkeeper hastily moved to another broom. The Firebolt, excellent speed, though it lacks in climbing power and has noticeable stagnation. Each individual item had its own issues and shortcomings, but considering he might need it for escape in the future, Anton ultimately opted for the Clean Sweep series, specifically the Clean Sweep 8.an athletic broomstick. It was ideal for travel and was one of the most commonly used brooms in Quidditch, thus ensuring its performance. The Clean Sweep series ranged from 1 star to 9 stars, with each upgrade showing significant improvements. However, the 8 had a serious flaw. It was rather short, standing about as tall as Anton himself. Oh dear. It can't be too short, he mused. Just a little more money would afford him the latest Clean Sweep 9. That the shopkeeper continued to prattle on, but Anton resolutely declined. Grab it, hop on, and take off. The shopkeeper, holding a broom, shook his waist, introducing its usage in his uniquely greasy tone. It's quite simple. No special skills are needed unless you plan to participate in Quidditch. By the time Anton returned to the leaky cauldron, night had quietly descended. Enjoying a delicious meal, he glanced out into the inky darkness, gathering his belongings to leave. Young wizards ought to avoid venturing out at night. The dangers lurking in the shadows were numerous. One might encounter malevolent dark wizards, ferocious werewolves, or spine-chilling ghosts. Old Tom, the proprietor, warned him in a manner befitting a child. Anton merely smiled and shook his head. Once again, it was the wisdom of the deceased professor. Human routines dictated travel by day and rest by night. If one intends to clandestinely engage in nefarious deeds, the cover of night is the optimal choice at this hour. As long as one can conquer the innate human fear of darkness, the complexities and sudden occurrences of the bustling day can be effectively mitigated. It just so happens that he has sinister plans to obliterate the remains of his deceased mentor. Upon exiting the tavern, he mounted his flying broomstick. Although his skill was lacking, he managed to ascend into the sky at a leisurely pace. In search of an appropriate location, after soaring for a considerable half-hour, Anton finally beheld a particularly familiar sight. A lumberjack's cabin nestled in the outskirts of a forest, previously destroyed by an ancient sorcerer's curse. The traces on the ground indicated that no one had visited since he opened his suitcase and dragged the old wizard's body out, laying it on the ground. Anton retrieved a potion given to him by the fairy Pedro from his pocket, pouring it into his mouth at a languid pace. Instantly, a sensation of liberation from the binding of the indestructible oath surged from the depths of his soul. Anton focused intently on the corpse, clutching the broomstick as he slowly retreated. Clearly, the fairy Pedro was not as benevolent as he had claimed. The potion merely induced a deep slumber in the old wizard. Indeed, a bizarre gray mist began to emanate from the wizard's mouth. Boom! The old wizard's head ignited like gunpowder meeting a flame, erupting in a vast expanse of ethereal blue fire, which splattered around, corroding and incinerating the surrounding grass. Before long, the headless body ignited, consumed by the flames. This fire appeared particularly strange. Devoid of any tangible heat, it nonetheless set alight both flesh and wild grass that in mere moments. All that remained was a pile of blackened ash. Sure, Anton gazed in astonishment at the small glass vial in his hand, which still contained a third of the potion. That he tightly sealed the bottle and cautiously placed it back in his pocket. It was akin to a wizard's version of corpse-dissolving fluid. Impressive. Yet at that moment, the ashes of the old wizard's burnt body suddenly emitted emerald green threads of light, weaving together in the air to form an eerie pattern, a large composition of squares, curves, and runes. What the hell? Anton immediately realized that his suspicions were correct. The old wizard had indeed not perished completely after losing his head. Boom! The hand of white that was placed atop the suitcase, intended for later disposal, suddenly burst forth with emerald spider-shaped brilliance. The explosion was deafening, creating a deep crater in the ground and sending shockwaves through the air. The emerald light of the magical array twisted and turned, distorting the air, revealing the faint outline of a crooked little tower materializing in the sky. Possessing the qualities expected of a seasoned time traveler, the urge to scavenge and loot, Anton refrained from both actions, aside from the initial panic that led him to stuff the old wizard into the suitcase. He had not touched him since. Even now, he used a long hook to pull him out. He knew the old wizard's robe pockets likely held treasures, but he would not dare to touch them. Not even once. This caution was a lesson learned from the old wizard himself. Even when aiming for desired items, the old wizard exercised the utmost caution when looting, sometimes even delegating the task to his apprentices. He recalled a time when only 2 apprentices remained. The old wizard had pointed to the more rotund one, who had a greater appetite. This unfortunate lad, after scavenging, felt no immediate consequence and even cried at night, believing he had narrowly escaped death. However, on the 3rd night, a head sprouted from his shoulder, one that belonged to the long-dead old witch. Countless bizarre and whimsical curses have been passed down from the age of ancient sorcerers, most of which would be classified as dark magic by today's standards. These strange curses might not seem significant to those from academic backgrounds like Snape or McGonagall, but outside of the academy, in the grim shadows beyond the Ministry of Magic's reach, they continuously claimed lives. This was the so-called chaotic realm of the lower-class wandering wizards. The more they learned, the more they strayed from the path, compelled to delve deeper into their studies, sometimes to their own demise. Realizing the dire situation, Anton swiftly mounted his broomstick, racing away into the distance that in the open sky. Unencumbered by obstacles, he took a moment to glance back at the unfolding chaos. That fleeting glance nearly stole his very soul. From the distant emerald glow of the magical array, a figure emerged that it was the old wizard. Unlike before, his form appeared pale and translucent, as if faded. His tattered robe billowed without wind, and he clutched his own head, fixating his gaze intently upon Anton. Moments later, the old wizard floated into the small tower above. The structure underwent a miraculous transformation. The walls, haphazardly assembled from wooden planks and rusted iron sheets, began to crack open, flapping like the wings of a great bird. After a few flaps, it truly took flight. Wong Defa, Anton gasped in shock. Lowering his body upon the broomstick, realizing that this position would reduce wind resistance, allowing for greater speed, the little tower was remarkably swift. Indeed, it even surpassed the speed of the flying broom. Fortunately, it seemed unable to fly far, needing to descend after a short distance before ascending again. Thus, they sped through the depths of the forest. The flying broomstick maintained a constant maximum speed, no matter how much he urged it on. It remained unaffected by the wizard's magical prowess. Anton was profoundly grateful for his earlier wisdom. Without the broom, he might have met his demise that night. However, this relentless pursuit could not continue indefinitely. The avian-like tower showed no signs of fatigue, while Anton began to feel weariness creeping in. The broomstick provided only an invisible cushion of air, requiring him to grip the broomstick tightly with both hands for support. Coupled with the high-speed winds battering his face, Anton felt as though he might go numb. An hour had passed, an entire hour of unyielding pursuit. Was it a test of patience? Anton's expression hardened. He possessed an abundance of patience. The more critical the moment, the less he could afford to be hasty. His only means of counterattack lay in drawing his wand and casting spells. Yet, whether it be the soul repositioning curse or the displacement curse, regardless of their effectiveness, he would find himself gravely weakened by casting spells beyond his capacity. Such a misstep could lead to him falling from the broomstick. This was not a prudent choice. As vast as England may be, it is but an island. There was no need to fly to the ends of the earth. Simply reaching the surface of the sea would provide Anton with 100 ways to render it useless. As it turned out, patience would ultimately reveal opportunities. In a mining area of unknown mineral, the tower, upon descending and then ascending, was caught by a large section of wooden floor due to the terrain. The ground of what was once the first floor cascaded downwards. That Anton's eyes lit up with realization. He seized the opportunity. He turned the broomstick sharply, and the tower followed closely behind. the distance between them diminishing. This sacrifice was necessary. Anton crouched low, diving the broomstick towards the mining area. Just as he neared the ground, he abruptly pulled the broom upwards, ascending once more. The towering structure behind him lacked such agility. With a thunderous crash, half of its form collided with the ground, shattering into pieces. Yet the tower persisted in its relentless pursuit. Anton soared into the sky, feeling the weight lifting from his chest. And he let out a wild, euphoric scream. This sensation was exhilarating, utterly thrilling. Once more, he dipped low, diving again. Thus, he circled with the tower, exploiting the map's glitches. Finally, the crooked little tower shattered against the edge of the mine. The emerald threads forming the magical array flickered and disintegrated. No. The old wizard's piercing wail echoed. My armor! My armor! He floated upwards, lunging toward the ruins. Yet as if composed of a different dimension, he merely passed through. The old wizard, still unwilling to concede, flitted about above. Anton hovered on his broomstick, coldly observing him. Spectre. At long last, he grasped the nature of this peculiar entity. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, there existed a multitude of such beings. If the fragments of memory he retained were not mere phantom constructs, these phantoms existed in a liminal state between life and death. Upon passing, wizards had the opportunity to choose between remaining in the realm of the living or venturing into the world of the departed souls. Generally, apart from those with particularly strong obsessions, few would opt to linger in the mortal realm post-mortem, becoming ensnared in an awkward limbo where neither the living nor the dead welcomed them. Ghosts were not truly alive. They were merely echoes of their former selves, mimicking the essence of life. Aside from the chilling sensation they imparted upon contact, they exerted no influence over the material world. Ambitious figures like Grindelwald and Voldemort would never consider such entities as potential subordinates. Yet, a remarkable scene unfolded before Anton. The old wizard, through his own research into the emerald green, thread-like fissures of magic, had somehow conjured an armor that could be manipulated by ghosts that in certain fields, there always emerged extraordinary talents, akin to some forgotten master of the oblivion charm. Though lacking in overall power, they consistently excelled in specific domains. Impressive, Anton exclaimed, despite his disdain, even hatred, for the old wizard. It suddenly dawned on him that the materials he had stored in Gringotts might indeed hold immense value, now that the old wizard posed no threat. It was time for him to pursue his own new life. Farewell. With a gentle lift of his arm, the broomstick spun gracefully in the air, soaring into the distance. Sunlight cascaded down, enveloping his face in warmth. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the sheer curtains, which danced playfully before settling again. It was a splendid morning. Since his arrival in this world, Anton had never experienced such restful slumber. Previously, as an apprentice to a dark wizard, the old man required little sleep, often bursting through the door in a fit of rage at the break of dawn. He would bellow, "What are you sleeping for? You can sleep when you're dead." At that moment, lingering in bed would result in a curse that, while not as ludicrous as the Cruciatus curse, guaranteed a pain that was nearly unbearable for an ordinary person. Now, however, Anton rolled over, allowing the sun to warm his back, comfortably preparing to drift into another nap. How delightful. "What are you sleeping for? You can sleep when you're dead." A furious shout erupted in his ear. Startled, Anton tumbled from his bed. "Master, I was wrong. I will never." Suddenly, his expression froze, staring blankly at the old wizard. The ghost, pale as if fated, with a semi-transparent form, hovered before him. "I'll circle you until you can't breathe, you old fool." Anton was rendered speechless. The old wizard seemed incredulous. "You dare to insult me?" He lunged forward, passing right through Anton's body. A wave of icy sensation washed over Anton, as though he had consumed an entire refrigerator's worth of ice cream. Causing him to shiver, the old wizard continued his tirade. "You foolish imbecile." Anton gulped, wishing fervently that the old wizard were still alive, so he could fetch a kitchen knife and slay him once more. He finally gained a fresh perspective on ghosts, incapable of inflicting harm, untouchable, able to ignore walls, and impervious to attack. These beings were practically endowed with an invincibility cheat. Just then, the wooden door of the room creaked gently, signaling old Tom's arrival with breakfast. This kindly old man always took care to avoid waking Anton, opening the door with a gentle pull to prevent any creaking sound. He would place steaming milk and bread on the small round table. always calculating Anton's waking time so that the milk would be at the perfect temperature. Upon entering, Old Tom was astonished to see the old wizard, first a werewolf, now a ghost. Old Tom gaped, his toothless grin revealing his surprise. "No wonder you aren't afraid to venture out at night. You've got a whole entourage." What could Anton say? He could only muster a smile that was not too awkward. Old Tom departed, but the old wizard remained. He continued to berate Anton while he brushed his teeth, glared at him while he used the restroom, and stood by while he drank milk and ate bread. Anton felt he might go mad, but he sighed, gazing at the old wizard. "Perhaps you can embark on your own new life." The old wizard looked taken aback. A new life? A breakthrough? This fellow could communicate. "Yes," Anton exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. "Consider it. You once scurried about like a rat in the sewers, always hiding in the shadows, too afraid to engage with others, fearing they would harm you." He gestured animatedly. "You constructed towering walls around yourself, isolating yourself from the world. While you lived, no one remembered you. No one knew you. You were scarcely alive. People feared you, and you feared them in turn. But now," Anton's tone grew impassioned, his spirit aflame, "though you are dead, you have gained the right to truly live. You can walk freely down the street." Anton pointed towards the bustling traffic outside. "Right through the center, amidst the crowd, head held high, chest out, unafraid, moving forward. There is nothing left to fear in this world. You can visit sites you could never have approached before." Anton's eyes glazed over, arms wide as though embracing the entirety of existence. "You can greet the rising sun atop lofty peaks, feel the shimmering light on the rippling waters beside a clear stream, and sit freely in the best vantage point during a raucous Quidditch match. The old wizard seemed to be touched by this vision of beauty, a smile of yearning dawning upon his face. He floated directly outward, passing through the walls of the tavern and disappearing from sight. Mission accomplished. Anton relished his bread, content to let others deal with the ghosts. After finishing breakfast, Anton cozied back into bed and retrieved the 3 books he had purchased. The first he opened was Standard Spells, an introductory volume detailing the most fundamental of charms: softening charm, cutting charm, unlocking charm, levitation charm, binding charm, repairing charm, repelling charm, wand lighting charm, fire-making charm. Each was particularly useful. For instance, the unlocking charm could easily open locks that lacked complex magical protections, allowing Anton to brazenly rob a muggle bank and revel in a life of luxury, provided he didn't get caught by the Aurors. The levitation charm was equally formidable. With a flick of his wand, even the heaviest objects could float effortlessly in the air. Yet, this was merely the content of a first-year wizard. The sole issue was that while the textbook contained spells and explanations, it lacked any guidance on the techniques for casting them, the proper intonations, or the emotions required to unleash magic. The old wizard had mentioned the 3 essential components for spellcasting, yet nearly all of them were absent from the text. After an entire morning spent reading the book, Anton felt a sense of emptiness, as though he had gleaned much, yet learned nothing substantial. It felt like reading an article in a scientific journal that lacked all the crucial data. Apart from offering a slight understanding, it was utterly ineffective. Anton's yearning to attend Hogwarts grew stronger. The other 2 books he purchased were equally disappointing. Magical Theory was filled with lofty principles, but contained not a single mention of spells. Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, was even more absurd. Anton thought his own 2 months of experience could provide more practical insights than what was contained within. Blast it, for galleons wasted. In a fit of frustration, he contemplated tossing the 3 books into the trash, but ultimately decided to return them to his bag instead. No matter how one puts it, it is an expenditure made with money. And if there is ever a chance to attend Hogwarts, these textbooks are absolutely essential. Ultimately, he could only retrieve the illustrious tome titled The Apprenticeship of Great Alex Fiennes from his messenger bag. Although it contained perilous dark magic, at least the old wizard had morally ensured that all crucial points were meticulously detailed. As he opened the first page, he became engrossed in its contents. This book, aside from chronicling various spells, also encompassed the life experiences of the old wizard, rendering it an exceptionally valuable source of knowledge. Anton chuckled as he observed the old wizard subtly berating his own mentor between the lines. "You've had your fair share of such dreadful experiences as well." The old wizard's teacher was a dark sorcerer of equally nefarious reputation. Anton possessed an uncanny ability to empathize. "You fool. You rereading my diary?" As Anton became absorbed in his reading, a sudden roar pierced the air beside him. He turned in astonishment to find the old wizard's furious, contorted visage alarmingly close to his own. "How dare you?" the old wizard bellowed as he lunged at Anton. A chill ran down Anton's spine. Trembling, he stared at the old wizard and muttered, "Didn't you leave? Heaven above." Anton felt utterly powerless against the old wizard, who, in turn, seemed equally impotent against him. Beyond incessantly muttering incantations at his ear, there was little else he could do. Ever since Anton had stuffed cotton into his ears, even if the old wizard emerged from the pages of the diary, he could not elicit a single reaction from this resolute lad. The old wizard could gaze at Anton unblinkingly until he felt unnerved. Conversely, Anton could return the stare until the old wizard felt discomfort. Albeit he was currently devoid of a heart. With a resigned sigh, the old wizard drifted around Anton a few times, ultimately vanishing through the wall. The geographical location of the broken cauldron was indeed remarkable. One step forward led into the unknown world of Muggles, while a step back plunged into the mysteries of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. Unbeknownst to him, as he floated away, Anton quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. "Goodness!" Anton exclaimed, tossing aside the old wizard's diary and rushing to the washroom to splash cold water on his face. How was he to endure such a life? The visage reflected in the mirror was one of profound sorrow. At this rate, he would either be scared to death one day or develop an ironclad heart. Anton feared he might be the former, lamenting the grotesque face that had emerged from the pages of a book. After 2 months of cohabitation, how had he not realized the old wizard's playful nature? Damn it. Anton's premonition proved accurate. Upon awakening, he opened his eyes to find the old wizard's grotesque face hovering beside him, supported by his own hand, staring vacantly. Heaven knows how he grit his teeth, nearly shattering them, to refrain from reacting. While washing his hair, a chilling breeze would occasionally sweep from his scalp down his spine, prompting him to hurriedly rinse away the suds, leaving no trace of his reflection. During a bathroom visit, the old wizard slowly raised his head from the bathtub, almost causing Anton to retract in horror. The most repulsive moment occurred when Tom, the bar owner, prepared a pot of his famous boiled meat slices, with the old wizard floating throughout the broth. He was, quite literally, clutching his own hair and submerging his head in the soup. Anton persevered, meticulously picking up slice after slice of meat with unwavering focus. Regret washed over him. Revenge begets revenge. He should never have slain the old wizard. That it felt as though he was trapped in a nightmare with no hope of awakening. "I shall never dare to take a life again." The old wizard's presence taught Anton the arts of cunning and cruelty, how to navigate the chaos of life, while simultaneously instilling an appreciation for the sanctity of existence. One old wizard was already quite nauseating. If he were to dine in the future, surrounded by a throng of various grotesque apparitions, how unbearable that would be. Anton promptly shook his head, dispelling the terrifying thought. And so, he endured for 3 days. Late at night, Anton found himself devoid of the inclination to sleep. He lit an oil lamp and continued to peruse the old wizard's diary, having already read its contents twice. Now, he began to memorize the 3 essential elements for casting each spell. That he was more determined than during his college entrance examinations. The diary contained only one legitimate spell, the armor charm. The rest consisted entirely of pure dark magic. Each possessing formidable power. He discovered that if his emotions were not sufficiently intense, he would either fail to release a spell or do so with such diminished force that it felt akin to mere itching. To successfully cast a spell, he needed an extensive emotional build-up to ensure he could unleash dark magic at any moment. He had to remain perpetually immersed in the requisite emotions, which explained the inherent dangers of dark magic. He could not fathom maintaining a simmering desire for violence at all times. After a year of such turmoil, would he not find every individual around him a potential target for his spells? Learning dark magic was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. The consensus within the wizarding world was undoubtedly correct. The old wizard drifted aimlessly on the bed, occasionally tossing his head into the air, catching it with his left hand, then his right, and so forth. Anton could certainly feign ignorance, covering himself with the blanket to sleep. Yet, he opted against it, preferring to sit by the window, enjoying the breeze, sipping a drink, and reciting his lessons. This was a protracted battle, and he was mentally prepared for the long haul. Gradually, he began to accept the presence of a ghost beside him, deliberately confronting the old wizard's existence that it was merely a test of patience, perseverance, and resolve. Had he ever known fear, he did not believe the old wizard could linger by his side for a lifetime. Let us see how this year unfolds, a voice whispered in his ear. Anton glanced sideways to find the old wizard floating outside the window, his head raised, speaking to him. Ha ha. Anton laughed triumphantly. I am nearly finished memorizing everything. No. The old wizard raised his left hand to support his severed head, his right hand shaking a finger. Memorizing does not equate to mastering. Whether dark or light magic, the more powerful the spell, the more intense the emotional state required. You cannot simultaneously maintain hundreds of extreme emotions. You have perused my diary. Alara once explored this area. She even ventured into the Muggle realm to study psychology, successfully splitting herself into dozens of sub-personalities. That it was quite useful, but the consequences were severe. He raised 3 fingers on his right hand. That in the community of dark sorcerers, those who followed a legitimate master-student lineage would receive a grave warning. Do not delve into more than 3. 1 for the most commonly used spell, and 2 for supplementary purposes. Anton smirked. So that's why you can cast the heart-piercing curse so effortlessly. The old wizard remained silent for a moment. You killed me, even severing my head, yet I remain tethered to it in death. I suppose we are even now. Even? Anton did not agree. The experiences of the past 2 months had wrought not only harm, but also significant changes in his character. He was uncertain whether these changes were for the better or worse, but he knew one thing. If his former self were to encounter his present self, he would undoubtedly feel estranged. I shall never forgive you. Anton fixed his gaze on the old wizard's head. Never, a chance encounter to dissolve enmity, apologies, but he lacked the capacity for such benevolence. The old wizard shook his head. As if to decline that I do not require your forgiveness, he floated before Anton. I merely wish to propose a transaction. Anton regarded him coldly, a derisive smile playing on his lips as he returned the diary to his messenger bag and walked straight past the old wizard toward his bed. Not interested. Having said that, he turned over and lay down. Tucking himself under the covers, the old wizard sat at the edge of the bed, cradling his head for quite some time, while Anton, feeling indifferent, paid him no mind. His youthful body craved ample nourishment and sleep, and it wasn't long before he drifted into slumber. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Upon awakening, Anton discovered the old wizard's absence, which uplifted his spirits immensely. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, he once again retrieved his diary, continuing to memorize the incantations within. The old wizard held a flawed perspective. Anton had no intention of delving deeply into any dark magic. Given that this world already had established, widely accepted legitimate spells, why focus on dark magic instead? He reflected on the master of the forgetfulness charm, Gilderoy Lockhart, and the master of the disarming charm, Harry Potter. Anton even mused that Lockhart might not necessarily lose if he were to duel Snape. Victory or defeat hinged on a fleeting moment, dependent solely on who managed to cast their spell first. If Snape were unfortunate enough to fall victim to Lockhart's forgetfulness charm, not only would he lose the knowledge of spellcasting, but even the memories of Lily could be wiped clean. Though, what a scenario it would be for Snape to reclaim his life anew. Why not devote oneself to the study of a legitimate spell, which could earn societal recognition and grant immense power? Had Anton lost his senses, seeking to learn from the old wizard who spent his days obsessively researching dark magic in the shadows? His current studies served 2 purposes. One was to broaden his horizons, aiming to build a reservoir of knowledge for future reference, and the other was to acquire a temporary skill set, ensuring his survival before entering the magical academy. That if he could not maintain his extreme emotions, he would strive to shorten the time it took to cultivate them. That was all there was to it. His mind was clear, fully aware of his desires. Rather than becoming entranced by the diary's grandiose descriptions of dark magic, the old wizard did not appear throughout the entire day, which allowed Anton to maintain a pleasant mood. This good cheer lingered, as if the old wizard had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. It was not until a full week later that Anton began to pack his belongings. He had thoroughly committed the contents of the diary to memory and no longer needed to keep it by his side. Along with the textbooks that had cost him 4 galleons, he planned to deposit these items into Gringotts' vault before departing. Then, he would leave this place behind. He had meticulously researched the location of the island belonging to the fairy Pedro. It was separated from England by a vast ocean, Yet in close proximity to France, Tio stay updated on Lupin's treatment. He resolved to find a place to live near the French coast. Staying in an expensive tavern day after day was not a sustainable option. Coincidentally, as he prepared to head out to ask old Tom for his room's checkout, the old wizard reappeared, with a broad smile. He regarded Anton. I know you've been eager to learn the levitation charm. I saw you pondering over it for quite some time recently. Anton pressed his lips together in silence, among the standard spells in the first-year textbook. The levitation charm was his favorite. Not only could it significantly enhance his daily life, but if taken to an exaggerated level, it resembled a technique he had encountered in an online novel, The Wizard's Hand. Lacking knowledge of the charm's three essential elements, he could only resort to trial and error, ultimately resulting in failure. The old wizard, filled with self-satisfaction, withdrew his wand from the pocket of his wizarding robe. Although a ghost could not cast spells, he could certainly gesture with it for effect. Watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, he emphasized, the key lies here, and with a wave, he exclaimed, Wingardium Leviosa. The emotion required for this charm is commonly referred to as a wizard's will. You must firmly command your target to levitate, as if a deity were issuing an order from on high. The old wizard was eager to teach, and Anton was not one to be polite. He drew his wand and diligently practiced, allowing the old wizard to correct his gestures and pronunciation errors. At last, a chair in the room began to rise gently into the air. Perfect. The old wizard laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Anton's expression was complex. Had the old wizard truly disappeared for so many days just to learn this charm to teach him? The old wizard shrugged. Fortuitously, I encountered 2 Hogwarts students in Hogsmeade Village who were discussing this charm. That place was not nearby. The village was filled with powerful, legitimate wizards, a place dark wizards avoided at all costs. Anton wondered how the old wizard had managed to overcome the deep-seated fear that had long been ingrained within him to venture into such a place. His emotions were somewhat conflicted. I won't be grateful to you for this. The old wizard laughed heartily. I don't require your gratitude. I simply wish for you to know I can be your teacher. This is an opportunity. Anton shook his head. I have little interest in dark magic. What a coincidence. I share that sentiment. The old wizard replied, fiddling with his own head. You've read my diary, and should know that I've merely recorded these precious pieces of knowledge. I've only learned the Cruciatus Curse as a means of offense and self-defense. Anton pondered for a moment, then set down his backpack and sat back down. I understand. Most of the spells in the old wizard's diary were prefaced with the phrase, as Ollivander said, I can teach you potion making. That is my true expertise. You have experienced the wizard's eye potion and can surely sense its wonders. I invented the mention of this. The old wizard beamed with pride. To be honest, Anton felt intrigued that potion making was a legitimate field of study. Although he had perused the old wizard's recorded materials, many methods leaned towards the practices of dark wizards, yet this was merely a tendency. Potion making did not strictly differentiate between white and black magic. With the old wizard's knowledge in this area, it was as if a broad avenue had opened before him if he could master potion making. Wealth, power, and fame would all be within reach, as demonstrated by Snape. So, what would the cost be? Anton fixed his gaze upon him. The old wizard floated to the window, gazing dreamily outside. You are correct. I died, yet truly experienced the new life you spoke of. A smile blossomed on the old wizard's unappealing face, his eyes filled with a haunting allure. Anton was taken aback. That had been a mere offhand remark of his. Such inspirational platitudes could be recited endlessly without repetition. They had long fallen out of favor online. Everyone had shifted tastes, now favoring toxic mantras. Old man, you're out of touch. The old wizard looked at Anton with a smile. Do you recall how I transformed my teacher's safe house into a vessel for my ghost? I called it the ghost armor, originally a contingency plan for when I passed away. Clearly, my experiment was a success. I wish to propose a trade. Speak. I will teach you potion making, and in return, you must brew a sufficient quantity of the wizard's eye potion to help me create a new vessel. I long to walk the streets, touch real flowers, taste the sensation of ice cream, and feel the refreshing breeze. It was always he who deceived children. How could he himself be deceived? Anton sneered. Once you have your new vessel, your first action will surely be to eliminate me. The old wizard gazed at him with a smile, a profound openness in his eyes. You may choose to wait until you are powerful enough to easily destroy my vessel, or until your own life nears its end. Before assisting me in crafting a new vessel, I can afford to wait. Anton fell silent. This was already a show of considerable sincerity. He could sense it. Why me? You could easily find someone else under the same conditions. The old wizard remained silent for a long time. Aside from you and me, everyone else who has consumed the wizard's eye potion is dead. Wang Defa. Anton instantly recalled the scene where the old wizard had forced him to drink the potion at one point. Did that mean he had nearly perished that time? Cruciatus curse. The spell's light pierced through the old wizard's form, yet he merely smiled. You have a remarkable talent for dark magic. Anton was in a wretched mood. His spirits languishing throughout the entire day. He realized that he had been corrupted by the old wizard. In a moment of agitation, he instinctively unleashed the Cruciatus curse. He felt as though Azkaban was beckoning to him. At this rate, I truly shall end up residing in Azkaban. Anton sighed deeply, contemplating whether he should devise a means to procure a firearm, for it would prevent his instinctive reaction from resorting to an unforgivable curse. The world of magic is exceedingly wondrous. At times, one cannot take things for granted. He believed he needed to maintain the extreme emotions requisite for dark magic in order to wield spells smoothly and without hindrance. This was erroneous. He had been in good spirits, yet in a moment of excitement, his emotions surged, and thus he had unwittingly released the curse. The old wizard had not lied. Perhaps this fellow had genuinely changed. Becoming fond of life at the entrance of Florin's ice cream shop in Diagon Alley, he smiled benevolently at the little witches and wizards indulging in ice cream, his eyes reflecting the gentle kindness characteristic of the elderly. Occasionally, young wizards would muster the courage to approach and touch him, and he bore no ill will though, so the malevolent old wizard had transformed into a good man, while he himself had become the wicked dark wizard. How amusing, to only truly desire to live after experiencing death. That Anton's derision failed to sway the old wizard, who then resumed his game of tossing his own head, eliciting squeals of delight from the children in the street. Anton, visibly displeased, arrived at Gringotts, where the goblin welcomed him with renewed enthusiasm. Returning the old wizard's diary and 3 textbooks, he pulled out a list of books from his pocket, swiftly searching the shelves for the necessary tomes and a few potion ingredients. Indeed, he had agreed to the old wizard's terms, officially becoming the apprentice of this dark sorcerer, to study potion-making under him. The spectre could not form a binding vow with him. The old wizard candidly confessed that he could not restrain Anton's actions, but could only influence his decisions through the love and dedication of a teacher. Truly, he had met a ghost. The initial teaching materials were quite extensive, filling his bag to the brim. As Anton walked through Diagon Alley, he hesitated momentarily before returning to Flourish and Blots. He ultimately purchased the first-year herbology and potions textbooks, along with a comprehensive guide to magical herbs and potions. Additionally, he acquired Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He even made a special trip to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, spending a hefty sum of 26 galleons on a pair of magical dentures. A token of gratitude. He wished to thank Old Tom for his care during this time. Under his influence, Old Tom had developed a newfound enthusiasm for Chinese cuisine, and Anton felt that with the dentures, Old Tom would finally be able to savor the delicious dishes he had prepared. Old Tom was overjoyed. Thus, with his backpack secured and his broomstick in hand, he set off. Exchanging galleons for Muggle currency at Gringotts was a significant loss. The old wizard drifted beside him, advising him to visit the Wandering Wizard's campsite. 1 galleon could only be exchanged for £5 at Gringotts, but at the campsite, one could exchange it for £10. Occasionally, one might even receive £15 to £20 from those who were well off. Anton was taken aback. Why didn't they simply go to Gringotts themselves? The old wizard shrugged his headless shoulders, explaining the myriad reasons: fugitives, registered dark wizards, non-human beings, and the desire to keep their monetary sources discreet. Compared to galleons, dark wizards found it far easier to acquire Muggle currency. With just a slight transgression, there were always ways to evade the scrutiny of the Aurors. The nearest location was Camilla's CAF. Nestled within a cavern in a desolate mountain, the witch Camilla always had channels to obtain a certain amount of silver sickles. Over time, everyone had come to prefer exchanging currency there. The imagery of a cavern, a CAF, and a witch sparked an odd association in Anton's mind. He could not help but recall the human meat bun shop run by Sun Earnyang and Watermargin. It was easy to surmise that this place was fraught with peril. With a mask on, a hood drawn tight, and some ink to darken his hands, he stuffed a pillow into his back ensuring he would not be mistaken for a child, but rather as a peculiar, shriveled old gnome. The seasoned old wizard offered further guidance. 3 drops of toad venom, mixed with horner leaves and held in the mouth, would render his voice hoarse and guttural. Merely gargling with overnight egg whites and horner leaf juice would restore it. Anton gazed in astonishment at the old wizard. This isn't even in your diary. The old wizard chuckled. I stopped keeping a diary at 20. It has taken me over 50 years to accumulate this knowledge. Believe me, young wizards have an exceptionally hard time surviving alone. You will find you cannot do without me. Anton's emotions were complex. He could not forget the torment he had endured at the hands of the old wizard. Nor could he shake the ever-present fear of death and collapse. Yet, he could not refuse the old wizard's goodwill. The reasons were the same. He simply wished to live well, nothing more. Suddenly, a thought struck Anton. How did I become your apprentice? Noticing the old wizard's peculiar expression, Anton added, Your cruciatus curse still has side effects on me. I cannot recall my previous memories. The old wizard's expression became decidedly eerie, half smiling as he regarded Anton. A single father brought his young son to the chaotic campsite. This father, having been single for a long time, could not resist his inner stirrings upon encountering a beautiful woman. Thus, he died in bed. Quite happily, he might not have understood the rules of wandering wizards. Beautiful women are absolutely off-limits. He crossed paths with a centaur skilled in brewing the polyjuice potion and lost his life, while his son was sold to me for 10 silver sickles. Anton raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a tragic tale. No, 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 the old wizard interjected, raising a finger in protest. That child died 2 months ago. Anton felt a shiver run down his spine, staring blankly at the old wizard. Dead? The old wizard cradled his head in one hand, gently smoothing his hair with the other, and spoke in a haunting tone. I was researching a demon summoning spell at the time. A spell even the dimmest dark wizard would not believe I end up by chance. I happened to have a child's corpse on hand as a sacrifice. Later, the child came back to life, thriving in fact. The old wizard chuckled. There was an explosion, and the entire laboratory was obliterated, with potion ingredients flying everywhere. I initially thought I had made a mistake, and that the child had merely been in a state of suspended animation. But later, this child, who could withstand immense amounts of the cruciatus curse, made me suspect that the experiment had, in fact, succeeded. The old wizard raised his eyelids, fixing his gaze on Anton. What do you think? What do I think? Dark wizards are indeed dark wizards. Anton's mind was in disarray, ultimately falling silent as he lowered his broomstick, gazing down at the desolate mountains below. That we have arrived, the old wizard cackled. His laughter particularly jarring. He did not accompany Anton further. Although he had not visited this place in a decade, the circle of dark wizards was neither vast nor small, and he preferred not to encounter old acquaintances in his ghostly form. Anton understood, descending in a relatively secluded area, burying his broomstick in the earth, and asking the old wizard to keep watch. Who? Anton felt the unfamiliar voice rasping from his throat. Emitting a sharp, eerie laugh, he then picked up a dry branch, thick as an adult's arm, to use as a cane, swaying as he approached the mouth of the cavern. His left hand remained tucked within the loose sleeve of his wizard's robe, tightly gripping his wand. I in such a perilous place. Dark magic was evidently far more intimidating than light magic. As he walked, he cultivated the emotions needed for the displacement soul curse. He needed to ensure he could successfully unleash the spell at any moment, rather than instinctively casting the cruciatus curse in a fit of excitement. This habit was undesirable. The peculiar old man he was impersonating propped himself with the branch, mumbling, If I continue to cultivate this reflex, I might truly end up in Azkaban at the same time. Learning to become an animagus was of utmost importance in his mind. Should he inadvertently find himself in Azkaban, only the animagus form could facilitate his escape. As I rounded a massive boulder, an entrance illuminated by an eerie violet glow materialized before me, accompanied by the raucous sounds of heavy metal music emanating from within. Strange and fantastical creatures converged from every corner. Slipping through the entrance, the centaur missing an arm, a fairy burdened with an enormous box, and an elderly witch in a wheelchair, pulled by a dog with a serpent's head, were among them. Anton's eyes narrowed slightly beneath his mask. Snape. Even though this fellow wore a ghastly mask, the greasy, noodle-like strands of hair were unmistakably evident. Gagaga. Anton chuckled darkly, swaying unsteadily as he followed Snape, proceeding along the corridor aglow with purple light. It felt as if we were descending. Until a modest stone hall came into view that a giant sat beside the narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person to pass, while Anton, with a pot strapped to his back, could only gaze at the giant's gray thighs. Standing in front of those massive legs was a wizard who appeared relatively normal, albeit dressed oddly in a leather jacket with a heavy metal flare over his wizard's robe. The leather-clad wizard struck the nearby wooden board with his wand, proclaiming loudly, "Welcome to the Snot Bubble Music Hall." Anton wore a bemused expression. The old wizard was indeed unreliable, introducing him to a CF from over a decade ago. This place had changed hands, and he wondered if any form of currency exchange still existed. The leather-clad wizard continued to bellow, instructing wandering visitors to collect black bouquets, while those wishing to trade were to take yellow bouquets, stating they would require payment to ensure that items lacking a yellow bouquet would not face competition. For non-physical transactions, attendees were to take red bouquets and seek out Eric at the bar for a discreet and tranquil venue. Finally, members of the Snot Bubble were to collect golden bouquets, promising the best privileges within. Anton let out a low chuckle. "Young chap, is this a forum?" The leather-clad wizard was taken aback, erupting in laughter. "Merlin's tattered underpants. Someone has actually noticed. You are the first." He personally handed Anton a golden bouquet, declaring him a member henceforth. Following this, he chuckled mischievously. "You will be granted access to the lower levels of our music hall." "Ha." Anton shrugged. "So I shall possess some decent privileges?" Upon uttering this, both men shared an understanding laugh. Anton found the situation intriguing. He had initially presumed the wizarding world to be riddled with stale, traditional decay, yet it was 1989, and the British wizarding community seemed to linger in the past century. Having once been a programmer in his previous life, he felt an unexpected affinity towards this character. "Young chap, I like you," he cackled, swaying as he moved deeper into the corridor. The hall was teeming with people, yet those with golden bouquets were notably scarce, one of whom was Snape. After traversing a lengthy staircase, they finally entered an exceedingly vast cavern, seemingly expanded from a natural lava cave. The cave's terrain was uneven, creating numerous platforms, and at the highest point, a band was wildly generating heavy metal cacophony. At the very least, Anton discerned no sense of rhythm emanating from within. As the crowd dispersed to various corners, Anton continued to trail after Snape, gravitating toward a secluded area. Gradually, only those clutching golden bouquets remained nearby. A flattened stone formed a circular platform, while a long ridge of lava served as seating. Encircling the platform in a grand circle, Snape found a spot to sit, quietly awaiting something. Anton chose a position far from him. Soon, the area filled with people as a wizard donned in a golden leather jacket ascended the platform, accompanied by another individual. "Welcome to the Snot Bubble Music Hall's exclusive platform gathering," the golden-jacketed wizard announced. Gesturing to his companion, "This is Peter, who shall be our seller for today's exclusive gathering." With a snap of his fingers, a large iron cage, draped in a massive black cloth, suddenly materialized where a bubble-like rock formation had been. He motioned for Peter to take the stage, then gracefully leaped down to sit on a nearby stone. Peter appeared to be a lively young man, with half-long golden hair, a gaunt face adorned with stubble, and blue eyes set in hollow sockets. He nervously rubbed his hands together, glancing at the audience. "I believe you all have heard the rumor. That mysterious individual has not perished but has been recuperating in Albania." Awaiting the right moment, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Many whispered amongst themselves, and a burly man with a thick beard stood up, pointing at the cage behind him. "Don't tell me. That's..." The air was thick with gasps. Peter, startled, quickly shook his hands in denial, panic causing his voice to crack. No. Anton detected numerous sighs of relief echoing through the crowd as he squinted at Snape, who appeared utterly indifferent, as if nothing could disturb his mood. Consequently, Anton redirected his gaze to the platform. Recognizing this so-called Peter, during his initial foray into this world, he had inadvertently released a wizarding prisoner meant for a potion trial due to his ignorance of the old wizard's rules. The old wizard had not chastised him, but instead made Anton consume the potion intended for Peter. The effects had been profound, leaving Anton in a state of euphoric delirium for 3 days, during which he had coughed up blood and experienced a haze of confusion. It was hard not to remember such an experience vividly. After 2 months, Peter appeared to have transformed into a more presentable version of himself. Though the trauma of the past still lingered, those who had not endured the reign of Voldemort could scarcely fathom the terror of a Death Eater barging into one's home. Threatening the lives of family members, that it was a fear of living on borrowed time, where even beloved elders and mischievous children could perish before one's eyes. The mere mention of Voldemort's name, or the title the Mysterious One, had become indelible scars on many hearts. Yet this sprightly young man dared to invoke the mysterious figure's name for a gimmick. Such audacity was perilous. Anger flared in the crowd, and someone even hurled their drink in protest. The golden-jacketed wizard leaped onto the platform, delivering a firm punch to Peter's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then brandished his wand, casting a protective charm, and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize on his behalf. Please, remain calm. Shortly, we shall present you with small gifts as compensation. The exclusive gathering is hereby cancelled." This wizard evidently possessed some stature, as the crowd, though still grumbling, began to make their way out. Granting him a measure of respect at that moment, Snape stepped forward. "Tucker, I do not have the luxury of time. You wrote to inform me of something worthwhile, which is why I am here." The leather-clad wizard apologized again. "Mr. Stagg, I sincerely regret this." Snape shook his head. "No, I simply wish for the gathering to continue. I want to see what he intends to sell." Upon hearing Snape's words, the crowd halted, and one burly man nodded in agreement. "Yes, we cannot leave empty-handed." Ultimately, the exclusive gathering resumed. Anton cast a sidelong glance at Snape, stifling a chuckle. Mr. Stagg. That moniker was rather amusing. That he finally understood why he had encountered Snape. It was likely the allure of the Mysterious One that had drawn him in. The golden-jacketed wizard gripped Peter by the collar, hoisting him from the ground, his expression seething with anger as he whispered admonishments. Peter, visibly frightened, nodded vigorously. Once more, Peter stood at the center of the platform. Well, there was a slight mishap just now. The contrast between his statement and the prominent bruise around his eye elicited laughter from the audience. "Albania, I visited there 2 months ago, fearing pursuit by a powerful dark wizard, and found myself in a most desperate situation." Peter spoke with great emotion, as if a shiver of memory had frightened him. Laughter erupted among the crowd. That it was commonly known that this place was as desolate as the edge of the world. The more Peter spoke, the more animated he became, yet I soon realized that, apart from the forest, there were hundreds of thousands of bunkers. The burly man with the bushy beard exclaimed, "So many? Impossible. I was aware of Albania's dire poverty." Peter shrugged. "I'm not certain. Who really cares?" I did not notice Peter, under the piercing gaze of the wizard in the golden jacket, swallow his words in fear. "However, I discovered this." As he spoke, he approached the iron cage and dramatically unveiled the black cloth draped over it. Inside the cage was a gigantic python, measuring a full 12 feet, 3.6 meters, in length, resembling a species of viper, its body adorned with menacing patches of dark brown. Yet, it was evident that this viper, despite its size, was not in prime condition. Its body was marred with wounds, scales missing in large patches, revealing raw, crimson flesh beneath. The burly man bellowed, "You are wasting my time. Do not be hasty. This is an extraordinarily magical serpent, not just any ordinary snake," Peter said with a mysterious smile, drawing a wand from his wizard's robe. He glanced at the wizard in the golden jacket and asked, "May I cast a spell?" Upon receiving approval, he exaggeratedly addressed the audience. "Now, please open your eyes wide, for the transformation will occur in an instant." With that, he waved his wand, declaring, "Shatter to dust." The spell's brilliance surged through the iron cage. Striking the viper, the serpent emitted a piercing, distorted hiss, and in a fleeting moment, its triangular head morphed into that of an Eastern woman, her long black hair billowing. But this transformation was ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. Leaving behind what seemed to be an ordinary snake, Anton gripped the tree trunk tightly. "What the hell? I ascend that Nagini." He recalled first encountering her in Fantastic Beasts, trailing a descendant of the Dumbledore family, and later following Newt and others to Hogwarts to meet old Dumbledore. Subsequently, this snake became Voldemort's most cherished pet, ultimately fashioned into a Horcrux, and was eventually beheaded by Neville wielding the sword of Gryffindor. Though Anton was unaware of the intervening details or whether they were mentioned in the original text, Peter had distinctly stated that she was discovered in Albania. Anton realized that Voldemort was lurking there. In other words, he stared blankly at Peter, who appeared quite pleased on stage that I set him free. Otherwise, he would have perished, since he did not die. Does that mean the cursed Voldemort never encountered his pet? Oh dear, Anton murmured unconsciously. Have I altered history? The butterfly effect. This was no inconsequential character. Nagini held many pivotal plot points in the Harry Potter narrative. She was one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes and had even killed Snape. With this in mind, Anton glanced sideways and, indeed, saw Snape looking quite intrigued, raising his bidding paddle. Very well. The wizard in the golden jacket presided over the auction. This gentleman has raised the bid. Is there anyone else? Peter fidgeted excitedly beside him, casting hopeful glances at the burly man, who shrugged to indicate disinterest. Her head has an exotic allure, but I refuse to place my treasure in the mouth of a snake. That would be revolting. Laughter erupted around them that a wizard who was about to bid hastily lowered his paddle, turning to explain to his female companion. The burly man's comment was a perfect kill shot. Utterly deflating the interest of several eager bidders, Peter's face darkened, visibly regretting his earlier words, in no one else's bidding. The wizard in the jacket asked 3 times, finally exclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Stagg. You have won the auction item from this exquisite round table event." 2 staff members approached, lifting the iron cage and placing it into a trunk enchanted with a non-detectable extension charm. The crowd began to disperse. Anton cast one last glance at Snape before following suit. Wandering through the hall, he indeed located a vendor selling Muggle currency. But alas, there were no francs, only pounds. The pound was a genuine currency with intrinsic value, weighing in at 2.13281 grams of gold. Based solely on the gold price per gram, a pound was not insignificant. Anton recalled reading in Sherlock Holmes that Holmes believed a single woman could live quite comfortably on an annual income of 60 pounds. This figure had some relevance, and he exchanged 100 pounds in gringotts. He would need 20 gold galleons to make the exchange, yet in this so-called black market, it cost him merely 9 galleons. The Ministry of Magic's stringent restrictions on wizard-muggle interactions clearly did not allow dark wizards the same audacity Anton had imagined. Wizards seldom had opportunities to use Muggle currency, and the low price stemmed from the cumbersome process of extracting gold from it. Anton nodded thoughtfully. What utter foolishness it would take to think of extracting gold from metallic currency. Wouldn't it be far more sensible to purchase it directly from a gold dealer, having acquired the necessary funds? Anton did not linger, as the old wizard had warned him that the relaxed atmosphere of certain gathering places could lead one to forget the hidden dangers, which were often the most perilous. He departed directly. However, before he could reach the exchange where the flying broomsticks were concealed, a spell struck him. Disarm. His old wand flew from his grasp. Anton calmly turned around, discreetly withdrawing a spare wand from the hidden clasp within his voluminous wizard's robe. One that belonged to the old wizard. Upon recognizing the intruder, Anton raised an eyebrow. "Snape, you've been tailing me all this while, observing my every move." That Snape's cold, fish-like eyes fixed on Anton, wand raised. "Unless you can provide me with an explanation, I would not hesitate to cast a curse upon you." It was over. He had been caught by Snape. Though he was a rather unpleasant teacher at school, he was still a decent individual. Yet in the chaotic underworld, Anton was acutely aware of Snape's reputation. His heart was as hard as stone, and he was truly capable of murder. Even Snape himself was oblivious to the notorious infamy he bore within the dark wizarding community. A reputation forged from the bodies of those severed in half by his sharp curses over the years. "He would genuinely kill me." Anton swiftly assessed their respective strengths and, with resignation, reinserted the old wizard's wand into its hidden clasp. Dropping the tree trunk, he raised his empty hands in a gesture of French civility. "Snape, I harbor no ill intentions." Snape quickly scanned the vicinity, and upon seeing no one nearby, approached swiftly. "How did you recognize me?" "Oh, it's certainly your hair, which looks as though it has been soaked in cream for 3 days and nights." Anton doubted whether stating this truthfully would result in being buried in some corner of this desolate mountain by Snape. Having long faced the pressures of life and death, Anton had cultivated a strong heart and keen mind in the presence of such a terrifying and unpredictable individual as the old wizard. If one did not possess such qualities, they would have perished long ago. Anton gestured to his face. "We are acquainted. May I remove my disguise?" Snape nodded slightly. Lowering his hood, he removed the mask, took a sip of the prepared antidote. and set down the iron pot and backpack he had been carrying. I have a dream. After the time spent removing the disguise, Anton finally clarified his thoughts. Speaking of his dream, Anton's eyes seemed to shine with fervor. I yearned to become a master of potion making. In my youth, I wandered through various gathering places of itinerant wizards, idle and devoid of purpose, just when I thought I would rot away in some forgotten corner of the world. Akin to those wretched souls, as if by divine intervention, a copy of the Daily Prophet was thrust into my face by the wind. Your visage adorned its pages. Anton gazed at Snape with fervent emotion. It was noted that you had made enhancements to the Wolf's Bane potion, and the newspapers have sung your praises in abundance. Little did you know, at that moment, all the wandering wizards congregated in whispers of your name. While countless werewolves knelt in sorrowful tears as he spoke of his excitement, Anton clenched his fists tightly, and in that instant he vowed to himself, I shall become a person like you. Not only have I dedicated myself to the study of potion making, but I have also sought your information fervently. Anton endeavored to mimic a certain friend of his ex-girlfriend from a past life, a girl who was an ardent and zealous fan of a celebrity. You are the beacon illuminating the path of my life. You are the motivation that drives me to persevere, even in moments of exhaustion. You are the unwavering belief that sustains me. The way Anton uttered the word idol was exceedingly sentimental, resembling a devout follower who had finally encountered their deity. Even Snape, with his stone-cold demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine. Observing Anton's fervor, he cautiously retreated a step. Anton was now fully immersed in his fervor. Snape raised his wand coldly, warning him to keep his distance. However, this fervent admirer pressed his forehead against the tip of the wand, his eyes misty and brimming with tears. That I know I am inherently dull and may never achieve your level of greatness. At times, I feel utterly exhausted. You are like the stars in the sky, so impossibly distant, just in my life. Dying beneath your wand would bring me happiness. Anton exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Feeling blissful, the wind howled past him, a leaf gently brushing against his face. He raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Idol? Idol? His idol had vanished without a trace, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of loss. A bitter laugh escaping his lips, he hoisted his backpack once more, discovering his old wand on the ground, humming a tune as he continued on his way. Although his earlier display was somewhat embarrassing, he had managed to survive unscathed. Life can often be this arduous. A young child must rely on a bit of embarrassment to persevere. What a sigh-worthy thought. Anton felt a pang of sadness within himself. It is too difficult for me. Disarm. The wand slipped from his grasp once more. Not again. Anton's expression turned cold as he quietly retrieved a spare wand from his hidden pocket. He was determined to vanquish anyone who was not of Snape's caliber. Wasn't his piercing curse capable of killing? Looking up, he exclaimed, What the? Idol. That rascal Snape had reappeared. Was this a swift turnaround? He had almost been deceived. Snape sneered. I remember your face. You sold me the brain of a moonlight tortoise at the leaky cauldron. And you were not the least bit excited to see me then. Far from being indifferent, Snape's sensitive heart had been deeply wounded at that time, when Hagrid had produced the gold galleons. That child had eyes only for Hagrid, as if he himself did not exist. It was as if he were saying, Hey, Snape, you don't even compare to a grotesque giant. And no one knew just how displeased he had truly been. Yes, he was indeed such a petty person. How can you doubt me? Anton felt a surge of humiliation, his face flushing crimson. This was the crucial moment that tested his fortitude. Just moments ago, he had merely needed to rely on his cunning. But now he was challenged to display his resilience. Once again, it was a matter of endurance, perseverance, and patience. Who could intimidate him? Anton's thoughts drifted back to his past life, recalling how his ex-girlfriend's friend had gone utterly mad upon hearing news of the idol's alleged misconduct. As his girlfriend consoled him, he felt a pang of fear. The devastation of shattered dreams was truly terrifying. How can you doubt me? Anton's eyes turned Oh, you know what I endured then. No, you have no idea. Anton erupted in hysteria, shouting, My teacher is dead, consumed by a terrifying potion that ignited his body. The explosion left a 2-meter crater in the ground. I was alone, abandoned, wandering without direction. I did not know where to go next. He raised his index and middle fingers, indicating 2 months. I went hungry for 2 entire months, surviving on scant meals. You do not know how grateful I was when you purchased my moonlight tortoise's brain. Yet, he continued, You dare to doubt me? Anton fixed his cold gaze on Snape. Snape, return my wand. I shall duel you. Today, either you will slay me, or I will slay you. If I kill you, you shall remain my perfect idol. Snape wore an expression of disbelief, feeling an inexplicable sense of having erred in judgment. Though the child spoke of killing, his eyes were filled with tears of disappointment, leaving Snape with an uncomfortable sensation. It seemed he had genuinely wounded an admirer. The old wand soared back into Anton's hand. What? Anton stared dumbfounded at the wand in his grasp. What should he do next? Was a duel truly imminent? Should he launch a sudden piercing curse without warning? Could he even hope to overcome Snape with a sneak attack? Snape's expression softened. To what extent have you mastered potion making? Anton blinked and eagerly rummaged through his backpack. Carefully extracting a piece of parchment, Snape observed the plethora of notes within Anton's bag and finally began to believe his words. However, Snape was unaware that all of these were notes from the old wizard, with only one bearing Anton's own handwriting. This had occurred only because Anton had accidentally stained it with blood while transcribing the notes as assigned by the old wizard. His hand was remarkably steady as he extracted this single sheet, presenting it to Snape with calm composure, silently praying that Snape would only glance at this page. Otherwise, his ruse would be exposed, and he felt a surge of anxiety. Anton endeavored to maintain the pitiful expression of "my idol doubts me." Snape curled the corners of his mouth in what was meant to be a friendly smile as he accepted the parchment, as though he were receiving the assignments of countless students before him. However, as he read, his brow furrowed. What potion is this? It's a potion designed to enhance perception, idol, Anton replied quickly. This potion formula is a crucial component of the Wizard's Eyes potion. Quite innovative, with a unique perspective, Snape remarked, glancing at Anton in surprise. You possess considerable talent. Anton blinked. This was not his own research. However, he had gained insight into the old wizard's proficiency in potion making, which even Snape found commendable. Yet, it was overly complex. With many unnecessary steps, Snape placed the suitcase containing Nagini down, seated himself upon it, and placed the parchment before Anton. From here to here, there are 7 processes that can be simplified. All you need to do is add powdered roots of the scarlet moonflower as a substitute. And here, in the night breeze, Snape spent an entire hour elucidating the lesson, providing an accessible analysis of the entire potion formula. The parchment became filled with his red annotations, even after Snape departed gracefully. Anton remained in a daze, staring at the parchment. He had truly comprehended this complex potion within just 1 hour. Notably, aside from following the old wizard's instructions regarding the processing of ingredients, he had no theoretical foundation whatsoever. Clap, clap, clap. The old wizard floated over from a distance. I witnessed a splendid performance of deception. Anton, you have a remarkable aptitude for being a dark wizard. Anton pursed his lips and unfurled the parchment before the old wizard. Perhaps you should take a look at this. How dare you tamper with my formula? The old wizard seethed, exploding in fury. Yet, after a moment of silence, he fell into contemplation, fixated on the parchment, ultimately sighing. After becoming a ghost, I seem to have lost the ability to think as I once did. He glanced at the parchment once more, marveling. The master of potion-making truly lives up to his reputation. Indeed, Anton mused, watching Snape's departing figure. Now he was truly my idol. Snape opened for him a gateway into the mesmerizing realm of potion-making, dazzling and extraordinary, utterly intoxicating. It seemed he had genuinely begun to develop an affection for the art of potions. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to study at Hogwarts, where he could confidently present his research findings to this master of potion-making, rather than resorting to deceitful pretenses that, of course, at this moment, he felt no shame. His sole desire was to survive, and nothing more. 3 days had elapsed. Yes, 3 days had passed. Anton sat astride his flying broom, gazing vacantly at the ocean's surface. The old wizard floated nearby, exuding a sense of exasperation. After 3 days of rapid flight, had it been me on the broom, I would have traversed multiple journeys to islands, perhaps even to France. Anton silently observed the ceaseless waves lapping against the shore. His face clouded with melancholy. You are utterly directionless, the old wizard fumed. Do you have any idea how challenging it is for a ghost to keep pace with your flying broom? Is this how you treat your mentor? Humph, Anton scoffed, as if anyone isn't directionally challenged. If you knew the way, you would have told me long ago. Silence ensued, a profound stillness enveloping them, both large and small, as they listened to the rhythmic sound of the waves. Wordless, that aren't you proud of your wealth of life experience? Think, what should we do now? The old wizard's head bore a hint of bitterness. It seemed he was gradually acclimatizing to his ghostly state. The additional benefits from his earlier research on the cracked spell slowly being overshadowed. Anton turned to him in astonishment. What do you mean? I find myself unable to think, reduced to a mere instinct of memory. In other words, if you present me with any potion-making knowledge I've never encountered before, no matter how simple, I will be incapable of comprehending it, the old wizard sighed. Memory resembles a list with indistinct edges. To recall something, I must search through the list piece by piece. My apprentice. I feel my will is slowly dissipating, ultimately leaving only a mere collection of memories. Anton regarded him with a complex expression. This sensation, upon reflection, was utterly despairing. Your first lesson, my dear student. Do not presume to be clever. The old wizard gazed at Anton, his eyes brimming with myriad emotions. That I devised the wizard's eye potion, through which I glimpsed the facets of magic unseen by all other wizards. Based on this, I also created the cracked spell, which marks the soul that you recall the magical sigil on your wrist? The runes there signify joy, anger, and sorrow. Emotions and will are manifestations of the soul, the very essence of spellcasting. The old wizard supported his head with one hand while extending the other toward the distant sun, his semi-transparent fingers gently brushing against its light. I have touched upon the essence of magic. Thus, I prepared for death early, crafting a vessel for my soul's abode. Alas, he continued, even had you not destroyed it back then, my will would still have gradually faded. This is the nature of ghosts. So this is what it means to be a ghost. The old wizard turned to Anton. A ghost is but a trace of life smeared across this world, while my will is merely dust clinging to that trace. And the winds here are overpowering that if, at the moment of death, I could have stepped forward into the realm of the departed. He chuckled softly. Had I not been so presumptuous, perhaps I would have truly embarked upon a new life. Anton descended from his broom and stood upon the sandy shore. This conversation was overwhelmingly heavy. It felt as though he were watching a frail elder, utterly helpless as he gradually approached death. It had nothing to do with his mixed feelings of hatred towards the old wizard. It was solely about death. His heart was troubled. If one day my will completely dissipates, that would be the true ghost. And that ghost would no longer be me. The old wizard continued to murmur in his ear. Before I completely fade away, I will distance myself from you and all whom I know. I am particularly concerned about my dignity. I do not wish for those who knew me to gaze upon me with pity, thinking, he is a coward who could not bravely face death. Thus reduced to this state. Enough! Anton shouted in anger. He coldly fixed his gaze upon the old wizard. You are indeed a coward. I am not like you. I have seen fate. I have glimpsed death. Yet I dare to resist, while you merely await your demise in resignation. Do you know what I would do if I were in your position? Anton's eyes blazed with fervor. I would exhaust every means to survive. If the world seeks to erase my will, I would fight back. The old wizard merely sighed. It is futile. Truly futile? Anton's gaze was piercing. You constructed a vessel for ghosts using that so-called cracked spell, an unprecedented feat. You are still able to preserve your will, are you not? The old wizard stared blankly at him. And so what? Teach me. Impart everything to me without reservation. I shall study it and utilize the cracked spell to help you retain your will. Perhaps even create a new body for you. Anton gazed at him earnestly. The old wizard fell silent, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. You little rascal, I know you too well. You are the master of deception. Merely seeking to learn my spells. Anton chuckled coldly. Does it matter? By the time you fully transform into a true ghost, it will be far easier to deceive you. As long as memories remain, learning will be a cinch. The old wizard's expression grew serious as he regarded the sun-drenched youth before him, exclaiming, You are indeed a charismatic individual. You were not so before. Anton gazed out at the horizon, reflecting on how ordinary a cog in the machine he had once been. Finally, the old wizard discovered the answer amidst the lengthy list of memories that a head owl, such a marvelous creature, possesses unique magical abilities. Simply provide it with an address, and it shall fly there. Then, you can follow on your broom. Anton shook his head. No, we currently have no means to procure a head owl, night bus. In times of trouble, raise your wand, and it will appear before you with a pop. Anton continued to shake his head. Have I not considered that? But we have already flown for 3 days. Each day adds to our sunk cost. Now asking me to find the night bus is simply unacceptable. Eureka! The old wizard snapped his fingers, though no sound accompanied it, a self-created spell. Anton stared at the old wizard in disbelief. Isn't that a bit absurd? I might as well summon the night bus. No. No. This is a fascinating experiment. I have done it before. First, you need a revealing charm. The old wizard meticulously corrected Anton's spell-casting technique and pronunciation. The spell was exceedingly simple. Within a minute, Anton successfully cast it, requiring no emotional input whatsoever, merely tracing a bright arrow in the air with his wand. And then, dissipate it, release another, and at this moment, you must envision the address in your mind. Commanding the arrow to guide you in the right direction. Anton twitched his lips, commanding the arrow to move on its own. I might as well command it to turn into galleons. Why not? Why can't it transform into galleons? The old wizard chuckled. Have you gone mad after becoming a ghost? Do you think you are a deity? His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Remember, casting spells requires emotion. This is merely superficial. Fundamentally, what is required is the wizard's will. I dare say that even the most exceptional wizards may not articulate this truth. Bear in mind, my apprentice, that a wizard is akin to a deity. In the guise of a deity, command your magic, command this world, proclaim to it, declare to all, to heed your instructions, and fulfill your desires. Anton raised his thumb in admiration. How awe-inspiring. The old wizard smiled. Care to give it a try? Why not? What is there to fear? Thus, they lingered upon the sandy shore for yet another 3 days. On the penultimate day, Anton had exhausted the provisions he carried with him. Yet, he felt no hunger. Instead, he continued to wave his wand fervently. It was not until a certain moment that the luminous arrow in midair spun wildly before halting at the 11 o'clock position. Waha! I have succeeded, Anton exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap about. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? The old wizard beside him chuckled slyly, acutely aware of the dissipating essence of life. He observed one person carrying on with his research, and suddenly felt as though he had not entirely vanished from this world after his death, even though that individual was the very scoundrel who had taken his life. You are truly a treasure. Anton's exclamation sent the old wizard into a state of euphoria. Indeed, the old wizard puffed out his chest, devoid of a head. Little scoundrel, just for this lesson, you ought to address me as teacher. Remember this principle. A wizard is akin to a divine being. This is the foundation of all my research. Anton wholeheartedly concurred. It seemed merely a simple act of casting a spell to make a cursor point automatically. Yet, only by achieving it could one truly appreciate that marvelous sense of control. Based on the Harry Potter fanfiction he had perused, the vast majority of wizards in this world remained at the level of spellcasting, with few delving into research and developing their own theories. If you are not a dark wizard, your reputation would surely rival that of Snape. Is that so? The old wizard murmured, before scoffing. Although I detest that cold-hearted teacher of mine, without his guidance down the dark wizard's path, I would not have achieved such results in potions and charms. Little scoundrel, I know what you think of me, for I had a similar scoundrel of a teacher. Anton shrugged. Yes, if you were still alive. I would find a way to kill you. The old wizard's head trembled with laughter. How amusing. You shall soon meet my teacher. Anton was taken aback. Isn't your teacher dead? The old wizard did not respond, merely wearing a mysterious smile. Using the liquid of fiery death I developed to kill me, that teacher remains as insufferable as ever. The speed of the flying broomstick was astonishing, guided by the magical cursor. It felt akin to having a magical navigation system, and Anton swiftly arrived at the fairy Pedro's island. Will you join me inside? Anton inquired, aware that the old wizard, who was sensitive about appearances, disliked encountering acquaintances in ghostly form. However, when he turned to look, the old wizard had already drifted away to an unknown location. Hey! Anton shrugged off the matter, lowering his flying broom and descending, with his left hand tightly gripping his wand within the confines of his wizard robe. He knocked again on the fairy's door. It wasn't long before the sound of steady, clean footsteps approached, accompanied by the click of a latch and the rattling of chains, as the door slowly creaked open. A delicate little face appeared behind it. It was still that little girl, Anna Rosiel, dressed in an intricately embroidered Victorian-style royal blue dress. She wore a brown dragon-hide artisan apron over it, which was smeared with grease. This proud little swan politely nodded at him. Mr. Rosiel is inside. She turned to leave, and Anton caught a glimpse of her rolling her eyes in secret. Hee hee. This girl certainly bore grudges. It was merely a matter of not announcing his name. Anton followed her inside. The fairy's cottage appeared small from the outside, but the interior was surprisingly spacious, clearly violating the no-trace extension spell. The front was an ostensibly ordinary parlor, and as Anna led him through winding passages, they arrived in a laboratory filled with an array of peculiar instruments. Lupin lay on a wooden frame resembling a Muggle hospital bed, a cumbersome device dangling from the fairy's head, extending in front of his eyes like a telescope. Lupin looked pale, clearly awake, and immediately spotted Anton. The fairy Pedro was murmuring something while staring at his chest. Hearing the noise, he lifted his head, finally setting down the apparatus. Little wizard, it seems you are in a bit of trouble. Anton shook his head in disbelief. Don't deceive me. My teacher is a master of the heart-piercing curse. Normally, a wizard struck by the curse only requires a few days of rest to recover. Pedro scoffed. A master of the heart-piercing curse. Indeed, certainly, his version is quite formidable. He produced a cigar and gestured for Anton to follow him outside. Passing by an adjacent workshop, they observed a bizarre machine brimming with gears. Towering at a height of 8 meters, with Anna's petite figure standing atop a platform, struggling to tighten bolts with a large wrench. The sight was particularly amusing, the serious little girl appearing as small as a mouse beside an elephant. Anna, take a break, Pedro called out. Anna merely nodded and continued her laborious task. The large time-turner, the only one in the world who understands this craft is me. Pedro waved his hand nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority. Anton silently nodded, not wishing to comment. He held no interest in the contraption. The time-turner was a favored subject in Harry Potter fanfiction, and he was quite familiar with it. However, regardless of the narrative, all clearly conveyed a single truth. The time-turner in the wizarding world could not truly change anything. Wizards could only look forward. Returning to the past was not entirely without merit, but could only be deemed marginally beneficial. After traversing several enigmatic rooms, they finally arrived at a chamber containing a massive table piled high with sand. That I often have many patients here. I explained their conditions to their families, Pedro said, extending a thick finger to lightly tap the table. That a model resembling Lupin rose from the sand. Very well. This is quite magical. Anton observed Pedro's gestures with curiosity, hoping to learn such a skill himself. Hee hee, you are just like your teacher, always wanting to learn from everything you see, Pedro remarked, clearly mocking him. Anton dismissed the comment, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the Lupin model atop the sand, exclaiming, a figurine that moves on its own. Suddenly, the sand-formed Lupin began to struggle, his body swelling, height rapidly increasing until he transformed into a werewolf. Your teacher harbors a rather foolish notion. Pedro evidently held a particular disdain for the old wizard. He believed werewolves to be the only magical animagi among humans. Anton nodded. It is said that an animagus can only transform into a non-magical animal. My teacher believes werewolves are the only magical creatures humans can become. That is a sign of his limited experience. Pedro grimaced, looking down upon Anton. Be wise logic. Does a blood-cursed beast not count as a magical animagus? Coincidentally, Anton had indeed encountered a blood-cursed beast named Nagini a few days prior. Nagini had once been human, cursed by her mother's blood, a curse that could transform someone into a snake. Ultimately, she would gradually lose her human form and memories, solidifying into a serpent. There is much more. This world is not as small as he perceives. Pedro exhaled a puff of smoke, suddenly fixing his gaze on Anton. Little wizard, did you administer the potion to your teacher as I instructed? Anton pursed his lips, a look of difficulty crossing his face. He is a formidable wizard. I am seeking an opportunity. Pedro scrutinized him intently, chuckling softly. Regardless of the difficulties, you must proceed. The unbreakable vow is a spell no one can resist. Not even Dumbledore, who paid a terrible price for it. You administer it to your teacher, and I will heal your uncle. We will each fulfill our part, and the spell will ensure all is carried out as agreed. That made sense. All right, I did give it to my teacher, Anton replied cheerfully. Impossible. Pedro's expression turned incredulous. Given his understanding of potions, it was exceedingly unlikely that Anton could have found the opportunity. It had only been a few days. Just then, a headless form emerged from the sand on the table, cradling its head in its left hand, grinning at Pedro. I can vouch for him. he indeed administered it. The expression of the old wizard was intriguingly complex as he gazed intently at Pedro. "My dear teacher." Pedro, evidently taken aback, stumbled several steps back upon suddenly encountering the old wizard's face. Eye in his hand, a long knife, seemingly forged from the rib of a dragon, had appeared unbeknownst to him. The inscriptions on the blade emitted a glow reminiscent of an incantation. "Are you truly frightened of me, my teacher?" the old wizard cackled. Pedro swallowed hard, the long knife vanishing from his grip, staring at him in astonishment before casting a glance at Anton. You actually killed him and severed his head?" He was well acquainted with the nature of such apparitions, the absurdity of the old wizard's condition, clearly indicative of having been decapitated. Was this the work of that young sorcerer? Anton, equally astonished, looked at the old wizard and Pedro. "Teacher, he is a despicable little man." The old wizard floated in the air, casting a lofty gaze down upon the fairy Pedro, exploiting the frenzy of his female apprentice to fabricate an illusion of death. "Leaving me to confront an adversary he himself could not handle." Pedro's face flushed crimson as he cautiously retreated a step, only to suddenly puff out his chest and advance. "You apprentices all wish for my demise. Why should I not use you as a shield?" "Huh." The old wizard emitted a shrill laugh. "You finally admit it, don't you? Have you ever pondered why your apprentices do not regard you as their teacher?" Pedro finally regained his composure, his cold, mocking gaze scanning the old wizard from head to toe. "You are dead, now a mere specter that I need not fear you any longer." "Indeed," the old wizard chuckled slyly, dripping with sarcasm. "You are no different. Your apprentices wish to kill you." Right. The old wizard, having thoroughly absorbed Anton's teachings, adopted an infuriatingly condescending tone that caused Pedro's face to redden once more. "Anton, curious," observed the old wizard. "Last time I accompanied you to the gathering of wandering wizards, Pedro was present too. It seemed you two were getting along just fine." The old wizard scoffed. "Because he cannot kill me." Pedro simultaneously smirked. "Because he cannot kill me. How amusing," Anton exclaimed. "So you maintain this delicate balance." In unison, both remarked, "One must learn to compromise. Damn it, one must learn to compromise." Neither of these two is human. One is a centuries-old fairy, and the other is a ghost struggling to retain his will. "Can you first tell me about Lupin?" Anton pointed at the model of Lupin atop the sandpile. "Oh, he is my uncle." Despite their squabbling, neither seemed concerned about their relationship with him, appearing utterly unreliable. The old wizard claimed Anton was fond of deception, while Anton suspected the old wizard's words were not entirely truthful. Yet, Lupin seemed dependable. It appeared that Anton would have to rely on Lupin to protect him, as he could hardly afford to be careless. Regardless of their personalities or moral standings, both shared a common trait, a researcher's earnestness. The old wizard, in a serious tone, admonished, "Do not compare blood-curse orcs to werewolves. They are not the same. You cannot perceive the true nature of magic. I have witnessed the arcane trajectories of werewolves and animagus being indistinguishable." "I do not comprehend your words," Pedro replied impatiently. "Animagus is an advanced transformation spell. Werewolves are a toxin targeting magical essence, and blood-curse orcs are a curse aimed at bloodlines. It is akin to the distinctions among fairies, house elves, and humans. The differences appear only in appearance and stature, yet fundamentally, they are entirely different species. Though, poor Pedro, believing that having lived for centuries grants him wisdom, when in truth, he is merely adept at trivial tricks known to all." The old wizard spoke in a melodramatic tone, floating in the air with mockery. "You know nothing." Pedro erupted with fury, leaping to strike him, yet alas, his stature was too diminutive, no matter how he flailed. He could not reach the old wizard. "You cannot reach me. Ha ha ha." The old wizard floated playfully. Anton could already envision the ensuing scene, for he had experienced it before. This unfortunate fairy gentleman would find himself perpetually accompanied by a persistently nagging ghost with an unbeatable bug, even during meals, sleep, or bathroom breaks. Truly, a master of the heart-piercing curse, capable of tormenting the living even after death. How delightful. Anton could begin to anticipate a future of peacefully waking and sleeping, once the two had sufficiently exhausted their bickering. Anton cleverly posed a question at the brink of the stagnant atmosphere. The fairy Pedro finally found a way to descend from the tension, ignoring the old wizard entirely as he continued to point at the sand on the table. "Young sorcerer, pay attention." the semblance of the werewolf vanished from the sand, leaving only a dark, indistinct shape. This shadowy form began to split apart, resembling a mass of jellyfish with numerous tendrils, the tendrils intertwined, contracting and pulsating. Then, with a sudden tightening, they reformed into a humanoid shape. This illustrated the state of transformation spells under magical sensitivity. The model continuously shifted from human form to werewolf and back again. Just as Pedro snapped his fingers, the sand coalesced into a wand, emitting a wave composed of a fan-shaped spray of sand. Subsequently, these white grains lodged tightly within the not entirely fitting crevice formed when the werewolf had just transformed into a human. This is approximately the effect. Pedro resumed smoking his cigar. You can interpret it as the transformation being undetectable externally. However, fundamentally, there exists a lengthy, unstable process of adaptation. Powerful soul-based spells will impart an irreparable influence on this state. In simpler terms, Fane's heart-piercing curse's magic was solidified during the transformation. If this magical energy were not extracted, it would be akin to enduring a long-term negative effect of a weakened version of the heart-piercing curse. Has the heart-piercing curse transformed into a weakness aura? Anton exclaimed, blinking in astonishment. So, during the period surrounding the transformation, the werewolf is at its most vulnerable, and soul-based spells are particularly effective. Gagaga. Pedro emitted an odd laugh. Gesturing towards the old wizard, your apprentice, much like yourself, is primarily concerned with slaughter. The old wizard retorted with a cold smile. Are you not the same? Damn it, should not the focus of spells be on offensive capabilities first? Anton rolled his eyes. He was merely a child with a smattering of magical knowledge. Why would he prioritize considerations for his survival over such matters? In any case, he had finally grasped the situation regarding Lupin. Is it curable? Anton inquired. Pedro sighed. It is challenging, akin to peeling away threads attached to every bone in the body. It requires an exquisitely precise operation. Furthermore, I can only gradually extract them during the brief moments of each full moon. At least 6 cycles are necessary, which translates to 6 months. What a foolish approach, the old wizard scoffed. You only remember how to unleash all the dark magic, yet completely fail to comprehend its intricacies. The fairy Pedro's anger flared once more, as he unleashed a torrent of invective accumulated over centuries. Yet Anton's eyes brightened. How can it be cured? The old wizard, grinning with satisfaction, replied, it is simple. Utilizing the dislocated soul curse, expose all non-original magical energies to the surface, and then, through the reshaping power of the werewolf's transformation, these energies will naturally disperse as for how to contort the soul into such a form. You will require the aid of Witch's Eye Potion. Anton, noticing Pedro's lack of rebuttal, felt a surge of excitement. I can brew the Witch's Eye Potion. Mr. Pedro, can you attempt this method? Ha ha. The old wizard laughed heartily. He can try all he wants. Fairies cannot cast human spells, and he would not dare consume the Witch's Eye Potion. Isn't that right, my dear teacher? Years ago, you summoned that centaur witch to steal my experimental materials. I presume you had someone test the potion. Did they not all perish? You would not dare to drink it, would you? Pedro merely scoffed. I refuse this proposal. He turned to Anton. Young sorcerer, I cannot allow you to treat the werewolf. Fane hopes you will cure him. But the unbreakable oath curse will kill me. Gagaga. The ancient sorcerer floated about, and you would plead with Anton, you foolishly clever sprite, who, in your quest to slay me, ensnared yourself with an unbreakable vow curse. How laughable, such a trivial method of entrapment. The fairy Pedro is renowned as a healer amidst the chaos of wandering sorcerers. He is also a sage, adept in intricate fairy magic mechanics and grand time converters. Yet, when it comes to potions, healing, and the study of the human soul, he is evidently far outmatched by the old sorcerer. The most glaring evidence of this is that Anton was granted residence within the fairy's abode. Ascending the crooked staircase and pushing open the door, the second floor revealed a forest infused with the fragrance of earth. Looking up, one could see the vast sky and the gentle patter of rain. Gazing into the distance, the forest's edge remained obscured. Only by turning back could one spot a stone archway. Anna Rosiel stepped through the archway as if passing through a translucent wave, noticing Anton's intrigued demeanor. She explained, the passageway, of fairy's magic, is far cleaner than the flying routes of a fireplace. With that, she turned and walked down the stone path to the left, saying, I shall take you to your lodgings. The young girl evidently possessed excellent posture. Her steps were graceful. Intriguingly, no matter how she walked, she never glanced at the ground, her eyes level, her head maintaining a seemingly motionless state. Anton, observing, found it quite exhausting. The path wound and twisted, and after a while, it opened up to a small clearing where vines clung to the bushes. Forming a low-walled in the center stood 3 tall oak trees, each branching out to support a quaint wooden cabin, with a staircase crafted from planks spiraling around the trunks down to the ground. Anna pointed to the treehouse on the left, adorned with wind chimes, saying, "This one is mine. You may choose one of the other 2, she then instructed. Any soiled garments should be placed in the wooden barrel at the back door. A house elf will take care of the washing. They will set your meals on the table by the window at mealtimes, so it is best not to place anything else on that table." Anton was taken aback. House elves here? He had not encountered any since his arrival. Anna smiled faintly. Only those who remain unnoticed are truly good house elves. She showed little enthusiasm for his arrival, adhering strictly to etiquette. Having completed her introductions, she turned her proud head away. Anton was unfazed. Although he appeared to be a child, resembling her in age, he was essentially a man in his 20s, lacking any desire for small talk with a mere child. He casually selected the wooden cabin on the right and ascended the steps. Upon opening the door, the cabin was just as he had envisioned. A seemingly soft bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a small round table by the window. It was modest but impeccably clean. Thus, this would be his temporary residence. After exchanging a few words with Lupin, the poor child succumbed to sleep once more, and Pedro was at a loss. The old sorcerer mentioned that some potions could alleviate his condition, but he would have to sift through the lengthy list stored in his memory. So he found himself idled in his youth. Anton had harbored many dreams, but after becoming a mere cog in the corporate machine, his aspirations dwindled to a singular desire, to sleep soundly. Yet, in this perilous world, he had developed an insatiable restlessness. With little to tidy up, he wandered into the forest, following the path back to the stone gate, crossing to the other side. Here, nothing existed but trees, an ideal setting for practicing spells. Soul displacement, he waved his wand, and a translucent, ethereal blue light flickered, striking the tree. The magical energy dissipated minimally, indicating that the spell had not been entirely unleashed. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for him to practice repeatedly. Over and over again, he was determined to make this spell a reflex, rather than a mere distraction. It is said that reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning, and in the relentless repetition of casting the spell, Anton vaguely sensed a hint of understanding. Yet, what exactly it was eluded his contemplation at that moment. His heart brimmed with the intense emotion of resistance required by the incantation, and he was wholly absorbed in the act of repetition. It was a paradox. If he wished to delve deeply into the study of this spell, he needed to maintain his composure. However, the emotional intensity required for spell casting was overwhelming. What spell could this be? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, startling Anton, who almost reflexively aimed his wand in that direction. Turning to see the little girl, Anna, he found her gazing at him quizzically. "Although I cannot yet cast spells, I have memorized all the incantations from the spell compendium. I have never heard of this one." Anton raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was merely overlooked. Impossible. Her expression was resolute. The Rosiel family boasted a long-standing magical lineage, and there was no way an incantation could be missed at all. "What spells do you have?" Anton inquired with interest. "I particularly adore the Patronus charm. I look forward to the day I can cast magic and have a guardian spirit accompany me." Anna replied in a calm tone. Anton scrutinized her, shaking his head. That incantation required joyful memories. This little girl, molded into the stereotype of an elegant lady, exhibited hardly any emotional expression. Even when unhappy, her discontent manifested as a mere roll of her eyes. As rigid as a finely crafted piece of wood, he found it peculiar how a family of sorcerers could produce such a wooden figure. It was not inherently wrong, but if they were truly aristocrats, it would be one thing. Yet sorcerers required a highly emotional disposition. This upbringing seemed ill-suited for a witch. Anna, unaware of his thoughts, proudly lifted her chin. "Of course, I have joyful memories." She tilted her head slightly. "My mother's animagus is a rabbit. She loves me dearly, and I love her as well. Perhaps my Patronus will be a rabbit. Ha. As long as you are happy," Anton muttered, disinterested in others' affairs, and intended to resume his practice. "I have answered your question. You have yet to answer mine." Anna asked again, her slender brows furrowing slightly, indicating her annoyance. Anton shook his wand. This is a form of dark magic used for soul dislocation. Dark magic? No wonder, Anna realized. There are no dark spells in the spell compendium left by my mother. That can't be right. The Roseal family is renowned for its dark wizards. Anton expressed his confusion. Doesn't your family practice dark magic? Anna shook her head. My mother does not. After marrying into the Roseal family, someone was supposed to teach her. Although she was somewhat resistant, she was willing to give it a try. My aunt was also learning alongside her, and then something terrible happened. Anton suddenly recalled the old sorcerer's witch lover, who had gone mad from studying dark magic and had ended up as mere fragments. My aunt went mad. Anton fell silent, contemplating the steep price of learning dark magic. Even a pure-blood family was not immune to its consequences. Anna sighed. The reason was that my uncle sought another woman and brought a child home. My aunt could not bear such betrayal. She flew up on her broomstick and jumped down, falling to her death before my uncle Anton's lips twitched. My mother believes that learning dark magic brings bad luck. She has not touched it since. The old wizard shook his head by moving the hand that dangled from his neck, dismissing the notion as impossible. He could not alter anything. No one could change events with a time-turner. Moreover, he was bound by an unbreakable vow. Had he prevented the binding of himself and you, Lupin would never have fallen into his hands, leaving him no chance to fulfill the agreement, resulting in a fate of perishing directly in the flow of time. Ha ha ha, my foolish teacher. After his daily ritual of mocking his inept instructor, the old wizard shifted into a teaching mode. Mastery of dark magic cannot be achieved merely by practicing on a tree. Although your attempts may appear somewhat competent at present, they remain superficial at best. Anton nodded, echoing the sentiment. There was an elusive quality that felt amiss. The old wizard floated closer, stating, in the past, I may not have been able to provide you with profound answers. Only to tell you that dark magic is meant for killing, not for frivolous amusement. It requires the act of murder to bear any fruit. Nowadays, I have acquired a renewed understanding of life and magic. Remember, you little rascal, wherever life traverses, marks will surely follow. When you take a life, the victim's suffering will become indelibly etched in your memory, deep within your soul. This, in essence, is the fundamental source of dark magic's power. This memory, this experience, will subtly transform your heart and will, and will thus manifest in the magic you conjure through your will. When you employ the Cruciatus curse to torment someone, the longer you inflict pain, the more you will resonate with their heart-wrenching wails and the contortions of their body. This is the secret of the Cruciatus curse. Such discourse may be somewhat esoteric. I am uncertain if you can comprehend it. I understand, Anton murmured. Translated, it means that effective spellcasting can enhance one's proficiency. What? The old wizard was momentarily perplexed. Nothing, just an odd phrase that may not be entirely appropriate. But I grasp it. Please continue. Teacher, very well. The old wizard seemed a touch melancholic, reflecting that even if he simplified matters, the ghost he had become would still struggle to understand. It is unnecessary. Such concepts are beyond comprehension even in life. Anton invited the old wizard to his oak tree cottage, retrieving some parchment to record the earlier discourse, continuing to listen intently. Following this line of thought, you will uncover a most wondrous truth. The old wizard adjusted his head upon his neck to maintain the dignity of his role as a teacher. Your life, your memories, and your experiences will become indispensable factors in influencing magic. Only by experiencing a multitude of events can you traverse further along the path of magic. And amidst this journey, one must not forget, your will must remain steadfast. When your experiences nourish your will, you will effortlessly command those so-called emotion-dependent spells. Now that we've covered the theory, let us delve into practice. You have perused my diary. You should know my two most proficient spells. Anton's eyes brightened. The Cruciatus curse and the armored charm. The armored charm. Ha ha ha. The old wizard chuckled. It appears you have grasped the crux. It is indeed the armored charm. You are evidently misled by its seemingly ordinary name. Thinking it a trivial spell, the old wizard gestured proudly. No, in truth, many may understand it, yet few truly master it. Even the Ministry of Magic possesses only a scant number of adept practitioners. Anton was taken aback. The Ministry of Magic? The old wizard nodded with a smile, his head momentarily detaching, which he hastily caught and reattached. Understanding does not equate to mastery. That he waved his arms. When you are ambushed, when you are engaged in a tense battle, many spells that you would normally cast effortlessly will elude you. In that moment, you will realize how shallow your understanding of that spell truly is. The Armored Charm is a spell of great potential. Can you envision what it would be like to become a master of the Armored Charm? Anton swallowed hard. The old wizard continued to paint a vivid picture of that enchanting scene. Apart from the potent killing curse cast by a formidable dark wizard, all other attacks would be rendered ineffective against you. You would merely stand there, impervious to any harm. Conveniently, while I cannot claim to be a master of the Armored Charm, I can certainly lay claim to its adept execution. First, allow me to impart the secret to the spell's profound application before I delve into the fundamentals of casting. It is the wizard's will. Anton's eyes sparkled with realization as he interjected. The wizard is akin to a deity. Ha ha ha, you clever little rascal. Indeed, that is correct. Once again, I reiterate. Command your magic, command this spell, command it to withstand all harm. The old wizard was evidently well prepared. From the initial correction of pronunciation and gestures to later techniques for efficiently reciting spells to minimize casting time. Then, the old wizard began to recount in detail the 384 instances over the span of 60 years in which he had cast the Armored Charm, providing commentary and insights on each scenario and reaction. This lesson was destined to be a lengthy one. Thus, Anton diligently immersed himself in the old wizard's wisdom day after day within the little cottage. The notes compiled on his desk had already formed a small mountain, until one fateful day, Anna knocked on Anton's door. Mr. Pedro requests your presence. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Before Anton could react, the old wizard cackled. Ha ha ha, splendid. At last, I shall have the opportunity to witness my foolish teacher employing his absurd methods to undertake a foolish endeavor. He sank directly into the ground. It was unclear how he navigated through the stone door back to the wooden cottage on the island. Anna, curiously observing the towering stack of parchment filled with writing, clearly recognized it as some form of documentation. Have you written all of this during this time? Childhood experiences had led her to interact less with peers her age. When Anton first arrived, she had been overjoyed, believing she would finally have a companion. She was only 9. Alas, this little boy had no intention of becoming her friend. The first time he came, he carried a middle-aged man inside, promptly sitting in a chair, closing his eyes in silence. On subsequent visits, aside from the initial days spent practicing spells in the woods, he remained confined within the house. She was intrigued, yet according to noble etiquette, a young lady should not arbitrarily knock on a single man's door. It would be highly inappropriate. The boy did not immediately respond to her inquiry. Instead, he gazed at the documents with a peculiar expression. Exhaling deeply, as if relinquishing something, he turned to her with a bright smile, radiating an air of ease and contentment. Yes, this is the spell my teacher taught me. With a bag brimming with documents slung over his shoulder and a broomstick in hand, Anton descended the stairs, accustomed to carrying his most essential belongings wherever he went. Moreover, the fairy Pedro's palpable disdain for humans was evident. Although Anton was unaware of the reasons, Pedro occasionally betrayed his aversion towards him. Coupled with the irksome old wizard, Anton felt he could be expelled by the fairy at any moment. Upon reaching the ground floor, he overheard the old wizard mocking Pedro. Ha ha ha, foolish teacher, you must surely possess the wizard's eye potion. Quickly produce it for Anton to complete. Your butcher-like methods of healing are utterly ridiculous. Silence, Pedro shouted in fury, grasping his dragon-ribbed magical long knife and waving it in exasperation. Ha ha ha. I see it. I see it. Back in the day, I was ever so cautious in observing your habits. I know you all too well. You glanced at your wrist, where the fairy treasure rune resides. Ha ha ha. I know it contains a forest. Did you hide the potion in there? Silence, silence, Pedro wailed. If you keep chattering and disturb me, will you take responsibility for a failed operation? Ha ha ha. That would be splendid. The old wizard floated about, even tugging at his own hair, swinging his head like a flail, as if thoroughly enjoying himself. Ha ha ha. If the foolish teacher's operation fails, he shall be slain by the unbreakable vow curse. The lively scene left Anna with her eyes wide open in astonishment. Anton watched the unfolding spectacle with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, the old wizard buzzed incessantly in his ear, and sometimes he genuinely admired his own perseverance. Yet, he keenly picked up a particular term. Fairy treasure magic pattern. Magic pattern? This was evidently a novel term. Unfortunately, The magic of humans and fairies could not be learned from one another. What intrigued him more was the notion that the fairy treasure was a forest, in other words, the forest on the second floor was, in fact, under the control of the fairy Pedro. The wonders of the wizarding world were perpetually captivating. Identifying the emotional juncture in their conversation, as the atmosphere reached a subtle intensity, Anton swiftly interjected, "Master, I have arrived. Let us prepare for this operation swiftly. And aren't you curious about werewolves as well?" Only then did the old wizard cease his distractions. And the fairy Pedro breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the overcast sky outside, calculating the time, and hurriedly went to arrange the necessary preparations for the operation at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. An exquisite apparatus in the spacious hall emitted a gel-like substance of a purplish hue, forming a cage brimming with tendrils at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lupin entered the cage, clad in loose hospital garb. His complexion somewhat pale. However, he appeared to be in good spirits, offering a gentle smile upon seeing Anton. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, yet another massive device was set up by the fairy. With countless distorted beams of light dancing around the hall, the old wizard quietly introduced, "This is the magical sensory amplifier. You may consider it an alternative magnifying glass. Within this light, you shall witness the werewolf transform into a 10-meter-tall giant. Do not be frightened. I would not wish for my foolish master to become the subject of ridicule in front of my apprentice." Anton nodded in agreement, observing with curiosity at 4:30 in the afternoon. Only an hour remained until the moonrise. Indeed, autumn had already set in, and night would descend earlier than usual. Pedro carried a massive box, from which 5 oddly shaped arms extended, one of which held an object resembling a telescope before the fairy's left eye. He was scrutinizing it intently at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Tension filled the air. Just then, a knock echoed on the door of the island cottage. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound startled everyone, and the fairy waved his hand, impatiently telling Anna, "Whoever it is, tell them to come back tomorrow." Anna nodded, while Anton remained vigilant, trailing closely behind her. An unexpected occurrence must be avoided at all costs. If the young girl could not handle it, he would do his utmost to create a suitable environment for the operation for Pedro. Unlocking the latch, a strange magical pattern flickered on the door before vanishing in an instant, allowing Anna to finally open the door. Creaking open stood a burly middle-aged wizard, tall in stature, with greasy hair that resembled instant noodles washed in Muggle gasoline, a prominent hooked nose, and lifeless eyes. That it was none other than Snape. "Idle," Anton exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward to block the door's gap beside Anna. Good heavens, Lupin was in the hall. Lupin, the very person whom Snape despised, the one who had once stolen his love, a member of the quartet that had bullied him to the brink of death or transformation into a werewolf. Though Anton knew Lupin was a good man, who could say whether he had been an accomplice or merely a reluctant persuader back then? This was disastrous. This was the last thing he wished to encounter. Meanwhile, the sky had gradually darkened, the moon casting a faint glow on the horizon. A colossal iron cage floated behind Snape, containing a massive viper that appeared to be on the brink of death. "Snake!" Anna's terrified scream pierced the air, her voice filled with a primal fear that nearly startled Anton to death. He turned in shock only to see Anna standing rigidly, eyes tightly shut, before collapsing. She had fainted from fright. Quick as lightning, Anton caught her in his arms. Bang, bang, bang. Pedro, burdened with the enormous metal box, hurried to the door, flinging it open, casting a glance at Anna, and coldly fixing his gaze on Snape. "Ah, the illustrious Snape. What brings you to me?" Snape gestured towards the iron cage behind him. Before he could speak, Pedro waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. "Good grief, although I invented the blood curse. Does that mean every victim turned into a blood-cursed beast must come seeking me?" Anton acutely observed that as Pedro spoke, he glanced at Anna. Could it be? Anton thought, looking at Anna in his arms. The little girl's brow was furrowed, her hands clutching her clothing tightly, as if in dread of some horrific entity that in stark contrast to her usual elegant lady demeanor. She appeared fragile, like a delicate flower vulnerable to a torrential downpour. "The blood curse? Invented by the fairy Pedro?" Snape shook his head. "I apologize for the intrusion, Master Pedro, that I hope you can assist in determining whether another soul resides within this serpent's body. You are the expert in this matter." "I have no time." Pedro slammed the door shut with a rough gesture. The magical glow illuminated again, and the door swung open once more. Snape's indifferent gaze remained fixed on Pedro. This matter is of great importance to me, and you need only use your fairy eye magic to take a glance. Any inconvenience caused will be rectified with a letter of apology and a complimentary potion query from our last consultation. After a moment of hesitation, Pedro eventually acquiesced. Circular ripples appeared before his mind, and his eyes seemed to grow immensely large. After scrutinizing the serpent for a considerable time, he finally shook his head. I cannot ascertain what you hope to find within, but it is evident that there is only one woman, and her soul has entirely transformed into that of a snake. There is virtually no way for her to revert to human form. Snape appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, the iron cage behind him crashing heavily to the ground before the door. This serpent is yours, as a token of my apologies for the rude interruption. He turned to leave. Suddenly, he turned back, a look of confusion crossing his face. His gaze pierced through the gaps between several figures, settling upon a familiar silhouette in the hall. Lupin? Lupin! Snape's face, which had appeared as though he had lost his wife, suddenly brightened. Drawing his wand with a gentle flick, Snape resolutely advanced. Stop! The fairy Pedro bellowed, his cold gaze fixed on Snape. This is the private territory of Pedro's medical room. No one may kill here. If you wish to duel, wait until you leave. Snape's dark eyes flickered, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, and he brushed past Pedro, entering without regard. The poor Pedro, standing at only 1.3 meters, was unceremoniously shoved aside. Staggering awkwardly under Anton's bewildered gaze, that I will kill you, Pedro roared, with a loud bang. He vanished and reappeared before Snape. His flushed face was a clear indication of his fury. Get out! But he was far too short. Forced to stare at Snape's abdomen, while Snape paid him no mind, fixated instead on the pale visage before him. Lupin, with a flourish of his wand, stupefy, boom, a massive magical shield crashed down from above, shattering the wooden floor, blocking Snape's spell aimed at Lupin. Pedro snapped his fingers, and the device in the corner of the hall that emitted light whirred to life. Suddenly, he transformed into a towering figure. Standing 2 meters tall, his fingers resembling the claws of a dragon, magical energy swirling around him. I warn you one last time. Snape, leave. Pedro's eyes were filled with wariness, yet he refrained from making the first move against Snape. This was not due to any principle. It was Snape's notorious reputation in the chaotic realm. During the dark days of the Dark Lord's reign, he had reached a peak of infamy, though he later denied being the most trusted servant of the masked Dark Lord. The black wizards and intelligent beings of the chaotic realm all knew. It was Snape. Everyone feared him. This man had no principles, while he served the Dark Lord in slaying white wizards. He also showed no mercy in dealing with the dark wizards. They were supposed to be his own kind. How could he be so ruthless? Today, Lupin must die, that if you wish to stop me. Snape's icy gaze swept over the fairy, Master Pedro. I shall have to be rude. Impossible. Pedro stood valiantly like a hero, a lone warrior against a multitude, raising a massive shield in one hand while a plethora of magical runes swirled around him. If you wish to harm my patient, you shall first have to step over my corpse. I in the corner of the hall. The old wizard cackled softly. Pedro has no choice. He has sworn the unbreakable vow spell. With Lupin dead, his fate is sealed. Anton bit his lip, staring intently at the two adversaries. Teacher, do you think my iron armor spell can withstand his killing curse? The old wizard suddenly gasped. Are you mad? I thought you had been secretly learning so much by my side. With your intellect, how can you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Anton shook his head. There are things that can and cannot be done. He uttered these words in English, and the old wizard exclaimed in confusion, I don't understand. Yet, he continued to plead with Anton. Don't be foolish. That is Snape. You are but a young wizard, having learned merely a few spells. What do you truly comprehend? Boom. Whoosh. The battle erupted in an instant, spells flashing like lightning, one filled with murderous intent, the other with no path for retreat, unleashing the most ferocious of curses that I in mere moments. The room was filled with signs of destruction. The spell of expansion had rendered the house trembling, as if it were a bubble ready to burst. Armor shield. Anton cast 2 iron armor spells in quick succession, shielding both himself and Anna. The spells detonated beside them, fragments of furniture flying and striking against the protective barrier, sending ripples cascading outward. He observed the fierce combat with a calm demeanor, suddenly waving his wand at a section of the wooden floor. Armor shield. Snape's killing curse struck the light blue shield on the wooden floor, producing a soft pop as the iron armor spell shattered. However, the wooden floor remained unscathed. It could defend. Anton's mind instantly sharpened, rapidly devising a strategy to turn the tide. Just then, Lupin let out a horrifying howl, thick wolf fur sprouting from his body, his legs stretching and elongating, while his head contorted grotesquely in Anton's arms. Anna stirred, having woken up unbeknownst to him, and dashed towards the hallway across the hall, heedless of danger. The old wizard watched Anton's restless movements in despair, finally losing his mind amidst the chaos of spells swirling around him. Ha ha, I have lost all hope. That little brat will surely die. He was my last hope. Gone. All gone. You shall die too. Come join me. Hurry and accompany me. The hall devolved into utter chaos that moment. If only there were a spell to instill calmness, Anton would have gladly cast it upon everyone present. Madness reigned. Pedro had gone berserk, his eyes ablaze with rage, roaring as he fought for the fairies. You human butchers, you killed my parents, my kin, so many of my kind. I want you all dead, every last one of you. The fairy spells differed from those of wizards, following their own unique patterns. A purple-skinned fairy that resembled a robot materialized behind him, boasting 5 heads and 10 arms, wielding a colossal longbow, indiscriminately launching arrows composed of magical energy at everyone, attacking the old wizard, Snape, Lupin, Anton, and Anna alike. The invincible old wizard darted between the fairy and Snape, making faces at the former, only to be struck by an arrow that sent him shivering. Snape countered with a spell, conjuring a cloud of yellowish light. Prompting the old wizard to flee in terror, he then re-engaged in battle with the fairy. After transforming into a werewolf, Lupin exhibited extraordinary resistance to spells, with only slight blood marks marring his skin. He tore at the gelatinous cage like a wild beast, roaring furiously. Meanwhile, the machine spewing gelatinous substance was struck by a killing curse, now billowing smoke, evidently on the brink of collapse. Anton and Anna were far from unscathed. One arrow made the iron armor spell tremble as if it might shatter. Before the second arrow could be shot, Snape's erratic spells flew forth first. Armor shield. Anton gritted his teeth, sprinting towards Anna. In this situation, he could concern himself with no one else. His sole focus was to protect this little girl from death. The entire house screamed in agony, twisting and shaking violently. Finally, Anton grasped Anna's hand. Are you insane? Anna's face was resolute. The time turner. I cannot allow it to be destroyed. Is it truly that important? Anton inquired. Anna bit her lip, gazing earnestly at Anton. It is more important than my life. Anton exhaled deeply. Let's go. The two raced into the workshop, where every wall bore cracks from magical energy, debris of wood and stone flying about. Anton continuously cast iron armor spells upon himself and Anna. After numerous incantations, he felt as though his head might split open. The ground had fractured, some sections lifting while others collapsed into dark chasms. Anna stumbled to a nearby shelf, yanking down a suitcase, struggling to drag the massive 8-meter-tall machine. Yet, it would not budge. No, no, she cried out, her small frame straining as she nearly wept. She looked up at Anton, desperation filling her eyes. Please, help me. Anton felt waves of pain coursing through his mind, shaking his head vigorously to pull away from Anna. No, it cannot be damaged. Anna screamed as Anton forcefully held her against his chest. Armor shield. At last, with just one more iron armor spell, Anton felt a slight ease. He waved his wand once more. Wingardium Leviosa. That a groan escaped him as he felt his head ready to explode. He strained to wield his wand, and the enormous contraption, standing 8 meters tall, was drawn into the suitcase. With a flick of his wand, the suitcase closed, flying back towards him. Anna immediately opened her arms, embracing it tightly. Thank you, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on Anton's cheek in excitement. Anton was momentarily blinded by a surge of magical light. As the surrounding debris of wood, stone, gears, and tools halted in their chaotic dance, even the swaying house fell silent. For a fleeting instant, the entire world seemed to be enveloped in profound quietude. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted. As if a vigorously shaken bottle of soda had been uncapped, spewing everything outward, the house's unmarked expansion spell ruptured, unleashing a deluge of items from the 1,000-square-foot space within that tiny wooden cabin. Everyone was hurled outwards. Broomstick, come. Anton could not perform the flying charm, but he possessed a unique skill. Wizard as God as long as the intent behind the spell was resolutely strong. transcending normal limits. Certain spells did not demand strict adherence to pronunciation or technique. The flying broom darted through the ruins and currents, swiftly reaching Anton and Anna, propelling them towards the sky. At that moment, Snape continued to unleash spells in frenzy, a particularly terrifying beam of magical light slicing through the sky, obliterating everything in its path, striking Pedro's chest. Pedro erupted in a massive spray of blood, and the purple fairy puppet behind him vanished, along with his shield. He plummeted into the sea like a rag doll. The flying broom swooped down, expertly executing a tailspin to hook the end of the broom into Pedro's waistcoat, suspending him in midair. Anton had no desire to embrace such an unsightly fairy. Moreover, he already held a small fairy in his arms, who was now beginning to tremble in fear. Along with the suitcase in her grasp, the broom was weighed down, skimming the surface of the sea, losing its ability to ascend. Just then, the werewolf leaped from the wreckage, his massive paw slamming into Snape's face. Smack! Snape spun in a full circle, soaring past Anton. Splashing into the water, a wave doused the three of them completely. Roar! The werewolf, on all fours, roared furiously at Anton and his companions out at sea, seizing a mechanical fragment from the ground and hurling it towards them. Damn it! Anton executed another deft maneuver, flinging the fairy at the end of his broomstick towards a large wooden plank floating on the water. Soaring into the air, whoosh, stones, thick wooden pillars, cauldrons, and other debris rained down upon them like relentless cannon fire. Anton skillfully maneuvered his flying broom, grateful for the old wizard's pursuit, which had allowed him to master its use at astonishing speed. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the water. Snape. The man soared through the air, defying gravity without any aid. The flying charm. Anton had viewed a brief introduction to this spell in a video. Throughout the entire Harry Potter saga, only two individuals could fly unaided, Snape and Voldemort. It was said that this advanced dark magic was devised by Voldemort himself. How impressive! Anton's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Snape. Utterly enchanted by the spell, Snape, with a detached demeanor, scanned his surroundings, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and his gaze landed directly on Anton. Startled, Anton felt a shiver run down his spine at Snape's piercing stare, as the latter raised his arm, wand in hand. Idle! Anton's voice rang out, filled with tears of joy. I almost died. It's so wonderful to see you again. You survived. Ha! You truly are my idol. The little wizard was evidently overjoyed, shaking with excitement and nearly toppling off his broom, causing him to grasp it tightly once more. Snape's lips twitched slightly as he silently turned away, directing his attention towards the werewolf on the island. Lupin. The moonlight bathed the small island, where the werewolf anxiously paced, roaring in frustration as he sought an escape, only to be thwarted by the retreating tide. Thus, he could only bellow at Snape and Anton in the sky. Snape watched him silently, raising his wand again. Idle, a voice called from afar. The little wizard looked nervously at him, questioning whether he truly intended to kill. Despite the werewolf's fearsome appearance, he was merely a pitiable victim of lycanthropy. Snape turned to see the little wizard's innocent, wide eyes blinking back at him. Whoosh! The spell tore through the air, brushing against Anton's hair. The searing heat emanating from the spell made goosebumps erupt on his neck. Yet, Anton remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering, resolute. Idle, killing is wrong. The little wizard's words were pure and just, his youthful heart steadfastly harboring the world's most untainted innocence. You are my hero. How could you kill? Years ago, you fought alongside the great Dumbledore to vanquish the Dark Lord, and everyone sang your praises. You may not know it, but the camp of wanderers is filled with cheers for you. But, the little wizard cried, nearly in tears, his voice raw and incredulous. How could you be a murderer? Whoosh! The blinding spell whizzed past, this time even closer, nearly grazing his skin. Fine. I've done my best. Anton decisively ascended on his broom, darting away with a whoosh. Last, the world fell silent. Snape looked once more towards the werewolf. Lupin, his voice was low and somber. If it weren't for your relentless meddling in that wretched affair with Lily, she wouldn't have met her demise. You indiscriminately trust anyone who shows you kindness, like a pitiful little dog desperately seeking approval. Snape sneered, his eyes filled with rage. But you fool, Potter doesn't trust you at all. He only believes that half-blood, and he only revealed the Patronus charm to that half-blood. Ha! No one believes in you, simply because you are a werewolf. Ha! Simply because you are a werewolf. As Snape spoke, tears streamed down his face, They always love to label others. Since you are a werewolf, you cannot be entirely trusted. I adored dark magic, yet Lily deemed me irredeemable and sought to distance herself from me. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Die, Lupin. If you perish, you won't have to suffer so much. Snape cast a judgmental gaze upon the werewolf, condemning him to death. Sectum Sempra. Whoosh. Protego, a blue shield manifested before the werewolf, deflecting the Sectum Sempra spell. Anton returned on his broom alone, executing a swift turn to halt nearby. Snape regarded him coldly. That I thought I had given you 2 chances. Anton beamed brightly, his pearly white teeth glinting in the moonlight. Indeed, sometimes I feel like a fool. I fear death. Idle. Anton smiled nonchalantly, wiping the droplets from his wand. I always live in such hardship. At any moment, I could be struck down by a curse. Thus, I realized, if one truly wishes to live well, one must forget about life and death. Anton shrugged helplessly, the contradiction evident, so he raised his wand. I shall only pursue what I desire, unafraid of life or death. Snape, let us duel. Today, it is either you or I who shall perish. This declaration was the second time Snape had heard such words from Anton, imbued with different emotions, yet echoing the same carefree and audacious spirit. Accordingly, he elegantly waved his wand, acknowledging the etiquette of a wizard's duel. I once admired your talent in potions, eagerly anticipating the day you would join Hogwarts as my student. What a pity. Sectum Sempra. Protego. Anton swiftly conjured a protective shield around himself, rapidly swinging his wrist. Relatio. Whoosh. The spell's brilliance surged through the sky, piercing Snape's sleeve and soaring into the distance. A piercing scream echoed. Anton's wand slipped from his grasp as he clutched his head tightly. The successful release of the displacement charm making him feel as though his entire head was about to shatter. He had already suffered greatly from the excessive casting of the shield charm. Now, the overexertion of the displacement charm felt far worse than the old wizard's piercing curse. It was as if he had been hollowed out. Pain radiated from the depths of his soul, yet he could not grasp where to scratch. Snape, the highly skilled wizard, incredulously raised his sleeve. Dark magic. He stared in shock at this child who appeared no older than 10, possessing such extraordinary talent. It was a sight he had never before witnessed. 10 years old. Even those from pure-blood families often had yet to awaken their magical potential. He could confidently assert that the vast majority of young wizards graduating from Hogwarts could not cast spells of such magnitude. Furthermore, it was dark magic. Snape's lips curled slightly. Then I shall give you another chance. His figure soared once more, swiftly circling around Anton, pointing his wand at the werewolf. Sectum Sempra? Protego. His spell was deflected once again. A voice, weak to the point of exhaustion, drifted from beside him. Snape turned in astonishment. There was Anton, slumped on his broom, wand in hand, gasping for breath, yet smiling. Blood oozed from his ears, blood flowed from his eyes, blood trickled from his nostrils, blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Yet he simply smiled, radiating an extraordinary brightness. Aha, Snape. Idle, did you not expect that I have another wand? Anton's face, pale as death, bore a triumphant smile, his eyebrows playfully raised. Snape frowned. Is it truly necessary to go this far? To protect such a werewolf? Anton chuckled weakly. He is a person, not merely a creature. Idle, your language skills need improvement. Snape smiled. It was the first time Anton had seen that slick-haired man smile. You have earned my respect. That is, Anton cackled. Someone once praised me as a charming individual. Is that so? Fainted, the charming little wizard rolled his eyes, and, quite unceremoniously, fell from his flying broomstick, only to be caught by a rope that bound his waist, leaving him suspended in midair in a most comical manner. The wand is coming. The wand that had fallen midway, and the one floating on the surface of the sea danced through the air, landing in Snape's hand. Ha! He truly concealed an extra one. How cunning! Snape scoffed, casually inserting the 2 wands into Anton's hair, then retrieving a vial of potion from his robe to pour into Anton's mouth. He pursed his lips, glancing at Anton, then at the werewolf howling on the small island. With a flick of his robe sleeve, a loud bang echoed, and he vanished from sight. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze wafted through the air. A chill swept across his face, and a frantic voice called out beside his ear, Little rascal, be quiet. Anton waved his arms as if shooing away flies, scratching his belly in annoyance. Little rascal, the voice persisted, you're so noisy. Anton grumbled irritably. Suddenly, the voice boomed loudly, right next to his ear. What are you sleeping for? There's plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. Anton jolted awake, eyes wide. Teacher, I was wrong. I won't. Gagaga. The old wizard pointed at Anton with his left hand, his right hand cradling his head, emitting a bizarre cackling sound. Your habits are quite amusing. Damn it. Anton grumbled, surveying his surroundings. The sea was calm, and everything appeared peaceful, save for the rope binding the flying broomstick, which tightened painfully around his belly. Struggling, he climbed onto the broomstick, tore off the rope, and pulled the wand from his hair. Stunned for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, Lupin! The broomstick turned sharply, diving downwards. Lupin, pale and leaning against a mechanical wreck, gazed at him gently. You've saved me once again. Anton's expression was peculiar. I originally intended to find you as a bodyguard and teacher. Lupin smiled. Once I'm better, I will be your bodyguard. Satisfied that Lupin was unharmed, Anton hurriedly ascended the broomstick again, asking the old wizard, What about Anna and Pedro? They're floating at sea. The old wizard shrugged his shoulder, which lacked a head. Unfortunately, my foolish teacher has not perished. A massive plank floated on the sea, where Pedro lay with his eyes tightly shut, while Anna clutched her suitcase tightly, sitting beside him. Upon seeing Anton descend from the clouds on the broomstick, she exclaimed joyfully, Anton! Throwing aside her suitcase, she leapt towards him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. I'm so glad you're okay. I saw you shielding us. You're a hero. Saying this, she impulsively kissed Anton's cheek. Realizing what she had done, she blushed and hurriedly retreated, picking up her suitcase to shield her face, revealing only one large eye peeking at him. Anton, taken aback, touched his somewhat damp cheek, only to be greeted by the old wizard's teasing grin. He gazed at Anna's delicate features, exhaling deeply, silently reminding himself not to engage in foolish thoughts. Such thoughts are disgraceful. Thus, he beamed at Anna, saying, I believe we could become good friends. Anna blinked her large eyes. Good friends? She smiled sweetly, nodding vigorously. Yes, you are now my best friend. Anton finally relaxed, thinking to himself. It was merely his overthinking. He too began to laugh. Their laughter echoed across the sea, two survivors reveling in their newfound joy, their laughter carrying far and wide. However, Anton's mirth was short-lived. As he returned to the small island atop the broomstick, dragging the large plank behind him, he surveyed the desolate ruins and felt his stomach grumble. Anna, it seems no one can stay here. Shall we go to your home to rest? After all, Pedro was a good friend of your father. Anna shook her head. We can, but I don't know how to get back. The family estates I know of are concealed by powerful magic, and I can only teleport there through specific spells. But my father's away. Anton blinked. When will he return? In about 6 months, she replied. 6 months. Anton gasped. He just left you here. Anna appeared somewhat dejected, gently nudging a small stone with her toes. I have a strange illness. My father has been trying to find a cure for me, constantly busy, and often I see him only a few times a year. Blood curse orc. Anton immediately thought of this, sighing, after a moment of silence. He stared blankly at the sky and the earth, unsure of where to go next. It was quite frustrating. Why was he perpetually troubled by this question? Initially, Anton had risked his life to seek out fairies for a cure, hoping to have a support system in the future. After all, whether in the wizarding world or the muggle world, it was exceedingly difficult for a 10-year-old child to live alone. Yet now, he gazed awkwardly at the large group of people on the plank. A highborn little girl afflicted with blood magic, a middle-aged werewolf supposedly of considerable strength but weakened by a curse, a fairy who had lived for centuries and was now lying in a state of uncertainty, a headless wizard ghost hoping to find a body to rely on, and a 12-foot-long viper trapped in a cage. Yes, he had also found Nagini. Heavens, all he wanted was a support system. Yet fate had played a cruel joke on him. Not only had he found no support, but he had also acquired 5 individuals who depended on him. His frail 10-year-old shoulders were utterly overwhelmed. At such a tender age, was he truly expected to support such a large family? Fate was indeed a whimsical, mischievous trickster. Anton chuckled brightly. With a flick of his wand, a glowing arrow formed in midair, swaying as it pointed southeast. Destination: France. Off they went. The tail of the broomstick was tied to the plank with a rope. Navigating through the depths of the ocean, the old wizard floated atop the plank, singing ancient and rugged ballads, his voice mingling with the horizon. O brave reformer, you emerge from the mists. The morning dew dampens your garments. Birds sing in celebration of your arrival. Wildflowers dance along the roadside in your honor. He walked with a smile, trailing light behind him. Pedro and Lupin lay side by side, Nagini in the cage flicking its tongue, while Anna hugged her legs, resting her chin on her knees, tilting her head to watch Anton, her smile sweet. Time flew by. Winter's snowflakes danced, quietly covering the streets of London. In the northwest of London. 20 minutes from King's Cross Station lay Grimald Place, number 11 Grimald Place. The Charta Information Consultancy welcomed yet another busy day under the midday sun melting the snow. Oh, for heaven's sake. When will the American headquarters assign us a new manager? Everything is a disaster, complained a young blonde woman in a light blue woolen coat and gold-rimmed glasses as she surveyed the disorganized papers on her desk. Beauty often wins the favor of office colleagues. A slightly balding young man with a modestly protruding belly leaned closer, as if that would bring him nearer to her. Elsa, you wouldn't believe it. Our new manager has already arrived. This remark immediately captured the attention of everyone in the office. And the young man grew more smug. He was apparently transferred from France. Incredible. Elsa's face was filled with resistance. Why transfer from France? Even if the American headquarters lacks suitable candidates, can't we find someone appropriate in the UK? The young man shrugged, although we know that soon. Oh, no. Merely in 2 years, information consultancy firms will be popping up all over the streets. Right now, aside from those serving civil engineering, our company is the only one in London. It's hard to find suitable candidates. Are we to choose a detective as our manager? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ilissa pursed her lips and shrugged her shoulders, expressing indifference to the notion of Sherlock Holmes being her superior. At that moment, a male employee, seemingly around 30, who had been reading a newspaper opposite Ilissa, set it down. He possessed a pair of deep green eyes, which Ilissa found appealing, and a robust physique that filled his shirt handsomely. I inquired with our colleagues in France, and it appears our new boss is an Englishman. Is that true? Ilissa exclaimed in surprise. Gerber, I mean, how can that be? Consequently, all eyes shifted from the young man to Gerber. He elegantly lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, noticing the eager gazes fixed upon him, particularly Ilissa's anxious expression, which prompted him to smile mysteriously. It was said that he was an Englishman residing in France, who had garnered attention from headquarters due to his remarkable abilities, leading to his assignment in the UK to oversee operations. Indeed, this was the case. At the entrance of the office stood a gentleman of exquisite refinement. He gracefully removed his hat, revealing a meticulously groomed slicked-back hairstyle, with golden locks illuminated by the soft yellow light, exuding an air of elegance. The gentleman's face bore the lines of experience, yet they were softened by a keen and radiant smile that inherently suggested wisdom. My name is Remus John Lupin, and it is an honor to become your colleague. You may simply call me Lupin. I prefer a relaxed atmosphere in which to work. Lupin gestured towards the vacant reception area. Look, our receptionist has resigned again. It seems we have much to attend to. Such a vibrant, amiable, and sagacious boss instantly garnered the approval of most in this burgeoning industry. Everyone rose to applaud his arrival. Lupin, evidently meeting expectations, glanced at the clock hanging on his chest. As a newcomer, I hope each of you will join me in my office for a one-on-one conversation to foster our acquaintance. We have 20 exceptional employees, and if we expedite the process, perhaps we can accomplish this before the end of the day. His words, though phrased as a question, carried an assertive tone that swiftly earned the trust of all present. Mr. Gerber, as the company's accountant, I hope you will be the first. Is that agreeable? Certainly, boss, Gerber readily agreed. Unbeknownst to him, Miss Ilissa across from him was frowning at their new manager. Manager Lupin was a witty conversationalist with a gentle demeanor. Yet he possessed a sharp intellect. This perspective was reinforced after each employee exited their discussions. Fantastic. I was genuinely worried that our company might be shut down by headquarters, remarked the balding youth who had spoken earlier, his face alight with excitement as he addressed Ilissa. After all, our previous manager led us to underwhelming performance. Ilissa managed a half-hearted smile. Oh, indeed, that is wonderful news. Finally, 10 minutes before closing, it was Ilissa's turn. Her hands clenched tightly, fingers whitening from tension as she sprang to her feet. Gerber smiled gently. Ilissa, do not fret. The boss has a broad mind and is a magnanimous person who would not take unintentional offense. With a wink, he added, of course, we should also be cautious not to offend him, right? Ilissa appeared oblivious to his words, seemingly lost in thought as she entered the manager's office. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the manager's office slammed shut with force. leaving the entire office hall in stunned silence. Upon her entrance, Lupin was holding a cup of coffee, one hand tucked into his pocket, gazing quietly out upon a desolate landscape. It seemed as if something lay hidden within the ruins situated between 11 and 13 Grimo Square. Lupin, Ilissa hissed coldly, her teeth clenched in anger. She seized Lupin's collar forcefully. Listen, we do not welcome you here. I demand that you leave immediately. Lupin appeared startled, looking at her in disbelief. Miss Ilissa, what are you doing? With a cold smirk, Ilissa leaned in closer. Remus John Lupin, I know you. If you wish to avoid a catastrophe, you must leave this company at once. Lupin's expression hardened, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Shaking off Ilissa's grasp and adjusting his tie gently, I am quite certain I do not know you, Miss Ilissa. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Ilissa, visibly agitated, glanced out the window and squared her shoulders. Today is the night of the full moon. Listen, you either leave with dignity, or I will summon the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic? Lupin chuckled, as if he had heard something ludicrous. Miss Ilissa. Today is not April Fool's Day. Have you perhaps been napping? His demeanor shifted to serious. I do not wish to hear any more of such childish and absurd talk. This is an information consultancy, not a playground. Ilissa glared down at him. How ridiculous. With that, she flung the office door open, addressing her colleagues loudly. Perhaps we should hold a welcome party tonight during dinner. What do you think? The office was not devoid of men eager to please her. With a few joining in, everyone cheered jubilantly. Ilissa turned to Lupin and scoffed. So, manager, do you dare to join us? Tonight is the night of the full moon. Lupin smiled calmly. I do not know what game you are playing, but I hope that after this dinner, you will sincerely apologize to me. After all, you are an exceptionally talented information processor, and I am giving you this opportunity. Ilissa dismissed his words and turned to exit. Behind her, by the window, Lupin smiled nonchalantly, taking another sip of his coffee, his brow furrowing slightly. The taste of the concoction was truly unpleasant. Mr. Lupin was a man of great charm, exuding elegance without pretense. He could attentively attend to the feelings of several female colleagues while also sharing lighthearted, yet slightly risky humor that made everyone laugh amidst the crude jokes of his male counterparts. Overall, the team-building event was a resounding success that Mr. Lupin blended in seamlessly with everyone. Goodbye, and be careful on your way home. Even inebriated, Lupin stood at the corner, watching each colleague board their vehicle and depart. Ilissa gazed into the distance, casting a glance at the moon hanging high in the sky, ultimately looking back at Lupin with a puzzled expression. I apologize, Mr. Lupin. I believe I mistook you for someone else. Ilissa offered a somewhat ingratiating support to Lupin. There was no need to mention the several aurors from the Ministry of Magic who had just left. Even she could confirm that this Lupin was not a werewolf. Therefore, if he was not a werewolf, he must be her true muggle boss. What a disaster, her job. Lupin shook his head, clearly feeling lightheaded after consuming a substantial amount of alcohol, compounded by the chilly breeze outside. Yet, he remained serious as he regarded Ilissa. You must work harder and demonstrate through your achievements that I cannot dismiss you, for that would be a significant loss to the company. Do you understand? Ilissa nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. After discussing work, Lupin, slightly tipsy, staggered forward, prompting Ilissa to rush to his side for support. Lupin, where do you live? I shall accompany you home. Lupin chuckled, exhaling a breath of alcohol, and pointed to the upper floors of the company building, the 4th or 5th floor, I believe. In any case, it's the topmost level. He patted his belly, somewhat pleased. I earned a bit in France. And upon arriving in the UK, my first order of business was to acquire myself a property. Ilissa was taken aback. This street, though a mix of commercial and residential buildings, was near King's Cross Station, and prices were not modest. She scrutinized Lupin, who, while not conventionally handsome, possessed a certain refinement, clearly a man who cherished life. Moreover, he appeared to have weathered many storms, emanating a calmness born of experience. Most importantly, he held a high position and was affluent. He possessed all the qualities that could enchant any young woman. Such a person, even if merely a muggle, would not mind sharing the journey of life together. Unfortunately, it seems she has inadvertently offended someone. Lupin insisted on not letting her see him off, adamantly insisting that she return home first. Thus, Elsa reluctantly climbed into the car, glancing back 3 times, biting her lower lip in a display of discontent as she drove away. Finally, she has departed. Lupin suddenly appeared invigorated, striding towards the corridor behind the office. Upon reaching the corner and finding it deserted, he dashed up the stairs as if pursued by some phantom, his face beginning to blur in the frenzy. He swiftly opened the door to the top floor, rushed inside, and closed the door behind him. That very moment, his entire form contorted, transforming in an instant into a red-haired child of merely 10 years. It was none other than Anton. The steady, rhythmic sound of footsteps approached as Anna, clutching some clothes, came forward. Her little nose twitched, and she frowned slightly, remaining silent. Anton, struggling with the suddenly oversized garments, inquired about Lupin's current condition. Mr. Fines, the old wizard, is watching over him. All is well. Anton nodded, accepting the clothes and retreating into the washroom. Before long, he emerged, freshly groomed and content, surveying the spacious residence, with 6 rooms and 2 living areas. It spanned over 200 square meters, complete with a private rooftop terrace, a veritable paradise. Anton stretched his arms wide as if embracing the world, exclaiming, "At last, I have a home of my own." This was no small feat. Over the past few months in France, he had borne Lupin's name, wielding an extraordinary vision and a silver tongue to achieve what his colleagues deemed miraculous orders. There, he had earned the moniker of an insomniac money-making machine. This relentless effort had been worthwhile. Owning a house felt like establishing roots, grounding him entirely. Anna stood quietly behind him, gazing at his profile with a gentle smile. The old wizard drifted out from a nearby room, declaring, "Now that you have secured a stable life, I believe our potions class can resume." Anton nodded earnestly. Indeed, magic was far more enticing to him than money. "Let Lupin go to work. I shall attend classes at home." At that moment, a massive wolf head peeked out from the room, its eyes filled with trepidation. "I'm going to work?" "Of course," Anton replied, visibly displeased. "Lupin, you old man, how dare you expect a 10-year-old child to earn a living for you?" "But," Lupin gulped nervously, "the Muggle world." Anton swiftly interrupted, "I've brought you to experience it in France. You adapted quite well. At the very least, you now understand how to watch television and have developed a fondness for Countess Charny. Lupin's wolfish expression was laden with complexity. "The consulting firm's business," Anton cut in again. "Your seasoned aura. If you adopt the style I've designed for you, young women will be quite taken with it. You'll find success with ease. Moreover, I have already imparted much economic knowledge to you." Anton sighed. "Lupin, you are remarkably intelligent, talented, and charismatic. Your only flaw is your lack of confidence." Lupin remained silent for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. "You are right. I cannot allow you, this little rascal, to support me. I will manage." "Ha ha, Lupin, be confident. You can handle it." Anton grinned, wrapping his arms around the wolf's neck. "The consulting firm is an emerging industry. You can say anything without fear of judgment. There are no seasoned veterans to criticize you. Everyone is a beginner, navigating their way through." "Lupin," Anton's voice turned solemn, "although I cannot cure your affliction, at least it won't hinder your life, and you can begin to explore your path to survival as well. Let us both embrace this new life." The old wizard cackled in agreement. Yes, a new life. As a ghost, he required no sleep or desk, yet Anton had allocated a room for him, which brought him immense satisfaction. He enjoyed drifting above the bed or soaking in the bathtub at night, closing his eyes even if he did not sleep. The hall boasted a grand floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, the curtains drawn back, Lupin could easily see the neighboring house, invisible to others, number 12 Grimald Place, home of Sirius Black. In his youth, he had come here with Potter and Peter. The 4 had frolicked together. A new life. "Is it?" Anton beamed, heading towards the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged carrying a bucket of food, heading towards a corner room. Upon opening the door, a large snake slithered out from beneath the high-legged bed left by the home's previous owner. Anton poured the contents of the bucket into a feeding dish, gently stroking the serpent's head as if it were a small dog. "Eat up," the snake affectionately nudged him, flicking its tongue before lowering its head to devour the food. Anton exited the room, closing the door behind him as a magical light glimmered. He stretched, intending to return to his room for rest, only to find Anna quietly waiting for him from a distance. "Ha ha, she won't crawl out of the room. Why stand so far away?" Anna firmly shook her head. "I was attacked by a snake when I was young. I am particularly afraid of them." Consequently, Anton approached her, asking, "Is there something you need? Why aren't you going to sleep?" Anna's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and fear. The large time turner is almost complete. I have a place I wish to visit. But I cannot perform magic. Will you accompany me? Anton furrowed his brow. Time travel is a perilous endeavor. I am not strong enough yet. You should wait for Pedro to awaken or for your father to return. They are powerful enough to ensure your safety. Anna bit her lip, hesitating. I just want to avoid them. Anton's room, located in the southeast corner, served as the master bedroom of the house. It featured a spacious sleeping area, a washroom large enough for bathing, and a walk-in closet comparable in size to the bedroom. Anton's clothing was minimal, fitting comfortably within the large wardrobe in the bedroom. This space had been converted into a study, with shelves overflowing with various materials. Through months of study and research, Anton's handwritten parchment nearly matched the old wizard's collection, but a massive hand-drawn diagram adorned one wall. The old wizard was commencing a new round of lessons. Previously, I explained the fundamentals of potion making. Now, we shall embark on a new course brimming with mystery. He triumphantly waved his arm. A potion course understood only by Fines. Fines was indeed the old wizard's name. And Anton was filled with anticipation. The cost of potion ingredients is exorbitant. Otherwise, you should drink the potion while listening to my practical lessons. He pointed to the hand-drawn diagram, noting that he had witnessed the magical imagery within Lupin's werewolf form during treatment sessions. So, do potions also possess magical imagery? Indeed, the old wizard replied, an air of mystery enveloping him. These magical images are dynamic. For instance, the leech depicted here appears stable while alive. When we crush it, it transforms into something entirely different. Most intriguingly, the emotions you harbor while crushing it will influence its characteristics. Anton immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming, this is akin to the process of casting a spell. Precisely, the old wizard cackled, when a leech absorbs a luck potion. It seems as if the potion is merely contained within it. However, if the individual controlling the process harbors malicious intent, the re-released luck potion may become fraught with unforeseen dangers. Crafting potions is akin to casting spells. Now, my little rascal, do you remember the first lesson I taught you? The essence of spell casting. Anton's eyes gleamed with understanding. Wizards are akin to deities. A wizard's will commands all. The old wizard solemnly placed his head on his neck, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, this is also the foundation of Fine's potion theory. Teacher, you truly are a genius. Gaga gaga. The magical patterns on the door illuminated, quietly creating a narrow opening. The serpent's tongue flickered as it slithered through the crack. Its 12-foot, 3.6-meter, body coiled and undulated across the floor, its agile tail deftly nudging the doorknob of the adjacent room, revealing a slight gap. The great serpent slipped inside. In that room stood a grand four-poster bed, upon which lay a stout yet diminutive figure, the fairy Pedro. The serpent gazed intently at the fairy for an extended moment before turning away. It then proceeded to slither forward, opening yet another door. This room appeared inviting, suffused with a delicate fragrance. On the vanity by the window, a glass vial adorned with an angelic relief held a bouquet of fresh flowers, their petals glistening with droplets of water that shimmered with a rainbow hue in the sunlight. The room was empty, save for an open suitcase on the floor. The serpent glided over, extending its head into the suitcase. The interior was spacious, resembling a vast mechanical factory, where a small figure operated a large gantry crane. Maneuvering a colossal mechanical structure above, the girl donned dragon-skin gloves and, with great effort, extracted an oversized wrench from a shelf, climbing onto an 8-foot-high platform to secure large nuts tightly with her physical strength. Sweat trickled from the tips of her dark hair, and as she wiped her brow, a smudge of grease marked her face. Her expression was one of utmost concentration and seriousness, mirrored by the serpent's head peering into the suitcase. Equally focused and earnest. On such a morning, everyone appeared invigorated. Liu Ping tended to his hair with gel in front of the mirror, applying a touch of moisturizing cream to his face. He then spritzed some perfume onto himself. Donning a finely crafted cashmere coat from the hanger, with a somewhat peculiar expression, he regarded his reflection. This person seemed so foreign. Yet, as Anton had remarked, he looked rather well. A slight smile graced his lips as he spoke to his reflection. A new life, a new beginning. Is it not? He made a comical face at himself, chuckling as he approached the grand oak table across from the bed, turning off the television and carefully removing the disc from the player. Placing it into its designated plastic case, he then retrieved an exquisite alloy cane topped with a lion's head from the corner, puffed out his chest, lifted his chin, and exited the door with the elegant poise cultivated by Anton and Anna. Stepping out through the back door of the building, he arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Ascending the stairs, he reached the office of their company, Chata Information Consulting. In a corner, there was a row of semi-partitioned spaces, each occupied by an employee, their desks adorned with several telephones. The information gatherers were continually making and receiving calls, recording information meticulously, some even managing 2 calls simultaneously. Two female colleagues busily returned with files to their desks, sorting and distributing them to the information processors at the central desk. Everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Upon spotting Lu Ping, someone promptly greeted him before hurrying away with a stack of documents. Clearly, the company had begun its operations. These individuals were all elites gathered from various industries, ready to unleash their boundless potential with a leader who could inspire hope. Anton was right. Lu Ping's responsibilities were not overly burdensome. In moments of crisis, he needed to remain composed and graceful, maintaining a serene smile. He would gather everyone for a meeting, allowing them to devise their own solutions, while he merely needed to endorse the most promising proposal. Quite straightforward, was it not? Lu Ping encouraged himself, nodding and smiling at those he passed. Eventually, he arrived at his own manager's office. However, scarcely had he settled into his seat when someone gently knocked on the wooden door. Looking up, he found the troublesome Ilsha standing there. Instantly, Lu Ping's demeanor tightened. Anton had warned him that she was the only witch in the company, and yesterday she had deliberately tested him under the full moon. Even summoning an aura from the Ministry of Magic, his hands, resting on the armrests of his chair, clenched tightly, stifling the urge to flee. Smile, he reminded himself. Force a smile. Good morning, Miss Ilsha. The young and beautiful lady placed a fragrant cup of coffee on the table, gazing at him with a somewhat ingratiating expression. Good morning, Mr. Lu Ping. Her alabaster fingers intertwined nervously, betraying her apprehension. There was a small incident yesterday. Lu Ping exhaled deeply, elegantly raising a hand to support his chin. Smiling benignly as he replied, no worries, just focus on your work. Perfect. He had flawlessly emulated the posture and tone Anton had taught him. He had succeeded. As expected, this capable elite in the company would likely breathe a sigh of relief and return to her duties. Yes, that was Anton's analysis. Yet, unexpectedly, Ilsha did not leave. Instead, she smiled sweetly, revealing her adorable canine teeth and a charming dimple. So, Mr. Lu Ping, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Ah, is that not permissible? Ilsha's beautiful golden hair fluttered in the breeze, her jewel-like blue-green eyes misting with emotion, as if pleading, will you not forgive me? Good heavens, Lu Ping, the eternal introvert, found himself utterly outmatched by such a high-caliber contender, leaving him flustered. Ilsha blinked, her long lashes fluttering. Then it settled. With that, she swayed her serpentine waist and departed. Lu Ping remained there, utterly bewildered. What do I do now? Anton, where are you? Anton was exceedingly busy. Beyond his studies of spells and potions, he bore the responsibility for a large household. The serpent Nagini required daily feeding, and sometimes he needed to lift the magical seal on the door to allow it some exercise. Keeping it confined to a room was simply not feasible. The fairy Pedro lay in a coma, necessitating a doctor's visits to administer glucose strips, not to mention the occasional confundish charm. The old wizard occasionally drifted into the neighbors' homes, frightening them, prompting Anton to knock on doors to cast the forgetfulness spell he was not particularly adept at. And then there was Lu Ping, whose performance was improving, radiating a growing personal charm and vitality. Yet, Anton still needed to periodically consume the compound potion to negotiate with the old foxes at headquarters and the branch in France, as well as personally secure vital business from important clients. Moreover, during each full moon, his presence was indispensable. Anna also required his guidance. This quiet and proud girl spent her days hidden in her box, tinkering with the now 10-meter-tall magical machinery. He needed to take her out occasionally for some sunlight, ensuring his timing did not coincide with Nagini's. Additionally, he had to admonish the restaurant delivery boy for his habitual tardiness and present an exquisite birthday gift to the dry cleaner's owner. Expressing gratitude for her meticulous care. He was merely a 10-year-old child, burdened with the worries of such a large family. It was undeniably challenging. Yet, all efforts bore fruit. Lu Ping's confidence and vigor flourished. Anna had grown significantly taller over the months, Nagini's wounds had healed entirely, and Pedro had survived. And Anton himself, through this period of learning, had finally achieved his first breakthrough. That night, he gathered his family members with a smile. drawing the curtains of the grand windows, lighting candles, and gazing joyfully at the old wizard, Lu Ping, and Anna. He placed a box on the small round table, gently opening it to reveal a plump little bird. Academic name: Enlagococcyx spore group. Potion name: Chameleon wind bird. Its characteristic lies in Anton cradling the bird in his hands. One could observe how the creature swiftly adopted the hue of his fingers. Its semi-transparent body momentarily deceiving the naked eye, creating the illusion of non-existence. With a gentle flick of his hand, the plump bird flapped its wings and soared into the hall, continuously morphing into a myriad of colors. Blending harmoniously with its surroundings, Anna's eyes sparkled with adoration. What an adorable little bird it was. The chubby creature bore a striking resemblance to the infamous angry birds, endearing it to the children present. Lu Ping, too, wore an expression of awe, having never before encountered such a bird. The old wizard beside them cackled with glee, for this particular potion was exceedingly rare and difficult to capture, a creature most had never even laid eyes upon. Let alone someone as impoverished as Lu Ping, who struggled to make ends meet. The old wizard remained as cantankerous as ever. Anton lifted a piece of black cloth to cover a purple crystal on the table. In an instant, the bird vanished from view. "Wow, it's gone," Anna exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she scanned the area. Lu Ping pointed his wand and declared, "Reveal yourself." Yet, nothing materialized. Anton, with a cheerful smile, explained that under the intangible glow of the crystal in Meralpi Pavilion, what appeared to be a bird was, in fact, a spore organism, invisible to the naked eye. The revealing spell could only manifest its true form, but it was inherently unseen. He pulled the cloth from the crystal. And there, suspended in midair, the bird perched upon the chandelier. Though it retained its chameleon-like appearance, it was now somewhat discernible. "Next comes the moment of witnessing a miracle," Anton declared, closing his eyes and waving his wand in a series of intricate gestures while murmuring incantations. Eventually, his entire figure dissolved into the air. "Wow," Anna gasped. A plump little bird began to flit around the chandelier, landing beside its original counterpart. Subsequently, the rotund bird descended, settling in the palm of Anna's hand and playfully pecking at her. Anna erupted into joyous laughter. The bird took flight once more, rapidly transforming in midair until it finally morphed into a red-haired youth. "This is my new magic," Anton proclaimed. Lu Ping stared in disbelief. "An animagus?" Anton chuckled, raising a finger and shaking his head. "This is not transfiguration. It's mimicking the magical essence of this potion to create an image of its power, resulting in its appearance. That I call it a biomimetic spell." "Ha ha ha." The old wizard laughed proudly, noting that this was Anton's own invention, prompting applause from the audience. "Of course, this achievement is not without my guidance. He has built upon the foundation of Faint's potionology to carve out his own brilliance." Anna and Lu Ping joined in the applause, while Anton's expression turned serious. "Today's demonstration is not meant to showcase my prowess. Did you notice anything in my recent spell?" Anna and Lu Ping exchanged puzzled glances. And even the old wizard appeared bewildered. With a flourish of his wand, the little bird was drawn into his hand as he pointed to himself, and then to the bird. "I transformed into a potion, and then reverted back to my original self." That he looked eagerly at everyone, yet all he received were a group of children filled with questions. Anton sighed. "Did you not realize? This transformation is reversible. It transcends bloodlines, species, and even biological characteristics, and is unrelated to any spell." Anna still looked perplexed, but Lu Ping's breath quickened, nervously gazing at Anton. "Are you saying haha, Lu Ping, you finally caught on?" Anton snapped his fingers. "This is just the beginning. Although I managed to simulate a simple spore, I will continue my research into more complex realms." Anton fixed his gaze on Anna and Lu Ping. "Even blood curse orcs and werewolves." Upon mentioning blood curse orcs, Anna appeared utterly confused, clearly unaware of what they were, yet she wore a proud expression for Anton. Lu Ping, however, approached Anton eagerly, grabbing his arm and swallowing hard. "Are you suggesting indeed?" Anton's voice resonated with conviction. "Following this path, I can restore werewolves to their human forms, and blood curse orcs to humanity." He exhaled deeply. "But this will require time. I cannot say when it will be accomplished." Lu Ping trembled with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, his lips quivering. His voice cracked. "I can wait. Even if I grow old and my hair turns white, even if I can no longer walk, even if I have only one day left to live, I still wish to be a complete human, to be buried in the earth." His words were nearly breaking into sobs. Finally, this reserved old man let out a loud roar, as if venting decades of accumulated anguish. Retreating to his room, he closed the door, and only faintly could the oppressive sounds of weeping be heard. The group fell silent. The old wizard sighed, glancing towards Anna in Nagini's room, and murmured, "You little rascal, you've given everyone hope. You must not let that hope shatter, for that would be too cruel." Anton gazed at him earnestly. "I shall make it happen." His words were resolute. This world is never devoid of genius. Anton held knowledge of the Harry Potter universe, where Dumbledore and Grindelwald shone brightly in their youth. In Voldemort's era, this formidable figure understood the intricacies of Horcruxes during his studies. In Harry Potter's father's generation, the quartet effortlessly tackled the complexities of becoming animagi and created the extraordinary Marauder's map, while Snape invented the new spell Sectum Sempra. In Harry Potter's generation, Harry excelled in disarming spells, and the Weasley twins mastered magical artifacts, reaching levels unattainable by ordinary wizards. Under the guidance of the old wizard, Anton ventured into the combined study of potions and spells. Anna, a young girl yet to even awaken her magical potential, had fully inherited the complete technology of the Time Turner from the fairy Pedro and had crafted a supersized device that even the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries could not replicate. Indeed, Anna had finally completed her supersized Time Turner. The core components were previously assisted by Pedro. She spent her days quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the sun, sipping tea, tending to flowers, and waiting for Anton to be free to accompany her somewhere. Anton was unable to attend her immediately, for the new full moon had arrived, and he could only drink the polyjuice potion to impersonate Lu Ping. Lu Ping managed the company with his own unique flair. Though he lacked Anton's exceptional business acumen, he possessed a gentle and all-encompassing heart. In his company, everyone respected this leader, and the energy emitted was exponentially greater than what Anton could achieve alone through sheer talent. Anton was delighted to witness such progress, for it indicated that Lu Ping was indeed forging his own path to survival. The most noticeable change was the newfound wealth of their household. Lu Ping extravagantly purchased the entire ground floor below as a family dining area and hired a charming, plump cook. They finally freed themselves from the ill-tempered delivery boy. Each person's wardrobe was filled by Lu Ping, prompting Anna to affectionately call him Uncle Lu Ping alongside Anton. Goodness, that Ilsa is excessively enthusiastic. Upon returning home, Anton took a shower and shared a few complaints with Anna. With a smile, Anna suggested, "Perhaps she has someone in her heart." Anton's expression turned peculiar as he shrugged. "That's Lu Ping's affair. I won team medal." Although Lu Ping still resided in the room Anton had arranged for him upstairs, he had set up a reinforced chamber downstairs specifically for his transformations on full moon nights. Otherwise, Anton would have teased him about it, repacking his dragon hide messenger bag filled with potions and ensuring his wand was safely tucked away. Anton gripped his wand tightly. "I am ready." The night breeze rustled the dark crimson velvet hem of Anna's gown as she tilted her head, her deep azure eyes earnestly fixed on Anton. With a broad smile, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Anton waved his wand, and suddenly, a pot of climbing vines affixed to the wall of the hall burgeoned rapidly, enveloping the entire home in an instant. With flowers blooming profusely, this was a species of African plant known as the food elephant vine, renowned for its formidable magical resistance and its innate ability to repel creatures, causing them to instinctively flee. Such a plant seldom survives outside Africa for long, and Anna was perplexed as to how Anton had managed to keep it alive. Leading Anton to her room, she opened her suitcase, revealing a vast mechanical factory within. As Anna caressed the machinery, an enigmatic expression crossed her face. "My mother loved me dearly when she was alive." Anton nodded, refraining from interjecting. He sensed this was bound to be a poignant tale. "A colossal serpent attacked me, and in her effort to protect me, my mother perished." Anton gasped, staring blankly at her. "I'm sorry. I had no idea. Perhaps I shouldn't have kept that serpent at home." Anna gently shook her head. "I merely need to endure the fears and aversions within my heart. You can revive it, and I deem it worthwhile." She no longer lingered on the matter of the large serpent in her home. In the outskirts of London lay the manor of 10,000 Flowers, where I spent my childhood. My mother adored the flowers in the backyard. Anna's eyes glazed over, a blissful smile illuminating her face as she recalled how she would follow her mother with a small watering can. She lightly explored the machinery, continuing, "Later, my father took me everywhere seeking a cure for my ailment, claiming I had an unusual sickness." Anton furrowed his brow. "An unusual sickness?" Anna nodded softly. "My father never divulged the nature of the illness, but he said it would manifest after a burst of magic. Before others, he was always jovial and witty, yet privately, he succumbed to incessant drinking. often calling out my mother's name in drunken stupor. As Anna spoke of her sorrow, her eyes fluttered shut that I dared not mention my mother in his presence, fearing it would deepen his sorrow. Yet I truly, deeply miss her. Her eyes shimmered with hope. I wish to see her. Anton sighed, pursing his lips. We cannot alter anything with the time turner. The time turners hidden within the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries had become the last glimmer of hope for the desperate wizards of the chaotic realm. Yet, the more astute wizards understood that the time turner only brings despair. Did I know? Anna's voice was soft yet resolute. Even just a glimpse would suffice. Very well, Anton chuckled, gently grasping the hand of this forlorn little girl. Let us proceed. Anna gazed into Anton's eyes, nodded softly, and forcefully turned the valve of the machine. Countless gears and mechanical structures whirred into action, the luminous magic radiating like blue smoke, effortlessly enveloping the two. They remained oblivious to the magical mist that spread forth, drifting from the suitcase into the room, wafting towards Pedro's bed, towards the space beneath Nagini's bed, and even into the old wizard's bathtub. Ultimately, the mist was thwarted by the food elephant vine. With a soft thud, the smoke rapidly retreated back into the machine, and the entire house fell silent as if devoid of life. In the year 1953. London, England. That year, Voldemort, having been rejected by Hogwarts as a professor for the defense against the dark arts, was scouring for treasures to craft Horcruxes. That year, Grindelwald had been imprisoned in a castle by his oath-breaking lover for 8 long years. Anton stared in astonishment through the shop window, the calendar clearly marking this date. You as a child? 36 years ago. So, not a little girl, but an old witch? Anna smiled. You've uncovered my secret. She watched Anton's mouth agape as if to swallow an egg. Giggling, I did not experience such a lengthy passage of time. After my mother's death, my father took me to our family's secret frozen realm, plunging me into a deep slumber. 2 years ago, my grandfather, in a fit of anger, ordered my thawing, asserting he could not watch his granddaughter live without her own life. Anna's petite face scrunched up, mimicking an old man's expression and tone, both solemn and comical, whether good or bad. It is all my fate. For 36 years, her father sought a remedy, though he never abandoned hope. He also ceased to resolutely keep her frozen. My goodness. Anton stared at her, astonished, uncertain of how to respond. Yet Anna appeared melancholic. In a few days, it will be my 10th birthday. My life spans merely this decade. Yet I have traversed a full 36 years in between. Everything has changed. Anton fell silent, recalling a phrase he had encountered online in a past life. All precocious children bear the weight of unfortunate lives. Yet it is these experiences that render them remarkably gifted. Anna was indeed just a little girl, as her actions still reflected those of a child. Oh dear, how shall we enter the manor to see my mother? She wore a worried expression, although the castle was not veiled by magic. Her father was a formidable wizard, and many house elves inhabited the manor, all of whom would detect our presence. Haha, Anton laughed. I thought you had made meticulous preparations. It appears you lack even a plan for the first step and have come here haphazardly. Anna lightly punched Anton, gathering her skirts as she squatted by the roadside, gazing despondently at the bustling crowd. A hand gently reached out before her. Looking up, she beheld Anton's radiant smile. So, dear little princess, would you care to experience soaring through the skies as a bird? Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement. She delicately placed her hand in Anton's, who helped her rise. The two ventured into a dim corner of the street. And with a flicker of magic, their surroundings warped peculiarly, everything appearing disproportionately vast. The little bird that Anton transformed into hopped over, gently pecking at Anna's bird head. The two plump little birds frolicked for a while, flapping their wings as they ascended into the sky. The color-changing wind bird, a potion that, while seemingly animalistic in nature, was fundamentally a collection of spores capable of manipulating the wind, invisible to the naked eye, technically a plant. Agile and nimble, yet limited to that. Compared to the owls of the wizarding world, their long-distance migration speed was akin to that of a snail. Thus, the two birds perched atop a small car, on the back of a bicycle, on the tail of a skateboard, and even on the heads of passers-by. They meandered about, continuously changing vehicles until they finally arrived at the Manor of 10,000 Flowers. Anton finally comprehended why it was named thus. From the slope, the European-style castle appeared almost entirely enveloped by a profusion of flowers, with blossoms climbing even the castle walls. At the heart of this floral splendor stood a quaint wooden cottage. Anna and Anton materialized, stealthily approaching a window, leaning against the wall as Anna nervously clutched her skirt. Anton offered her an encouraging glance, prompting her to take a deep breath before cautiously peeking through the window, revealing a tiny head. Soon, another head floated beside her. The two curiously gazed into the room. Inside, it was tranquil. An exquisitely carved, gilded vanity and wardrobe adorned the space, while a rainforest painting graced the wall. In the center stood a grand bed with towering Roman columns, draped with a canopy that cascaded from the ceiling, and from the center hung a wind chime made of shells, producing a melodious sound in the gentle breeze. Beside the grand bed was a smaller princess bed, where a little girl, around 6 years of age, slept soundly. "It's you," Anton observed with keen interest. "Yes," Anna whispered, nodding as her gaze lingered on every corner of the room. Seemingly lost in cherished memories, before long, footsteps echoed from afar, prompting Anton to hastily grasp Anna, and they transformed once again into little birds. They perched on the windowsill, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Anna's mother. "I should never have given birth to her." A strikingly beautiful Eastern woman with raven-black hair entered, her eyes brimming with sorrow. She turned once more to glance at the man behind her, exclaiming, "I should never have given birth to her. It was a mistake." Anna swayed slightly, nearly toppling off the windowsill. Anton swiftly soared to catch her, whisking her outside the window, the tumultuous emotions rendering the nascent spell exceedingly fragile. The two figures emerged beneath the window. Anna curled up at the base, her complexion ashen, disbelief etched across her face, her eyes wide with shock, tears streaming down as she shook her head, gritting her teeth. Anton sighed silently, gently grasping her hand. Memories have a peculiar way of shifting with the passage of time. Some moments you believe to be vividly clear are merely constructs of the mind. Yet, Anton furrowed his brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity in Anna's mother, as though he had seen her somewhere before. "Nana." "No, that was Mr. Rogier's voice," Anton recalled. Yet, it lacked the gravitas of his mature, resonant timbre, infused instead with a romantic lilt akin to singing poetry. "This is the fruit of our love, the continuation of our lives." Anton cautiously peered out, witnessing Rogier tenderly holding his wife. Moments later, Anna also poked her head out, her eyes filled with profound sorrow as she gazed at her mother. Anna's mother rested her head against Rogier's chest, weeping despondently, her voice low and suffocating. "No, Andre, she should never have been born. Never." Rogier gently knelt, his hands steadying her frail shoulders. "Nana, let us seek out Pedro, shall we? We must find him to resolve this." Nana's emotions surged, her face contorted with deep-seated hatred. "I never want to see him again." Rogier remained steadfast, tenderly wiping away her tears, his deep azure eyes filled with affection. "For you, and for Anna, please." Nana hesitated, staring blankly at Rogier. "For Anna?" Rogier nodded emphatically. "He is the one who devised the blood curse, and he personally released it upon your mother. We must find him to lift this curse. We cannot allow such a vile curse to perpetuate through the generations." "Yes." Nana's gaze hardened. "Let that scoundrel lift Anna's curse. She must not endure my tragedy." Rogier pursed his lips and shook his head. "He is a dangerous man. We cannot take such risks. It will be just the two of us, all right?" Nana, her pallid face turned towards Rogier, finally nodded, her expression mournful as she caressed her daughter's face. Rogier summoned their house elf, instructing it to prepare a carriage. Shortly thereafter, the couple stepped outside, Anna staring blankly at their retreating figures, realizing, "My mother truly loves me, doesn't she?" Anton smiled and nodded. "I can see she holds you in her heart." He gestured towards Rogier, who was instructing the house elf from a distance. "Would you like to follow and see?" Anna wiped her tears and resolutely nodded. Thus, with her emotions steadied once more, Anna transformed into a bird under the spell's glow. Anton gently alighted upon the carriage's roof, while Anna flew directly into the carriage, landing in her mother's embrace. Her transformation was so light that her sorrowful mother failed to notice, with a gentle sigh. The white horse flapped its wings, lifting the carriage into the sky. They soared along the horizon, gliding over the Thames, circling Buckingham Palace, even passing through a shimmering ripple in midair, heading straight for the expanse above Upside-Down Alley. Anton gazed down from above, only then noticing the large lake at the end of Upside-Down Alley, filled with gravestones. "That I had someone inquire. He is right here." Rogier had uttered countless comforting words along their journey, but none had elicited a response from Nana until this moment, prompting her to weep. "I don't know, Andre. I don't know how to face him. I am afraid." Rogier fell silent for a moment. "We must confront this, mustn't we?" The carriage came to a halt before an empty expanse. Rogier called out, "Master Pedro, Andre Rogier and his wife Nagini have come to visit. Before long, the ground began to ripple, and a crooked little building materialized before them that a younger version of the old wizard emerged. Alex Fines, I bring greetings from my master. Please, come inside. Anton stood agape, staring at Anna's mother. Nana? Nagini. Good heavens, he stammered, his lips twitching as he struggled to articulate his astonishment. It was utterly shocking. He had emerged from behind the tree. Anna transformed back, her face alight with joy. Have you heard of my mother's deeds? Can you tell me? It dawned on her that her mother bore this name, a fact she had long hesitated to inquire about from her father, only now coming to light. Anton wore a peculiar expression, staring blankly at Anna. How was he to broach the topic, to say Nagini had exquisite taste? Her first boyfriend had been Credence from the Dumbledore family, and her last had been Voldemort from the Gaunt family, with a brief interlude involving Andre from the Rogier family. Just then, a voice echoed beside them. I was quite handsome in my youth, wasn't he? Anton turned in astonishment to see a hand propping up a head facing him. Master, what brings you here? The old wizard shrugged his shoulders. Devoid of a head, you should be grateful you planted the devouring vine at home. It thwarted the time-turner-esque fluctuations, or the entire populace of London would have converged here. His foolish master had also arrived. And he was awake. How intriguing. Intriguing. Anton swallowed hard. Where to now? To the safe house. I just saw him enter. Each piece of information sent Anton reeling. Fear not. My foolish master possesses ample experience with time travel. He won't cause chaos, the old wizard reassured, noting Anton's twitching lips. Bang. A wall of the safe house exploded. The fairy Pedro erupted from within amidst a cacophony, rolling to the ground beside Anton. Good grief. How was I so powerful 38 years ago? Pedro struggled to rise, blood flowing from his chest and abdomen. I must have sealed some memories away. Damn it. I can't recall that fairy spell. A semi-transparent Aladdin's lamp rolled rapidly, stopping before Pedro, and from its spout emerged a billowing cloud of smoke, from which a robed Pedro stepped out. He frowned at the Pedro on the ground. What time are you from? The past or the future? Regardless, it matters little. You all are quite tiresome. One arrived yesterday, another the day before. And even two from different eras came 5 days prior. Do you not understand that I can only retain 30 years of memories? You keep expanding the memories in my head, and now I must clear them out again. At that moment, Rogier, Nagini, and his students rushed over. Pedro muttered a curse, his robe stirring as a translucent sheet flew up, enveloping Pedro and Anton. This sheet was so extraordinary that even the old wizard could not penetrate it, trapping him beneath. It was as if these individuals could not see Anton and his companions. As they crowded closer, Pedro glared at his apprentices. What are you staring at? Scram. After scolding them, he turned his cold gaze upon Rogier and Nagini. Good grief. Although I created the blood curse, must every beast transformed by it come seeking me? Beneath the sheet, Anton cast a peculiar glance at the robed Pedro, then at the suited Pedro beside him. This statement he had heard twice before. The key detail was that the last time Snape had brought Nagini to seek him out. All were Nagini. Anton even entertained a bizarre thought. Could it be that every mention of Pedro referred to a different era of Nagini? Cleaning memories? The old wizard inquired, regarding Pedro with curiosity. You can clean memories? Pedro cast a cold glance in his direction, remarking that, of course, if one wished to retain the most crucial early memories concerning the fairy race, one must periodically cleanse oneself of trivial recollections. For instance, you, my foolish apprentice, Fines. I only recall my disdain for you and a few essential bits of information necessary to deal with you. He tapped his own head, adding that now that you have become a ghost, I can confidently purge all memories of you. Only remember some information to deal with me. The old wizard fumed, glaring fiercely at Pedro. Are you implying that all the torment you inflicted upon me is something I alone remember? While you can continue to live without a care in the world, as the two engaged in their quarrel, an argument ensued outside with the big cloth. You don't even remember me, Nagini exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her delicate features, her face aflame with rage. Rogier frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife, his cold gaze fixed upon the fairy. Master Pedro, my wife, Nagini. Her surname is Pedro. The fairy was taken aback. Incredulous that she shared the same name, that he cackled maliciously, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. After all, Pedro was a noble name among his kind. He looked at Nagini with derision, demanding to know which fool from his race would choose to unite with our mortal enemies, the human wizards, and produce such a hybrid creature. Hybrid? Nagini recoiled. clutching her chest as she stepped back, her complexion paling to an extreme, feeling the world spin around her. Rogier reached out to steady her. But she shrugged him off. She advanced 2 steps, lowering her gaze upon the fairy, her teeth clenched, and spoke each word with icy precision. I do not bear the surname Pedro and never have, never will, and never shall. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, while Rogier hurried after her, uttering words that were lost in the commotion as the carriage drove away. Rogier remained behind, drawing his wand, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Pedro, she is your daughter. The fairy Pedro found himself amused, chuckling at the absurdity. Ha! A fairy mixing with humans, giants with humans, centaurs, werewolves, anyone can, but we fairies cannot. His smile faded, replaced by a cold severity. You humans have slaughtered our entire kind, leaving only a handful of us scattered across the globe, beyond the wretched slaves you keep in Gringotts and various factories. I scarcely see any of my kin left. This is a blood feud. A colossal purple-skinned fairy golem materialized behind him, boasting 5 heads and 4 arms, each grasping a longbow, magical arrows aimed at Rogier. Ha! Rogier replied with an enigmatic smile. She truly is your daughter. How laughable. Pedro was taken aback. Impossible. The Pedro within the tent echoed the same disbelief. Impossible. Anton too was astonished. He thought if someone were to tell him that Voldemort had been birthed through magic by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, he would believe it. The wizarding world was rife with unexpected crossbreeds among intelligent races. That was something he had never anticipated. What a chaotic circle. His mind was awash with confusion. Anna stared at Pedro, bewildered. You are my grandfather? But why do you treat my mother so? Pedro looked at Anna, his head retracting slightly. That I do not know. I frequently cleanse my memories, and I cannot recall that. I cannot even remember how I became friends with Rogier. Endless black mist swirled behind Rogier, rolling ominously as if harboring some dreadful creature. Faint, distorted screams echoing from within. Rogier pointed his wand at Pedro. Listen, I did not wish to seek you out, but your wife has perished due to your blood curse. Now your daughter and granddaughter suffer under the torment of the blood curse you devised. Today, you will either tell me how to lift this curse, or you shall find yourself buried beneath the lake in upside-down alley. Blood curse? Pedro shook his head in confusion. That I do not recall. He gazed at Rogier in astonishment. That I only remember the name of the curse. Everything else is lost to me. It is simply unfathomable that I could forget such a powerful spell. Ha ha ha. Rogier was evidently furious, his wand waving. Boom! The black mist surged, colliding with Pedro. He was thrust backward, the purple fairy golem behind him crushed by the overwhelming force of magic. He carved a deep trench in the earth before finally coming to rest by the lake. Rogier approached with a frigid demeanor, placing a foot on Pedro's chest, his wand trained upon him once more. I will count to 1. If you do not reveal how to lift the blood curse, you shall perish. Pedro struggled to rise. That I truly do not remember. 3. Fear glimmered in Pedro's eyes. That I cannot die. I am the last one who retains the complete memory of the fairy race. I cannot perish. If I die, no one will remember the history of the fairies. Point 2. Pedro's fingers glowed with magic, power surging. With 2 explosive sounds, his entire arm erupted, blood cascading forth. Point 1. In a panic, Pedro cried out. I genuinely do not remember. Rogier furrowed his brow. You truly do not remember. Pedro swallowed hard. I genuinely do not remember. My memories are lost. With his remaining left hand, he grasped Rogier's ankle. Give me some time. I will delve into the past to seek the answers. I will certainly tell you. The black mist swirled, engulfing half of his form. Do not kill me. I cannot die. Pedro pleaded. I truly do not remember. Give me a chance. You wish to save your lady's children. Do you not? If you kill me, there will be no opportunity left. Rogier's icy gaze scrutinized him for a long moment before he withdrew his foot from Pedro. Pedro, understand that I can easily locate the roots of a pure blood family. You shall have no chance to escape. 3 days. 3 days from now, I will return here, and you will provide me with the answers. Pedro exhaled in relief. That I will certainly tell you, with a soft pop. Rogier vanished. Pedro struggled to his feet, laboriously making his way to Anton and the others, lifting the big cloth. He was first astonished to see the old wizard, then turned to the formally dressed Pedro. Did this foolish apprentice perish? Then you must have returned from the future. Quickly tell me, where have my memories of the blood curse gone? The formally dressed Pedro looked perplexed. That I do not know. The 2 Pedros exchanged bewildered glances. Finally, the cloaked Pedro grasped his shoulder and turned to leave. You all best conceal yourselves. Do not let others discover us. This must be the result of my reckless time wandering. It has left my memories in utter disarray. Even the future version of himself was unaware. This was dire. He could not fight. He had to find a way to escape. The old wizard smirked at Pedro. I remember this moment. You despicable wretch, exploiting the madness of Alaroro to slay everyone, fabricating a guise of death, leaving me to Rogier, who nearly killed me. The cloaked Pedro suddenly turned, eyes wide. My apprentice finally losing her mind. Faking death. What a brilliant idea. He dashed toward the safe house, and soon, it vanished from sight once more. The old wizard stared in disbelief. This idea had originated from him. Ha ha ha. The formally dressed Pedro pointed at the old wizard. My foolish apprentice. Pedro laughed briefly before his expression soured, sighing deeply as he reached into his chest, pulling forth a blue-purple glowing cord. I have long pondered when I signed that indissoluble vow spell, now that I think about it. It must have been placed upon me by Rogier. It is undoubtedly the binding agreement requiring me to look after Anna. With a soft pop, the radiant strands transformed into shimmering motes of light. Reabsorbing into his chest, he fell into a prolonged silence, gazing intently at Anna. Child, I too yearn to discover whether I am indeed your grandfather. I have lived for several centuries, burdened by the weight of fairy history. I have carried it for hundreds of years, and I am nearing my limit. Perhaps soon my life will quietly fade away as one ages. The significance of one's bloodline becomes increasingly paramount. This world is no longer the domain of fairies. The fairies of the ancient realm have evolved beyond recognition. The history I bear as a fairy will only bring calamity upon them. Let me carry this legacy into death, severing all ties to it. Anna grasped his sleeve tightly. No, don't die. I already lost my mother. I cannot bear to lose my grandfather as well. Pedro gently tousled her hair. I will not perish. The ancient fairies are the longest lived. And perhaps in the future, I might even assist you in raising children. Children? Anna's face flushed suddenly. Hee. Pedro chuckled affectionately. Anna will grow up, marry, and have children. Trust me, I will reclaim the memories of the blood curse. Allowing you to live as an ordinary person. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to others. First, he looked at the old wizard, who merely snickered dismissively, and then to Anton. I was unconscious, yet I could still perceive external happenings. I am grateful you did not abandon me on the island. Anton smiled faintly. There are times to act and times to refrain. This phrase, spoken in English, eluded the old wizard, though the seasoned fairy comprehended its meaning. He nodded. Your invention of the bionic curse is intriguing, but it is evident you have yet to uncover the secrets of Fine's wizard's eye potion. The old wizard was taken aback. What secrets? Pedro rolled his eyes. I have no desire to engage with you. Go away. He then turned back to Anton. The wizard's eye potion, combined with the bionic curse, will enable you to learn fairy magic. Anton stared at the fairy. You wish to teach me fairy magic? There is no gift without a reason. This has been my experience in this world for nearly a year, particularly when it comes to knowledge, which in the realm of wizards represents immense power and wealth. Erecting towering walls across countless social strata. Pedro nodded. I am certain I did not erase the memories regarding the blood curse, so they must still reside within my mind. Although I do not understand why I cannot recall them. I require someone to assist me in exploring my memories. You will drink the wizard's eye potion and learn my fairy eye secret. Then, using this secret, you will delve into my memories to search. Anton wore a peculiar expression. Wizard's eye, fairy eye? Pedro shrugged. Clearly my foolish apprentice believes he must outshine his master and create his own eye magic. The old wizard beamed with pride. Indeed, I have created it. And now, the question arises. The ingredients for the wizard's eye potion are the culmination of the old wizard's 70 years of experience. Where shall we find them now? Anna's eyes sparkled with realization. They exist in the castle of the Wanwan Manor. My mother disliked residing in the castle, so my father built a wooden house outside. They seldom visited the castle. Last year, my father gifted this castle to me for my birthday, and I know how to enter. With the capable Pedro accompanying them, the journey became significantly more convenient. With a soft pop, they appeared on the mountainside near Wanwan Manor. Pedro snapped his fingers, and Anton felt a chill wash over him, as though he had been doused in cold water. The fairy secret was akin to a combination of the wizard's illusion spell and confusion spell. Remember, the most crucial aspect of time travel is to avoid any contact with others, especially oneself. Anton wore an odd expression. The old wizard scoffed. Ah, to hear such words from your lips is utterly ridiculous. Pedro, unusually restrained, sighed. Yes, I am a prime example. Frequent contact with oneself has caused my memory to falter. The castle loomed large, featuring a fountain at its entrance. Within the fountain stood a statue of a beautiful mermaid goddess, her swaying tail casting a spectrum of colors in the water, with one hand extended into the fountain. She gazed upon the world with a compassionate sorrow. Anna tiptoed, placing her small hand in the goddess's hand, and the magical light flowed between them. A grand door appeared beside the pool, revealing a descending stone staircase. Hee, Anna said, a hint of pride in her voice. This is the only safe way to enter the castle. Within lies a host of animated puppets, which can be quite fierce. Anton marveled as he looked up. The castle appeared particularly grand, its spires topped with various sculptures, standing majestically against the sunlight. I only just realized. You are quite the little heiress. Anna, her hands clasped behind her back, elegantly tilted her neck and smiled shyly at his remark. Let us enter. Inside, the castle was lavishly adorned. Dark golden frames hung upon stone walls marked by the passage of time, each detail revealing the ancient heritage of the Rogier family. The sole drawback was the oppressive darkness within the castle. Anton finally understood why ancient China shunned the construction of castles. Their fortitude was suited only for war-torn frontiers. Beyond their strength, he felt as though he were traversing a grand mausoleum, especially with a headless ghost floating beside him. Amplifying the eerie atmosphere, Anna lacked the magical prowess to cast spells, and Pedro, the old fairy, refrained from intervening due to his status, leaving all eyes on Anton. Damn it, I never learned the lumos spell. My schedule is packed to the brim. Who has the time to learn such things? Wouldn't it be simpler to just turn on the lights? The old wizard, clearly amused by his predicament, chuckled wickedly but offered a hint. Wizards are akin to deities. Pedro exploded at this remark. You foolish human. Deities, have you wizards become so arrogant? Anton smiled, quelling their endless bickering. Anyone can stand alongside deities, not due to their lineage, but because of their spirit. He closed his eyes in contemplation, then opened them, waving his wand. I command you. Illuminate. Countless motes of light erupted from his wand, and with a gust, all the light points burst forth. It was as if the dim room had been suddenly flooded with daylight, illuminating the castle as if it were midday. Wow, the old wizard applauded in awe. Anna's eyes sparkled, and Pedro looked astonished. Yet Anton furrowed his brow. The energy expended could have allowed him to cast 2 armor spells. The old wizard cackled. As you often say, the future holds promise, does it not? The process of brewing the wizard's eye potion was exceedingly intricate, requiring no less than 6 or 7 days, although Anna's castle boasted abundant potion materials. Some items unsuitable for preservation necessitated another trip to the marketplace for procurement, such as leeches and live mice. To ensure he did not interfere with time, a complex potion must be brewed, requiring hair from the Muggle world to disguise their purchases. Time stretched once more. While Anton concocted the potion, the old wizard dismissed the fairy Pedro, unwilling to let his knowledge leak, especially not to his enemies. Crucially, he seized the opportunity to continue imparting his lessons on Fine's potion making. From the perspective of magical energy, and through the lens of spellasting, he sought to reconstruct the discipline of potion brewing. Anna, well-mannered and respectful, refrained from peeking, aware of what was appropriate to observe, especially considering her rare chance to return 38 years into the past. Thus, she implored Pedro to take her to see her mother. Heaven knows the courage Pedro mustered to comply, for his strength was no match for what it had been 38 years prior. 38 years ago, Pedro was nearly obliterated by Rogier. Now, that same Pedro has feigned his own death to escape, while Rogier, brimming with murderous intent, relentlessly pursues him across the globe, and now he dares to infiltrate the enemy's abode? Does he have a death wish? Yet, Anna's pleas are so pitifully heart-wrenching that they stir the remnants of compassion in his aging heart. Every day, Anna is filled with joy. Upon returning home, she invariably rushes to the laboratory, chattering animatedly beside Anton about the amusing incidents she has witnessed. Her mother, while attempting to tell her the story of the little prince to lull her to sleep, ultimately succumbs to slumber herself. She had styled Anna's hair into a lovely braid, and today, her mother's favorite snake flower has finally bloomed, its petals elegant and imbued with a subtle fragrance. With a furrowed brow, Anna anxiously muses whether it is this beloved flower of snakes that attracted the great serpent, leading to her mother's tragic demise in her efforts to save her. Until this day, Pedro caught a glimpse of a massive serpent lurking in a corner of the castle's outer wall. 12 feet long, a viper by species, its body marred by numerous scars from past injuries. It is the very serpent that Anton had rescued on the island. Anna weeps in sorrow. realizing that it was her colossal time converter that had transported this serpent from 38 years ago, thus causing her mother's death. Anna is indeed a villain. Pedro, the fairy, lets out a heavy sigh, gently ruffling her hair. Time travel is a perilous endeavor. Often, we believe we can alter fate, yet we are merely subjects of its mockery and manipulation. The old wizard remains silent, stroking his own head, his usual sinister cackle absent, replaced by a sigh. Fate is truly cruel. Anton wears an odd expression, silently placing down the potion in his hand, removing his dragonskin gloves, and casting a complex gaze upon Anna. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately sighs and earnestly pats her hand. The truth of reality is far more brutal than appearances suggest. I am uncertain whether I should reveal this to you, but inevitably, you shall come to know. Anna looks up in shock at Anton, her eyes wide with panic. She glances at Pedro, then fixates on Anton with unwavering determination, declaring, I recall you mentioning that you are aware of my mother's tale. Speak, for I am stronger than you presume. Perhaps, Anton replies, gesturing toward the serpent. The serpent is now ensnared by Pedro's magic, a colossal purple-skinned puppet wielding a fierce demeanor, as if, with a mere command from Anna, its 10 arms would tear the serpent apart. The serpent is named Nagini. What? Anna gasps in disbelief, staring at the serpent. What? Pedro exclaims, startled, hastily dispelling the puppet, causing the serpent to tumble to the ground and swiftly slither into the corner of the room. What? The old wizard exclaims in shock, but at this moment he finds himself sidelined, his reaction rendered irrelevant. Indeed, Anton asserts, looking intently at Anna and Pedro, she is Nagini. Impossible, the fairy. Pedro shrieks. The air around him trembles, ripples undulating like waves, and through them, his already wide eyes seem to expand beyond comprehension. Anna clutches the hem of Pedro's suit jacket tightly, anxiously fixating on his lips, her panic laced with hope as she awaits his words. I do not know. I can discern a woman's soul within the serpent. Yet, she has undergone a complete transformation. The curse has penetrated her very essence, rendering her body irretrievable, and her soul is irrevocably solidified in serpentine form. Pedro stares blankly at Anton, his voice dry. Tell me, if Rogier has not lied, could she truly be my daughter? He appears to age considerably in that moment, his already modest stature hunching, his eyes filled with bitterness. He collapses to the ground, repeatedly slapping his own face. I am a monster, merely a monster. All are engulfed in sorrow. Anna gazes mournfully at the serpent, who had once instilled terror in her, for half a year. She had not dared to look at it even once. She takes tentative steps closer. The serpent rears up, hissing menacingly, poised to strike. The old wizard calls out in a panic, Anna, do not approach. She is merely a serpent now. She may kill you. Ding, ding, ding. The clear chimes draw everyone's attention. Anton, holding his wand, taps the potion cauldron. My wizard's eye potion is complete. Mr. Pedro, did you not say I should employ the biomimetic spell to learn your fairy eye secret? Now is the perfect moment for you to demonstrate the memory exploration process of the fairy eye. Right, the fairy. Pedro exclaims, springing to his feet. Yes, I must delve into her memories. The fairy eye is no ordinary spell, but a unique craft of the time and memory fairy collector. Even if her memories have been erased by the blood curse, I shall still catch a glimpse. Anton waves his wand, causing a portion of the potion in the cauldron to levitate in midair. Shall we begin? Wait. Anna cries out urgently. Hold on a moment. Once she receives agreement from Anton and Pedro, she swiftly dashes deep into the castle. Moments later, she returns, cradling an unusual magical object that is a skull, from which extends a soft tube. Inscribed in German on the forehead of the skull are the words, F. R. das Gr. Airwall, 1898, for the greater good. With this, my kin, Vida Rogier, left behind, Anna explains, offering the skull to Pedro. The water pipe skull will allow you to witness what I see simultaneously. Her gaze is resolute. I must see. The fairy. Pedro seizes the pipe and inhales deeply before exhaling into the air. Dense smoke swirls, and once more, ripples materialize before his eyes, which seem to widen dramatically. Aiming at the serpent, the smoke in the air begins to morph. The serpent's gaze lifts from its scarred scales, peering through the iron bars of its cage into a laboratory, where Snape paces anxiously. He halts, turning to scrutinize the serpent, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark on his arm. Appearing both relieved and hesitant, a look of utter confusion on his face, The scene then shifts forward that a young wizard brandishes his wand, exclaiming, "Shatter!" The spell detonates upon the serpent, which writhes and bellows in agony, its head flickering momentarily into that of a woman, only to vanish instantaneously. The young man, brimming with pride, boasts to a wizard clad in a golden leather jacket, "See? I told you I wasn't lying. This will fetch a handsome price. I've tested this countless times. The duration of its transformation into a woman's head is diminishing it. If I do not sell it soon, I may never witness such a peculiar sight again. What a loss." "Mother," Anna gasps, her heart racing as she beholds the face atop the serpent's head. This serpent truly is her mother. She listens to the young man's words, imagining the torment her mother endured at his hands. Anton had expended countless potions to revive her. The scene begins to rewind, the young man repeatedly tormenting her mother, tracing a path from London back through the forests of Albania. "Please, no." Anna weeps as she watches. The vision rushes forward once more. In the thicket, a shadow darts past, the serpent frantically fleeing, ultimately ensnared within a one-way snuff bottle enchanted with a spell of imperceptible extension, seemingly trapped forever. Days later, the young man retrieves it, exclaiming, "What is this?" The scene once again swept forward. The serpent incessantly slithered through the shadowy corners of the world, ultimately arriving at the forests of Albania. The view rushed ahead once more, revealing a strikingly familiar sight before the onlookers. It was the garden outside the castle, yet unlike the garden visible from the present window, this one bore the addition of a grave. The entire castle and its garden seemingly enveloped in a dense shroud of black mist. Roser stood beside Anna at the grave, his sorrowful gaze fixed upon the smiling visage captured in the photograph on the tombstone. "Nana, I am so sorry I cannot be here with you. I have lost you, and I cannot afford to lose Anna as well. The blood curse is hereditary. I must find a way to break this spell. Wait for me, Nana. Once I have healed our Anna, I will join you. Soon," he murmured, casting one last deep gaze at the photo on the grave before teleporting away with Anna. However, shortly after his departure, a serpent emerged from the grave, swiftly morphing between the forms of a human and a serpent. Trampling the surrounding flowers in its wake. At last, she fully transformed into a snake, her vertical pupils cold and beastly. The great serpent slithered away, its head occasionally shifting into that of a human. "Father, please come back. Mother is not dead. Come back," Anna cried out in desperation. Yet, she understood that her father had likely not noticed, nor would he return to this place of sorrow in the 38 years that followed. Perhaps if he were to return, he would bury himself alongside her mother. The precocious mind of Anna grasped this sentiment. She had merely slumbered in an icy stupor for an extended period. While her father had been tormented by the pain of losing his wife for 38 long years, the scene in the air dissipated. Anna stared in astonishment at the fairy Pedro, who bore a sorrowful expression. "Yes, she is Nagini, fully transformed into a serpent. I know." Anna furrowed her brow. "But why do you stop? We must move forward. Mother was not killed by a snake. She herself is a snake, even in her anger." The young girl maintained an air of decorum, devoid of hysterical outbursts, her face etched with fury. "My father deceived me. Mother did not die from a snake attack. I must know." Pedro shook his head, interrupting her. "Adults sometimes lie to protect you. Child, that I cannot allow you to witness your mother's death. That would be far too cruel for you. This memory would become an indelible scar in your life." "No," Anna declared resolutely, "that I must know everything. I am still young. I have time. That I will create a more powerful time converter, and I will rescue my mother from the rivers of time. I will save her." Sooner or later, Pedro hesitated, his brow furrowed, the weight of centuries of experience warning him of an ominous outcome. Sensing his wavering, Anna rushed over, tugging at his suit jacket with her small hands. "Please do." Heavens, Pedro found it unbearable. But just then, Anton's voice resonated. He appeared visibly distressed, bracing himself against the table to avoid collapsing. "I must remind you, Mr. Pedro, the witch's eye potion is a significant burden for me." He pointed to the glowing diagram hovering beside him. "Your fairy eye spell is overly intricate. I am barely holding on. If you do not continue soon, I may not last." Pedro gazed in astonishment at the illuminated image, a complex pattern composed of countless lines, color splotches, and dark green, thread-like fissures. Moreover, this image was three-dimensional. The intertwining patterns made it seem more complex than the magical mechanics of a time converter. "What is this? Ha ha ha." The old wizard chuckled with pride from the side. This is the vision seen through the witch's eye, foolish teacher. He floated closer to the pattern, clicking his tongue. Alas, in my ghostly state, I can no longer comprehend anything I have not previously learned. What a pity. Finally, the fairy Pedro acquiesced, sighing as he looked at Anna, taking up the hookah once more. The memories emerged that it was a tranquil night. Thick clouds veiled the moonlight, a faint floral scent wafting through the air. As the wind chimes, little Anna rubbed her eyes and groggily rose. Mother, where are you, mother? She searched everywhere but found no trace of her mother, growing increasingly anxious. Eventually, she reached the far corner of the garden, a rocky area where she spotted her mother curled on the ground. Mother, what is wrong? Her mother appeared to be in distress, writhing and convulsing on the ground, her eyes vacant, her face a mask of despair. Andre, please come back. Do not seek Pedro any longer. Come back. Little Anna rushed forward, but halfway there, she witnessed her mother undergoing a violent transformation. Ultimately, she morphed into a massive serpent, stretching 12 feet long. The serpent opened its eyelids, its yellow, slitted pupils exuding a chilling, predatory hunger. It flicked its tongue, opening its mouth wide enough to seem capable of swallowing Anna whole. Little master, run, the house elf exclaimed, appearing before Anna to shield her in a frantic effort. He grasped her hand to teleport them away, yet it was too late. The serpent's speed was astonishing, too swift for anyone to react. In an instant, the massive serpent ensnared the little elf, coiling tightly around him. The elf could only manage to throw Anna far away before being crushed to pieces, the force terrifying. Hiss! The serpent advanced toward Anna. Just then, a panicked voice resonated from the garden entrance. Nana! No! That is our daughter. Indeed, Roser had returned just in time. Yet, the great serpent paid him no heed, its speed so rapid that Roser felt his daughter was on the brink of death. No! A torrent of black mist engulfed the scene. Boom! The serpent was hurled away, crashing into a stone mill. Nana! Roser let out a heart-wrenching cry, swiftly waving his wand to cast an iron armor spell upon his daughter, frantically searching through the rubble. At last, he found her. The serpent had reverted to Nagini, but in his desperation, his attack had been too fierce. Nagini was already dead. He had, with his own hands, slain his wife. The rain fell in torrents. Roser cradled Nagini's lifeless body, weeping in despair, howling like a solitary wolf. No. No, no. Anna sorrowfully gazed at the smoky scene, frantically pushing open the wooden door of the laboratory and rushing outside. The vision ceased, and Pedro sighed, turning to Anton. I told you she should not see this. Have you captured the image of the fairy eye spell? Anton nodded, standing tall, appearing remarkably at ease, completely devoid of the weakness he had just displayed, with a gentle touch of his finger. The diagram in the air, missing a corner, instantly reformed. You keep an eye on Nagini. Do not let her wander. I will check on Anna. With that, he hurriedly pursued her. Pedro stood dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure. I am hundreds of years old. I have endured so much time, and I was deceived by a child? The old wizard cackled beside him. Oh, foolish teacher. Anna had not run far. She stumbled in the hallway. Yet everything around her trembled. The picture frames, oil lamps, curtains, statues, everything quaked. Anna cried out, as all objects began to levitate. Magic is in turmoil. Anton pursed his lips, halting his steps. As young wizards matured, their magical powers gradually manifested. As their emotions surged with intense fluctuations, a tumult of magical energy erupted in tandem. This spectacle appeared wondrous, signifying the internal magic of the young sorcerer spiraling out of control. Such a disruption would automatically manifest corresponding spell effects, intricately tied to the young sorcerer's emotions, resembling the theoretical sorcery of elder wizards, akin to divine beings, absent the knowledge to temper their internal magic through spells, either through deliberate suppression or reckless indulgence. The young sorcerer risked becoming a perilous entity known as the Silent Serpent. The Silent Serpent is immensely powerful, yet akin to Nagini. It is merely an energy that has lost its original self-awareness. Undoubtedly, numerous possibilities exist, yet none lead to a favorable outcome. The effects of the wizard's potion persisted, as the air surrounding Anton shimmered with flecks of light, intertwining countless lines and hues that he endeavored to depict the chaotic eruption of magical energy in his drawings. The wizard's potion proved exceedingly challenging to concoct, its cost alarmingly high. With each passing second after consumption, time felt infinitely precious. Gradually, Anna began to levitate, and through Anton's vision granted by the potion, the tumultuous magic stabilized. forming an extraordinarily mysterious and beautiful pattern. Levitation spells, flight spells, control spells. Anton nearly discerned the archetypes of countless spells amidst the magical explosion. Undoubtedly, this magical manifestation was profoundly potent, and the magical imagery he created surpassed even the complexity of the fairy eye's secret art. Just then, everything plummeted to the ground, including Anna, who landed heavily. As Anton rushed to assist her, he witnessed her form contorting on the ground, transforming gradually into a colossal serpent, still a viper, yet with deeper patterns. Her dark brown hue nearly allowed her to blend seamlessly into the castle's stone wall backdrop. Only her deep emerald-slit pupils radiated light in the dim corridor. The serpent, filled with confusion, gazed around, swimming closer, raising its head in curiosity to regard Anton. In his eyes, she beheld a reflected image of herself as a serpent. The large serpent morphed rapidly, reverting to Anna, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Anton caught her just in time, casting a helpless glance at Pedro and the elder wizard behind him. It seemed imperative for him to swiftly unearth a method to break the blood curse from Pedro's memories. Our time is limited. Pedro, with a complex expression, sighed deeply. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, a month had passed. The flowers in the castle's garden had withered, only to bloom anew under Rogier's spell, much to Nagini's evident delight. Throughout this month, Rogier tirelessly searched for Pedro. With a hint of concern for her husband's weary state, Rogier beamed with joy, cradling their daughter in one arm while wrapping the other around her husband's waist. Grinning widely, revealing her gums. Everything was worthwhile for you both. I am close to finding Pedro. Anna curled up by the grand window of the castle, sorrowfully observing this scene. She longed to dash down and implore the man not to abandon his wife and daughter. For it could very well be a farewell forever, yet she knew she could not. The seasoned Pedro had advised her that history is immutable. Her recklessness would only hasten her mother's transformation into a snake. Unsure of what to do, she could only gaze longingly at her mother, cherishing even the briefest of glances. This was the conviction that kept her anchored here. By the gods, Anton exclaimed. His voice strained with anguish as he stood before the central table in the laboratory. He dashed towards the corner lavatory, the sounds of retching echoing forth, as if he were attempting to expel his very innards. Shortly after, a freshly washed Anton emerged, smiling at Pedro. Old fairy, your secret art is truly formidable. He resumed his seat, fixated on the fairy before him, ripples expanding across the surface, the eyes within blinking before ultimately shattering. A mistake. Let us try again. Just a moment. Anton twisted his neck, and the ripples rippled anew. Pedro regarded him with a mix of admiration and disbelief, unable to fathom the resilience within this young sorcerer that allowed him to endure so persistently. Soon, he felt a piercing, searing gaze probing deeply into the core of his soul. Sifting through his memories. Hiss. Half an hour later, Anton gasped, tumbling from his chair. Anna hastily leaped from the window to assist him, but Anton waved her off, scrambling back into the lavatory. Take a breather, she exclaimed. Concern etched across her face as she watched him rush back. I know I cannot stop you, but please take care of yourself and proceed gradually, all right? Anton retained his cheerful demeanor. I'm fine. He replied, grinning broadly, his gums on full display. I sense otherwise. Pedro frowned, gazing intently at Anton. Young sorcerer, you are nearing your limits. If you continue to torment your mind in this manner, you will surely break. Anton exhaled deeply. Fine, I'll continue tomorrow. Approaching the table, he extracted parchment and a quill, setting his sights upon a magical image hanging on the wall, sketching and writing, resuming his research. Has he always been like this? Pedro marveled at the elder wizard. The elder shrugged. While I was still alive, he would occasionally take advantage of moments when I was cleaning or organizing to jot down the contents of my notes. Reciting them repeatedly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Pedro shook his head. Your apprentice surpasses mine? The elder wizard widened his eyes, scoffing. That's because his teacher is superior to mine. Pedro snorted derisively, while the elder wizard huffed in response. Thus, the two embarked on yet another round of verbal sparring. As their skills honed, both had significantly improved in their capacity for banter, transcending mere simplistic insults. Anton immersed himself in the realm of magic. Long accustomed to their bickering, filtering it out automatically, Anna, too, found no inclination to intervene. She squatted by a massive iron cage in the corner, where the great serpent flicked its tongue and approached her. Its enormous head reflecting her petite frame and its pupils, she extended her delicate hand, and the serpent flicked its tongue against her palm, evoking a ticklish sensation that brought forth laughter, though tears streamed down her cheeks. Pedro approached, sighing as he stroked her head. Sometimes, she wishes to attack you, yet other times, she desires your closeness. Evidently, there remains a fleeting period during which she could recall certain memories. Anna's eyes sparkled. May I enter and hug her? Pedro resolutely shook his head that I cannot predict when she might revert to a mere snake. If you are near her, I may not have time to save you. Her speed is astonishing, often beyond my own reaction time. Anna's gaze dimmed once more, her deep emerald eyes gazing pitifully at the great serpent, which mirrored her gaze. I believe we have entered a misconception. Anton approached, his expression grave as he regarded the two. First and foremost, history is immutable, correct? Pedro nodded solemnly. A collector, an explorer of time and memory. I can unequivocally assure you, it is impossible. Otherwise, I would have long returned to the pivotal moments of humanity's slaughter of fairies. Altering the course of history, Anton nodded. Then, within this past timeline, we cannot uncover the means to break the blood curse. Anna looked at him in astonishment. Pedro pondered. Are you suggesting, Anton sighed, that if your memory indeed holds the key to breaking the blood curse, then Nagini would no longer be a serpent? She would not attack Anna. Rogier would not need to encase Anna in ice. And by the time Anna comes to know me, she would be nearly 50 rather than a mere child. Everything would change irreversibly. The ripple effects could even alter history itself. No one knows how many events are intertwined within this tapestry. Thus, we cannot change Nagini's fate within history. We can only uncover this memory once we return. But by then, Nagini will have fully transformed into a serpent. Anna gripped the back of her left hand tightly, forcing a smile that barely concealed the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. It was a situation she should have anticipated. Pedro let out a sigh and gently patted her shoulder as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. However, Anton said, shaking the magical diagram in his hands, I have discovered something intriguing. The arcane imagery he had drawn was indecipherable to anyone. It appeared as though a child had whimsically scribbled with an array of colored crayons, devoid of any discernible patterns. Even the ancient wizard could not comprehend it. After becoming a specter, he was unable to add further knowledge to his repository of memories, and no matter how long he stared at the parchment. Understanding eluded him. Everyone, Anton declared as he removed his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeves, delicately extracting his wand from within. Now, prepared to witness a miracle, he gracefully waved his wand, his arms performing a myriad of gestures, chanting incantations that resembled a dance more than spellcasting. The second bionic spell, what will it be this time? The old wizard was clearly eager. Anna silently observed Anton's profile, as he had always been remarkably talented. Just then, Anton's body suddenly arched backward, his waist bending with extraordinary flexibility. His upper body quickly pressed downward, forming an arch with his abdomen facing upward. He continued to contort, his head slipping between his legs, completing a perfect O shape. Such impeccable core strength, such a flawless spine. Pedro erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Children are so resilient. Anton, you shouldn't be a wizard. You ought to learn to dance. Perhaps even perform the broken socks of Merlin. His mouth stretched wide enough to accommodate a whole apple. Then, from the gap between Anton's legs emerged a serpent's head, triangular and covered in scales, with pale blue vertical slits for eyes. It was a viper. The snake's head swayed forward, its long body gradually unfurling from Anton's upper torso that coiled itself on the ground, until eventually, even his feet transformed into a serpentine tail, but a viper measuring a full 12 feet in length. Its girth comparable to that of a truck tire at its widest point, reared its neck high, peering down at Anna, flicking its tongue. The great serpent spoke in human tongue. Oh, this adorable little witch. Do you know, transforming into a snake feels absolutely splendid. Its appearance was comically amusing, drawing a smile from the sorrowful Anna, who chuckled and reached out to touch the snake's icy cheek. Really? Indeed, the serpent sighed. I have never felt so liberated. Hurry, the serpent urged, you must transform into a snake too. I can hardly wait to frolic in the castle with you. All right, Anna nodded vigorously, her form beginning to shift. Since her first surge of magic, she had possessed the ability to morph, and this was her first transformation into a large serpent in over a month. Ha ha ha, come chase me. Anton's speed was astonishing as he glided across the ground, swiftly exiting the room. Anna, refusing to be outdone, darted after him. By Merlin's moldy undergarments. The old wizard's expression was a mix of emotions. He couldn't believe it. Anton had truly accomplished it. He had genuinely done it. He had taken another step toward his goal. This was not an animagus transformation. The fairy Pedro was astounded. I cannot find any traces of transfiguration. This is not a blood magic spell. I know it. Nor is it the Fae's secrets he pilfered from my memories. He, the old wizard, chuckled with pride. Foolish teacher, what do you understand? This is Anton's bionic spell, a path he forged himself, built upon the foundation of my potions of finesse. The old wizard beamed with satisfaction. My word, Pedro marveled, your apprentice far surpasses mine. Yet the old wizard did not retort, simply smiling as he replied, indeed, outside, and his joyous laughter echoed. The old wizard shook his head in disbelief. Despite having such a dreadful teacher and an equally dreadful mentor, and enduring a life of misfortune, he still maintained a kind heart, truly a rarity. However, Pedro, the fairy, vehemently disagreed. Kindness? You have no idea what he has done in my memories. He has been stealing our Fae magic. This shameless thief, akin to his teacher, was utterly despicable. He, the old wizard, found amusement in Pedro's disgruntled expression. At times he could indeed be a rascal, yet, on other occasions, he would selflessly save Lupin, rescue you, and even save Nagini. There was something commendable about him. The old wizard's eyes glazed over. He was uncertain how long he could maintain his will, feeling the winds of this world slowly eroding the resolve of his spectral form. Bit by bit it was a pity. He wondered if he would ever witness that dazzling moment of Anton's triumph. Turning to Pedro, he mused that Anton would be the most radiant individual of this era, akin to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Regardless of who else might be equally remarkable, they would all fade into obscurity beneath his brilliance. Pedro chuckled. Perhaps he will be as you say, but he may also meet his demise during some adventure. This little rascal is not one to embrace solitude. The old wizard shrugged, falling silent. Conversing with such an ancient fairy was a veritable waste of his precious spectral existence. Anna gradually regained her cheerfulness. A significant day quietly approached. It was the day Nagini transformed into a great serpent, losing all consciousness and turning against her own daughter, ultimately being slain by her beloved husband. Of course, she eventually crawled out of the grave. But how much of that woman's memories, emotions, and will remain within the serpent's form was all too evident. Let us return, Anna sighed wistfully, glancing at the little wooden cottage outside the castle window, where the silhouette of a beautiful woman lingered. Her small hand reached into the void, as if grasping a mechanical valve. Pedro sighed. While the old wizard shook his head, the serpent flicked its tongue. Only Anton remained seated behind a table piled high with sheaves of parchment. He lifted his head, as if having made a decision, and earnestly addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a proposal. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Anna seemed to lose her courage, hastily retracting her hand from the void. Mr. Pedro, you are the time and memory collector and traveler of the fairy realm. Pedro nodded. I am your memories. I came across a philosophical dilemma. If a person were to return to the past, on the day their wife conceived, and replace their historical self to ensure their wife became pregnant, would their child still be the same as the one originally destined to exist? Pedro's expression soured. What else have you glimpsed in my memories? Anton shrugged. That is not the crux of the matter. Let us return to this philosophical inquiry. Pedro, grumbling a curse in the fairy tongue, noticed Anton seemed to understand, which only vexed him further. Finally, he conceded. Such questions have no answers. Tampering with time belongs to the domain of the divine. And the Fae have divided into numerous schools of thought on the matter. One particular faction did conduct similar experiments, yet no one knows the outcome, for subsequent history remained unchanged. Is that so? Anton chuckled. During this time, I concocted a potion belonging to the Fae. Utter nonsense. Pedro was truly enraged. He rushed forward, fixating on the cauldron upon the table, furrowing his brow as he sniffed at it. The binding prison? What purpose does this serve? Anton replied with a grin. If, and I emphasize if, we were to replace the irretrievably lost Nagini before us with the Nagini from 38 years ago, who still had a chance at salvation, we could allow her to be attacked by Rogier while we administer the binding prison potion to seal her consciousness, thereby bringing her back as the future Nagini. Wouldn't this be tantamount to a clever sleight of hand, acquiring a Nagini who can still be saved? This convoluted proposition reverberated in the ears of the three astute individuals, the old wizard Pedro and Anna. Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped the edge of the fairy's suit. Could it truly be done this way? Pedro, frowning in contemplation, wrestled with the bold hypothesis. If it fails, we would merely return with an utterly irrecoverable Nagini. The old wizard appeared perplexed, questioning why the binding prison potion should be administered to the Nagini we intend to take back rather than the one who would endure 38 years of time. As Pedro pondered, he impatiently explained, due to the intricacies of temporal reversal and corrective interference, this is a complex theory that I cannot elucidate in mere days. Suddenly, he stared at Anton in shock. How much have you seen in my memories? Anton, with a playful smile, gestured with his thumb and forefinger, indicating a minuscule amount. I didn't intend to pry, just a little peek. The laboratory was tidied up. The magical images on the walls removed, and with a flick of his wand, a phrase appeared on the wall, Nagini Rescue Plan. The plan was straightforward. The only requirement was to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that neither Anna nor Rogier could discover our presence. Should our images linger in their memories, unforeseen consequences would ensue. Anton looked serious, addressing everyone with gravity. All nodded in agreement. Firstly, we know that after Anna awakens, she takes 5 minutes to discover her mother amidst the pile of stones in the garden's corner. Therefore, we have at least 5 minutes to administer the binding prison to Nagini. It is crucial to emphasize that Nagini possesses considerable strength. Once she senses danger and transforms into a viper, her speed becomes unfathomable and nearly impossible to counter. Anna will be responsible for this task, although you differ slightly from your 6-year-old self. Nagini will be in a dazed state, compounded by the overcast day devoid of moonlight, making her unlikely to perceive you. Even if she does, she will not harm you. Of course, I will remain nearby. Should she attack you, I will cast the ironclad charm on you, and you will lead her towards me while I await on my flying broomstick. Anton tapped the table. Nagini cannot fly, but we can. We will maintain proximity to guide her away from this location. I have tested my ironclad charm, and it can defend against Nagini strikes. Pedro, taken aback, asked, when did you conduct these tests? Anton shrugged, having lived here for so long. Opportunities arise that I need to assess the defensive capability of my ironclad charm. I test it whenever I can. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. He turned to Anna, who nodded solemnly. I can do this. Excellent, Anton said, looking at Pedro. We are engaging in petty maneuvers before the formidable dark wizard Rogier, a being you cannot even contend with. Pedro grimaced. Thank you for the reminder. Damn it, I don't recall how I became friends with him. Anton continued. Back in the upside-down alley, the former Pedro covered us with a large cloth, rendering us invisible to everyone, including Rogier. Pedro nodded. That was our fairy alchemical treasure. It was not mere cloth. He paused. Why am I explaining this to you? Anton chuckled, unfazed. Do you know where the present Pedro is? Oh, good. Find him, and, by any means necessary, bring that cloth here. At that point, Anna will administer the potion to Nagini, while you restrain her and cover us with the cloth. Pedro nodded. Understood. Anton then addressed the old wizard. You will serve as lookout, hiding within the great tree. If you spot Rogier, extend a finger from the tree. Pedro will keep a watchful eye on your hiding place. Additionally, over the next few days, you will teach Anna the levitation charm. If Nagini cooperates and drinks the potion, she will fall directly into slumber, allowing Anna to levitate her to Pedro's side. The old wizard cackled. Wonderful, I can contribute as well. Anton pointed to himself. I shall ensure Anna's safety, protecting both Annas from the threats posed by Nagini across different eras. We have 3 days remaining. Anton leaned over the table, fixing his gaze on each individual, demanding the highest and most rigorous standards from himself. This is my stance on the matter. I hope you share it. Dismissed. Everyone busied themselves. Anton confined himself and Nagini to a room, repeatedly casting the biorhythm charm upon them both, transforming into the chameleon wind bird, a state undetectable by Rogier. This tactic served as a contingency plan should their endeavor falter. Regardless of who revealed their hand, a swift spell would render them invisible to Rogier. 3 fleeting days passed. Dusk descended quietly, the thick clouds obscuring the moonlight, blurring everything in sight. Anton and his companions emerged from the stone stairs beside the fountain at the castle's entrance. Exchanging glances, let us proceed according to plan. The old wizard floated to the garden gate where Rogier was expected to appear. Merging with the trees, he extended a semi-transparent hand, signaling an okay, then withdrew within. Behind Pedro, a colossal purple-skinned fairy golem materialized, its 10 arms grasping the transparent cloth and the serpent. The cloth billowed as it enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. He would take his position within the pile of stones, ready to support and coordinate. Anna appeared somewhat anxious, gripping the vial of potion and breathing heavily. "Do not fret. You can do this," Anton reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. The elegant, proud Anna was a remarkably resilient character. Not everyone at her age could confine themselves in a factory, facing that one machine day in and day out. Anna focused intently on him, breaking into a smile as she softly uttered, "Thank you, Anton." Anton raised an eyebrow. "I accept your gratitude." Anna beamed, for in the 2 years since her mother's passing, she had constantly thought of her. Now, having traversed to this moment, the ability to observe her mother from afar felt like a blessing. Yet, the prospect of actually reaching out to touch her, speak with her, and embrace her filled Anna with unparalleled fulfillment. She was determined to succeed, to bring her salvable mother back to 38 years hence. Though her mother would still be a serpent, it signified hope. "You have brought hope to many." Anna's deep azure eyes sparkled with Anton's reflection as she leaned in, planting a kiss on his cheek. With resolute strides, she moved forward. Anton, taken aback, touched his face, chuckling softly that in truth, he merely sought a pillar to lean upon. Fate had a penchant for jesting with him. He had once envisioned Lupin as his caretaker, meticulously planning every detail and investing all his efforts, only to find himself transformed into Lupin's caretaker. He shrugged, resigning himself to smile at fate. What could he do? There were no alternatives. He could only choose to lie flat. No longer preoccupied with safety, no longer concerned with life or death, and indifferent to the future. Pursue what one truly desires, disregarding profit and unafraid of mortality. With a flick of her wand, she stepped towards the heap of stones. Nagini swiftly covered her mouth, stifling a cry so as not to awaken her daughter within the wooden cabin. Her body was undergoing continuous transformation, forcibly reverting to human form, and she realized she was beginning to lose control. She could no longer seamlessly switch between human and serpent. At times, she only realized she had transformed into a snake after the fact. Most perilously, she discovered that upon becoming a serpent, she would inexplicably lose her human consciousness. Transforming into a beast driven solely by primal instinct, she needed to escape this place at once. Fearing she might harm little Anna. "No, I must leave this place." She stumbled outside, reaching a pile of stones before finally collapsing to the ground. The violent changes within her unfolded, and she sensed herself elongating, transforming into a serpent, while her consciousness was gradually consumed by the serpent's form. She resisted this sensation, forcing herself to revert, which caused her to convulse in discomfort. Lying on the ground, panting, her eyes filled with despair, "Andre, please return. Stop searching for Pedro. Come back." At that moment, a figure appeared before her. She opened her vertically slit eyes and vaguely discerned Anna's silhouette. "Mother," the small figure, choked with emotion yet resolute, uncorked a vial, bringing the potion to her mother's lips. "Quick, mother, drink this." "No, it's futile. Back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore tried everything, yet I received no healing, and ultimately left in despair." Anna, Nagini extended a trembling hand to caress her daughter's cheek. Her convulsing body seemed to unleash boundless strength as she pushed. Bang! Anna's small frame was propelled away like a cannonball, gently falling to the ground, carried by a gust of wind. "Anna!" Nagini exerted every ounce of strength to shout. "Hurry, Anna! Run far away!" This magical push sent Anna away, but Nagini could no longer hold on. Her body was rapidly transforming. She extended directly, swiftly becoming a large serpent. Then, the serpent's eyes opened, cold vertical pupils filled with a frenzy of predation. The potion slipped from Anna's hand and shattered on the ground. She stared vacantly as the liquid seeped into the earth, panicking as she scrambled to her feet. "No, don't." She frantically lunged forward, digging in the dirt, attempting to reclaim the potion. Glass shards sliced her fingers, blood flowed freely, yet she continued to excavate without regard. "Mother?" The voice of 6-year-old Anna echoed through the garden. "Mother, where are you?" The old wizard emerged, astonished, from behind the great tree. Pedro lifted the large cloth, his face a mask of terror. "It's over. I knew it. We cannot change this. It will only worsen. I should never have." Anton rolled his eyes and retrieved another vial from his satchel. "I knew it wouldn't be so easy." He stealthily approached the great serpent, drawing his wand. "Giving up has never been in my vocabulary. Replacing the past self with the future self, eradicating indelible pain and curses." This was a topic long dismissed in fairy memory due to the potential for powerful temporal paradoxes, explanations of which would take days and nights to unravel. Yet it was subtly significant that after this day, for the next 38 years, Nagini would rely solely on the instincts of a serpent for survival. The fairy's prison of closure potion similarly imprisoned a person's soul, reducing them to mere instinct. This created a manipulable opportunity. The original Nagini had been struck down by Rogier. Her human will utterly devoured by the serpent-esque form. Therefore, if the prison of closure potion were administered before her death, the effect would be the same. Making her drink this vial was the crux of the matter. Of course, whether this would succeed remained uncertain. Anton could only exert his utmost effort and leave the rest to fate. Armor of protection. Anton cast an ironclad spell upon himself and charged forth without hesitation. The great serpent instantly sensed him. Flicking its tongue, its vertical pupils brimming with madness, lunging towards him. The speed was so extreme that only a blurred shadow remained on the retina. Anton did not evade. He raised his wand and softly uttered the incantation. Soul reversal. The spell's glow surged forth, instantly penetrating the serpent's mind at that moment. The serpent's maw was mere centimeters from him. Anton felt as if he had been hollowed out. This profound dark curse was beyond his current capabilities. A searing pain radiated from the depths of his soul, yet it was worth it. The formidable dark magic caused the serpent to collapse to the ground, rigid and immobile. The soul reversal spell displaced the soul, misaligning it with the body. Akin to the tale of Sleeping Beauty, that it was as if a turtle had been flipped over, struggling in vain to right itself. This was a life-saving spell meticulously selected from countless dark spells in the old wizard's notes, proving to be remarkably effective. Wingardium Leviosa, he cast once more, and the serpent's massive body floated like a feather as he deftly poured the prison of closure potion. This potion would bind a person's wisdom, knowledge, and will within a prison, reducing them to mere instinct. At that moment, the footsteps and calls of Anna searching for her mother grew nearer. "What are you standing there for?" Anton coldly glared at Pedro. "Hurry and help lift her away. Release the other Nagini." Pedro swallowed hard, rushing from the pile of stones, while the magical statue seized the great serpent. "That I've got her." Anton waved his wand again. Reversal of soul. This was the counterspell to the misalignment curse, capable of nullifying its effects. The serpent awakened once more, struggling in the grip of the magical statue. Anton, however, collapsed to the ground, gasping, having cast 2 high-level spells. He could no longer endure. "Quickly release the future Nagini. Take cover. This place will soon be targeted by Rogier. If the blast of wind unveils the cloth and Rogier discovers us, it will be disastrous." Pedro hesitated, sensing Anton's strain, but Anton fixed him with a cold gaze. "Execute the plan. Release the serpent. Get to Anna. Cover her. Hide. Understand." This centuries-old fairy seemed somewhat dull when Anna had failed moments ago. He should have rushed over to control Nagini. Pedro shook his head, marveling at Anton's indomitable will. Anton had no time to engage him, sprinting toward their hiding place, responsible for protecting 6-year-old Anna as long as the serpent attacked Anna without Rogier arriving in time. He would have to cast the armor spell to shield her. Pedro, as a backup plan, needed to restrain the great serpent that others had been unable to capture, while also preparing to protect young Anna. However, this would expose them. This was the last resort. After all, before the formidable wizard Rogier, Pedro was easily susceptible to error. Conversely, Anton could transform into a remarkable invisible bird, avoiding detection. Next was the task of safeguarding little Anna. Plans could fail, but if Anna were to perish, it would truly be catastrophic. Once Anton concealed himself, Pedro swiftly released the great serpent, a soft thud resonating as he appeared beside Anna, covering both of them with the large cloth. Anna anxiously grasped his suit jacket. "Anton will be all right, won't he?" Pedro sighed. "I do not know." Anna grew more frantic. "What do we do?" Pedro glanced at the great serpent in the grasp of the purple fairy statue. Although affected by the time correction, it was still within the bounds of their plan. Anna could only fix her gaze intently on the distant Anton, longing to unleash a spell of such formidable strength as the ironclad charm, so that she would not have to let him face the battle alone. The old wizard clicked his tongue and vanished once more into the great tree. Gurgling sounds filled the air. Anton downed an entire bottle of potion. He urged Pedro to leave promptly, solely to secretly consume this concoction. Stubborn Phelps Fairy Potion, a closely guarded secret among the fairies, was one of the 2 potion recipes Anton had extracted from Pedro's memories. The potion's effects were peculiar. It did not alter anything but bestowed an inexhaustible will, stubbornly maintaining a state of continuity that in simpler terms, it could be equated to a persistent, passive grit your teeth and endure effect. This potion was a rare high-end elixir known only to a select few within the fairy community, as it had already brushed against the realm of death that it allowed one to extend life in a state of discomfort yet unwavering determination. This was the secret behind Pedro's centuries-long existence, gritting his teeth and enduring for hundreds of years, evading death. If Pedro were to discover this, he would undoubtedly seek to confront him fiercely. Of course, the effect of this potion amounted to merely gritting your teeth. Anton gasped, struggling to stave off the dizziness clouding his mind. In the wizarding world of Harry Potter, magical energy does not course through the veins like inner strength or fighting spirit. It is perhaps a form of mental power that is birthed from human will, memory, and soul, a force devoid of physicality. There are no restorative potions for magic. The simplest remedy is to take a nap. And naturally, one would recuperate. If exhaustion is too severe, then several days of slumber are required. After twice exceeding his capabilities with the misaligned soul charm, he felt as though he might tear apart. This included one use of the ironclad charm and one of the levitation charm. He had no magic left to cast any further spells. Yet, intriguingly, the extreme resolute will imparted by the stubborn Phelps potion perfectly aligned with the old wizard's teaching. A wizard is a deity, will commands all, in Anton's eyes. This potion represented a secondary system of spells. Mother? Mother, are you there? I can hear you. The 6-year-old Anna rubbed her eyes sleepily, clutching a rabbit plushie as she searched the garden. That rabbit plushie was the animagus of her mother in Anna's memories. For her mother had told her that this was her transformation and that it would always accompany Anna. The lies of adults became a misunderstanding that the young Anna believed wholeheartedly. Memory can be an unreliable thing at times. A colossal viper slithered forward, its vertical pupils fixated upon her, flicking its tongue to taste Anna's face. Hee. Young Anna felt both fear and ticklishness, involuntarily bursting into peals of laughter in the distance. The gazes of all present were laden with complexity. Anton pursed his lips. The old wizard sighed throughout his life. Inside the great cloth, Anna covered her mouth but still emitted a choked sound. Sorrowfully gazing at Pedro, feeling as if she were killing her future mother to save her past mother, uncertain whether this was right or wrong, that I am killing her. Pedro smiled and gently patted her head. Although this was a paradox fiercely debated among fairies, trust me, what you are doing is right. She is who she is, regardless of the time period. She is still herself, regardless of the changes in her memories. Regardless of her experiences, regardless of how she may seem to have transformed from her former self, that is still her. This is our endeavor and her self-redemption. Anna stared blankly at Pedro, despite her cleverness. She was still merely 10 years old and could not comprehend these words. Pedro smiled. Child, you have grasped all the secrets of my time converters. In the future, you will embark on a path akin to mine as a collector and explorer of time and memory. You will understand this in due time. The great snake affectionately nudged its large head against 6-year-old Anna's face before reluctantly turning to swim away. Within the great cloth, Anna observed this scene with curiosity. Although her mother had departed, everything felt different that hadn't this altered history. Pedro sighed and shook his head. Time would rectify all things. Just wait and see. Changes are undoubtedly forthcoming, forcefully pulling everything back to the original path dictated by fate. Bang! A soft sound echoed. A house elf appeared beside 6-year-old Anna, warily watching the snake glance back at her. Little master, be careful. The snake suddenly emitted a fierce hiss, its tongue flickering, its vertical pupils filled with coldness. Exuding a primal ferocity, run. The elf's expression changed drastically, seizing Anna to apparate away. Anton, hiding nearby, tightened his grip on his wand. However, the great snake was simply too swift. With a whoosh, it coiled around the elf's body, tightening like the tire of a massive truck. Crack! The elf burst apart like a watermelon under a truck wheel. The great snake lunged towards Anna. That moment, Anton saw the old wizard's finger extend rapidly from the tree, finally letting out a breath of relief as he began to transform into the chameleon windbird. The biomimetic charm he had devised was indeed powerful, but it had one flaw. It was still in its infancy and required a lengthy build-up, making the casting speed slow. A panicked shout rang out at the garden's entrance. Nana, no, that is our daughter. Yes, Rogier had returned just in time. But the great snake paid him no heed and moved at such speed that Rogier felt certain his daughter was about to be killed. No, An inky darkness engulfed the scene. Boomed out a torrential downpour fell from the heavens, and amidst the rubble, Rogier discovered Nagini's lifeless body, overwhelmed by grief. Meanwhile, Anton transformed into a small bird, soaring through the skies. The plump little bird flapped its short wings and finally reached the great cloth, using its tiny beak to pry open a gap and slip inside. Once inside the cloth, it transformed back into Anton. Yet, it was evident that his condition was dire. His complexion was pale, cold sweat dripped from him, and he gasped for breath. Anna hurried over to support him at that moment. The old wizard also floated up from the ground. Return immediately. Anton's voice was urgent, clear-cut, leaving no room for delay. Yes. Anna nodded resolutely, her small hand reaching into the void to grasp the lever of the time converter, pulling it with all her might. Blue smoke enveloped them, spreading over several individuals before abruptly retracting, with a whoosh. The rain thoroughly soaked the once dry earth beneath the cloth, erasing all traces. Anton felt as though he were traversing through a kaleidoscopic tunnel, spinning wildly like clothes in a washing machine. Finally, with a pop, he was expelled. The group tumbled to the ground. Anna gazed in delight at the panicked snake retreating to the corner. Had we succeeded? The fairy Pedro laughed heartily. We did it. I have seen it with my secret arts. This is my first time altering history. After centuries of wandering through the corridors of time, this was indeed the first time. The sensation was utterly exquisite. Anton pursed his lips. I just noticed that she suddenly bears countless wounds upon her form. Clearly, time had auto-corrected, treating her as if she had endured 38 years. Anna scrambled to her feet, beaming at Anton. Thank you. The old wizard also looked on in astonishment at the time converter, which stood a full 10 meters tall, marveling at the intricacies of time and fate. Having endured so much, everyone felt weary, yet no one wished to rest. Anna, wielding Anton's old wand, curiously practiced the levitation charm she had just learned, fetching fruit, wine, and delicacies from downstairs. Clink, the glasses chimed together. Cheers. Everyone gathered around the small round table in the hall, their faces reflecting an inexplicable sense of relaxation. Pedro wore a proud expression. It was I who first found Nagini and brought her to you, enabling this entire plan. Anton looked at him with disdain. Oh please, you hardly contributed. With your immense power, you still rely on me to exert myself. The ancient sorcerer, too, lent his voice, lamenting that my foolish teacher had truly grown old. Sluggish in both motion and thought, far too dull-witted to react promptly. Pedro, visibly displeased and clearly struck by the truth of the remark, chose to disregard the two, turning instead to Anna, cautioning her against venturing into time alone, as it was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Anna nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with delight as she addressed everyone. All right. A night of revelry ensued. Anton was the first to succumb to fatigue, having expended an excessive amount of energy. Nearly collapsing under the influence of alcohol beneath the table, Pedro, lifting his goblet in mockery, eventually carried him back to his quarters. Upon returning, he aided in escorting Nagini to her room, reinforcing the enchantments on her door. The old sorcerer drifted back to his own chamber. In the end, the streetlights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows extinguished, leaving only Anna curled up with her legs hugged close, sweetly asleep at the threshold of her mother's room, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Everything seemed to revert to the time before they entered the time converter, yet quietly, everything had changed. The following day, Anton once again gathered everyone, their faces still bearing the marks of exhaustion. Lupin listened in awe to the old sorcerer's embellished tales, his expression one of sheer delight. I was locked downstairs for just one night, and you all experienced a month. Laughter erupted among the group, with Lupin joining in merrily. Anton rapped his wand against the table, calling for attention, announcing that Pedro had confirmed Nagini's soul was now in a state between human and serpent. She could be saved. Thus, the most pressing task ahead was to uncover the memories of the blood curse, to heal Nagini and Anna from their bloodbound afflictions. This would require a stroke of luck, as Pedro's memories were overwhelmingly vast. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Pedro scoffed. Do not attempt to pilfer my wisdom. That belongs to the fairies. Anton shrugged. I assure you, it was not intentional, but this is a problem for both of us. Your memories are far too numerous. I have no idea where to begin. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed at the door. That I can resolve this. The door swung open gently, revealing a ruggedly handsome middle-aged man grasping a wand. A warm smile illuminating his face. It was none other than Rogier, who had been mysteriously absent for quite some time. "Father," Anna exclaimed, leaping from her chair and joyfully throwing herself into his embrace. Rogier chuckled, affectionately ruffling Anna's hair. "My dear, I apologize for making you wait." In stark contrast to Anna's elation, both the old sorcerer and Pedro were taken aback, particularly Pedro, who, upon seeing his old friend, was reminded of the time he had nearly been obliterated by Rogier's wrath in his memories, leaving him with a tangle of emotions. Most strikingly, this friend was now his son-in-law. The fact that André Rogier was reluctant to even address him as father was not lost on him. Anton, however, keenly seized upon the crux of the matter, regarding Rogier with curiosity. "What precisely can you resolve?" Rogier took his daughter's small hand and approached the group, retrieving a necklace from his pocket, a talisman of luck for time and memory adventurers, capable of guiding one deep into the recesses of memory. Pedro stared in astonishment at the necklace. "Good heavens, that's mine!" he exclaimed, feeling his neck, which was now bare. "When did it end up in your possession?" Rogier replied with a calm smile, placing the pendant upon the table. "That is a lengthy tale in itself. I have awaited this day for 38 years." He sighed, turning earnestly to Anton. "Little sorcerer, I am grateful for your efforts. The Rogier family owes you a debt of gratitude." Anton furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him. "Are you aware of what transpired? Did you not seem surprised by what you overheard at the door? What keen insight you possess." Rogier chuckled. "I learned of it decades ago." "What?" Everyone gaped at him in disbelief. Anna fetched a chair for her father, taking a stool beside him, her face alight with joy. "You all undertook a journey through time. I presume you are aware of the events that unfolded." Rogier tenderly tousled Anna's hair. "Afterward, I returned Anna to our family, encasing her in ice, while I searched for Pedro." He raised an eyebrow. "For a full 3 years. I sought him out." Pedro, appearing exasperated, interjected, "I am right here. What do you mean by seeking him out?" No one paid him any mind, their attention riveted on Rogier's words. The old fairy, feeling somewhat miffed, fell silent. Pedro was no ordinary fairy. He was the collector and traveler of time and memory among ancient fairies, a sage well versed in the intricacies of time. Pedro's eyes widened. "How did you know I was a sage?" The old sorcerer, feeling irked, lunged forward, attempting to provoke him. "Good heavens, foolish teacher, kindly remain silent." He cradled his head in one hand, gesturing for Rogier to continue. "Please, do go on. Do not mind him." Rogier nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Pedro has buried the memories of the blood curse. I compelled him to take me back to the time when the curse was cast. However, alas, Pedro has concealed that memory and placed a powerful enchantment upon it. Unless he possesses an innate and fervent desire to revisit it, passage remains impossible." Pedro, taken aback, exclaimed, "I buried that memory." Rogier sighed and nodded. Since altering the events surrounding the casting of the blood curse proved impossible, and lacking a remedy for the curse itself, I was left with no choice but to return repeatedly to the moment I ended Nagini's life, seeking a way to alter it. "Wait." Pedro could no longer remain seated. "You returned repeatedly?" Rogier nodded, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Over the next 30-plus years, I compelled you to traverse time a staggering 16,325 times." "You must be mad." Pedro erupted, rising in fury. "No wonder my memories are in disarray. I feel as if I am aging incessantly, my past self berating my future self for constantly returning." From behind him, a colossal purple fairy effigy materialized. "I will fight you." "Ah, do not be so hasty, Pedro." Rogier retreated a step. "Throughout this lengthy sojourn, we have become quite good friends." Pedro, enraged, shot back. "Who wishes to befriend you?" Rogier interjected, and both spoke in unison. "You insufferable, foolish human sorcerer." Pedro was rendered speechless. Rogier shrugged. "See, we have grown so familiar with one another." The old sorcerer cackled heartily. "My poor teacher, subjected to over 10,000 time-traveling escapades. What a tragic fate, truly tragic. Ha ha ha. I sought traces of Nagini within the fabric of time, striving to guide her back to my side, yet to no avail. Time relentlessly corrected everything." Rogier lamented, bitterness lacing his words. "Thus, I returned to an earlier juncture, seeking to alter the time when I took Nagini to find Pedro. Through my repeated attempts, I ultimately discovered success." Rogier beamed with joy, his face etched with weariness yet lighting up with childlike glee. "It is remarkable. I altered countless events, only to have them rectified. Yet, the sole exception was a tome of magic that fell into Fane's possession, which set off a chain of quiet transformations. All eyes turned toward the old sorcerer. He discreetly glanced at Anton. That book contained a multitude of bizarre discourses, filled with unorthodox spells, including an ancient incantation for summoning demons that time. I merely tossed the corpse of this little apprentice upon the altar for experimentation. A mere pastime that I do not know. I cannot recall. It has been far too long. I cannot even ascertain whether I have seen it, the old sorcerer smoothly denied. Rogier, with a knowing smile, clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Time exhibited a subtle shift. Within my castle, I discerned traces of its prior use. Thus, I continuously returned to that point in time, and eventually, I discovered you all that I cannot predict whether you will succeed. But I possess ample patience to await the miracles that may unfold 38 years hence. Certainly, I cannot place all my hopes upon others. I find myself continually reflecting upon earlier times, given that Pedro has the capability to conjure blood curses. It stands to reason that the great figures of his era must possess means to counteract them. The rules of time. I remain in vain pursuit. Rogier sighed as he gently stroked Anna's head. My child, trust me, time travel ultimately leads to despair. Refrain from pursuing it further, as it will only cause you to miss out on your true life. Anna grasped Rogier's hand tightly, affirming, as long as father and mother are by my side, I shall not go anywhere. Rogier's face radiated tenderness as he wandered aimlessly through time. My appearance frozen in middle age, yet my body has aged significantly. I will cherish every moment spent with Anna. Anna's eyes widened as she clutched him fiercely. Regardless, this is a rather favorable conclusion. Before the fairy Pedro could reach out, Anton swiftly donned the necklace around his neck. That belongs to me, Pedro glowered. Anton leisurely adjusted the necklace, tucking it into his shirt, and with a grin remarked, You still require my assistance to recover your memories. Weary, he stood up, stretching. I must return to sleep. You may converse amongst yourselves. Once I am rejuvenated, we shall commence. The consequence of overusing spells is immeasurable fatigue, and as soon as he turned in, he fell into a deep slumber. Anna tugged Rogier towards Nagini's room. Pedro sat in the hall, lost in thought. How utterly insane. Over 10,000 trips through time. No wonder I've encountered such significant issues. The old wizard cackled. You brought this upon yourself. Had you not invented the blood curse, none of this would have transpired. Indeed, Pedro sighed. At times I truly wish I could travel back and give myself a resounding slap. The old wizard laughed heartily. Liu Ping tidied up. Having heard so many amusing tales, it was time to head to work. He had a knack for standing amidst the bustling crowd, yet remaining effortlessly overlooked by all. However, as Anton stated, he must carve out his own path for survival, a life that belongs solely to him. In life, he is the protagonist. Exiting the staircase of the small residential building, he made his way to the front, ascending from the first-floor hall to the second floor. Everyone greeted him, and he responded with a cheerful smile. Manager, the Andorran Machinery Company intends to default. Madame Andorra claims we only provided a single sentence, yet they demand an exorbitant payment. This is unreasonable. A young secretary, notebook in hand, approached briskly, her expression fraught with urgency. Liu Ping smiled and nodded at another person greeting him before addressing the secretary. Inform them that the information service fee is non-negotiable. Should they refuse to pay, we shall provide intriguing insights to other competing firms. This is merely a minor issue. No need to be anxious. The secretary nodded. Thus, they exchanged inquiries and replies until they reached the office door, where the secretary's notebook was filled with notes. Is there anything else? Liu Ping appeared calm. Nothing further, manager. The secretary marveled at her notes. You are truly remarkable. So many complex issues resolved with such ease. No. Liu Ping modestly waved his hand. I too struggled at first, but with patience and diligence, one can uncover solutions to these problems. They once kept me awake at night. If there is nothing else, please proceed with your duties. The secretary nodded, helping to push open the door. Wishing you a pleasant morning. Sir. Liu Ping nodded with a smile. However, this day was destined to be anything but ordinary. As the noise outside the office escalated, Miss Elsa burst in. Liu Ping. Have you heard? Liu Ping looked at her in confusion. The American headquarters plans to liquidate the British company. Elsa was evidently anxious. What is this baseless rumor? Liu Ping chuckled. They were, after all, In the business of information, and employees often had channels to access knowledge unknown to the general populace. Though such information could sometimes be dubious, it is true. I confirmed it with colleagues in France. Liu Ping furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. This makes no sense. Our British branch's business volume is steadily increasing, and the funds we remit to headquarters each month amount to a considerable sum. As he increasingly mastered the situation, business improved daily, and the prospect of future success seemed bright. How could they even suggest liquidation? Had the individuals at the American headquarters lost their minds? I will personally call Mr. Smith at the American headquarters. We have a rapport, and he will provide the truth. Please notify everyone outside. We need to convene a meeting soon. Regardless, we must stabilize morale. Understood. Elsa hurriedly rushed out, only to pause at the doorway, turning back to smile at Liu Ping. Is there anything else? Her golden wave swayed, her blue-green eyes sparkling with mirth. Your calm demeanor is utterly captivating. With a flirtatious blink of her long lashes, she turned and exited. Liu Ping remained in his office chair, grinning foolishly. She called me captivating. Haha. She called me captivating. What? Liu Ping appeared somewhat disheartened. Anton, you heard correctly. The American company intends to liquidate us. How peculiar, Anton replied, slicing a sausage and chewing vigorously. Liu Ping's expression was strange, as if he could scarcely believe his own words. Several signs of the family were vying for inheritance. Due to a myriad of absurd reasons, the heir managing the information consulting business decided to concede, opting for survival by selling off all the companies he owned, signaling his desire for a hedonistic existence. Far from the centers of power, this is outrageous, Anton exclaimed, continuing to tackle his lunch. Liu Ping sighed. Other companies are manageable, but finding a buyer for the information firm in London is nearly impossible. Everyone is bewildered, myself included. We are the sole information consulting company in London, and we cannot locate suitable work. Liu Ping. Anton set down his cutlery and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Have you considered that you possess some capital? Liu Ping nodded. Acquire this company and become your own boss. Liu Ping stared in disbelief. Can I really do that? Be confident. You absolutely can. Anton wearily rubbed his temples. Your life is yours to dictate. This is merely a suggestion that I must return to sleep. I am genuinely curious about the potion Snape gave me that allowed me to perform at full capacity the day after overexerting myself. Others shared a similar sentiment. When the company convened again, upon seeing Liu Ping's bewildered expression, 3 out of 20 employees stepped forward, intending to raise funds to purchase equity in the company. This was a pragmatic consideration. Everyone in the company was previously an elite from various fields, each selected by the American headquarters. This not only indicated their excellence, but also reflected the ambition of those willing to enter emerging industries. At such a moment, if no decisive figure emerged, it was predictable that London would soon have 3 competing information consulting firms. Everyone was familiar with one another, and a fierce battle loomed ahead. However, all waited for Liu Ping to express his stance. If he chose to participate, this individual, who had garnered everyone's trust, would quell the brewing unrest. Given his demonstrated capabilities, no one felt they could rival Liu Ping. It would be wiser to join him and acquire some initial shares. As information trickled in from the American headquarters, all awaited the final notification. Anxiety, suspicion, factions, and clamor spread throughout the company. Elsa was the first to notice Liu Ping's predicament. Are you planning to leave? Elsa gazed intently at Liu Ping. Liu Ping merely lowered his head in silence. Liu Ping. Look into my eyes. Liu Ping took a deep breath, raising his head. Do you know? Elsa, I too am uncertain of what I desire. I have been adrift throughout my life that I owe a debt to Anton, the exceptionally clever nephew I previously mentioned. That I am determined to provide him with the finest life possible. Today, I have accomplished this, and I have even saved enough for his future. Yet, I find myself at a loss, truly uncertain of what I desire for myself. I have never considered my own needs. His eyes are filled with bewilderment. The company has vanished, as if awakening from a dream, and perhaps it is time for me to depart as well. Depart? Elsa exclaimed, seizing Liu Ping's shoulders with urgency, her gaze piercing into him. And what of me? Huh? Liu Ping stared blankly at Elsa, caught in a tempest of emotions that he found himself profoundly drawn to her, his heart racing with fervor each time he beheld her. Yet, he was a werewolf. And such a fate was destined to remain unresolved. The thought of his child, also a werewolf, living a life akin to that of a pariah, facing constant ostracism without a glimmer of hope. Plagued him, he was fortunate enough to wield powerful magic, a gift bestowed by Dumbledore. But what of his child? Who would grant them an opportunity? No, he dared not marry, nor could he contemplate a family. Lupin forced a smile, one so strained it pierced his very soul. Elsa, you are a wonderful girl. You will find someone deserving that. No. Elsa cried, her voice tinged with desperation. You cannot leave. I have realized I love you. And I cannot let you exit my life. Gently, Lupin brushed her hand aside, rising to his feet, grasping his lion-head cane and briefcase. After a moment of silence, he spoke hoarsely. I'm sorry, Elsa, that I believed we were merely good friends. I harbor no romantic interest in you. That he trudged homeward, each step heavy with sorrow, unsure of how he had returned. The world around him spun chaotically. With a thud, he collapsed onto his bed, his eyes vacant as though his soul had departed. A werewolf, unworthy of a future. Knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking pierced the silence. Steady, rhythmic footsteps approached. Elsa's tearful voice resonated from beyond the door. Lupin, no. I know. I see the way you look at me. You love me. You cannot leave. Yet, the door was opened by a young girl, with raven hair and deep emerald eyes, who greeted her with poise. Hello. Elsa quickly wiped her tears. Hello. I am searching for Lupin. Her eyes widened as she peered beyond the girl. Spotting a familiar figure in the distance, it was a middle-aged man she had heard of. Andre Rogier, the infamous fanatic rumored to have sought to resurrect his beloved wife. How could he possibly be here? The girl turned back to her, softly inquiring, Do you know each other? Elsa was taken aback. How could there be a wizard in your family? Lupin is clearly a muggle. At that moment, the door was flung open, and Lupin emerged, his eyes ablaze with emotion. Yes, I am a fraud. On the night of the full moon, I made my nephew drink a potion to impersonate me. Your initial suspicions were correct. I am indeed a werewolf. Werewolf? Elsa gasped, recoiling in shock. Lupin observed her reaction, a silent chuckle escaping his lips, shaking with suppressed laughter, before his expression hardened that he grasped the door firmly. Elsa, I intend to leave now. Please do not disturb my family again. Farewell. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, separating their worlds. 3 days later, Elsa returned to knock once more. The exquisite girl answered again. Hello, I am looking for Lupin. The girl pursed her lips. He has left. Left? Yes, he departed just last night, taking his belongings. The following day, she returned to knock again. Hello, has Lupin returned? Another day passed. Lupin? Elsa's beautiful, expressive eyes gradually dimmed with each passing day. In the days that followed, she consistently arrived to knock on the door, her hopeful gaze anticipating the appearance of someone. Yet, regrettably, it was always Anna who answered. At least she had become acquainted with Anna. There was a moment when she burst into their home, finally meeting this extraordinary family. A tale of madness surrounding a pure-blood family, a man obsessed with resurrecting his wife, the dashing and graceful Andre Rogier, alongside his equally elegant daughter, despite the girl's age not aligning with the legendary narrative of devotion. And then there was a fairy, a specter holding its own head, and lastly, Anton, perpetually immersed in a mountain of parchment and manuscripts. One day, Anton called out to her, It has been a month, Miss Elsa. You have intruded upon us for an entire month. That I apologize. But, Miss Elsa, Anton pondered, choosing his words carefully, I tend to meddle in affairs that do not concern me, but I mostly refrain from dictating the choices of others. Respecting the feelings of those I care for, he led Elsa to the door of Lupin's room, tapping on the brass plate. You see, it reads Lupin's room. This is a home he has painstakingly acquired. Elsa gazed at him, lost in thought. Yet, clearly, because of you, he shall not return. That I have lost an uncle. We shared nearly a year together, developing profound feelings for one another. Anna smiled broadly. That I like Uncle Lupin. The fairy, Pedro, wore a peculiar expression. I cannot bear to be without him. But ha ha ha. The old wizard looked at Pedro with an amused expression. This foolish teacher was bound by an unbreakable vow and had yet to find a way to cure Lupin. Even though Lupin was presently maintaining well, the old wizard added, Lupin is a dear friend of mine. He often suffers from insomnia, and I keep him company in the quiet of the night. Yes, he frequently mentions you. Anton retrieved his wool coat and scarf from the rack. Thus, I have resolved to bring him back, my pitiful, timid uncle who knows only how to flee. Elsa's eyes sparkled with determination as she grasped Anton's hand. Let me accompany you. Anton regarded her with a bemused smile. Today is the night of the full moon. Miss Elsa, do you dare to come? Oh ho ho. It was amusing to recall how Miss Elsa had spoken to Anton when he was disguised as Lupin during their first encounter. By now, winter was approaching Christmas, and snowflakes danced through the London sky. Anton shivered as he rode upon his enchanted broom, his days filled to the brim, leaving little time to learn unnecessary spells. Perhaps he could conjure a warming charm for himself, though. Anton sighed contentedly, feeling warmth envelop him as the surrounding winds softened. He glanced back in surprise to see Miss Elsa retracting her wand into her wizard robe. Thank you. Elsa managed a slight smile, though her heart was heavy with complexity, rendering her unable to truly express joy. A werewolf. Why must Lupin be a werewolf? This long month had been consumed by regret. She detested her reaction upon hearing Lupin's revelation, her instinctive retreat that had severed their connection. After 3 days of turmoil, she had an epiphany. She had genuinely fallen for this gentle man, willing to embrace all that he was, even his lycanthropy. Yet, this exceptionally clever nephew, Anton, had chosen this moment to take her to find Lupin. This was a test. Daring to take the first step was only the beginning. She was uncertain of what awaited her next. Anxiety gnawed at her, and she began to fear her own response. Would she falter once again? No, absolutely not. Riding upon a flying broom, they traversed amidst the swirling snowflakes. As the sun gradually descended from the distant peaks, Anton waved his wand once more, and a luminous pointer emerged before him, rotating slightly to indicate the northwest direction. This enchanted navigation clearly had room for improvement. It remained stationary, lacking the ability to guide them along the way like a conventional GPS. They could only proceed in fits and starts, perpetually relying on the pointer to ascertain their next move. Yet, Anton soon discerned a pattern. From their lofty vantage point, a lengthy train track remained perpetually within view. How amusing. Lupin actually departed London by train. They hovered above a train platform, and the magic pointer directed them once again to a specific location. Is that strange? Elsa inquired, gazing at him in confusion. After all, Lupin was a business elite. Was it not rather commonplace for him to travel by train? She often invited Lupin to restaurants, noting how he appeared slightly embarrassed each time she drove. Even secretly enrolling in a driving course at a business elite? Anton chuckled with a peculiar expression, finding it utterly entertaining. He regarded Elsa earnestly, pondering that perhaps she might soon encounter the true Lupin, stripped of the polished veneer of modern society. Revealing his ordinary self, Elsa pursed her lips, declaring with unprecedented conviction, "I will embrace all of him." Anton shrugged, chuckling to himself. Setting aside Lupin's werewolf identity, it was undeniable that he was a genuine wizard. The kind who still inhabited the Europe of the last century. Wizards like Elsa, who actively integrated into modern society, were exceedingly rare in Anton's experience. The two continued their flight, and at that moment, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. A full moon ascended, casting a bright, serene glow. They soared over cities, traversed the countryside, and flew past villages, ultimately arriving above a desolate mountain range, just as Anton had anticipated. The magic pointer shifted, rotating before it pointed directly downward. Lowering the broom, a cave materialized before them, the distant echoes of a werewolf's growl reverberating through the air. They landed outside the cave, and Anton raised an eyebrow. With a flourish, he removed his hat and extended his hand. Ladies first. Elsa felt her nerves fraying. She could hardly resist rolling her eyes at Anton's mischievous grin. This well-mannered young wizard, raised by his uncle, was undoubtedly clever, exuding an elegance akin to that of his guardian. However, his penchant for mischief was excessive. It seemed he relished the misfortunes of others, perhaps influenced by someone else. She couldn't help but recall the bickering fairies and ghosts in Lupin's household. Yet, no amount of overthinking could mask her anxiety, and ultimately, she steeled her resolve, stepping determinedly toward the cave. The werewolf's growls grew more pronounced. The cave, formed by a multitude of compressed rocks, twisted and turned, requiring them to occasionally squeeze through narrow gaps, until they finally emerged into a spacious chamber. The walls, composed of earth and stone, were cloaked in moss and unfamiliar flora, with a large opening above allowing moonlight to cascade down. Thick chains bound a massive werewolf, rendering it helpless. The creature towered above, requiring Elsa to strain her neck to glimpse its head, which was extraordinarily large. Its vicious fangs glistened like those of a ferocious beast. And as it roared, drool dripped from its enormous maw. Within the dense fur, eyes filled with a savage desire to tear everything apart glinted. Lupin! Elsa gasped, covering her mouth, her voice choked with emotion. The werewolf responded with a howl. Struggling against its chains, its fury intensifying as its colossal claws dug into the wall, sending dirt flying. That I will not back down, Lupin. Elsa's steps were resolute as she fixed her gaze on the werewolf. Slowly approaching, raising her slender neck. Bite me, let me become a werewolf too. That way, we can be together forever. Though such a tempting morsel lay before the werewolf, it would not hold back. With a furious roar, it lowered its head, poised to sink its teeth into her neck. That a flicker of hope for happiness illuminated Elsa's face as she closed her eyes. Armor of protection, a radiant spell enveloped her. And the werewolf seemed to bite into an iron plate, shaking its head in agony. Anton swiftly pulled her back. Elsa's expression was one of relief mixed with anger as she glared at Anton. Why did you pull me back? I want to become a werewolf. Anton sighed, exasperated. You can't become a werewolf. Your neck is too slender, and his jaws are enormous. The most likely outcome is that he would snap your neck. Even if you did transform, once Lupin regains his senses, he would undoubtedly come after me to die. Tears finally streamed down Elsa's cheeks as she trembled, radiating profound sorrow. I don't know what to do, I just don't know. Anton shrugged. The wizarding world is not as enchanting as I once imagined. Despite the wondrous magic, I always seem to encounter a slew of unfortunate events. I know someone whose family member turned into a snake. Much like a werewolf, unrecognizable and bent on attacking people, he gazed up at the werewolf in admiration, shaking his head. Sometimes, it truly feels hopeless. Elsa sat on the ground, staring blankly at Lupin. Anton produced a vial of the prepared wizard's eye potion and drank it. Leaning forward, enduring the disorienting nausea induced by the potion, he fixated on the chaotic, twisting image of the werewolf's magic, observing from the outside, unlike his first experience entering Lupin's consciousness through a soul transfer spell. He could not discern the deepest details but could perceive the overall transformation more clearly. Wow! The magical image was exquisite, resembling a work of art. It was infinitely more complex than a snake. No wonder his teacher was so enamored with werewolves that Anton's pupils dilated, glimmering with countless twinkling stars. Habitually, the recording spell beside him illuminated a myriad of bright lines, documenting every change bit by bit. Yet, the complexity of these alterations was overwhelming, compelling him to focus solely on the werewolf's arm, delving into the details. TSK, 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 his teacher loved to boast about the final step of a grand experiment, which was merely the beginning. Elsa, perplexed, had no understanding of her young nephew's musings. However, she raised her arms protectively in front of Anton, glaring at him with fury. You shall not point fingers at him. His transformation into a werewolf is not his fault. He is merely a pitiable, wounded soul. Anton's lips curled into a smirk. Of course, time passed slowly. What once felt like a fleeting night now seemed interminable. Gradually, Elsa ceased her tears, striving to confront the werewolf, attempting to acclimate herself to Lupin's beastly form. This proved to be no easy feat. Anton remained fixated on the werewolf's arm, as the recording magic flickered beside him. The lines becoming so convoluted they resembled a tangled mess. My teacher, the ghost you met at home, is named Alex. Finds that it took every ounce of my effort and determination to accept a ghost. He used to enjoy floating past me while I gazed into mirrors or staring at me intently. Because of that, I grew terrified of anything reflective, fearing I would see a headless ghost lurking within. What a dreadful experience it had been. Elsa could envision that terrifying scene, stirring a pang of sympathy within her. What happened next? How did you end up living together? Anton glanced at her, his smile radiant. I accepted him, and we got along quite well. Elsa tightened her grip on her arms, gazing steadfastly at Anton. I can do it too. Anton shrugged. I look forward to it. Poor Lupin was so lonely. He had been bitten by a werewolf at a young age. If it weren't for the great Dumbledore giving him the opportunity to attend Hogwarts, he might not have had a single friend. Elsa's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Can you tell me more about Lupin? For instance, his friends? I would get along splendidly with them. As Lupin's wife. Anton chuckled mischievously, an expression devoid of morality, as he recounted the grim fates that had befallen others. One had perished, meeting a most tragic end, while another was confined to Azkaban. destined to languish there until death. Ilsha fell silent, gazing at Lupin with a tinge of affection. Did this mean he would be left utterly alone? Anton nodded, reflecting on a decade of wandering, devoid of support, constantly marginalized. Due to his identity as a werewolf, he struggled to find gainful employment. Subjected to scorn and disdain, he regarded the intricate patterns beside him with a sense of satisfaction. Exhaling slowly. Then, turning his gaze earnestly towards Ilsha, he stated, I am uncertain whether bringing you here is a wise decision or not. Lupin is in dire need of redemption. However, you may not necessarily be the one to provide it. In the original narrative, Lupin had encountered Tonks, which prompted a peculiar expression to cross Anton's face as he pondered the implications of his influence on Lupin's fate. Miss Ilsha, you have visited my home. Where there are werewolves, ghosts, and fairies, you should understand that I am not an ordinary individual. I am a dark wizard, well-versed in the Cruciatus curse. Ilsha stared at him in astonishment, swallowing hard and stepping back. Anton fixed her with a serious look. Your arrival may either redeem Lupin or cast him into the depths of hell. You can choose to accept this werewolf, but it will not be an easy path. I urge you to contemplate the burdens that accompany a relationship with a werewolf. This burden is heavy. You will live a similarly ostracized life because of him, though you may appear to be doing well now. As wizards, you can imagine the alienation within the wizarding world, unless you plan to sever all ties with it. If you wish to spare your parents from harm, you may need to distance yourself from them entirely. This is no trivial matter. I implore you to think carefully. Love is sweet, but reality often bears a bitter taste. Should you truly resolve to be with him, know that your abandonment will lead to his ruin. And at that moment, I shall unleash the Cruciatus curse upon you. Anton's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Ilsha. I am serious. I am not a good person. And I am capable of it. He expected Ilsha to recoil in fear, but he was mistaken. Ilsha stood tall, her pride evident, declaring, I shall become Lupin's wife, and as his aunt, I will educate you well. No use of the unforgivable curses. Anton was taken aback. Ilsha, refusing to back down, glared at him defiantly. Since I have chosen to be with a werewolf, I am fully aware of what I am facing. You need not worry about my family. They are all muggles. Muggles? Anton blinked in curiosity. Indeed, both of my parents are high-ranking officials. Ilsha beamed with pride at Anton's astonished expression, as if claiming a victory. I discovered my magical abilities at a young age, and the school insisted I attend. However, to prevent wizards from interfering in Muggle politics, my parents signed an agreement with the Ministry of Magic before my enrollment, severing their ties with me. As she spoke, she proudly flicked her beautiful golden hair. I refused to comply, and ultimately, the ministry conceded, allowing me to see my parents once a year under the supervision of a ministry official. No one can influence my family because I choose to marry a werewolf. The ministry would be the first to object. Wow, Anton exclaimed in awe. And you will find, Ilsha stated proudly, that once I become your aunt, you will find your path straightened, rather than being led astray into darkness by a ghost. You are still young, and there is a chance for you to become an admirable and upright individual. Anton wore a strangely amused expression. I had no idea that Lupin finding a wife would impact me. It's truly surreal, he mumbled, continuing to observe the werewolf's arm. The potion wizard's eye was particularly costly to brew. He could not afford to waste any more time. Time slipped away quietly, and the sky above the cave gradually brightened. The werewolf began to undergo a transformation, reverting to human form. This was the most wondrous moment. Anton focused intently on Lupin's arm, not daring to miss a single detail, as hundreds of magical images floated nearby. Recording the process, under the vision bestowed by Wizard's Eye, the filaments of energy collapsed rapidly, forming deep green, thread-like fissures that swiftly expanded, twisting and transforming into the normal magical energy curve of a wizard. Lupin looked at Ilsha with a complex expression. I can't hear it all. Ilsha gazed at him with excitement. Lupin, he exhaled forcefully. When I transform into a werewolf, it feels as though I become a ghost drifting alongside the primal instincts of the beast, helplessly watching as the werewolf harms others. Then, I must confront the consequences of my actions once I regain control. Ilsha grasped his hand tightly, her eyes filled with compassion. Do not speak any further. Lupin looked deeply into her eyes and smiled, his expression radiant, as if this perpetually gloomy man had suddenly been graced by sunlight. The price of being with a werewolf was no small matter. I am willing, Ilsha responded, her own smile brightening her face. She pulled Lupin up, exuding joy, eager to leap into his embrace and share a passionate kiss to express her exhilaration. Unfortunately, the presence of Anton, who had been fixated on Lupin's arm, made her feel somewhat bashful. Lupin approached Anton, irritated, and playfully patted his head. You little rascal, how dare you call me weak and pitiable? It's truly infuriating. Wait. Anton stepped back, still intently watching his arm, and finally closed his eyes as if pondering something deeply. The smirk crossed his lips as he opened his eyes, looking at the pair with an air of mystery. Would you be interested in witnessing a miracle? He raised his right hand. With his left hand, he waved his wand, murmuring incantations. Ultimately, he raised an eyebrow in triumph. Suddenly, countless strands of werewolf fur sprouted from his hand. His arm began to swell rapidly. With a loud pop, his clothing was torn apart, and from shoulder to palm, a massive werewolf arm, covered in fur, emerged. The arm stretched an impressive 2 meters in length. Appearing extraordinarily robust, Anton flexed his fingers, the sharp claws extending, gesturing a triumphant yay. Wow! Anton marveled at his own hand. Nice. Lupin and Ilsha gaped in astonishment, both utterly dumbfounded. In the throes of passion, Ilsha, impulsively determined, knocked on the door to her home once more. Stepping inside without hesitation, shy Lupin felt uncomfortable having Ilsha move into his room under the scrutiny of so many eyes. He chose the most spacious master bedroom in his suite downstairs for her. In summary, their home now housed one more person. However, it could also be said that it had one less, as Lupin spent his days running downstairs, outside of mealtimes, when everyone gathered for lunch and dinner. He was nearly invisible. This absence left the old wizard feeling despondent for a considerable time. Since Lupin had begun his romance, he no longer sought companionship with him, as this man now had only eyes for that woman. Anton could only advise the old wizard to explore the world beyond his door, rather than remaining cooped up in his bathtub. Day by day, Lupin became increasingly refined and spirited, no longer needing Anton and Anna's guidance. He was immensely busy, managing affairs regarding the acquisition of shares with the American headquarters, going on dates, visiting cinemas, amusement parks, and engaging in a myriad of activities. Anton had no time to monitor him. He, along with Pedro, Rosier, and Anna, were diligently probing the depths of their souls for memories, all unaware of the complications that still arose, even with the benefit of the lucky pendant that I've found it. Anton announced, devoid of any joy on his face. He waved his wand, and the magical images flickered around him, revealing an image of a bronze door floating before the group. The door was intricately carved with countless fairy runes and peculiar designs. But what is this? Anton inquired. No one responded. Even the fairy Pedro was at a loss for words. He glared reproachfully at Rosier. It's all your fault for dragging me through time countless times. I've lost so many memories. Rosier furrowed his brow as he gazed at the grand door. Why not take me back to a time long past, so I can inquire with the former you? Pedro inhaled sharply again. There's no need for such complications, and besides, you cannot re-enter time without causing disturbances. Anton lamented as he massaged his temples. Anna hurriedly handed him an ice pack. Let us proceed. Anton took a deep breath, pressing the ice pack against his forehead. Every path leaves a trace. Even if forgotten, the imprints of memory remain etched deep within the soul, that we shall continue our quest for memories related to this door. Rosier shook his head. Child, you require rest. Continuously pushing yourself is perilous. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I shall return to the family to fetch some potions for you. That may alleviate your burden. Damn it! Pedro exclaimed, eyes wide as he looked at Rosier. Why didn't you mention this before? Rosier appeared somewhat exasperated. I am nearly 80 years old, my friend, and I am not the only one affected by countless temporal traversals. Anna, her expression tense, grasped Rosier's hand. Her small face creased with worried, do not speak such words. You will live on. Rosier gently ruffled Anna's hair. Of course, I shall strive to live well and protect our little princess. Seeing Anna's skepticism, he couldn't help but chuckle. I am also consuming Pedro's stubborn potion. Trust me, I shall live as long as our little princess. Pedro's eyes widened once more. Impossible. That is my greatest secret. How could I possibly share it with you? Rosier chuckled mischievously. I told you, we are the best of friends. Damn it. Pedro glared at him. then cast a curious glance at Anton. You don't seem surprised. Do you know? Have you seen something in my memories? Anton hastily shook his head. I do not. I have not. Do not jump to conclusions. You must have stealthily learned much from my memories, Pedro accused, extending his large hand. Give me the pendant. I will no longer play with you. Everything go to hell. He glared at Rogier and Anton with resentment. My kin have been slaughtered by your human wizards. I will not allow the knowledge of the fairies to be appropriated by you. Anton smiled. I have been anticipating your outburst. His fingers lightly tapped on the table. Pedro, I shall compensate your fairy kin. Pedro scoffed. Compensate? On what grounds? Anton replied with a smile. I can transform into a chameleon windbird, or into a blood-cursed serpent. I have even developed a werewolf's arm. Pedro pressed his lips together. You are indeed a genius. But what of it? I shall continue my research. Anton's eyes gleamed with determination. Ultimately, I shall invent a spell to transform serpents into humans and werewolves into humans. That I have greatly benefited from your memories. And I intend to delve into fairy studies in the future. Pedro's eyes narrowed, glinting with danger. What do you intend to do? Transform humans into fairies? Oh, but I have no interest in that. Anton gestured. However, transforming fairies into humans is quite intriguing. Fairies into humans. Pedro's eyes widened. Indeed, Anton nodded. Much like a human animagus, this spell would allow fairies to exist as humans, fully integrating into this world. Unacceptable! Pedro erupted with fury, kicking over the table, startling Anna, who scurried behind her father. Why should fairies become human? Why should they integrate into the human world? Anton remained seated, calmly observing him. Because the era of fairies has passed. It is now the age of humans. Every creature must learn its own means of survival in its respective era. Pedro, I understand your heart is filled with resentment, but this resentment is yours alone. Consider those fairies who live as slaves at the bottom of society. If given an opportunity for equal existence, would they not seize it, transforming the fairy form into their unique animagus, allowing them to live as humans? Is my proposed solution. You, foolish Pedro, have clung to your pride for centuries, yet you have never extended a hand to help your kin attain a better life, not even a little. You are a sage among fairies. Their guide. What have you done? Anton's gaze was laced with mockery. No, you do not care for the fairies. You only care for the glories of the past, nothing more. That is not true. Pedro retreated in panic. With a loud thud, his figure vanished. Anton smirked. You will return, seeking my assistance. Rogier regarded Anton with a curious expression. You resemble someone I have met before. Anton looked at him in surprise. Who? Rogier's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The path of survival. You have spoken these words to ghosts, to werewolves, to fairies, and perhaps in the future, you will speak them to other sentient beings. Grindelwald remarked, glancing at Anna. Fate is indeed wondrous. Our Rogier family has always followed in the footsteps of the changers. Humph, Anton shrugged. Nonsense. That I have no desire to live such a burdensome life, to change the world. How tedious to toil and sacrifice one's life merely to alter the balance of power. I am no saint. Do not seek me for such foolish endeavors. Rogier chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. I shall return for the potions. With a soft thud, he too vanished, leaving only Anna and Anton exchanging glances. That I will not become Grindelwald. Anton solemnly assured Anna, adding inwardly, nor Voldemort. Anna grinned. Of course, you never engage in self-sacrificing endeavors. Anton pondered for a moment, then joined her in laughter. That seems accurate. He truly could never become a third-generation Dark Lord. He was indifferent to the state of the European wizarding world. If he ever had a notion of dedicating himself to a grand ideal, it would not be here. He gazed out the window, towards the rising sun. His expression dreamy. There is no turning back now that I have a family of my own. Right, Anna? Anna watched his profile, nodding gently. Anton had encountered the Weasley family at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley in August 1989. Just 2 months after his arrival, having endured 60 days of peril where death loomed at every turn, that he later experienced various events, unknowingly gathering a group of people around him, and they crossed the seas together to France. Due to a promotion, he returned to England. Before he realized it, Christmas at the end of 1990 had arrived, and soon it would be 1991. A little over a year, neither long nor short. Anton and his companions had never celebrated holidays. But this year was different. Mr. Lupin and Miss Ilsa energetically adorned both upstairs and downstairs, tasked with inflating balloons. Anton wore a pained expression. Perhaps I should not have invited you into this home. Ilsa, wielding scissors, trimmed a Christmas tree by the fireplace. No amount of words will change anything. Anton, hurry and inflate the balloons. This is what all children love to do during Christmas. Damn it, this is something that could be easily resolved with one spell. Anton sighed, rubbing his cheeks. At the very least, you could buy a pump. Why must you use your breath? Anna assisted in carrying ornaments for the Christmas tree, giggling at the scene. It was rather amusing. Amidst a crowd of adults, Anton, gradually taking on a parental role, found himself subdued by this weepy woman. No. If you do not let me use my wand, you must buy me a pump. Anton puffed up a balloon with great effort, only for it to burst with a loud pop, startling him. He stood up, visibly displeased. If you don't buy it, I will tell you the ending when we reunite. Merlin's beard, Ilsa exclaimed, taken aback. You wretched child. Since Miss Elsa relocated here, she was quickly led astray by Lupin. The two of them delight in snuggling together on the sofa with a mountain of snacks while watching television series. Recently, they have been engrossed in the drama Reunion, shedding tears over the poignant stories of others while becoming utterly moved themselves. Spoiling the plot is utterly disgraceful. Unable to resist, Elsa reluctantly conceded and finally retrieved a pump from a box. Good grief, Anton exclaimed in astonishment. You actually bought a pump? I hope you had a complete childhood, Anton. Miss Elsa's words were always delivered with conviction, leaving Anton utterly shocked for eternity. Grumbling, he accepted the pump, gazing forlornly at the entire box of balloons that was nearly filling their home. Bang! The fairy Pedro appeared in the hall, his red eyes fixed intently upon Anton. Anton, you always keep your word. Don't you? Anton chuckled and seized the opportunity to toss the pump onto the sofa, affirming, Yes, Mr. Pedro. Pedro nodded vigorously, producing a mechanical watch from his pocket. This is the treasure of the time and memory collector. Adjusting the time on it may allow you to glimpse your past. Perhaps even rediscover your childhood memories, or at least ascertain your age. Anton raised an eyebrow. Accepting it. This a Christmas gift? Christmas? Pedro seemed to have heard something utterly absurd. No, we fairies do not celebrate Christmas. Bang! Mr. Rogier also appeared, laden with a heap of gift boxes, laughing heartily. No. Pedro, you are celebrating Christmas. He struggled to extend a hand from the pile of gifts, shoving a small box into Pedro's hand. Your Christmas gift for this year. This year? Pedro stared at him in disbelief. Indeed, my old friend, I give you a gift every year, yet you have never given me one. Rogier shrugged, unbothered, and piled the gifts in a corner, ruffling Anna's little head. He added, Everyone gets one. Huh? Pedro stuttered. I actually have something for you today, but I didn't realize it was Christmas. He produced a beautifully crafted porcelain jar with two openings from his pocket. All right, let us consider this a Christmas gift. Rogier laughed heartily, swiftly taking at Merlin's beard. After 35 years, I finally received your gift. Now, tell me, what is it? It's the enclosed prison potion and its antidote. Perhaps you can occasionally revert Nagini to human form. Before Pedro could finish, Rogier embraced him tightly. Old friend, I adore you. Anna excitedly grasped the hem of Pedro's suit jacket. Clearly thrilled with this Christmas gift, the atmosphere in the house gradually grew lively, with Lupin's boisterous exclamations echoing from the stairwell. What is going on in your restaurant? Is this Chinese food? I've never eaten anything like this before. Don't think I don't know. Chinese food doesn't even include broccoli. The current Lupin was far from a despondent uncle. He was more spirited than ever. TSK, TSK, TSK. The man in love. Anton shook his head, only to see the old wizard gliding back and forth by the windowsill, looking quite troubled. Master, is it really necessary? Although Lupin may lack empathy, you could seek companionship elsewhere. Anton teased mischievously. My poor master, you have never had a life of your own, the old wizard interrupted. You foolish apprentice. I do have friends. Anton was astonished. You have friends? Yes, today is Christmas, and I wish to invite them over. The old wizard looked at Anton with a glimmer of hope. They are all ghosts. I am uncertain if that is permissible. Ha ha! Anton laughed, raising his hands high and turning to the crowd, exclaiming, My foolish master has finally learned to make friends. Let us cheer for him. A cacophony of ghostly howls erupted. Master, this isn't just my home. It is also yours. The old wizard's eyes sparkled. Splendid. We will be in my room, so as not to disturb you. No, 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 master. This is your home. Anton insisted earnestly. You should invite them to the hall, not hide away in your room. Elsa, visibly flustered, remarked, I do not know what to prepare for the ghosts. No need. No need. The old wizard chuckled. I have ordered ghostly drinks and food from the ghost bar. Before long, Anna held Nagini's left hand and Rogier's right. Beaming with happiness that a group of ghosts visited, far more adept at being spectral than the old wizard, they not only brought a band but insisted that Anton open the door, solemnly entering through the main entrance to fulfill the visiting etiquette. A ghost band. Anton found it hard to comprehend, feeling the music was overwhelmingly loud, yet everyone seemed to enjoy it. Outside, someone set off fireworks, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. Elsa, embodying the spirit of a muggle, brought a plethora of fireworks, claiming they were for Anton and Anna to enjoy, yet it was Lupin who reveled in them the most. Thus, this year's Christmas was particularly lively and delightful. After the ruckus subsided, the old wizard was taken by his ghostly friends to some spectral bar to continue the festivities. Anna's family gathered on the big bed, whispering secrets, with Pedro being forcibly included by Rogier. Lupin nestled with Elsa on the sofa, tears streaming down their faces as they listened to the sorrowful music on the television. Anton sat at his desk, fiddling with the watch Pedro had gifted him. Bang! A multitude of swirling mist enveloped him. Within the fog, a train sped past an endless field, and a distressed Anton, clad in a checkered shirt, pleaded with his girlfriend not to be angry. She pouted and turned away, yet secretly smiled. How nostalgic. Pedro, let us speak candidly. Anton's face was serious. I have indeed learned a few things from your memories. He raised his finger, enumerating. First is the fairy eye secret technique. While I learned it through the wizard's eyes potion, your memories provided me with deeper insight. Pedro nodded, acknowledging his perspective. I have learned 2 fairy potions. Enclosed prison and stubborn Phelps. Anton grimaced, muttering, damn it, the stubborn Phelps potion feels utterly dreadful after consumption. I will avoid it unless absolutely necessary. It feels as if life is reduced to some stubborn persistence, devoid of other thoughts or joys. Anna's eyes widened anxiously as she glanced at Rogier and Pedro. Rogier shrugged indifferently. I'm used to it. It's all right. Pedro smacked his lips. I don't even remember. Only then did Anna exhale in relief. Lastly, Anton continued counting. I have also learned your technique for animated figurines. Pedro rolled his eyes. That's merely a magical trick. It shouldn't count. Anton, however, disagreed. Since learning magic, that has been my favorite. He grew somewhat sentimental. In truth, I don't know much. Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Anton couldn't help but roll his eyes. What misconception leads you to think I am formidable? I learned about the Fiend's potion and Wizard's eyes from my master, which allowed me to develop my own bionic spell. Currently, I can only mimic the chameleon bird and viper, and a werewolf arm. Beyond that, my repertoire of spells is rather scant. There are the shadow display spell and navigation spell, but those hardly count. The legitimate ones are the levitation spell, iron armor spell, heart-piercing spell, soul transfer spell, and dislocated soul spell. The latter 3 don't really count. Anton clapped his hands, palms upturned. You see, even though I have learned a bizarre array of things, my genuine spells are truly few. The old wizard floated nearby, equally exasperated. I have taught you all I could. It is my master's fault for teaching so little. Pedro scoffed derisively. I can teach you human spells already. Huh? Pedro was suddenly overcome with goosebumps, a chill running down his spine as he widened his eyes in disbelief at those around him. Why would I take on a human apprentice? He stepped back in panic, exclaiming, how could I, who so despises humanity? I cannot recall. His gaze turned to Rogier, seeking an explanation, yet Rogier appeared equally astonished. Don't look at me. You already had an apprentice when I came to find you with Nagini. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Pedro pressed on. Rogier, you mentioned that the memories of my past, apart from my own insatiable desire to know, are forbidden from being probed by others, even by other versions of myself from different times. Rogier solemnly nodded. The blood curse. You have repeatedly assured me that you would allow me to explore your memories. Yet time and again, we have been unable to do so. But now, circumstances have changed. Pedro sighed, turning his attention to Anton. You are right. This is no longer the era of fairies. That I am a sage of the fairy clan, their guide, and I must carve a path for their survival. I must delve into this history. I need to understand why I took on a human apprentice. Why I, His expression grew complex as he glanced at Nagini. Coiled beside Anna. Why I formed a union with a human woman and had a child. Follow me. Anton led the group to the rooftop of the building, where a 1-meter-high wall was entwined with the vines of a magical plant known for its natural repelling charm, making it accessible only with permission. That I've waterproofed the rooftop and had a significant amount of soil delivered. Anna gazed at the soil with delight. Are you planting flowers? My mother and I both adore gardening. Anton shrugged. Not quite. If I were to cultivate anything, it would likely be vegetables and garlic, but I'm far too busy for such endeavors. However, if you wish to plant, then by all means. He stepped to the center of a circular platform, closed his eyes, and waved his wand. As if conducting an orchestra, countless human wizards and fairies emerged from the ground. This is the scene of the ultimate confrontation between humans and fairies. I remember it. The fairy Pedro exclaimed in excitement. Is it possible to use it this way? Anton chuckled. I told you. I adore this animated figurine concept. Everything I see in your memories will be synchronously displayed through these figures, allowing you to discern whether I have secretly observed anything. Pedro's expression was peculiar. While it did seem to display honesty, he quirked his lips. Yet I still feel this isn't necessary. It will only expose my memories to more onlookers. Rogier disagreed. Pedro, I believe both Nagini and Anna have the right to know this segment of your memory. The old wizard cackled. Like Anton, I can hardly recall my childhood memories. It's all due to the plethora of chaotic potions you had us consume. I too wish to understand why I became your apprentice. Pedro shrugged. All right. Anton's wand danced through the air. A ripple shimmered before him, his eyes seemingly peering through a magnifying glass into the depths of Pedro's memories. The lucky pendant of the fairy time and memory collector began to glow and float around his neck. Various scenes began to materialize on the ground, ultimately freezing before a grand door. Open, Pedro commanded with unprecedented determination. Why save me? Let me perish. My kin are all gone. Why must I endure? Pedro appeared swathed like a mummy. Oh, spare me. You coward. You survived by cowering beneath the bookshelf. Don't feign heroism. A witch entered, carrying a potion, her beautiful hair cascading down, her eyes filled with mockery. Wait, Rogier shouted, astonished by the witch. I recognize her. All eyes turned towards him. Inelda Vakanova, she founded the Durmstrang Institute. Rogier's eyes widened in disbelief. My family has been a board member of Durmstrang. We are intimately familiar with its history. There is no mistaking her. Well. Anton raised an eyebrow at Pedro, Nagini, and Anna. The temporal journey across 3 generations is indeed astounding. Impossible, Pedro exclaimed. Durmstrang was established in 1253. If she bore Nagini, she could not have lived to give birth decades ago. Human wizards have a lifespan of at most a little over 100 years. Rogier chuckled. But you have the stubbornness potion, my old friend. The old wizard cackled in agreement. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Anton did not linger long on this particular memory. Guided by the lucky pendant, he swiftly advanced. The animated figurines under his magical influence lacked such rapid transformation capabilities, often collapsing after a segment before leaping back into focus. Thus, the centuries-old saga of grievances between Pedro and Vakanova unfolded before the onlookers. That feeling, Anton could only describe it as a public execution. In simple terms, it was a tale of a scholarly heroine shielding a timid fairy underling. Naturally, both were scholars, and despite their differing races, they shared a wealth of common topics. Although Vakanova the witch held disdain for Pedro's cowardice, she admired his academic insights. An ancient fairy and an ancient witch, despite living together for centuries, their relationship was merely cohabitation. They had never even held hands. They were more akin to friends united by a shared quest for knowledge, until one day. Haha, Pedro, come see what I've discovered. With a puff of smoke, Vakanova transformed into a massive python. Everyone turned to Anton. It's different, he waved dismissively. Her transformation is far more extraordinary. Indeed, it was markedly different. Vakanova began explaining her latest research to Pedro, exclaiming, humans are a veritable treasure trove. Our bloodlines conceal the shadows of all species. Do you understand, Pedro? I have glimpsed into the realm of divine creations. Pedro appeared flustered. Vakanova, what do you mean by all species? Indeed, Vakanova's eyes sparkled like galaxies of countless planets. All life traces back to a primal origin. Pedro, all species can be traced to this singular point. She smiled radiantly. Humans and fairies alike can trace their lineage back to this juncture. This implies I could become a fairy, and you could become human. No, Pedro defiantly retorted. We fairies are far more noble than humans. We are the original masters of this planet, while you humans are merely a lesser breed of intelligent beings. That statement deeply wounded Volcanova's heart. The bond between these two who had maintained a friendship for centuries was shattered. Everyone exchanged glances. Tit for tat, Anton mused. Time cycles on. And who can escape the will of the heavens? The wisdom of our ancestors rings true. Look now, fairies have become the despised lesser beings. Volcanova was undeniably an exceptionally formidable witch. However, she was also a rather vindictive one that in retaliation, she transformed Pedro into a human. Pedro, you shall live as a human for eternity. Oh, if you wish to avoid being a lesser being, perhaps you could take the easy route out. Simply cease consuming the stubbornness potion. This is undoubtedly the greatest curse and humiliation that Pedro has ever endured. In a bid for revenge, he cast a spell, permanently transforming the witch Volcanova into a viper. Thus began centuries of a tumultuous love-hate relationship. However, that has come to an end. With their rift, the witch Volcanova was deprived of her steadfast supply of potions and ultimately succumbed to death. Still in the form of a serpent, humanity can be a peculiar creature. We often fail to cherish what we possess until it is lost, at which point the pain becomes excruciating, driven to madness. Pedro undertook an audacious act, one never before attempted. The formidable collector and explorer of time and memory toyed with the fabric of time itself that he journeyed to the past, wielding powers that surpassed countless fairy ancestors. And after centuries of amalgamating the wisdom of both fairies and humans, he killed himself, assuming his own identity, and sought the forgiveness of the witch Volcanova that in that moment. He must have felt blissful. He willingly embraced his humanity, marrying the witch and bearing a child. They even adopted numerous children, intending to bequeath their wisdom to them. However, time intervened. Pedro lost the majority of his memories and reverted to his fairy form. The witch completely dissipated from this world. Their child, too, transformed into a snake, aimlessly wandering the corners of the earth until captured by a circus. The inexplicable human apprentices that appeared in Pedro's life became the targets of his frenzied quest for vengeance. Silence enveloped everyone. This is the curse of time. Pedro recoiled in terror, falling into the mud. Rogier furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Pedro. I have but one question, one concern. Can Nagini and Anna be saved? It is impossible to heal them. A profound sorrow marked Pedro's face. It is futile. Even if Volcanova were resurrected, it would make no difference. This is the curse of time. Rogier seemed to lose all faith. Kneeling and embracing Anna tightly, the serpent slithered over, flicking its tongue against his cheek. Rogier erupted into a maniacal laugh, declaring that his life had become a mere jest, having struggled countless times without effecting any change or resolution. Anna, in contrast, exhibited remarkable strength, gently patting her father's back, reassuring him that perhaps this was simply fate. Even the old wizard stood nearby, reflecting on the terrifying nature of manipulating time and destiny. I must say, Anton interjected with a clap of his hands, the matter of healing Nagini and Anna has always been my domain. Why has no one thought to consult me? Several individuals turned to him. Pedro emitted a desperate shriek, exclaiming that there was nothing to be done, that hope was lost. Do you understand? I understand your concerns, Anton retorted dismissively. Step aside. Anton brushed Pedro aside and focused on Anna. Today, Pedro's solitary truth was that humans have a lifespan of merely a little over 100 years. Anton spread his hands, clarifying that, in reality, most do not even reach that age. Anna nodded, and Rogier followed suit. Paying heed to his words, that makes matters simpler. As long as you do not expect to live for hundreds of years like Pedro, we need not concern ourselves with completely resolving the issue of becoming a snake, but rather how to extend the duration before one is irrevocably transformed. The blood-cursed beast was initially a fluid transition between human and serpentine forms. However, upon reaching a critical threshold, human consciousness, memory, and will begin to be consumed by the serpent's form, ultimately resulting in complete transformation. Anton snapped his fingers, suggesting that if we could delay the arrival of this critical point until the natural end of a human lifespan, or even beyond, The issue of the blood-cursed beast would merely shift to that of a corpse becoming a snake post-mortem. This an unbearable situation. Anton always found a way when all others were steeped in despair. Anna gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Observing his confident demeanor, articulating his thoughts with fervor, I initially lacked the means to postpone this critical point. However, Pedro's memories reveal that Volcanova had elucidated all the principles thoroughly. Coincidentally, I have been researching this very direction. My bionic spell is perfectly suited for this theory. With a pop, a large jar of potion was opened, and Anton tilted his head back, gulping it down before resealing it. Thanks to the potion provided by Rogier, I can now effortlessly employ the fairy eye secret method. Anton beckoned, urging compliance as he prepared to excavate every word Volcanova had imparted from Pedro's memories. Pedro swallowed hard, dreading the prospect of enduring another round of torment. The sensation of memory probing was excruciating, akin to a bristly brush scraping against his tongue repeatedly. Gagaga. The old wizard chuckled with glee, lamenting for the poor teacher who had spent centuries alongside Volcanova. Time passed inexorably. Lupin, under the cover of darkness, hastily carried his belongings downstairs, establishing his presence there permanently. The layout downstairs mirrored that of upstairs, with 6 rooms, except for the guest room, which had its wall removed to expand the dining hall for communal meals. Lupin selected a modest room to set up a top-of-the-line home theater for 1991. He had now become a wealthy proprietor, living lavishly. Incidentally, ever since Elsa became infatuated with a character portraying a piano prince in a television series. A jealous Lupin splurged on an extraordinarily expensive piano and hired the priciest piano tutor. The only problem was that the tutor was exceptionally charismatic and beautiful, now provoking jealousy in Miss Elsa. While romance blossomed below, tragedy unfolded above. Pedro's wails had transitioned from a powerful outcry to a mere whisper. He felt himself on the brink of death. He finally comprehended how Rogier had compelled him to traverse time. Enduring thousands of journeys over 50 years, he found himself bound by dragon tendons as thick as an arm to a chair inscribed with runes, rendering escape impossible. Furthermore, as the fairy eye secret method required entry into memories through the eyes, Rogier forcibly held open his eyelids to "I am your good friend, Rogier. Release me. If this continues, I shall perish." Rogier merely smirked, reminding him that Nagini is your daughter, and Anna is your granddaughter. You ought to possess some awareness. Anton remained indifferent to their exchanges, relentlessly consuming potions, probing memories, and jotting notes. Anna assisted in organizing the materials, as countless stacks of parchment filled Anton's study, now relegated to Lupin's former room. Occasionally, Anton would abruptly extract a sheet of paper and rush into a room, pondering for an entire afternoon. This, too, became Pedro's most comfortable moment. Despite Rogier's unyielding vigilance, I have my own matters to attend to. Rogier, do not be deceived by Lupin's current natural demeanor, should he cast spells multiple times. Previous issues will resurface, and I remain bound by the unbreakable oath curse. Should I fail to heal him, I shall perish. Pedro found himself pleading in a subdued tone. We will have ample time. Rogier firmly rejected the notion, warning him not to create any errors. Indeed, it is imperative to prioritize Lupin's healing. Anton's eyes brightened as he emerged, excitedly patting Pedro's shoulder, exclaiming how fortunate it was that Pedro had reminded him. Ha ha! With the misalignment soul spell combined with the soul transfer spell, I can manually alter the shape of the soul. What a perfect solution! Anton dashed back to his room, brimming with enthusiasm and parchment in hand. Rogier and Pedro exchanged glances. What did he say? I do not understand either. You, with your centuries of experience, do not comprehend. Rogier regarded him with disdain. Pedro refrained from retorting, merely casting a complex gaze at Anton's retreating figure. Unaware, Rogier, of the myriad opportunities he has had to learn more fairy spells and potions from my memories. Yet he chose to focus solely on completing the bionic spell using Volcanova's theories. He delved into a form of magic that may hold no benefit for himself. Exploring realms of profound depth, Rogier, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. However, Rogier does not share this sentiment. He saved Nagini, and I already owe him a favor. Yet his studies, whether involving lycanthropy or serpentine transformations, are exceedingly formidable. Pedro chuckled, remarking that if the same energy were devoted to ironclad spells, The magical resistance he would acquire would far surpass that of becoming a werewolf. He is not mistaken in his assertion. He possesses but a scant few legitimate spells, and those are the areas he ought to focus on. Rogier fell silent for a moment before reaching a resolution that I shall arrange for Durmstrang Institute to send him an acceptance letter. As a board member, Karkaroff will certainly acquiesce to my request. Europe boasts 3 major magical academies, each distinguished by its own unique characteristics. Undoubtedly, Hogwarts shines the brightest now, thanks to Dumbledore. Yet among the old pure-blood families, Durmstrang remains the foremost choice. This institution exclusively admits students from pure-blood lineages, imparting knowledge aimed not at entering the Ministry of Magic, but at fostering the future of their families, more powerful, more perilous, and decidedly more inclined towards the dark arts. Rogier felt as though Durmstrang had been tailor-made for Anton. As time passed, the major magical schools would soon begin dispatching acceptance letters to new students. Anna, please inform Lupin to prepare for Pedro's treatment, and mention to him that I will be conducting a minor experiment. It will not result in his demise. Anton hurriedly exited. Pedro, prepare for the experiment. When the time comes, I will use the displacement charm to distort his soul. Remember to extract all the essence of the Cruciatus curse meticulously. There must not be a single error. Anton pressed a parchment of sheepskin into Pedro's embrace, suggesting they attend to this matter along the way, to see if it succeeds, for if it does, Nagini shall be saved. With that, he dashed off to Lupin's chamber in search of additional materials. Anna trailed behind, her expression laced with concern. Father, he hasn't slept in a week. Rogier chuckled. I have a fondness for this lad. Everyone busied themselves. Pedro set up a multitude of machines in the hall, tirelessly repairing those that had been damaged by Snape. Otherwise, Lupin would have been cured long ago. Lupin and Ilsa returned home from work, with Ilsa appearing somewhat bewildered. Lupin had to reassure her that Anton would never harm him. The principle is quite simple. Anton finally readied himself, surveying everyone present. According to the perspective of Witchvakanova, all things originate from a primordial point. Thus, what we are attempting is to invert a particular object, which is influenced by our memories, will, soul, and even all those connected to us. Werewolves and humans, vipers and humans. These are merely different facets. The emergence of this facet is a result of the wizard's will. Anton endeavored to articulate this in the simplest terms. For instance, the Patronus charm, which, based on this theory, embodies the urgent emotion within our soul's yearning for protection, manifesting through magical energy. Then, Anton raised a finger. Why do we involuntarily transform into werewolves or vipers? I possess ample experience with transformations and have thoroughly observed the magical images of werewolf transformations alongside my mentor that I discovered that our souls are influenced by an invisible will in a certain corner. It could be wolf venom, a curse, or the will of a shape-shifting wizard. It operates like a switch, flipping us under certain conditions. Naturally, we cannot excise our will as one would surgically remove unwanted organs. Neither can we muster sufficient emotion to influence this magical will. However, we can deceive it. We can provide this will with erroneous commands for activation and deactivation. In simpler terms, Lupin, you can make the wolf venom within you believe that today is the full moon night. Consequently, you will transform into a werewolf. Similarly, on the full moon night, the wolf venom within you will assume that the full moon has long passed and will not trigger your transformation. Lupin's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that I can freely control when I become a werewolf? Anton nodded with a smile. For now, we can only manage this, freely choosing the time within each month. In the future, I will continue my research, seeking a means to allow your will to forget the existence of the full moon night altogether, ensuring that regardless of whether you possess wolf venom, you shall not become a werewolf. Lupin's breath quickened. Thank you, Anton. Ilsa grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with hope. Let us commence. Pedro, prepare for the procedure. Once we've made the incision, I will use the light and shadow charm to mark the areas needing influence. And you shall create an opening there. Pedro gulped, exclaiming, You truly are a madman. Anton grinned with pride. Rogier, prepare yourself. Let us proceed with vigor, for I intend to perform the same procedure on Nagini shortly. I believe this operation will significantly delay her transformation into a serpent by at least a decade. A decade is ample time for me to uncover a definitive cure for both Nagini and Anna. This surgery did not yield the anticipated success, yet it amassed sufficient operational data. Poor Lupin endured a nightmarish existence in the days that followed, facing a transformation each day. However, the results were evident. He could now effortlessly select a day to transform into a werewolf when the moon was not fully round. This invigorated everyone. Pedro continued to endure the torment of the fairy eyes enchantment, the knowledge of which Vacanova was exceedingly advanced. Anton could grasp only the tip of the iceberg, and as new discoveries emerged, he occasionally needed to revisit his memories for verification and inquiry. Pedro endured, for hope was now within reach on this very day. An owl soared through the window, delivering an acceptance letter from a magical academy to Anton. Rogier was sharing the family's finest cigars with Pedro and Lupin when he caught sight of the letter in Anton's hand. Smiling with satisfaction, "Anton, do not thank me. This is your due reward. Durmstrang Institute is dedicated to nurturing heirs from pure-blood families, placing greater emphasis on profound and powerful magic, and they are more accepting of your dark arts. You shall receive the finest education there. I have already requested Karkaroff, the headmaster, to take special care of you." Lupin scoffed. "No, Hogwarts is the superior magical school." At that moment, Anton turned his head with an enigmatic expression. Holding the letter aloft and flipping it over, the thick parchment envelope bore an address inscribed in emerald ink. Upon reversal, a wax seal displayed a heraldic emblem, a capital encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Good heavens, Hogwarts! Lupin rushed forward, fixated on the wax seal. Hogwarts! Whoosh! Two more owls swooped in, dropping 2 letters onto the table. Ilsa, who had been preparing to offer bread to the owl postman, cast a peculiar glance. Durmstrang Institute. 1 letter was for Anton, the other for Anna. The daughter of a board member, Anna undoubtedly had no choice. She was destined for Durmstrang. Yet Anton held 2 letters in his hands. Rogier approached, cigar in mouth, shaking his head in disbelief. "Karkaroff, this headmaster, has increasingly regressed. Our school owls never used to be slower than Hogwarts. This acceptance letter is also a contract. Upon your reply to the school, you shall enter into a certain agreement, at which point you will be able to perceive the school with your naked eye. Ordinary individuals cannot penetrate the protective enchantments of magical institutions." Rogier advised, "Each school has its focal points. Hogwarts consistently supplies the Ministry of Magic with a plethora of talent. However, they predominantly provide fresh blood for the Aurors, with few ever ascending to the ranks of ministry officials. The Durmstrang Institute places a greater emphasis on the long-term exploration of magical potential, aspiring to cultivate wizards dedicated to in-depth magical research, many of whom ascend to become leaders in various fields. Anton, being an astute individual, should recognize that Durmstrang is indeed more suited to him. Truth be told, Anton felt a stirring in his heart, having endured so much and witnessed the darker aspects of the wizarding world. He had long ceased to indulge in the fantasies portrayed in the original texts. Moreover, Hogwarts is destined to become the most perilous place in the wizarding realm. Without exception, the formidable Voldemort is a force that even Dumbledore must contend with at the cost of his life. He is not merely the rural terrorist caricature that others mock online. He possesses an immense strength. Only by immersing oneself in the wizarding world can one truly grasp the despair that accompanies the existence of such powerful wizards. One may deride Voldemort's ambitions, but his prowess must never be underestimated. It is wise to avoid confrontation and allow the narrative of the original story to resolve matters. This is indeed the most prudent course of action. He fell into contemplative silence. Lupin, growing anxious, looked at Anton with fervor, asserting that Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world, and under his guidance, Hogwarts is undoubtedly the finest institution. Everything you wish to learn can be taught at Hogwarts. Observing Anton's silence, he turned his gaze to Ilsa with mounting urgency. "Dear, I wish not to aid you at this moment," Ilsa shrugged, explaining how the ministry had sent her to Beauxbatons in France, as they preferred to limit her influence in the British wizarding community. Though she had little affection for France, Beauxbatons remained her ideal school. "Dumbledore is indeed great, yet our institution boasts Nicholas Flamel, who is no less formidable than Dumbledore." Lupin's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Anton lifted his gaze to the assembly, ultimately resting his eyes on Anna. With an elegant smile, Anna encouraged him, "Go to the school you desire. There is no need for excessive deliberation." Anton then turned to Rogier. inquiring if Durmstrang had a potions professor superior to Snape. Rogier fell silent, ultimately shaking his head. Then I shall choose Hogwarts. This declaration incited Lupin's ire. He was indignant, questioning why Anton would choose Hogwarts solely because of Snape. Because Anton replied with a hint of regret as he set aside the acceptance letter from Durmstrang. I require a deeper understanding of potions to discover a comprehensive cure for you all. My mentor is correct. Having given you hope, I cannot allow you to descend into despair. Should that hope be shattered, I shall honor my commitment. With that, he opened the envelope, extracting the letter with a raised eyebrow. How intriguing. My name is Anthony Weasley. Weasley? Lupin was taken aback, excitement evident in his demeanor. Which Weasley? Rogier, with a look of profound reflection, noted the red hair and the Weasley name, exclaiming, Anton, you are indeed a member of a pure-blood family. How perfectly suited you are for Durmstrang. I realize this may seem selfish, but since you can pursue your studies at Hogwarts, I wholeheartedly support your decision. That he bowed deeply to Anton, expressing his gratitude. No, Mr. Rogier, there is no need for such gestures. Anton quickly assisted him upright. He smiled radiantly, declaring, I am not at all great, and it is no simple task for me to sacrifice for others. Anton surveyed the surroundings. Reflecting, I have always been an orphan, adrift and unanchored. Having finally found family, I shall cherish them dearly. Lupin's expression grew complex. Weasley, I recall Arthur has 2 brothers, one deceased and the other estranged. What of your father? Caw. The old wizard floated in from outside. Deceased, quite tragically, so he evidently intended to spare Anton's father any indignity, refraining from detailing the manner of his demise. Glancing over, he exclaimed, You intend to attend Hogwarts? Anton nodded. Caw. What a coincidence. The bar band has invited me to visit Hogwarts. I was just about to bid you farewell, since the old wizard had little left to teach Anton, and Lupin had become engrossed in his relationship with Ilsa. He found himself seeking companionship elsewhere, spending most of his days away from home. With romance unfolding downstairs and research occupying him upstairs, there was little left for him to engage with. Having made his decision, Anton swiftly retrieved a clean sheet of parchment and penned a reply, dispatching it via the owl post. He glanced at the watch Pedro had gifted him, noting that there remained 2.5 months until the start of term. Turning to the group, he declared, We must hasten our preparations. Parting is always tinged with melancholy. With the experimental phase yielding success, Lupin's life had become considerably easier, affording him the leisure to share a bottle of red wine with Ilsa under the full moon. Of course, the most elated of all was Anna. When Nagini shed her serpent form and returned to her human guise, the prospect of reclaiming the blissful life they had experienced 2 years ago no longer seemed unattainable. In her joy, she kissed Anton on the cheek in front of everyone. The old wizard departed early, joining the raucous band en route to Hogwarts. The house elf Pedro also took his leave, weary and eager to travel. Feeling the weight of Rogier and Anton's relentless teasing on his fragile spirit, the thought of returning to this place to engage in research, or be researched, once Anton's vacations commenced sent shivers down his spine. Yet, there was no alternative. Nagini was his daughter, and Anna was his granddaughter. His perspective had long since weathered, and the continuation of life had transformed into his hope. Anna's family prepared to depart as well, and she shyly proposed to maintain correspondence with Anton once school commenced. André Rogier generously bequeathed Anton a substantial supply of potions and a small mountain of galleons to support his research. Indeed, a small mountain of galleons, an extravagant sum that filled Anton's vault at Gringotts to the brim. The Rogier family was undoubtedly ancient and affluent. André guided Anton to their family vault, retrieving a stone tablet from the shelves lined with countless magical items. The tablet bore the title book of lineage to A.S. Anton placed his palm upon it. He finally confirmed that this body belonged to the Weasley lineage. A branching diagram clearly indicated that his so-called father was Arthur Weasley's brother. His mother was the last descendant of a fallen pure-blood family from Germany, clearly marked as deceased in the book of lineage. For this, Rogier sighed. One must always look forward, mustn't one? Anton shrugged nonchalantly. Rogier's expression turned peculiar. Why is it you who comforts me? At last, that evening, Miss Ilsa prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate Anton's impending school journey. However, observing the gleeful expressions on Ilsa and Lupin's faces, Anton could not help but suspect that the two were reveling in their newfound solitude. Regardless, The school year was upon them, with a brand new suitcase filled with an array of high-end clothing purchased by Lupin. The werewolf had fully embraced the Muggle lifestyle, both he and Ilsa agreeing that Muggle attire surpassed wizarding robes in elegance. Naturally, essential wizarding items such as robes, wands, and books had to be procured from Diagon Alley. Anton refrained from waking the two who were still wrapped in slumber, choosing instead to carry his suitcase to King's Cross Station alone. Their residence at number 11, Grimmauld Place, was merely a 20-minute walk from the station. As he walked, pausing for a breakfast at a CAF, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ron, a tall figure with striking red hair, rushed toward him. The charming and refined Ron, another similarly tall figure with red hair, joined him. The two bore an uncanny resemblance, both wearing equally perplexed expressions. "Are you calling for me?" Behind the twins appeared a small boy, who widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Anton, then turned incredulously to his two brothers. Unlike Ron, whose hair was a disheveled mess resembling a dog's chew toy, this boy, though also sporting the same fiery red locks, had styled his hair into a sophisticated slick-back look. He was clad in casual trousers and a loose-fitting shirt that exuded an air of elegance, and he wore a watch that seemed imbued with a hint of magic. One hand grasped a suitcase, while the other held a paper cup of coffee. Anton smiled slightly, greeting them with, "Hello there. Mom, come quick," one of the twins shouted. "Arthur has done something terrible. He has an illegitimate child." Smack. Arthur swiftly slapped his hand over the boy's mouth. "Shut up, Fred." "Oh, I'm George." "Dad, you've mistaken me. Both of you, be quiet." Molly shoved the twins aside and crouched down to look at Anton. "What is your name, dear?" Anton observed the lively family with great interest, whether in the original story, fan fiction, or films. It was hard not to feel a sense of warmth toward them. "Anthony Weasley, but you can call me Anton." "Weasley." Molly could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening as she looked at her husband. Arthur's mouth twitched as he squatted down beside her. "You must be the child of my brother. That scoundrel sent you off to school all by yourself without escorting you." "No, my father has passed away. And I now live with my uncle and aunt." "Passed away?" Arthur's face was awash with nostalgia and sorrow. "That scoundrel has died just like that. He never even reached out to me." Molly gently patted his shoulder in consolation. Nevertheless, the reunion of relatives was a cause for celebration, and Anton's amiable disposition quickly united the group. Ginny, peering curiously from behind her mother, regarded Anton with interest, while the twins evidently took a liking to their cousin, engaging him in lively conversation. Only Ron stood apart, casting a perplexed glance at the enthusiastic family. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though Anton was the true son of Arthur, the younger brother of the twins, leaving him feeling redundant. "You actually live at number 11 Grimmauld Place. I can hardly believe it. I had no idea," Arthur exclaimed, full of emotion. "Had I known you were alone, I would have surely invited you to stay with us." Molly nodded in agreement, affectionately ruffling Anton's hair. "You must come to our home when Hogwarts is on break." Anton beamed brightly, his smile radiant. "I have a home now, too. My uncle and aunt treat me very well, and the rest of the family is kind to me as well." Arthur appeared skeptical. "What good friends could that disheveled brother of mine have?" "You should be with your family." Anthony. At that moment, a shimmering royal blue BMW glided into view. The exquisite diamond-like embellishments sparkled under the sunlight, casting a dazzling and fluid glow. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Arthur stared in wonder at the vehicle. "I absolutely adore Muggle cars. Just look at it. It's a work of art. If only I could touch it." As the BMW came to a halt beside him, Arthur couldn't suppress his excitement and reached out to touch it. Molly gave him a firm nudge. "Arthur, you mustn't behave like that in front of the children." With a thud, the car door swung open, and a figure hurriedly emerged from the passenger seat, carrying a bag. "Good heavens, Anton, why did you go to school by yourself?" "Ilsa scolded me for it. Young wizards need their parents to escort them. I brought you chicken nuggets." Lupin rushed out, his eyes widening at the sight of the sea of red hair. "Arthur?" Arthur seemed incredulous as he regarded Lupin, hesitating for a moment. "Lupin?" He scrutinized the man before him. Impeccably styled hair, a fair visage, the scar on his face now mended, a meticulously groomed mustache, and dressed in an exquisitely tailored three-piece suit with a high-quality overcoat, holding a golden lion head cane. A faint scent of cologne wafted through the air. Yet, it was not merely the attire that marked the transformation. It was the man himself. He appeared so youthful, invigorated, and radiant. Had it not been at King's Cross Station, but elsewhere, Arthur would hardly have recognized him as Lupin. In his memory, Lupin had been synonymous with despondency, disarray, and weariness. But now, in a curious twist, Arthur felt Lupin resembled Lucius more than Lucius himself. "Molly, did you see that?" "Lupin." Arthur wore an expression of sheer astonishment, akin to a child witnessing a miracle. Lupin laughed heartily, embracing Arthur with great enthusiasm. "It's wonderful to see you." As they released one another, Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Lupin again. 12 years have passed. I've been so worried about you. Tears glistened in Arthur's eyes as he playfully punched Lupin's shoulder. "You just vanished without a word." He hugged Lupin once more, and Lupin's expression was complex, smiling without offering an explanation. "Are you all well?" Molly held Ron with one hand and pulled Ginny close with the other. "Look, little Ron has grown up. He is going to Hogwarts this year. And we have a new member now." Ginny, with time still on their side, Lupin warmly led Arthur and Molly to a nearby CAF, as though they had an abundance of conversations waiting to be had. This gentle man, accustomed to managing a company, always attended to every detail, ensuring the waitstaff provided delightful desserts and drinks for the children. "Hey, should I call you cousin?" Fred inquired, leaning over the table to observe Anton. "Just Anton will do. Can we take a look at your watch?" "It looks really cool," George chimed in, resting a hand on Fred's shoulder. "Of course." Anton smiled as he removed it and handed it to them. These two would-be masters of magical artifacts were clearly exceptional. Equipped with a full set of armored spells, invisibility smoke bombs, and a myriad of seemingly whimsical yet highly effective gadgets, even the Ministry of Magic counted them among their clients. Certainly not something any ordinary wizard could achieve. This is a mechanical creation by goblins. Aside from their unique enchantments, the mechanics are not overly complex. Anton eagerly shared his insights. "Wow, maybe we could make a watch too. If we wear it, our hands will look enormous. As if they've been poisoned and swollen." Fred mused with interest. "Not a bad idea," George replied. "Or perhaps we could make the hands particularly small." Anton chuckled at their antics. "If we could make them grow and shrink. Why not add some special effects, like furry wolf hair or a design that looks broken?" "What a brilliant idea," Fred exclaimed in awe. George pondered. "In that case, do we have a valid reason to skip class?" "Absolutely not." From a distance, Molly seemed to have ears everywhere, rushing over in a fit of anger, twisting one of their ears. "No skipping class. Understood?" "Of course, dear Mrs. Weasley," the twins replied in unison, their voices laced with mischief. Molly pointed a finger at them. "I'll be watching you." Once their mother departed, the twins leaned in closer. "That suggestion from earlier was excellent, but we lack the funds," George lamented, "and there isn't enough space." Fred sighed. "Indeed, the dormitory is overflowing with tools, nearly bursting at the seams." Anton pondered thoughtfully. He chuckled softly without uttering a word. Ginny leaned forward, her hands resting on the edge of the table, curiously peering at the watch. Only Ron remained, stubbornly standing at the entrance of the CF, awaiting an invitation to join them inside. But all that greeted him was the gentle September breeze, accompanied by a solitary fallen leaf. The twins were quite the entertainers, finding Anton's broad perspective equally amusing. Yet, they were markedly different. The twins were far too lively and could hardly tolerate Anton's composed demeanor. Upon entering the station, they leaped aboard the train, calling out to their friends. Ron felt a pang of hurt. He was the twins' brother, yet they had only greeted Anton before departing. "Cousin," Anton exclaimed, draping an arm around Ron's shoulder. "From now on, we shall be brothers at school." Ron's eyes widened in surprise. "I've heard there are vendors on the train selling snacks. Perhaps we can procure some. My uncle mentioned a wondrous moving picture." Anton remarked with a shrug. "We've always lived in the Muggle world, and I've yet to witness it. Oh, if you're bringing that up, I'm wide awake now. I know, it's a magical photograph." Ron was evidently more intrigued by the snacks. "I know there are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Also bubblegum blasters, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. My favorite is the chocolate frog. It contains a card, and I've nearly collected 500, just missing Agrippa and Bode." This piqued Anton's interest, reminding him of his childhood, when he too avidly collected cards from snack packets and Ultraman cards from seaweed snacks. He smiled broadly, waving his wand, causing both his and Ron's suitcases to levitate and follow behind them. "Cousin, do share more. I'm utterly fascinated. You can call me Ron. That's a splendid name. I am Anton, I in mere moments. These two strikingly similar cousins transformed from strangers into the best of friends, sharing laughter as they approached the train. Arthur and Molly exchanged peculiar glances. He truly is a remarkable child. Arthur mumbled involuntarily. Lupin found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't merely say the child was intelligent, could he? Intelligent enough to have conducted numerous experiments on him using the Cruciatus curse. What was it that he called it? The soul scalpel? Yes, that seemed right. Would you care to visit my home? Arthur asked. Molly, it's been 12 years since we last met. Molly, holding Ginny's hand, reflected, you must have had a challenging time all these years. It was indeed so for the initial years, but then I met Anton. Lupin smiled, evidently no longer troubled by past hardships. I've established my own company, acquired a car, a house, and I even have a girlfriend. I can't wait to introduce you to her. Come to my home. Arthur's eyes sparkled. Shall we take your blue car? Lupin eagerly pulled open the car door. That I just bought it. Would you like to give it a try? It handles quite well. Anton and Ron arrived a bit late. Every carriage was filled to capacity, compelling them to navigate the narrow aisles deeper into the train. My word. Anton, come quickly and see whom I've encountered. Fred suddenly emerged from nowhere, a mysterious expression on his face as he seized Anton, speaking excitedly. George, I am your brother. Ron huffed in irritation, pouting. The other twin, George, soon joined them. Indeed, George, how can you disregard your brother? Fred shrugged. All right, brother. Hello. Then he turned to Anton and whispered, We've met the legendary boy, Harry Potter. He showed us the lightning scar on his forehead. It was simply astonishing. He asked in the last carriage. All alone. You must go see him. Fred rubbed his hands together in a busy manner. Of course, we can't take you to see him. Lee Jordan has procured a gigantic bag of spiders. And we must join the fun. George placed a hand on Fred's shoulder. Exactly. I believe that furry little creature will come in handy. And with that, the two merry children vanished like the wind. Ron stared after them, wide-eyed. Anton chuckled. No need to take offense. Let us go. The train is about to depart, and we must find our seats. The train was filled with the sounds of merriment. The ban on magic during holidays had left the young wizards restless, waving their wands and casting spells, while the first years looked on in a mixture of excitement and trepidation. A witch sat in the corner, accompanied by a cart brimming with snacks, evidently waiting to sell them once the train departed. But it was already surrounded by eager patrons that a young wizard opened a box of chocolate frogs, and to everyone's astonishment, the chocolate frog leapt out, swiftly bounding onto the train's railing. However, it evidently lost its grip, struggling momentarily before leaving a smear of chocolate as it tumbled down. Absolutely marvelous. Anton's eyes sparkled. He recognized this snack, and even the cockroach clusters that Dumbledore favored. Yet witnessing it firsthand unveiled the true allure of such treats. Anton's favorite magic was the moving figurine he learned from the fairies, which required one's own willpower to animate. Yet this chocolate frog didn't necessitate a wizard to maintain the spell. It didn't even require a power source, such as an embedded energy stone, merely through the might of the enchantment. It could move as freely as a real frog. There were too many people here. Perhaps we should first find our seats. Ron endeavored to maintain a nonchalant expression, feeling a tinge of triumph in the presence of his remarkably talented cousin, who resembled him closely. Don't know. I absolutely must acquire one immediately. Anton exclaimed as he watched a young wizard devour a chocolate frog, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He handed Ron the chicken nuggets and drink Lupin had prepared for him, then tapped their suitcases with his wand, causing them to float behind Ron. Ron, I can hardly contain my excitement. Could you possibly find a seat first? I'll leave the luggage in your care. Along with these snacks, the warm chicken nuggets wafted an enticing aroma, causing Ron to swallow hard. All right, I'll wait for you to catch up. Good. Anton replied eagerly, joining the throng. Ron ventured deeper into the train alone. Evidently, he still hadn't found an empty seat, and ultimately arrived at the last carriage, inquiring at the door before excitedly stepping inside. Anton, observing Ron's retreating figure, bit his lip, his interest in Harry Potter, the protagonist of the novel, waning, even bordering on fear. After finally achieving a stable life, he had no desire to join this young boy in reckless adventures against Voldemort. With his 2 years of experience in the wizarding world, he reassessed the narrative within the novel and could only conclude that Harry possessed a protagonist's halo, surviving situations where ordinary individuals would have perished long ago. He was merely there to study and acquire knowledge, not to gamble with his life. Steering clear of Harry Potter was wise. The wizarding world was replete with exhilarating wonders, and it was still dazzling enough. Without Harry, I'll take 10 chocolate frogs. At last managing to squeeze in, Anton beamed radiantly. If only he could unravel the techniques behind them. Wouldn't the moving figurine magic be elevated to new heights? He was filled with anticipation. With a soft whimper, he casually found a position by the railing and gazed outward. The train slowly departed from London, revealing a picturesque landscape of grazing cows and sheep in the fields. Expansive meadows and quaint European cottages with pointed rooftops, all passing before his eyes. Countless ripples danced as if viewed through a fantastical magnifying glass, Anton's pupils dilating to their utmost, shimmering with starlight at the fairy eye's spell. He took out a small vial he always carried, sipping a tiny amount of the wizard's eye potion. With both spells activated, Anton finally discerned the enchanted will affixed to the chocolate frog. It was as though a joyous magical creature was softly tapping on the chocolate cauldron, causing an abundance of chocolate frogs to leap forth. This was neither a human wizard's incantation nor fairy magic that it felt foreign. Yet Anton could boldly surmise it was a form of natural magic bestowed by some magical creature, perhaps not initially intended for chocolate at all. Under different principles of spellcasting, this was something he could not comprehend at that moment. Nevertheless, he instinctively memorized the magical image above. Suddenly, he felt a stir within, and the chocolate frogs leaped into his hands, stacking upon one another and swiftly melting together into an oversized chocolate frog. It resembled a toad somewhat. Although he could not yet master this magic, Anton still pushed his luck, merging the chocolate frogs into one. Just as he was about to experiment further, hurried footsteps approached. "Have you seen Neville?" "Oh my goodness, I found him, right in your hands." Anton looked up to see a little girl with fluffy hair and prominent front teeth, resembling an adorable beaver. "No, you've got it wrong. This is mine." "You." Anton abruptly stuffed the entire toad into his mouth, leaving only one hind leg frantically kicking at the side of his mouth. He raised an eyebrow at the beaver girl and bit down hard. The toad's hind leg fell away, twisting on the ground. Anton's eyes lit up as he chewed vigorously, the rich aroma of chocolate flooding his senses, and he gave a thumbs up. "Delicious." The beaver girl widened her eyes in shock, her expression filled with terror. With a shriek from Hermione, she fled in a panic as if witnessing something horrendous, and Anton chuckled wickedly. Indeed, regardless of how the protagonists fared, they remained mere children. After all, the original tale was but a fairy story, at the very least. His spirits about entering Hogwarts had lifted considerably. The taste of the chocolate frog was absolutely divine. In his previous life, he had tasted chocolate, but never anything as rich as this, akin to the glowing dishes from a master chef. Over the past year, despite enduring hardships, Anton's culinary experiences had been quite delightful. Initially, under the tutelage of an old wizard, he could only make noodles and buns from flour. Yet that flour was from the wizarding world, possessing a unique and robust wheat aroma that was surprisingly palatable. Later, residing at the leaky cauldron, Old Tom concocted various delectable dishes to nourish him. Afterward, upon arriving in France, with a bit of money, he had never deprived his palate. After purchasing a home, they established a long-term food delivery agreement with a Chinese restaurant. Eventually, when Miss Elsa moved in, they enjoyed a rotating feast of French and Chinese cuisine. In summary, although he had meandered around England and its vicinity, he had yet to encounter the legendary dark cuisine. Before long, an announcement echoed through the train. "Attention, young wizards, please don your school robes. We will arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. Kindly leave your belongings on the train, and we will ensure they reach the school." Young wizards ran about the aisles, and Anton sidestepped 3 seemingly irate children, turning into the compartment where Ron was seated. "Goodness, Anton, where have you just been?" Ron greeted him while holding a seemingly comatose rat. Anton raised an eyebrow, taking in the chaotic state of the compartment. As if a brawl had just taken place, he had read numerous Harry Potter fanfictions, mostly focusing on the professors, and couldn't recall what transpired here. But he remembered the 3 children he had just left. One, a finely crafted golden-haired boy, led the way, flanked by 2 boisterous companions. Harry has encountered Draco. Huh? He casually pulled Harry Potter up from the floor, beaming brightly. "Hello, I am Anthony Weasley, Ron's cousin. You can call me Anton." "Harry Potter." Harry seemed delighted, feeling he had made a new friend. Just then, the beaver girl approached with a round-faced child, pointing vigorously at Anton. "It's him, Neville. He ate your toad. He really did. I saw it." The little girl's words came out in a rapid-fire manner, like a machine gun. "Eat a toad raw?" Harry exclaimed, quickly pulling his hand away in shock. Anton twitched his lips, cheerfully turning to Hermione that it tasted wonderful. He grinned broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth, which sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a predatory beast, causing Hermione to scream and flee again. Neville looked at him in disbelief. "Did you really eat my toad? Do you really believe that?" Anton shrugged helplessly. "That was a chocolate frog. She must have mistaken it. You can go speak to the person who just announced it at the front of the train. If they can help us with our belongings, they can surely assist with toads too." Neville's eyes brightened. "Thank you." He hurriedly rushed away. The train's announcement sounded once more, urging the young wizards to quickly don their robes. Anton waved his wand, causing the luggage to float down from the overhead rack, and the disarray on the floor returned to the table in an orderly fashion. Ever since mastering the levitation spell, he had nearly managed to live without using his hands, a true testament to his laziness. His own suitcase floated before him, opening itself. It was a bag enhanced with a non-detectable extension charm, and he had smartly placed his robes on top. Hurry and changed, he tossed his outer coat inside, and swiftly donned the wizarding robe emblazoned with the Hogwarts insignia. He noticed Harry and Ron staring at him wide-eyed. "What's wrong?" Anton queried, touching his face in confusion. "Magic." Harry gasped in astonishment. "I just realized. I didn't hear you recite a spell," Ron murmured. "The levitation spell. It's in our first-year textbook, quite simple. You can take a look when you have the chance." Anton casually explained, not intending to boast about his prowess. He squinted towards the door of the compartment as the train gradually came to a stop. The time had turned to evening, and a dark, diminutive platform extended a small path that a towering figure, 3 meters tall, held a lantern and awaited them. Anton's lips curled into a slight smile. Hogwarts, they had arrived. The first-year students followed Hagrid to the lakeside, rowing small boats, undergoing a series of ceremonious procedures to finally reach the castle's dining hall. They were ushered into a small room beside the dining area, awaiting the sorting ceremony. Ghosts floated over. Among them the old wizard, who cackled, tossing his head high and catching it again, even winking at Anton. The past graduates of Hogwarts had discreetly kept the sorting ceremony a secret from the young wizards. "Fred said it would be quite traumatic for us." Ron looked apprehensive. This startled Harry significantly. Whispers circulated about battling a dragon, evading a terrifying field of scarecrows, and drinking a bubbling green potion. Each parent had their own tales to scare their children. And together, they made even the haughty Draco pale. "Don't listen to their nonsense. It's just a wizard hat." Anton kindly reassured Draco beside him. "Once worn, it will determine if you are suited to be a wizard. If it deems you unfit, it might just twist your head off. Just that." Draco took a panicked step back, gazing at Anton with trepidation. "Are you all right?" "I just saw that ghost without a head, and it seems to be thriving." Anton shrugged. Draco swallowed hard, resolving that if it truly was a wizard's hat, he would sooner perish than don it. Harry and Ron exchanged peculiar glances at the two, and though they too felt fear, witnessing Draco tremble and fright inexplicably lifted their spirits. Then, a tattered-looking wizard's hat was placed upon a chair. The little wizards who had just heard Anton's words collectively gasped. The hat miraculously opened its mouth and began to sing. "You may think me unlovely, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I shall consume myself whole." The little wizards merely stared at the mouth in bewilderment, pondering whether Anton's words were indeed mistaken, that it was not a matter of losing one's head, but rather of being devoured. So, who would be the first to approach the guillotine? A tall, black-haired witch in a deep green robe picked up the parchment and called out. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked little girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward from the line, placing the hat upon her head, which conveniently obscured her eyes. She sat down. Although her expression was hidden, it was evident she trembled with fear. "Hufflepuff," the hat proclaimed. The table to the right erupted in applause and cheers, while Hannah Abbott emitted the loudest scream in the history of Hogwarts sorting ceremony. She dashed away from beneath the hat in a panic, as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Witnessing her excitement, the upperclassmen at the Hufflepuff table clapped even louder. Then, one by one, the anxious little wizards stepped up to accept their fate. Seamus Finnegan, trembling with fear, clutched Harry Potter's sleeve tightly. Professor McGonagall called his name 3 times before he finally approached, quaking in trepidation that he donned the hat, as if resigned to his fate. And then, the dreadful moment arrived. The hat mumbled over his head for nearly a minute before finally assigning him to Gryffindor. Another trick. Hermione rolled her eyes, walking up with her head held high, and soon after, Gryffindor. The proud young lady marched directly to the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ron, and Draco all exhaled in relief simultaneously. Clearly, this was merely someone's cruel jest. You will definitely be sorted into Gryffindor, you insufferable boar, Draco spat. Anton smiled faintly as he stepped forward. The sorting hat barely needed to ponder. Slytherin. Draco was left dumbstruck. Harry and Ron were equally taken aback. The Weasley twins, poised to applaud at the Gryffindor table, exchanged incredulous looks at a Weasley and Slytherin. Fred chuckled. How delightful. I can't wait to write to Dad Doe. A Slytherin in our family will surely make for an entertaining letter. The Hogwarts welcome feast, or rather, the dinner, was quite unremarkable aside from the feasting and singing the school song. The tall and silver-haired Dumbledore, adorned in a purple robe decorated with star patterns, was idolized by Lupin. Snape maintained his usual lifeless demeanor, only showing slight emotion when his gaze flickered over a corner of the Gryffindor table. Old Snape seemed oblivious to Anton, his attention evidently captivated by a certain charming young boy. Professor McGonagall, with her stern countenance, was accompanied by the heavily wrapped Professor Flitwick, the patch-hat-clad Professor Sprout, and the tall and amiable Hagrid. After the feast, it was time for bed. Led by the prefects, the first years descended the long spiral staircase. Arriving before a stone wall, the female prefect, Gemma Farley, and the male prefect, Finnegan Goldstein, announced the password, Pride. Prefect Finnegan held his head high, leaving the new students barely able to see his nostrils. This was a deliberate choice to ensure they remembered the qualities of Slytherin. Upon reciting the password, the stone wall parted, revealing a bright common room with a crackling fireplace and walls adorned with torches. The room's large windows showcased the shimmering lake outside, where small, unidentified creatures occasionally swam past. Clearly, this dormitory was situated beneath the lake in front of the castle. Anton felt no dampness as he touched the walls. Evidently, powerful magic ensured at least the most basic living conditions. The dormitory was spacious, furnished with tall 4-poster beds draped in green silk curtains, their covers embroidered with silver threads depicting serpents. Yes, but why must I share this dormitory with him? Just as Anton curiously surveyed his surroundings, Draco was furiously shouting at the prefect. Prefect Finnegan gently swatted Draco's hand away, asserting that the first years could only accept their assigned fates and should adapt their attitudes accordingly to feel better about it. Draco clenched his fists, glaring coldly at him. Do not presume to dictate my fate with your laughable title. My father is a board member, ha ha ha. Finnegan chuckled, stroking his meticulously groomed sideburns, as if implying that no one's father was exempt from being a board member. He leaned down closely to Draco. Listen well, first year, respect your seniors, especially the prefects. Thud. Draco arched dramatically through the air and landed on his bed. His 2 lackeys rushed over, with Blaise anxiously attempting to help him up. Are you all right? Draco shrugged him off, fixated on Prefect Finnegan. I'll remember you. Finnegan laughed heartily. I am honored. He then sauntered over to Anton, looking down mockingly. Oh, poor little child, stuck living with 3 people who despise you. Your days ahead will be quite miserable, but listen closely, be a good boy, and don't cause trouble for the prefect, and the prefect won't trouble you, all right? He elegantly straightened Anton's collar. So, after being bullied, just retreat to your bed and cry. Don't make a fuss. Anton smacked his lips, curiously observing him. You just attacked Draco. Is it permissible to attack fellow students at this school? The prefect merely shrugged, as if it were an everyday occurrence. It's nothing serious. This is Slytherin, understand? Here, we compare backgrounds, power, and excellence. But ultimately, we measure strength. He wore an amused expression, lightly patting Anton's cheek. Survival of the fittest, kid. Learn to respect the strong. Anton smiled knowingly. Understood. His eyes suddenly transformed into serpentine slits, and his body swiftly morphed into a massive viper, its girth comparable to that of a truck tire. The monstrous serpent coiled around the prefect's form, squeezing tightly. An animagus. How is that possible? The first years are monsters. This upperclassman, evidently seasoned in combat, screamed in shock, but, in his panic, managed to cast a shield charm. However, it was of little consequence. The serpent's tail lashed out, forcefully swiping the prefect's face and sending his wand flying. The enormous snake's head reached the dormitory ceiling. Leaning down to regard him with cold, slitted eyes, Draco's two lackeys leaped onto the bed in fright, clutching Draco tightly, who had retreated to the furthest corner of the bed. All three gulping in unison. The serpent sighed deeply. I had thought a magical school would be an ivory tower. It tightened its grip, causing the prefect's shield charm to flicker and wane under the pressure. The serpent leaned its head close to the prefect's ear, its icy scales brushing against his cheek. The once haughty prefect now quivered in fear. Dear prefect, have I earned your respect now? The prefect nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, gazing fearfully into that gaping maw. Really? The serpent appeared somewhat exhilarated. You're not lying. Really, truly. The head boy's voice trembled with fear as he spoke. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, and Anton had already transformed back into his human form. Appearing quite pleased with himself, he extended a hand to help the head boy up, delicately adjusting his disheveled collar with a tiptoe. That it seemed I had earned his respect. The head boy intently observed Anton's delicate, pale hand moving near his neck, a gesture he usually favored, yet now it was overshadowed by trepidation. How wonderful! The young wizard was evidently in high spirits, his pure and radiant smile accompanied by tiny fist pumps. Prior to enrollment, my aunt had constantly reminded me to blend with my classmates, to actively integrate into the group, and to avoid being so reclusive. Apparently, I had succeeded. He turned to Draco and his companions, smiling so brightly that his pearly teeth appeared slightly distorted under the shimmering Slytherin lights. Am I right? The three nodded in unison. Anton was elated as he embraced the head boy tightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, head boy. Good night. The head boy merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, ultimately responding with a simple good night, before proudly lifting his chin and striding out. Though his mechanical gait seemed rather stiff. Well then, my dear roommates, good night. The trio chorused, good night. What a splendid day it had been. Anton stretched lazily as he made his way to the bed closest to the window, catching a glimpse of a colossal octopus gliding by outside, exclaiming in awe, I love Hogwarts. I adore Slytherin. It's simply marvelous. Gagaga. Initially, he had worried that the old wizard had instilled a series of undesirable habits in him that might hinder his life in this ivory tower of white magic. But evidently, that was not the case. He felt a profound sense of happiness, as if he were swimming in water. The delightful sleep ensued. The following day, he awoke early to find his three charming roommates had already vanished. Holding the books needed for class, Anton ambled leisurely to the school dining hall. Hogwarts boasted a total of 142 staircases, nearly all of which moved on their own accord, occasionally vanishing without a trace. Some doors merely concealed solid walls behind them. Even if such peculiarities were initially designed to thwart Muggle witch hunts, it was clear that the greatest impact was on the residents themselves. Anton found himself at a loss for words in critique. The first class for Slytherin was History of Magic, taught by a ghost named Professor Binns. That it was quite extraordinary that the guide into the magical world for Anton was a specter. Upon entering the magical school, his first instructor was also a ghost. Fate can be remarkably whimsical, as if it was silently conveying a message to Anton through this arrangement. Professor Binns was evidently a quintessential ghost. Lacking the vivacity of the old wizard, his lectures resembled a three-dimensional video tutorial, monotonously droning on without taking attendance or acknowledging the students below, as if the world consisted solely of the classroom and himself. His drab, tiresome voice recited texts older than the book in his hand, reminiscent of an AI's dispassionate audiobook. The entire class was so dull that it was perfectly suited for napping. Indeed, even among the many well-bred children in Slytherin, a few could not resist dozing off. Only one individual remained alert throughout the lesson. Anton. He took notes diligently, realizing that if one could endure the professor's plodding cadence, he actually shared a wealth of fascinating content. Wizards did not possess the extraordinary resistance to Muggles that one might imagine, particularly when Muggles brandished weapons ablaze. The wizards, forced to hide in the dark corners of the world, could no longer bear the fate of potentially being publicly burned alive. They invented a remarkable spell, marking a pivotal turning point in magical history. The Muggle repelling charm. Once cast, powerless Muggles would bewilderedly depart from the presence of wizards, as if nothing had transpired. Even a well-trained army, equipped with fiery weapons, could not locate their adversaries. Yes, they even forgot who the enemy was. Let us remember this turning point and reiterate the significance of the Muggle-repelling charm with a flick of the wand. Spinning it 3 times and lifting it high before swiftly lowering it, one would chant, Arati Mabida Anpia, so simple, yet we conquered. Anton had not anticipated that a history lesson could involve learning spells. Unable to resist, he picked up his wand and tested the Muggle-repelling charm in the classroom. That a flash of magical light erupted, yet he could discern no immediate effects. Still, he felt as though he had successfully cast it. The Muggle-repelling charm. Anton gained a new perspective on the old wizard's assertion that wizards are akin to deities. Simply developing such a spell rendered Muggles no match for humans. Now, every street, building, school, and the Ministry of Magic in the wizarding world had employed this spell. For Muggles, it was akin to existing in an entirely different dimensional realm. Anton even pondered whether casting this spell on a tank or a missile launch site would cause everyone inside to emerge. Bewildered, in a wonder Muggles faced discrimination in the eyes of wizards. In a wonder the wizarding world was rife with ambitious individuals yearning to dominate and enslave Muggles. After all, Muggles were far easier to handle than magical creatures. War invariably accelerates technological advancement, and this principle holds true for wizards as well. If even the likes of Dumbledore and other top-tier wizards were researching ways to counter human technology and developing spells accordingly, everything would change. In his very first class at Hogwarts, Anton gleaned immense knowledge, not merely from learning the Muggle-repelling charm, but from realizing that when faced with a significant challenge in the wizarding world, the best approach was to devise a corresponding spell. It was not a matter of difficulty. Rather, the thought process diverged entirely from conventional wisdom. Wizards are akin to deities. Anton thought of Lupin and Nagini, pondering whether they too could eventually develop a spell, restoring everything to normalcy. It was quite possible. If Nagini's formidable witch mother were present, the blood magic would indeed be a mere flick of a wand. Thus, in just a matter of days, Anton swiftly established himself as an unconventional Slytherin. Most students in Slytherin hailed from pureblood or mixed-blood families, many of whom had begun early education while their young wizards were still unable to cast spells, rendering the first-grade curriculum far too simplistic to hold their attention. In Undercover Ravenclaw, one classmate loudly mocked Anton. Excellent. Anton merely smiled at him, noting that after just a few days of school, while neglecting academic pursuits, he was adept at engaging in factional disputes and assigning labels. How very Slytherin of him. That evening, he gathered his charming roommate Draco Malfoy and his entourage to pay a visit, intending to educate this classmate on the true essence of Slytherin. There exists a fallacy that Gryffindor is the most egregious violator of school rules. Clearly, that is not the case. Every house indulges in rule-breaking. Behind the scenes, Slytherin students bonded closely, an experience unique to their house. Naturally, everyone tacitly confined such activities to the dormitory and common room. The sconces in the Slytherin common room were remarkably sturdy. As a result, this classmate found himself suspended for an entire night. The magical flames within the sconces were quite warm. The following day, no one dared to disturb Anton during his studies. The atmosphere of learning soared to unprecedented heights, creating an exceptionally delightful environment. Certainly, not every class is to Anton's liking. Particularly the flying lessons. He finds the flying class exceedingly dull, preferring instead to sit in Professor Bin's History of Magic class, captivated by the professor's casual revelations of various mysterious historical anecdotes. The instructor for flying lessons is Madame Rolanda Hooch, who possesses exquisite flying skills, yet her teaching methods are abysmal, and her responses to the unforeseen challenges of flying lessons are lamentably inadequate. Anton feels she is far more suited to participate in a Quidditch match than to serve as a teacher. On that thrilling day, I swiftly lowered my broomstick, executing a slide to narrowly evade a Muggle helicopter. You cannot fathom how the ridiculous propellers of such a peculiar machine were merely a foot away from my hair. During flying class, Draco spent the entire morning boasting. However, due to his love for learning, Anton was not ostracized by his classmates. Rather, he became the most popular among them. The reason? The lengthy assignments assigned in every class. The first-year wizard curriculum is more relaxed compared to other years, with only one major class in the morning, lasting 2 hours. Aside from the classes taught by Professors McGonagall and Snape, there are brief breaks of 10 minutes in between the other classes. But that's where the respite ends. In the afternoon, there are 2 major classes, followed by a minor class in the evening, lasting 1 hour. From Monday to Friday, the mornings are jam-packed with lessons. and each session comes with homework. Anton simply cannot comprehend how the little lions find time to sneak out for nighttime adventures. Eventually, he came to understand. After quarreling with Hermione, Ron had to approach Anton to borrow homework so he could copy it with his friends, which included Harry and Neville, among others. This was the norm at school. Aside from the diligent Ravenclaws, Anton's assignments were circulated through Ron and Draco. Reaching nearly half of their year. One can only imagine the tragic proficiency in theoretical knowledge these young wizards would possess. However, it had little impact. The older twins informed Anton that the end-of-term exams for the lower years would only test spellcasting. Anton relished every class. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration was enchanting. Professor Flitwick's charms class was extraordinary. Professor Sprout's herbology was fascinating. Even the flying lessons Anton adored. He typically borrowed his favorite books from the library, eagerly awaiting moments when Madame Hooch encountered difficulties, allowing him the luxury of reading for an extended period. This had always been the case. From the very first flying lesson, issues arose. After only a few words from Madame Hooch, Neville was whisked into the air by his broomstick and fell, sustaining injuries. Madame Hooch's solution was to personally escort Neville for treatment, leaving the restless children to remain with their broomsticks. As expected, Draco and Harry soon took to the skies, and so it continued until one fateful day. The head of Slytherin House, Professor Snape, summoned Anton to his office. "Anthony Weasley," Snape drawled. "You may call me Anton, idle," Anton replied with a smile. Snape twitched his mouth, commanding, "Cease this foolish address. Refer to me as Professor Snape." "Very well," Anton responded obediently, gazing at Snape. Logically, Snape should have been preoccupied with Harry Potter, leaving little room for concern regarding Anton. At that moment, Snape appeared visibly agitated, entirely devoid of his usual composure, pacing restlessly by his desk. Finally, he halted, turning his gaze toward Anton, his greasy hair swaying slightly. "Harry Potter, chosen by McGonagall as the seeker for the Quidditch team. This is clearly a violation of protocol. We never allow first years to undertake such roles." Anton nodded in acknowledgement, having heard that Professor McGonagall had personally approached Dumbledore to obtain special permission for Harry and had even financed the purchase of a Firebolt 2000 for him. "Wow, that is quite an impressive broomstick," Anton remarked, only to see Snape's expression darken. It was evident that Harry Potter possessed extraordinary talent. Snape growled, "Be silent." Anton sighed helplessly at his head of house. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, the two exchanged intense stares, and Snape's expression shifted, as if recalling some deeply unsettling thought. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, articulating each word with venom. "We Slytherins cannot afford to lose at Quidditch. It is a matter of our house's honor." "Is that truly the case, idle?" Anton chuckled softly, remaining silent. "I have witnessed your flying skills, and while riding a broomstick, you simultaneously cast spells with your wand. Your talent is evidently commendable." Anton looked utterly bewildered. Yes, at that time, he had cast the shield charm for Lupin and attacked Snape, but that was nearly a year ago. Was Snape truly this vengeful? "You should join the Quidditch team as a seeker," Snape proclaimed decisively. Anton could hardly believe his ears, staring at Snape as if he were some peculiar flower. "You must be jesting." Snape's icy gaze bore into Anton. "Do you have any objections?" "I refuse." Anton's response was resolute. "I detest Quidditch. It is the most ridiculous sport I have ever encountered. Just because one can ride a motorcycle does not imply a desire to participate in a race. Competing on such an unprotected stick at speeds rivaling that of an airplane? This is not a competition. It is a death wish. Anton is here to study, not to gamble his life for a game." Snape's expression was one of utter disbelief. Anton found it incomprehensible. Snape was clearly infuriated, his finger rigidly pointing toward the door as he bellowed, "Leave." "Well," with the head of house in a rage, Anton could only helplessly explain. "Given your expression, you feel the same, do you not?" "Huh." Snape emitted a strange, ambiguous laugh, pushing the door open and striding out with an air of defiance. The ill-tempered headmaster. Snape could only vent his frustrations. What else could he do? Deduct house points. If that were the case, it would certainly be amusing. Just then, a squeaky sound emanated from the corner of Snape's office. Anton raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and approached. A small, pink, fluffy creature with large eyes and a beak resembling that of a bird appeared before him. It bore a striking resemblance to a chameleon canary or an angry bird. "How delightful," Snape softer sighed. This pink-feathered plump bird seemed as if it had a stone lodged in its throat, emitting a pitiful, croaking sound akin to that of a crow, interspersed with occasional sneezes. Knock, knock, knocked out. A heavy knock resounded at the door. "Professor Snape, are you in there?" A towering figure entered through the ajar door. "That I heard you acquired a dragon breed. This is rather intriguing. May I have a look?" "Ah, I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before." Anton smiled. "Hagrid, I am Anthony Weasley, but you may call me Anton." "Weasley?" Hagrid looked puzzled. Recently, the Weasley twins had returned to school, stirring up more excitement in the Forbidden Forest. He suddenly slapped his forehead. "I remember now. At the Leaky Cauldron, you sold Professor Snape a peculiar brain." Anton nodded. "It has been a while." Hagrid, visibly excited, rubbed his hands together. "I recall you told me you would write to me about some furry little creatures." "I have yet to receive your owl." "Indeed," Anton replied with a tinge of nostalgia. "A great deal has transpired. I ended up living with Lupin." "Lupin?" Hagrid's eyes lit up. "How is he faring?" "He resides at 11, Grimmauld Place. You should visit if you have the chance to if struck by an idea." Anton rummaged through his messenger bag and produced a business card, handing it to Hagrid. The tiny card appeared as a mere postage stamp in Hagrid's enormous hand, which was quite comical. "Lupin, Illicit Information Consulting?" Hagrid blinked in confusion, clearly baffled by the unusual name. He cautiously placed the business card into the inner pocket of his coat, a hint of delight prompting him to pat Anton on the shoulder. "At that moment, when you sold that brain to Professor Snape, I believed you to be some malevolent dark wizard. However, since you live with Lupin, it seems you are quite a decent fellow. Uncle Lupin is indeed a commendable individual." Hagrid appeared thoroughly pleased with Anton's remarks. "You have no classes this Friday afternoon. If you wish, you may come to my little hut beside the Forbidden Forest." Upon saying this, he eagerly cast his gaze towards the small bird perched on the shelf. "Oh, although it appears rather unappealing now, it is indeed a hybrid dragon species." "Unappealing?" Well, Hagrid's aesthetic sensibilities have always diverged from those of humans. This is a newly hybridized breed from the Romanian dragon sanctuary. It is said to be a combination of the Hungarian horntail and the unicorn beast, exhibiting a remarkable atavistic trait with its fluffy feathers. Hungarian horntail and unicorn beast? Anton was left with a multitude of questions. The Wizarding World's hybrids are already absurd enough. Can different species even interbreed? Oh, he suddenly recalled that Hagrid had astonishingly bred a chimera, a creature rated 5X in danger, with 60 fire crabs to produce a blast-ended scrut. What a terrifying classification 5X is. Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fox, is merely rated 4X. Similar hybrids include the Sphinx and ordinary horses, which can yield a 3X danger-rated hippogriff. Hagrid's hybridization skills are undoubtedly the most extraordinary talent in the entire Harry Potter saga. Researching fire dragons should be left to Dumbledore, for he has discovered 12 uses for dragon blood. Hagrid bent down to observe the small creature, then turned around with a serious demeanor. Unfortunately, he is far too busy now. Not only with matters at school, but he is also the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and the chief wizard of Wizengamot. Otherwise, this research would not fall into Snape's hands. Their essay saying that if you speak ill of others behind their backs, you have a high chance of turning around to find that very person glaring at you. Hagrid, noticing Anton's peculiar expression, stiffly turned his body. "Oh, I mean, Professor Snape, of course, you are a formidable master of potion-making. Indeed, indeed, having the Dragon Sanctuary seek your assistance for research is..." Snape shot Hagrid a look that could pierce through the soul. Successfully retracting Hagrid's subsequent words, his gaze shifted to Anton. "Why are you still here?" The young wizard innocently blinked. "I saw you hurriedly leave and thought you went to relieve yourself, expecting you back shortly." Hagrid chuckled, but upon seeing Snape's stern countenance, he quickly composed his face. "Is that so?" Snape approached languidly, gripping the young wizard's shoulder to face the plump bird. "In that case, stay and assist me with the task. Slay it and extract its blood. It should yield a pint, and not a drop should be spilled, or else you know the consequences." "Professor Snape," Hagrid exclaimed, "how could you ask a student to perform such a cruel act?" He turned to gaze affectionately at the plump bird. "Why must we kill it?" Anton nodded repeatedly. Being a member of the Aesthetic Association, he wouldn't deem it cruel if the creature were rather unsightly. Snape scoffed, patting Anton's shoulder. "This student has been keen to learn potion-making from me. Now that the opportunity has arisen, extracting blood from ingredients is a subtle art, far from a mere cut. So, Anton, do you wish to learn? Such a fortuitous opportunity? Anton's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. At your service. Hagrid could no longer bear to watch, puffing out his chest and looking sternly at Snape. First-year students are still too young. You cannot treat them this way. Bloodletting could leave psychological scars on young wizards. You are utterly diabolical. Diabolical? Snape retorted with a cold smirk. Compared to bloodletting, I find it far more repugnant to forcibly breed two different species. His hollow eyes met Hagrid's incredulous face, dragging out the syllables in a soul-piercing mockery, clearly indicating that some individuals have been twisted by their own lineage. Snape? Snape's scathing words seemed to deeply wound Hagrid, who roared as he lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on Snape's head. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Oh no, try one the size of a tire. Anton was now witnessing the scene. A fist larger than Snape's head crashing down in fury. What a fiery spectacle it was. Ultimately, Snape's private lesson on blood extraction was thwarted. Anton savored the thrilling display of wizarding combat. Initially, it was a turn-based exchange. Snape still possessed some ability to cast spells without a wand, but the power of wandless magic was woefully limited, and Hagrid's giant bloodline granted him innate magical resistance. Snape's already tall frame, when contrasted with Hagrid, appeared almost as a frail chick, pummeling down. Each mighty punch landed forcefully. You despicable creature, how dare you call me a half-breed? Hagrid was beside himself with rage. He had always been sensitive about his lineage, fearing others would use it against him. Oh look, that's giant blood. Hagrid harbored a deep-seated disdain for Snape, especially during the era of fighting Voldemort. Heaven knows how he tolerates this foremost Death Eater in the same school now. I think you're the half-breed. Oh dear, a certain half-blood prince was also struck at the heart, casting spells that hit this robust giant, but clearly they were utterly futile, unless he was willing to go all out. The most effective harm Snape could inflict on Hagrid would be a clean shave of his head or beard. In the end, the scene devolved into Snape being pinned down and rubbed into the ground by Hagrid. Rubbing and rubbing to avoid future reprisals from Snape. Anton, the Slytherin student, gallantly grasped Hagrid's enormous coat. Though utterly useless, it was at least a gesture of goodwill that you'll kill someone this way. Alas, the young wizard was too small, too helpless. Anton's cries of desperation not only failed to contribute anything meaningful, but also attracted a throng of students gathered at the doorway to witness, until, eventually, other professors arrived as well. Dumbledore, with his crescent-shaped glasses, revealed no emotion. McGonagall regarded the two with incredulity. Snape, and you, Hagrid, how could you brawl in front of the students, like children? It was profoundly embarrassing for teachers to fight in front of students, especially when one was left bleeding from the nose. Snape, on his way to the headmaster's office, unceremoniously slapped Anton on the shoulder in irritation. That night, Anton tossed and turned in bed, his mind flooded with images of son Wukong seeking a master, pondering whether Europeans engaged in similar practices. Thus, he donned his wizarding robes once more, gathered his belongings, and set off. Draco mumbled in his sleep, murmuring Harry Potter, while Crabbe, the dimwit, opened and closed his mouth as if dreaming of something delectable. And Goyle, in a sour mood, twisted and turned. TSK, TSK, TSK. Anton pushed open the dormitory door. Following the dim glow of the wall lamps, he made his way to Snape's office. He knocked on the door. At 1 a.m, Snape, awakened from slumber, appeared somewhat irate. A form of punishment. He seized the hybrid dragon from its cage and tossed it before Anton, growling, "Drain all its blood." Oh, I truly did not misjudge. Anton was evidently excited, skillfully donning dragonhide gloves on his left hand. He grasped the plump bird's legs and body to prevent it from struggling, while his thumb pressed against the creature's neck. His right hand delved into its fluffy exterior, meticulously exploring the bird's skeletal structure and warm veins. Although it appeared plump on the outside, upon touch, it could easily be described as emaciated. Your technique is flawed. Snape interrupted Anton's continued operations with a furrowed brow. That we do not adopt Muggle blood extraction methods. He gently drew out his wand. According to Muggle theory, the heart serves as a pump, propelling blood through vessels to the limbs and body, then drawing it back through suction, creating a cycle. Anton raised an eyebrow. Headmaster, do you also study Muggle theories? Snape smirked slightly. Academic pursuits transcend borders. The shower nearly forgot that. Although Snape is a half-blood, He spent his childhood living among muggles. Blood possesses magical properties and occupies an exceedingly important position in many dark and ancient magics. It is not merely a fluid coursing through veins. With a gentle flick of his wand, a scroll of parchment flew out from the nearby bookshelf and unfurled before him, whereupon Snape lightly tapped the symbols inscribed upon it. Blood emanates from the bones, essentially serving as a tangible extension of the soul. Therefore, if your soul remains unchanged, even if you lose an entire arm, you can, by virtue of the soul's characteristics, utilize potions and magical energy to regenerate the corresponding bones, which in turn can give rise to the appropriate blood. This concept also embodies the fundamental theory behind many healing spells, and even resurrection magic. If your soul is severely damaged, even the most profound resurrection spell may not be able to restore a lost organ. Should it be an exceptionally vital internal organ, then, regrettably, even the most advanced incantations may prove futile at this juncture. A smirk crept upon Snape's lips, brimming with derision. Based on this premise, if you intend to drain the blood from its veins, it can only be superficial blood extraction, employing spells to incinerate all of a creature's energy supply to facilitate blood production, ultimately leading to the complete draining of its blood, constitutes deep blood extraction. When we administer suitable potions to a creature, allowing it to incessantly generate blood, this method is termed extraction-style bloodletting. Should we delve into the deepest level, we could transform the entire organism, including its bones, into blood, even infusing its soul into the blood itself. This is what we refer to as soul-infused blood, an unparalleled ingredient for potions. Similarly, administering different potions or even the emotional state of the wizard during blood extraction will yield varied effects. Blood extraction is an art. We can devise countless methodologies tailored to the specific potion we aim to brew. Clearly, Snape had delved into profound depths of research, from 1 o'clock in the morning until nearly 4. He managed to convey his theoretical knowledge. Snape spoke with fervor, while Anton listened with rapt attention. Ultimately, Snape brusquely returned the subspecies dragon to its cage and shooed Anton out, warning, "If you disturb my sleep again, I shall end you." Anton nodded, replying, "All right." Snape hesitated momentarily, then stated, "Every Saturday, you will come to my office." Anton continued to nod in agreement. Bang! The office door was forcefully shut. You insufferable tsundere, Anton thought, feeling quite moved. Every morsel of knowledge within the wizarding world is immensely precious. And it was evident that what had just been discussed were Snape's private insights, far removed from the typical curriculum of potion making. "How splendid!" he exclaimed as he waved his wand, causing a hefty notebook to fly from his satchel. While several vividly colored ballpoint pens swiftly recorded the recently imparted information, Anton pondered deeply as he made his way back. This was not merely a lesson on blood extraction for potion ingredients. Snape had woven a comprehensive framework connecting blood, soul, and spells. With a solid foundation already in place, Anton found himself brimming with countless ideas, particularly regarding the treatment of werewolf Remus Lupin and the blood curse afflicting the orc Nagini. Anna's research topic, a particularly vivid observation, was that Remus's blood in human form was just that, human blood, while in werewolf form, the blood coursing through his veins appeared dark red, faintly shimmering with an emerald hue. During their research, the fairy Pedro had earnestly warned everyone against even the slightest contact with this blood, for its potent wolf venom was no trifling matter. Based on Pedro's explanation regarding the changes in Remus's soul during his transformations, Anton's previously stagnant research began to take on new life. If the differences in individual blood are dictated by the soul, could alterations to the soul be influenced in reverse? Absolutely, for when a wizard is bitten by a werewolf, the primary transmission should originate from the blood, subsequently causing the changes in the soul. Though he had yet to comprehend all other aspects, a thread of clarity had begun to emerge from the tangled web of his thoughts. Lost in contemplation, Anton waved his wand, a sharp light flashing as a small cut appeared on his finger, from which 2 milliliters of blood floated before him, suspended by a levitation charm. He then altered his gestures and chanted incantations, employing the fairy eye's secret method to observe the state of the blood, a venture he had never attempted before. Just then, his brow furrowed, through the thin layer of blood drifting in the air. He could faintly discern several figures. The test tube materialized from his satchel, directly capturing the blood within. Anton looked up to see 4 small children huddled beneath the shadow of a colossal suit of armor in the castle corridor. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Their eyes were wide with astonishment, mouths agape as if they could swallow a toad hold. In response to Anton's questioning expression, Ron stammered, while Neville was rendered speechless. Harry, his face pale with fear, stuttered, pointing at the test tube containing the blood. What dark magic do you intend to unleash with your own blood in the school corridor at this hour? Dark magic? Anton rolled his eyes. However, Hermione, like a machine gun, began to rattle off. Harry and Ron were planning to duel Malfoy in the trophy room. Clearly, they had been outsmarted by Malfoy, who had secretly informed Filch, and Filch was now on the hunt for them. It's all Harry and Ron's fault. I was going to warn them against such folly, as it would cost us house points, but we ended up encountering the three-headed. Hermione's rapid speech halted abruptly, as if she realized she had revealed something she ought not to, hastily covering her mouth. Even without her saying it, Anton knew. It's the three-headed dog, the first boss in the challenge designed by Dumbledore for Harry and his friends. Get some rest. Staying up late will hinder your growth and ruin your skin, Anton casually remarked, sending a chill down Hermione's spine as he continued toward the Slytherin dormitory. After just a few steps, a piercing scream echoed, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. I've caught you, little wizard who refuses to sleep at this hour. I'll put you in detention. Filch, with his squinty eyes and crooked mouth, brandished a lamp, embodying villainy. Mr. Filch, I just came from Professor Snape's office. With the headmaster's permission, Anton casually strolled a couple of steps, drawing Filch's gaze toward himself. He had no qualms about doing something to incur a favor from others, as long as it did not affect his own interests. This was a lesson learned from his time wandering the lower echelons alongside the old wizard. One could never predict when past actions might yield unforeseen consequences. Snape's reputation evidently bore weight, as Filch begrudgingly inquired, "Did you see Harry Potter just now?" "No, there must have been others with him." Anton chuckled, a look of bemusement on his face. Who would be wandering the castle at this hour? It's empty here, and there's nothing entertaining. Who knows? Filch waved his arms. It's so dull. There are always some little wizards who refuse to sleep, even tossing dung bombs in the corridors that I have to clean them up every time. He grumbled as he continued forward, causing the 4 small children hiding under the armor to shrink deeper into the shadows. If he takes a few more steps, he'll truly catch them, Anton mused. They could only blame their insatiable curiosity for wanting to observe Ron, this mysterious cousin. Otherwise, they should have already dashed back to the Gryffindor dormitory. The most vexing part was that Anton made a face at the 4 of them behind Filch's back, causing them to huddle together in fear. 1 step, 2 steps. Filch strained his eyes, scanning every corner. He was all too familiar with where little wizards tended to hide, just as the light from his lamp was about to illuminate the suit of armor. Anton chuckled. "Filch, my good sir." Filch turned around. "Have you ever heard of clean sweep?" Filch's entire demeanor stiffened, his face darkening rapidly. He harbored a secret he was unwilling to share, yet everyone was aware of it. He was a squib, incapable of casting any spells. The new student, clearly unaware, smugly displayed his knowledge. The cleaning spell is quite simple. With a gentle wave of the wand, no matter how many dung bombs are thrown in the corridor, they all vanish. Filch stormed back, casting a cold glare at Anton. Do not presume to be clever, little wizard. Anton chuckled heartily. It appears you are well aware. He shrugged. I know someone who possesses the means to create the props for the Scourgify charm. Even a novice wizard could effortlessly cast such a spell. The little wizard was once again flaunting his knowledge, yet this time, Filch found himself intrigued. Who? His voice took on an inexplicable hoarseness, a hint of anxiety mingling with anticipation as he looked at Anton, yearning to know who could craft such items. Not to mention, even if they could only produce the simplest illumination charm, he would cherish that as a treasure, cradling it at night, though he quickly reconsidered the practicality of that, fearing he might crush it in his sleep. How he longed to be able to conjure a spell. Fred and George, my cousins. Anton grinned radiantly. He raised an eyebrow. You know, they are quite mischievous, and hardly anyone can command them to do anything. But you possess enough authority to enlist their help. Filch was aflame with excitement. Of course, perhaps if I am not overly strict with them, they will be grateful. He fixed an intense gaze upon Anton. Can they truly accomplish this? Just days ago, they had mentioned this to him, and he had provided them with a small sum of galleons. Anton gently patted his shoulder. They are currently struggling to find a suitable place to research such magical items. Perhaps you could arrange a space for them, while also supervising them? Flitch's breath quickened. I will speak to them tomorrow. He hurriedly retreated, his hand clutching the lantern and waving it about as if casting the cleaning charm. His gestures were so practiced, it was as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times, with not a single flaw. The murmurs of the incantation mingled with the sound of his seemingly lighter footsteps as he gradually faded into the distance. Anton silently observed his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Perhaps Flitch's greatest folly was choosing to live in this castle teeming with wizards, watching young sorcerers squander their unattainable talents without a second thought. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that he would finally have his own laboratory at Hogwarts, allowing him to resume his research. Flitch would undoubtedly burst forth with fervor to help them find an ideal spot. Delightful. Anton cheerfully bid farewell to the 4 young mischief makers. Good night. The 4 poked their heads out from beneath the suits of armor, responding in unison, good night. As Anton walked away, they exchanged glances. Did you hear that? He returned from Snape's office in the dead of night, and he plans to cast a dreadful spell within the castle. Harry's focus was always rather peculiar. Ron appeared somewhat dejected. George and the others never share their inventions with me. Neville gazed at Anton's calm demeanor. I wish I could be like him. Observing the 3 bored boys, Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm leaving, and turned on her heel. What? George and Fred exchanged odd looks. Anton sliced open a loaf of bread, stuffing it with cilantro, roasted meat, and a touch of mushroom sauce, intending to create a burger or a meat sandwich. I persuaded Flitch to help us find a place to conduct our research and secured an order with him. Though it is merely a replica wand, it is a promising start. Wow, George exclaimed in awe. I still find it hard to believe. Fred scrutinized Anton, laughing. Perhaps the Weasley family truly needs a Slytherin. Working with you is simply too much fun. Isn't it? Anton smiled brightly, taking a hearty bite of the bread, savoring the fragrant mushrooms and the crispy yet tender meat. That I told you. We shall be splendid brothers. He raised an eyebrow. Remember the plan I shared with you about the campus shop? Perhaps we can start from there. Ha ha ha. George's excitement soared. If that is the case, Flitch will certainly regret it. Fred shrugged. No, George. Our stinking dung bombs will be a flop, and Flitch will undoubtedly revel in the delightful experience of casting Scourgify. A perfect loop. The mere thought of that image made Anton smirk as he continued to devour his breakfast, washing it down with a generous gulp of juice. Eye in the distance, at the Gryffindor long table. Ron glanced at them with a tinge of jealousy. I'm starting to dislike Anton. He has taken my brother away. Hermione rolled her eyes. What are you doing right now? Ron wore a strange expression as he looked at the homework before him and Harry. Well, at least he helps us with our assignments. This is all your fault, Hermione. If you had let us copy your work, I wouldn't have to seek him out. You should do your own work. Hermione huffed, rising to her feet. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They then returned to diligently copying, waiting for a time when they would not be out gallivanting at night, allowing them to complete their assignments without resorting to copying that Slytherin brat's work. Thus, a pleasant decision was made. Hogwarts had many vacant rooms, with even abandoned sewers towering 2 meters high in the underground. Yet, Flitch was merely the caretaker. Although he regarded this place as his home, he had no authority over it. The location he arranged for the Weasleys was outside the castle, near the Forbidden Forest. I wonder if this is the right choice. Flitch led the way, turning back to glare coldly at the twins. If I find out you are deceiving me, George interrupted his threat. That won't be difficult for us. We just need a little time. Fred nodded. Nothing can challenge us. Anton curiously gazed at the wooden railing faintly visible through the distant trees. Mr. Flitch, what is that place? That is Hagrid's hippogriff breeding ground. I advise you not to approach it, for those creatures can be quite fierce. George wore a comical expression. It is said that hippogriffs are the offspring of a griffin and a horse. Fred mirrored his expression. Thus, we might speculate that griffins are the product of a lion and an eagle doe. Good grief. I cannot even begin to imagine that. The wonders of the wizarding world continually reshaped Anton's worldview. If serious wizards deemed dark wizards as evil, then in the eyes of ordinary humans, wizards were undoubtedly wicked, even after spending so long among the downtrodden, where many had grown desensitized. There remained numerous things he found hard to accept. For instance, the dried heads that wizards liked to hang on the windshield of the night bus. Eventually, they arrived in front of a wooden cabin. The 1-meter-high walls were constructed from stone blocks, with wooden planks forming the upper half. The prolonged exposure to wind and sun had rendered the upper section somewhat dilapidated, and the stone chimney appeared to be missing a corner. Anton had reason to believe this was once a pigsty, upon which wooden walls and a roof had been constructed. Moreover, it was only partially built, as a large circle of stone walls extended beside it. "This is where I used to live," Flitch remarked, keys in hand, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. "Once, during a snowstorm, the house nearly collapsed, and Professor Dumbledore allowed me to stay at the castle." He handed the keys to George, his bulbous eyes fixed intently on him. "Do not venture into the forbidden forest, do not engage in mischief within, and do not come here after curfew at night." "Understood." George and Fred stood at attention like soldiers. Of course, Flitch did not believe them in the slightest. Smirking, "I shall keep my eye on you. How long will it take to complete?" "1," Anton quickly interjected. "In 1 month, our replica wand will be able to generate a strong wind, effectively dispersing any odors and dust. In 3 months, the Scourgify function will be perfected." He patted Flitch's shoulder with pride. "Sir, trust us. This is not a daunting task for us." Flitch nodded, his gaze surveying the trio for a moment longer before he ambled away. George wore a peculiar expression. "I was going to say a week." Fred could not agree more. "This truly is not a daunting task for us." Anton resolutely shook his head. "In a week, you can rest assured that he will reclaim this little house once everything is set right. Only 3 long months are needed for him to get accustomed to our presence here." His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the house, now undeniably ours, and no one could take it back. George and Fred chimed in unison. "You truly are a Slytherin." Anton beamed at the house, reveling in its charm. Thus, the trio shared a hearty laugh. However, their mirth was short-lived, and no matter how they turned the key, it seemed hopelessly jammed, as though the lock were a mere illusion. With a determined effort, Fred yanked the door, and the entire panel came crashing down. Bang! The door collapsed, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Not only that, the house creaked ominously like a set of dominoes, and soon enough, with a resounding crash, the upper wooden structure of the house collapsed. The round lampshade base tumbled to the ground before them. "Bloody hell!" George exclaimed, dumbfounded. "Bloody hell!" Fred echoed, equally astonished. "Bloody hell!" Anton joined in, eyes wide with disbelief. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Anton's mouth twitched slightly. "I heard there's a spell called Reparo. Do you know it?" That indeed seemed a splendid idea. With a gentle flick of the wand, it could restore everything to its original state. Yet, George wore no expression of joy. "The only problem is that we can't open the door, or it might collapse again." Fred interjected. Silence enveloped them, leaving only unspoken words and tears unshed. Anton sighed. "This is the only way I can think of to salvage this place. We cannot give up." George nodded vigorously. "It seems we need some help." Fred chuckled. "We have a lovely little brother, so now you remember your brother, sure?" Anton suggested they quickly make some badges for all those coming to assist, honoring those who contribute significantly to the Weasley cottage with a discount of 20%. George and Fred expressed their confusion. "They will be our first customers, gentlemen." "Wow!" George marveled. "A splendid idea, Mr. Vampire." Fred laughed heartily at that moment. The significance of connections was evident. The twins summoned many upperclassmen and called upon their brother Ron and his friends. Anton had few options, only his charming roommate. Initially, Draco was reluctant, having an overwhelming affection for his parents and house elf, having never done a hard day's work in his life. Slytherins, as expected, were not united. Anton wore a sorrowful expression, thinking he would only become a laughingstock for Harry Potter. "Can you bear this?" "Uncle can, but Draco Malfoy cannot." Not only did he enlist Crabbe and Goyle, but he also delivered a speech in the Slytherin common room, bringing along a multitude of peers. Nice. Draco indeed had some charisma. As the saying goes, a foe meets another with fierce eyes. Draco's arrival ignited Harry's competitive spirit, prompting him to fetch Hagrid for assistance. It is said that wealth can be ruthless. Hagrid's contribution was 4 massive logs, each thick enough for a person to embrace, to support the house. With everyone pitching in, the site was soon cleared of debris. The newly cleared ground sparked speculation among the young wizards. It must have once been a pigsty. Hagrid reached out to touch the stone wall, licking his finger afterward to provide a definitive answer. "Bicorns, their urine has a uniquely sweet, grassy scent that lingers for years." What an odd experience. Most young wizards found it hard to accept. Nevertheless, experience is experience. Hagrid pointed to the center of the stone enclosure, explaining that bicorns are incredibly loyal animals to wizards, and early wizards greatly enjoyed raising such dogs. However, if their waste accumulated excessively, it could attract giant, hairy worms. What giant, hairy worms were, the young wizards did not know. Yet, the uneven mounds and deep pits within the enclosure resembled a site ravaged by bombers. Are we to dig them level with shovels? Ron protested. I haven't yet learned the levitation charm, and when I moved the boards earlier, a splinter pricked my finger, and it still hurts. The older students remarked that it was indeed an intriguing challenge. However, after much deliberation, all proposals were dismissed. The only feasible option was transfiguration, but if the magic were disrupted, the ground would revert to its original state. We need an excavator. Harry Potter wore a peculiar expression. His uncle was a supervisor at the Groaning Company, which specialized in drills, and he often overheard discussions about various machinery at home. This suggestion was also rejected, as most were unfamiliar with such devices, and Hagrid made it clear that Hogwarts Castle was imbued with powerful magic, rendering any Muggle machinery unusable here. Just then, Anton, who had mysteriously vanished, returned. "Oh, you finished so quickly?" Anton held a pot of small plants, gazing contentedly at the spacious area. "Incredible." Draco was the first to voice his complaint. "You called us for help, yet you slipped away." "Oh, I went to the dormitory to bring this little cutie," Anton said, patting the pot, which housed a vibrant green vine. Draco recoiled in disgust. "Please don't let it near me. I saw you pour a whole bowl of pig's blood for it." Anton shrugged. "That's the key to keeping it alive." The vine in the pot stretched toward the sunlight, as if yawning. "What is this?" Hagrid inquired. "It's a potion ingredient from Africa, the snorkack vine. It's challenging to cultivate in Europe, and is usually dried and sent over. It loves to entwine and crush two-tailed skin elephants for juice. Naturally imbued with repelling charms and magical resistance, that I think it would make an excellent guard pet." Anton smiled, teasing the vine's buds. Suddenly, the vine sprouted a toothy little mouth, emitting a comfortable woo-woo sound. "Oh, what a delightful little creature." Hagrid gazed adoringly. "Crush an elephant for juice?" Draco exclaimed in horror, glaring at Anton. "Are you seriously placing it on the windowsill of the dormitory?" Goyle appeared pale with fright. Once, they had planned a prank, and Goyle suggested watering the plant with fertilizer and urinating on it. Malfoy found it too disgusting, and knowing Anton was not to be trifled with, they ultimately refrained. Thankfully, Malfoy intervened. Otherwise, during Goyle's moment, he might have regretted it. Goyle trembled, glancing at the vine's fangs, and lowered his gaze to his lap. Nearly bursting into tears. "Don't mind the details," Anton chuckled, patting Goyle's shoulder. Startling him, he approached the gap in the stone wall, frowning at the uneven ground. It seemed some leveling was in order. With a gentle flick of his wand, the earth began to tremble, and serpents of soil emerged from the ground. Wriggling into the dips and hollows, more soil golems rose from the mounds, wielding oversized hammers, pounding the ground. Before long, a smooth surface materialized before them. The final golem sat down against the wall, curling into a lump of earth. Pedro the Pixie had always considered these animated figurines to be lowbrow magic tricks, yet Anton adored them. This whimsical manipulation of soil gave him the sensation of being a earth mage from a fantasy novel in a past life. Immensely enjoyable. Of course, for now, these golems had little practical utility. That if one were to insert a hand into the golem, they could easily scoop up a handful of loose soil. Anton had studied this for quite some time. Realizing that the golem's hammering effect relied on their own weight, composed of tiny stones within the soil, falling and striking the ground, for the moment, it remained within the realm of magical tricks. Yet, it was still quite impressive. Harry Potter stood agape, swallowing hard, and approached to touch the golem made of earth at the entrance of the wall. Crack! The entire golem shattered. "I didn't mean to." He hastily took a step back. Yet it was evident that no one was paying him any mind. Draco and his two companions huddled together, their recent aversion to serpentine creatures evoking nightmarish visions. Was this transfiguration? It certainly did not seem so to him. A perplexed upperclassman of Fred's ventured inside, firmly stomping the ground, confirming that the landscape had indeed been altered, with no traces of magic sustaining its present state. Anton smiled mysteriously but said nothing. The magic of wizards and fairies is not interchangeable. It was only the old wizard who pioneeringly developed the wizard's eye potion that revealed the true essence of magical energy, granting him the possibility to simulate fairy magic. This was foundational knowledge, not to be disclosed, he pondered, considering this a legacy of the Weasley family, a lineage of long-standing pure-blood heritage. Consequently, all eyes turned towards the twins. Fred, confronted with the audience's inquiries, merely shrugged. This little rascal was lying again. He knew the truth, yet chose silence. George chuckled heartily, asserting that the Weasleys possessed ancient wizarding craftsmanship, enabling them to create the most wondrous magical artifacts. Fred raised his hands in agreement. Indeed, each pureblood family harbors its own depths, even the impoverished Weasleys. Their home boasted a clock that could astonish even Dumbledore, revealing the status of each family member, while their father could modify a Muggle car into a more formidable, invisible mode of transport than a flying broomstick. Understanding dawned upon everyone. Clearly, the twins had been led astray by Anton. Ron, feeling aggrieved, complained to Harry and Hermione, "My dad has never told me any of this." Poor child, Hermione enveloped him in a comforting embrace, and Harry, resonating with the sentiment as another unappreciated child at home, joined in the hug. Anton positioned a flower pot in the center of the wall and extracted a vial of dragon's blood from his satchel, pouring it into the pot. Whoa! The venomous tentacula writhed joyfully, suddenly extending a long vine. It grew at an astonishing rate, as if fueled by some magical growth hormone, splitting the pot as its roots plunged fiercely into the earth. It began to voraciously draw in sustenance, rapidly increasing in size. The onlookers recoiled in fear at this creature capable of crushing elephants with its fangs. Standing beside the tentacula, Anton closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. Then, with a flourish of his wand, the chaotic growth of the vines took on a rhythmic elegance. He gestured with his wand. The elongated vines slithered like serpents across the ground, extending beyond the wall to ensnare the previously gathered wooden planks, stones, and 4 large tree trunks sent by Hagrid. The trunks stood erect at the 4 corners, driven deep into the ground, a third of their length buried. Various planks and stones were woven together by the vines, gradually forming a structure. First, 2 walls emerged in the center, partitioning the space into 3 areas, followed by the appearance of several windows and door frames as the vines twisted. Next, the outermost area revealed shelves crafted from vines and planks, a bar counter, and several long benches. The outer walls featured operable windows and a roof adorned with 4 spires, aside from the original fireplace. The previous appearance had been utterly transformed. Before long, a house composed of gray stone, brown wood, and green vines materialized before their eyes. Anton set down his wand, beaming, "I adore magic." Wow! Everyone was left awestruck. George and Fred's eyes sparkled. "Is this going to be our future base?" Gasps of admiration echoed, and Anton beamed at the house. Although the technical intricacies involved were minimal, and the spells required to construct such a dwelling were not particularly remarkable, the essence lay in mastering these simple techniques. He had personally crafted a house, and it had been accomplished with such ease and finesse. He relished this feeling. Rest assured, these venomous tentacula are harmless without magical control. "Everyone, come in and take a look." Anton warmly invited those who had come to assist. Boom! Fireworks erupted. George and Fred waved their wands, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of merriment. "Welcome to Weasley Cottage." They chorused at that moment. Weasley Cottage was still empty, yet everyone eagerly explored every nook and cranny. Hagrid stepped inside, marveling at the spaciousness, realizing that his large frame did not feel cramped at all. "Anton, I want to nurture one of these little darlings too." Anton guided him to the last door, where a massive vine protruded. "Feed it some blood and flesh here, and within 6 months, a distinct young vine will sprout nearby. Adorned with tendrils that point, it can be cut and propagated." "Splendid." Hagrid's eyes lit up as he affectionately caressed the large plant. "Looks like I need to raise more chickens," after sending off those who had helped. Anton and the twins joyfully began to allocate their spaces. Ron, leveraging his status as the twins' brother, remained with Harry and Hermione. "The outermost area will serve as our campus convenience store. You two can choose between the remaining 2 rooms." Ultimately, the twins opted for the central room, feeling they had struck a bargain. "I can hardly wait." George rubbed his hands together, envisioning stink bombs, fake wands, automatic ink-spraying quills, and Anton's proposed imitation wands. Fred smiled broadly. "We should have more challenges." Ron looked on with envy. "I want an automatic ink-spraying quill. 1 silver sickle." "Ron." George chuckled. "That's the price for our cottage." Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "But I'm your brother." Fred and George exchanged glances. "Then I'll charge you 1 silver sickle as well." "That's 2 silver sickles in total." "Thank you." Anton enlisted Lupin's assistance to procure a multitude of items from Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and the Muggle world. all packed into a suitcase enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, delivered here by several owl couriers. Hundreds of sturdy wooden pieces of varying lengths could easily be assembled into shelves, experimental workbenches, chairs, and even a sofa that could be unfolded into a bed. George and Fred were intrigued, rummaging through the contents to assist with assembly. Anton picked up a wooden stick, one of the table's supporting legs. Made from solid material, exquisitely crafted, with a design sensibility evident in its subtle curves, and faintly embossed with a numerical code in the corner. Of course, that was not the crux. The significant detail was the trademark of a wolf's head stamped beneath it. With the inscription, werewolfhome.in a letter, Lupin remarked that Anton's design for easy assembly furniture was quite intriguing. Not only was it convenient for transport, but it also facilitated on-site installation. Yes, he had started a furniture company. Not for profit, but to provide a lifeline for werewolves left with no options. This was a remarkable development. Since Anton's arrival, many things had changed because of him. Yet, with these changes came a transformation within himself, giving him a unique perspective. The letter mentioned establishing a company for werewolves, a suggestion from Mr. Rosie Ree to Lupin. It embodied the spirit of helping the world, ensuring that all the downtrodden could find solace. Anton recalled,